This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, Exiled at the beginning. Girl, wake up. Let's leave quickly, or we will have no chance. As soon as Qinshui opened her eyes, she saw a girl in a green dress packing her things anxiously and shouting beside her. She was about to say something when a memory that didn't belong to her surfaced in her mind. This is Dayue country, which is similar to an ancient alien world. The original owner was the only daughter of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue and had always been loved. However, one day, her father was falsely accused of embezzling food for disaster relief and was thrown into prison by the emperor. His property was confiscated and his entire family was exiled to the southern barbarians. Qinshui knew very well that although her father was not an honest official, he was a loyal and good official, and it was impossible for him to be corrupt. Well, the answer is simple. The disaster relief food was embezzled by other people, and her father was pushed out to take the blame. Although she knew, she had no evidence. And with her status, she had no way of overturning the case. And, most importantly, this matter has already been determined. The verdict has already been handed down. And there is no way to change it, unless we can find decisive evidence, meet the emperor and try to convince him. There will be a chance to overturn the verdict. But if it was really someone else who framed them, then they would definitely not give their own family a chance to overturn the verdict. Most importantly, is the emperor really willing to flip the case? Girl, wake up. Madam asked us to pack up and leave as soon as possible. It won't be long before someone comes to search our house. Then the girl next to her saw Qinshui wake up and quickly reminded her. Qinshui suddenly remembered that the original owner died of grief after hearing the news that his father was thrown into prison and the entire family was confiscated and exiled. Although the imperial edict has come down, it still needs to go through the procedures to be implemented, which will take some time. The reason they received the news was that after the court session, an official who was on good terms with her father quickly delivered the news to her family. That's why her mother asked her to pack up and run away. You can't run away. Qinshui knew very well that the entire world belonged to the royal family. So where could she go? Especially when she was in an unfamiliar place. Moreover, exile would not result in death. But if you ran away, you would definitely anger the emperor. And then you would be dead. There is still time. She didn't waste any more time and told the maid to pack up all the valuable things in the room and put them together. Then she quickly left. Her father has been thrown into jail. And now only her mother is at home. As soon as Qinshui ran to the hall, her mother rushed over. Xiaoxiu, why haven't you left yet? Where shall I? How is she doing her job? Mom, I don't want to leave. And I can't leave at this time. Since I have inherited the original owner's body. Her family is my family. Why can't we leave? The beautiful woman said anxiously. We have a tunnel in our house, left by the previous owner, which leads directly to the outside of the city. Mother, Qinshui interrupted. Dad is framed. Will those people really let us go? Will it definitely find a way to deal with us? So as long as they are in the eyes of the public, they dare not kill the hands. The woman didn't expect her daughter to be so thoughtful, but she also felt it made a lot of sense. Mother, please send the servants away first. I will go and make preparations. Prepare? What to prepare? Ready to go into exile? The woman knew very well that when their house was searched, there was no way those people would leave anything valuable for them. Even if they are ready, it will only benefit others. However, she did not try to stop her. Xiaoxiu was stubborn and no one could drive her away if she refused to leave. It would be better to think of other ways. Ah Yun, go and send the servants away. As many as you can send now. Go ahead. Also, contact the master's relatives and friends to see if anyone has a solution or can help pass on a petition to the higher-ups. A woman nearby nodded and immediately went downstairs to give orders. On the other side, Qinshui walked towards her own treasure house. Searching the house? She sneered. Wait until I take the things away and see what you can copy. When she traveled through time, she naturally brought her original space with her. With space in hand, she can take away as many things as she wants. In that case, why give it to others? Besides, she knew the hardships of exile. If she had some money to prepare herself, it would definitely not be so hard. She traveled through time and space. And before she could enjoy the good life, she had to suffer now. She was absolutely unwilling to do so. Since she herself was not having an easy life, she could not let her enemies have an easy life either. When the time comes and those people who are ransacking the house fail to find anything, I wonder what their expressions will be. She asked her mother to send the servants away, naturally because she didn't want to see her taking things away. Now when everyone heard that their properties were going to be confiscated and they were going to be exiled, they all ran away, leaving the huge mansion empty. Qin Shui had already obtained the key to the treasure house. After entering, she saw that it was filled with boxes. Some of the boxes were closed, and some were open. The open boxes emitted golden and white light. Those are all gold and silver, and some jewelry. These are the Qin family's savings over the past decade. Although her father was not greedy, the family had accumulated a lot of savings over the decades, including more than a dozen boxes of gold, silver and jewelry, worth more than hundreds of thousands. It's it. She had never seen so much money in her previous life. And this was the first time she saw so much gold, silver and jewelry in this life, which immediately made her eyes sparkle with stars. She excitedly ran to the box full of gold, silver and jewelry, clapped her hands, and put them away. In addition to gold, silver and jewelry, there are also some antiques such as pens, inkstones, calligraphy and paintings. Qin Shui naturally would not stay, and even moved the shelves away. Soon, the huge treasure house was left with only dust on the ground. Qin Shui clapped her hands, left with satisfaction, and headed to the next treasure house. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It is naturally impossible for the Qin family to have only one treasure house. In addition to the treasury, there are other warehouses. When Qin Shui opened the warehouse, she saw it was full of food. Even though the bags of rice and flour were not opened, she could see what was inside. Thousands of bags of rice and flour. When Qin Shui saw the scene, she frowned. Something was obviously wrong. Even if there were more people in her family, the warehouse would not be able to store so much food. And, apparently, something was wrong with the food. The words disaster relief were written outside those bags. It was obviously disaster relief food, or lost food. And it was also evidence for her father to be thrown into jail. Although she didn't know why it appeared in her own warehouse. It was obvious that if it wasn't her father's doing, then it must have been the enemy's. There is no doubt that it was the enemy who wanted to frame someone. But, unfortunately, their wishful thinking was wrong. Qin Shui sneered and took all the food away. In her heart, she even wanted to thank the enemy for sending her so much food, so that she wouldn't have to worry about food after being exiled. Ha ha ha. On the street, a man was walking towards the Qin family with a group of soldiers holding rifles behind him. On the way, the man suddenly burst into laughter for no apparent reason. After raiding Qin's house, he would be able to obtain a lot of gold, silver and jewelry. Moreover, as long as he opened his warehouse, he would be able to obtain evidence of Chen Yuan's corruption. And then, he would have no chance of turning things around. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, the man suppressed his excitement and walked quickly towards the Qin family. Chapter 2. Let's search the house and the air. The granary is the largest warehouse, which contains not only a pile of grain, but also other vegetables, dried fruits, etc. Qin Shui will not let go. With these foods, whether it is on the road of exile or the place of exile, they are enough for them to eat. Of course, in addition to simple grains, vegetables and fruits are also necessary. Fortunately, there were still a lot of potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, etc. in the granary, and they were all fresh, as if they had just been purchased not long ago. Although it's not much, less than a few hundred pounds in total, but if it is not used as a staple food, it is enough for her to eat for several months. Then, she ran to another warehouse, which was also filled with food, because there were hundreds of people in the Qin mansion. They consumed several hundred kilograms of food every day. Therefore, in addition to the daily stored food, there is also a warehouse for daily consumed food. Every morning the housekeeper would come back early with shopping, and then prepare enough food for hundreds of people for a day or even several days. Now, these foods have not been consumed yet. A bunch of fresh vegetables, such as cabbage and radishes, and several hundred kilograms of scattered food have all been collected by Qin Shui. Anyway, the house would be raided in a few hours, so there was no need to keep these foods. Qin Shui would not even leave any radish leaves for the enemy, like a mouse entering a rice jar. Every time Qin Shui entered a warehouse, she would take out everything inside. We have staple food, vegetables, and yes, pots, pans, and utensils. Thinking of this, Qin Shui hurried to the kitchen and took away everything inside. Even the firewood piled in the wood room. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Just as Qin Shui was about to leave, she heard a rooster crowing. She ran over to the sound and found a breeding ground in the outer yard. Although the Qin mansion is not as good as the general's mansion or the prime minister's mansion, her father is at least a third-rank official, so the mansion awarded by the court is several thousand square meters. It is normal to have a small piece of land for breeding in such a large area. After all, it is impossible to buy enough chickens, ducks and geese every day to satisfy the meat needs of hundreds of people in the mansion. Therefore, when Qin Shui saw the chicken coop and duck coop, she was surprised but also happy. This way, she would have the meat she wanted. Unfortunately, although many chickens and ducks were kept in cages, some were released, so Qin Shui could only catch them herself. For a moment, there was chaos. By the time she had caught all the chickens, ducks and geese, her body and hair were already covered with chicken feathers. She couldn't care less about these things. It would be even harder when she was exiled. Compared to that, this was nothing. Besides, she was in the countryside in the past. It's a pity that there are no pigs in the mansion, which makes her feel a little regretful that she can't eat braised pork or stewed pork. After the food was collected, the next thing was the valuables and antiques in each room. She ran back to her room for the first time, and then saw the pile of jewelry and the butterflies standing next to it. Girl, you? Xiao Dai was stunned when she saw Qin Shui running in with chicken feathers in her hair. Hasn't he been exiled yet? Why does the girl look like she has escaped from the exile group? I'm fine. Qin Shui interrupted her. Go and see if my mother has sent the servants away. After Xiao Dai was sent away, Qin Shui took away her jewelry and other things. Then she looked around and took in her room. It is worthy of being the room of a lady from a noble family. The decoration is gorgeous and classical. Even the vase on the ground is exquisite and beautiful. You can't leave good things. In the spirit of diligence and frugality, Qin Shui took away all the valuable things. Vase? Nice one. Dressing table? Well, this can be available. Bed? This? Never mind. If there isn't even a bed in the room, that would be two. In the end, Qin Shui did not move the bed away, but moved the quilt pillow away, or even hung on the bedside mantle on the bedside. Even the potted plants on the windowsill were gone. After a while, only the table, chairs, and the wooden bed were left in the room. It looked very shabby. It was impossible to imagine that this was the room where the daughter of the Minister of Revenue and a lady from a wealthy family lived. Even if it is a room where civilians live, it may look more. No matter how many Qin Shui is, it is exiled anyway, and the people here can't think of the existence of space, so there is no need to be afraid. After that, she ran to other rooms as always. In other rooms, she didn't consider so much. In the end, only the empty room was left. The search in the inner courtyard is finished, and the next is the front yard. Although tired, Chun Shuela is in it, as if he doesn't know the upcoming exile. Flutter. Walking on the way to the front yard, Qin Shui heard the sound of falling water, and turned to see a few red carps played in the water. And from time to time, he jumped out of the water and fell into the water. Sorry. You get your door by yourself. Qin Shui rubbed her hands, ran to the lake, and put her hands in. Her space is thousands of acres in size, and also contains a lake. Moreover, as long as she puts her hand into the water, she can take all the water away. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake disappeared. Lian water with fish. Oh! And lotus flowers and lotus roots have disappeared, leaving only a huge pit. No one who has never been here does not know what it was. When I came to the front yard, I saw her mother walking anxiously in the hall, obviously waiting for the news. Seeing that Qin Shui came, her mother hurriedly said, Xiao Shui, you think clearly, but now you have time to leave from the tunnel. Qin Shui was enjoying the plundering and had already prepared for exile. Even if he was exiled now, there was no need to worry. However, if you leave, you will definitely be chased by the emperor and the hunting of the enemy. At that time, there will be no place for her in the world. Mother, I don't go. I want to be with you. When the woman heard the words, she hugged Qin Shui and felt that she didn't hurt her in vain. Lady. At this time, the servant who went out to ask for help came back. How about it? The woman let go of Qin Shui and looked at the person. Her eyes were full of expectations. Lord Shaoqing, Dali Temple, the Lord of the Ministry of Rites said that the sacred will has been decided. and there is no possibility of the case. So that we can let it go. Oh, the difficulties are flying. The woman sneered. On weekdays, they are like brothers. But now they are like passers-by. This is the hearts of people. By the way, Mrs. I saw General Guo leading Jin Wuwei on the way back to us. Guichang. Mrs. Chen's eyes narrowed. Guichang was not important. The important thing was that his uncle was the book of the house, which is Chen Heng's top boss. Logically speaking, the Minister of Revenue was the most suspected person in the embezzlement of disaster relief grain. But he was safe and sound, while Chen Yuan was thrown into jail instead. Family members know their own business. Her master has no corruption. So the most suspicious thing is the book of the Ministry of Households. More importantly, the people who copy the family are also relatives of the books of the Ministry of Households. As long as it is not a fool. You can see the shady in it. But what to do? When I was thinking, I saw a group of soldiers come in from the outside. Chapter 3 Empty Nothing. Girl, what are you doing? Watching Chen Shui moved away the vase in the hall. Mrs. Chen's face was puzzled. Their house is about to be confiscated. How can they afford these things? Chen Shui said, while taking the opportunity to put the vase into the space. Upon hearing this, Madame Chen's face suddenly flashed with a hint of cruelty. That's right. We can't let them get away with it. After speaking, she grabbed a vase next to her and smashed it on the ground. And only 100,000 vases were broken. Chen Shui was stunned for a moment, and then felt a sharp pain in her heart. I dropped my mother. I said that I can't be cheap to the enemy and can't let you smash it. Then, when she saw her mother still want to smash other vases, she ran over to stop. Mother, don't be excited. What's wrong? I mean, I can get these east Tibet, so that I will not be cheaper. Hidden? It's useless. Mrs. Chen sighed. You don't know those people. They have dug 3 feet of land. They can find them where they can be found. Don't. Chen Shui snatched the vase away with a painful look on her face. I have a way. Seeing this, Mrs. Chen was not stopped. And at this time, she also heard the return of the people, saying that Chen Fu was surrounded by officers and soldiers, and she could only run out. Chen Shui took the opportunity to take the vase away, and even the teapot and teacup on the table was taken away. Of course, the tables and chairs did not let go. If it weren't for the floor, she couldn't wait to dig all. These flooring was made of the top wood. After doing all this, she saw a man wearing a black armor stomach and a large knife on his waist poured in with a group of officers and soldiers. That man is Guichang. As soon as he came in, his opponent waved his hand. Go and get out of everyone and gather together. Soon, everyone was rushed to the front courtyard of the lobby and was surrounded by officers and soldiers. When Guichang saw this, he nodded with satisfaction, then took out the imperial decree, and couldn't wait to scratch his men according to the notice of the Chen family's family. Guichang asked his men to stare at Chen Shui and others, and took the lead in entering the hall. However, when he entered the living room of Chen Fu, he felt that he was not right. He always felt strange. But he couldn't say anything. He walked around in the hall before realizing it. When he copied his house before, he searched, and he would sit in the living room for a while, and then continue to search. Now, what about a chair? What about the table? The huge living room was empty and nothing. If he hadn't been here before, he confirmed that this is Chen Fu's living room. He suspected that he had copied his wrong house. Searches for me carefully. They must have put Dong to bed. Guichang patted the table and was a little angry. But he patted it. Almost fell to the ground. Go to the warehouse. He bought the people of Chen Mansion and secretly transported a lot of disaster relief grains into the warehouse. As long as the disaster relief food was found, Chen Yuan was dead. At that time, some time is slowly searching. Adult, Master Royal Sure is here. What? When Guichang heard his report, his face suddenly changed. And Yushur was not what he could offend. Although Yushur is not as good as his uncle, his status is higher than him, and he dare not offend him on his face. After all, Dr. Yushur has the right to monitor hundreds of officials. At that time, he will give the emperor a small report. And it is over. Thinking of this, he ran out quickly and saw an old man in official uniforms comforting Chen Shui and others. Rest assured that the old man knows that Zheng Yuan is a man. It is impossible to be corrupted. The old man will definitely find out the truth. After hearing the old man's assurance, Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. At least her father still had people supporting him. No wonder he was not beheaded but only exiled. It turned out that there was a group of people protecting him. It's just that you can only wrong you at present. Yusher also knows that exile is already the best ending. But he still feels guilty. After all, Qin Shui is only 17 or 8 years old. He is about his granddaughter. Why did Master Royal Sure come? Guichang rushed over to interrupt his words. Although he did not say it, the meaning was obvious. I had the order of the Emperor, and the Royal Sure had no right to stop it. Yusher heard his meaning, holding his fist in the sky. My official has sued the Holy, and the Holy Saint has agreed to the official supervision of General Guo to copy the family, and to find out whether Qin Yuan's family really hides the disaster relief food. That being the case, the Master Royal Sure can make a testimony. Guichang sneered in his heart. He came at the right time. If he had just found out that the relief grain was in Qin's house, he would still be targeted. However, there is a fair and strict royal history. When he sees the disaster relief food in the warehouse, the evidence of Qin Yuan's corruption case is conclusive. Master Yusher, please. With such a mood, Guichang had a smile on his face and walked towards the warehouse. He had already got the map of Qin Fu to know which warehouse existed in disaster relief food. Here it is. A group of people passed by the pavilion in the middle of the lake and were stunned, because there is no water in the lake, leaving only a layer of silt and some weeds. It seems to have been deserted for a long time. Guichang frowned, remembering that there should be a small lake here, and a lot of precious fish in the lake. Why is there nothing now? Not only was he confused, but the censor was also confused. The confused crowd continued to move forward and soon arrived at the warehouse. Guichang couldn't hide the smile on his face. You too. Go to open the warehouse, and let the Master Royal see how much food Qin Yuan has corrupted. Guichang randomly instructed 2 people to open the door, and then waited for the surprise to appear. However, there are no surprises, but scared. After the warehouse was opened, there was nothing in it, not to mention food, even if it was mouse shit. Oh, by the way, there were really a lot of mouse shit. Wrong. What about food? What about thousands of bags of food? How about such a big bag of grain? Where it goes? Guichang was full of doubts, and even looked around the door carefully, thinking that he had gone wrong. Then, he looked at one of his men next to him, and that man nodded, indicating that it was definitely here. At the same time, he was also aggressive. I remember that he was obviously hiding the food in this warehouse. After all, in order to reassure, he personally brought people to hide, and the bag of food was carried in. Obviously, he was piled up. He worked overtime for a few nights, and even stepped on a rat shit. Kiki. In short, he was 100% sure that disaster relief food was in this warehouse. Instead, what about now? Nothing at all. Can't you see a ghost? He remembered that there were disaster relief grains here last night, and he hadn't seen any carriages leave the Qin mansion all day, so it was obviously impossible for them to be sent away. His face was aggressive, and he even wondered if he worked overtime too late to stay up late and cause the old eyes to faint. When he wiped his eyes, he found that there was still nothing in them, and his face turned very ugly. It's messed up. Although it is not clear how the food disappears, he knows that Guichang will not let him go. Chapter 4. I was dumbfounded. This is the evidence you said? Yu Shifuki squinted. Why do I see the air only? What do you say? Could it be that General Guo's old eyes can't be fainted? If this is the case, the old man is a little suspected that he is not 50 years old, but 20 years old. Instead, General Guo is more than 50 people. Guichang was ugly, and when he heard the words of Yusher, his face was even darker, and he glared back at his bottom. He shrank his neck with grievances. He really didn't know where the food was going. It was always impossible to be eaten by the mouse for a night. There are a few warehouses, maybe hidden in other warehouses. The brain turned quickly, and he quickly found the steps. Maybe the Qin family found something wrong, and might move the food to other warehouses. Walk. Guichang suppressed his anger and continued to open the next blind box. Ah! Warehouse. Going down to the door of the other warehouse. The hand holding the door suddenly trembled. If the disaster relief food is not here, then, thinking of this, he opened the door of the warehouse first, exposed a gap, and looked at it with his eyes first. However, before he saw it clearly, he was kicked by Guichang, and then slammed the door away. The result is still empty. The huge warehouse is empty, which makes people doubt whether this is a warehouse and nothing. Squeak! 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 Several mice on the ground were startled by the door. It seemed to find the aggressive face of the people's face. And the mice suddenly felt the same. They also want to know. What about food? Where did their dinner go? Next, Guichang gritted his teeth, and his face was very ugly. He didn't believe it, and could not find disaster relief food. Chinfu is so big that it is impossible to transport it, which means that it is hidden inside. However, what greeted him was an empty warehouse. Next, how can it be empty? Do the Chin family not eat? Guichang's face was very ugly. Especially before. He vowed that disaster relief food must be in the Chin family warehouse. As a result, he didn't find a rice now. Oh! No. He found a rice. But he was snatched by the mouse. In short, the shadow of disaster relief food was not seen at all. This is obviously not normal. He arranged himself, and his men came in by himself. How could it disappear? Go. Call a next person. He waved his hand and asked another hand to find a Chin family, and intended to let him explain what the warehouse was going through intimidation. After a while, my men brought people. It turned out to be Chin Shui. I let you bring you a subordinate. Guichang glanced fiercely. What do you mean to bring the owner to Lao Tzu? How could she honestly explain where her East Tibet went? He was a little embarrassed. In fact, he didn't want to take it. He originally planned to bring people over. But there was no way. Chin Shui took a sip of a little brother and made him addicted to cough. In short, he brought people over. However, before Guichang asked, Chin Shui said, "Are you looking for something in the warehouse?" When Guichang heard the words, his eyes lighted up immediately. Where do you know? Unexpectedly, there were really people who were righteous. Guichang was happy, and at the same time sympathized with Qin Yuanqin. How did you give birth to such a daughter? Alas. However, he saw Qin Shualu's grievance expression. Our family is very poor, and there is nothing in the warehouse, because there is no money to buy food in our family. Guichang was dumbfounded. How can this be different from my imagination? Wait, are your family poor? Are you kidding? The three great officials in the Tang dynasty were poor, and they couldn't afford food. This was the most funny joke in the world. However, Guichang did not believe, but did not mean that others did not believe it. Upon hearing this, the censor immediately showed sympathy. I knew that a man as honest as Xing Yuan would be corrupt. I didn't expect that he is even more honest than I thought. Zheng Yuan, Qin Shui's father, Chen Yuan, when he thought that a third-rank official had no food in his warehouse. The censor felt sympathetic and heartbroken. No wonder his son said that Zheng Yuan never spent the sky outside, and he would not spend money on his hands, even eating outside, and often packed it back. Even many people joked and said that everyone had misunderstood. It turned out that Zheng Yuan was not stingy, but integrity and tightness in the family. However, the real reason is that Qin Yuan's money is in his wife's hands, so there is no money to spend the sky outside. As for eating and packing, it was because Qin Yuan felt that these foods were delicious. So I packed it back to eat with his wife. When you sure misunderstood Chen Yuan. Guichang's face became difficult to look. This was wrong. He obviously had successfully planted Chen Yuan. How could he see his name? Regardless of so many Qin Shui. I saw Royal Sure, and continue to be wronged. Adults. In fact, our family looks rich, but it is very difficult. If you don't believe adults, you can take a look. There are not a few valuable things in our family. And even the lake in the yard is dry, and there is no money to ask for treatment. When the censor heard this, he thought of the silt in the lake he had just seen, and suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he saw a deep pit. It turned out that there was no money to deal with it. Thinking about it this way, Yushir was even more distressed by Qin Yuan, and he didn't believe that he would be corrupted, and he made up his mind to help him prove innocence. Hee. Guichang sneered. It must be hidden by you. Go to other rooms to see. He just couldn't believe it. And he couldn't find any relief food even after searching the entire Qin mansion. As for Qin Shui's crying, when he came to Qin house not long ago, there were several thousands of vase antiques in the hall. And even not long ago, Qin Shui spent thousands of two in one breath for buying jewelry. This incident was heard from his cousin's mouth. The cousin also fancied the jewelry at the time, but it was a bit expensive. Who knew that Qin Shui had also fancy, and even didn't bargain. He bought it directly at a high price, which made his cousin bad. Therefore, Qin Shui's crying is simply farting. Fools will believe. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Yushir, And Yushur was unclear. Guichang retracted his eyes. Came to Qin Jiabao. Saw the lock on the top. The opponent said. Small. Although unable to find disaster relief food for the time being. As long as many gold and silver jewelry are found, they can reveal the poor hypocrisy facts of the Qin family in front of the royal history. In this way, Yushur was angry, knowing that he was deceived, and he might give up the case to the Qin family. And maybe he would even play with Qin Yuan. Snapped. With a sound, the padlock fell to the ground. Guichang kicked the door open and rushed into the treasure house. What about things? Guichang was dumbfounded again. There is not much to understand in the warehouse. But the Qin family's stores are not right without silver. Although the Qin family only has a few decades of foundation, it is impossible that there is not a penny in the family's warehouse. Chapter 5 Nothing. Look for it. Please find me. There must be a secret room here. Guichang looked at the warehouse and found it. He wanted to find out the agency, and believed that the silver was hidden in the secret room. Several men quickly groped around and wanted to find an organ. Knock on the wall. If it is empty, it means that there is a secret room. It makes sense. Guichang's eyes lighted up, and turned to exaggerate. Do it well. Wait for the back room. The general appreciates you. Before he could finish the rest of the words, Guichang was dumbfounded because the person who spoke just now was Qin Shui. She actually helped herself find the secret room of her treasure galaxy. Is it an illusion herself? Or did she be crazy in her mind? He didn't think about it, but knew that this method was fine. So he simply ignored it, and turned to find the secret room. I found it. Suddenly, Guichang exclaimed under his belly that it was the men who had arranged disaster relief food into the Qin family warehouse before. Where? Guichang heard the words, and ran over with joy. By his body. Qin Shui's heart jumped. She remembered that in the memory of the original owner, there was absolutely no secret room in the treasure house. How could they find it? Could it be? There are really. But the original owner does not know. Thinking of this, Qin Shui's face was a little bit good-looking, and she ran over quickly. I saw the palm of the heart spread out, and there was a white rice grain size on it. Pearls, obviously, fell to the ground, and Qin Shui didn't find it. Seeing this, Qin Shui was relieved and thought that he had found the secret room. It turned out that she was just a small pearl, and she was too lazy to pick it up. Roll. Guichang's face suddenly became dark. If there was no history, he couldn't wait to split his heart. Do you play here? The confidant was kicked. And he was wronged? General, don't you say that the treasure house is fine? I found it now. Roll. Guichang was so furious that he almost exploded because he was not doing his job seriously, and was even arguing. However, now that one of the pearls are found, although a small one, it also shows that there was something here. But it was moved away. Thinking of this, sneered. Continue search. Next to her, Qin Shui complained again. I've already said that our family is very poor. We are so poor that we can't even afford to eat. Guichang ignored her. But you sure believed it. He sighed and regretted it. Hey, I knew that Zheng Yuan was so honest. And the old man should not doubt him. Even if he desperately died, he would stop his majesty. Master Royal Sure. It's not too late now, Qin Shui said. As long as Master Royal Sure continues to investigate the truth. Ahem. Guichang coughed, interrupted their conversation, and then said, take her away, and send it to the front yard. Qin Shui took the lead. Wait. I can take you to other warehouses in our house. Hee hee. Guichang was trying to ridicule. Even without you, I knew where your warehouse was. But thought that the warehouse he knew was just surface. And he swallowed what he wanted to say. Why? He was curious. Why did Qin Shui do this? Shouldn't he stop blocking them? It's almost noon. Guichang was completely bewildered when he heard these inexplicable words. Putting justice above personal interests. What's the difference between this and what happened at noon? Qin Shui continued. Waiting for you to find the warehouse. Who knows how long it is to find? It is almost noon. You can finish searching early. I can have lunch early. Lunch? Guichang's mouth was pumped. And you still want to have lunch? Do you want to live? You can still live until tomorrow. And you want to eat? Hopeless. He shook his head and sympathized with Qin Yuan. But the only daughter in the family had a problem with her mind. Alas. Sure enough, when Qin Shui led the way, their efficiency was much higher. However, the opening of the warehouse is still empty, which makes Guichang doubt whether Qin Shui deliberately took them to the warehouse. etc. Guichang suddenly stopped and pointed at the room on both sides. What do these rooms do? My father and mother's room and other empty rooms. Qin Shui returned honestly. Let's go in and take a look. Guichang sneered. And he would not go to the treasure house. Maybe it was empty. Maybe hidden in their room. Even if you can't find gold and silver jewelry, other valuable things are okay. After all, it is easy to copy the home once. It is always impossible. Even the rooms they live in are empty. So too far. Guichang's eyes widened, staring at the room, watching only one table, a few stools, and a bedroom in the room. And he doubted his life. Is this a room? Is this a room where people live? What about the quilt? What about pillows? Whoever sleeps without pillows? Whoever sleeps only bedboard? Even ordinary people cannot be so outrageous. Zheng Yuan. This is really... The censor opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had been shocked, moved, sympathetic, and heartbroken several times. Seeing this scene now, I am still shocked. But I quickly accepted it. No wonder when the court was about to donate a disaster a few days ago, Zheng Yuan also took out 12,000. It turned out that the seller was justified. This is simply seeing that Qin Yuan would rather sleep on his own bed to raise money for disaster relief. The censor was deeply moved and wanted to rush to the palace right away and ask His Majesty to review the case. Hearing you sure to help himself explain. Qin Shui touched his nose. The reason was reasonable. Reasonable fart. At this time, Guichang yelled at the bottom of his heart. Is the Qin family sick? This is definitely not Qin Yuan's room. He opened the door of the house next to him, and found that the house next to him was cleaner than the house. There wasn't even a bed board inside. The empty room looked like it had just been built, and no one had moved in yet. Go. Let me open the door. Guichang was angry and greeted his men to open the door of all the rooms. He stood in the yard, and could see the situation of all rooms at a glance. It was found that all of them were empty. He doubted his life. Is this the Qin family? Did he go the wrong door and copy the wrong house? In fact, this is not the home of the three officials, but the beggar's home. No, there are at least a quilt in the beggar's home. He returned to the front yard angrily, and saw that his men had gathered together. He was immediately furious. What are you doing stupidly? Have you finished copying? I have finished copying. Guichang stunned. And then thought of what? A little joy. What about things? No. The crowd shook his head. The Qin family has nothing valuable. Right. Someone attached to the road. Even the chicken litter. There is only one chicken hair. Not even a chicken leg. Yeah. I have copied so many times, and found so poor for the first time. More than poor. This is just a new house. The Qin family just moved in. When you hear everyone, I said in a word. Guichang concluded that the 4 characters were found. By the way, it's not completely useless. There is also a vase fragment in the hall, as well as a rice grain pearl found in the confidant. Thinking of this, he felt anger rising in his chest. And then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Poof. Chapter 6. Preventing Future Trouble. Have you heard? Qin Fu has been copied. Really or false? Isn't Dashan Chen's minister waiter? How can it be? What's the big deal? Any high-ranking official could be guilty of this. I heard that Lord Chen was thrown into prison for embezzling disaster relief grain, and his entire family was exiled. Actually corrupted the disaster relief food. This was a sin that should be dead. But it was just exile. Some people are very angry. You know, in recent years, the weather is abnormal, showing the drought for 3 years. And then the heavy rain is rolling, causing the grain particles to be unacceptable and starving countless people. After finally raising disaster relief food, it was corrupted, causing more people to starve to death. How can such behaviors not make the people angry? As a result, everyone suddenly accused him of indignation. Do you know? When Qin Fu copied his family, my relatives were also there. It is said that a penny was not copied from Qin Fu. How can this be? Isn't it that the disaster relief food was hidden at home? Even if there is no relief grain, there are other food and silver in the home. Officials from the 3-1 product. There is no penny in the family. How can it be possible? Listening to the cousin of my second aunt's uncle's niece. When the court was donated, Master Chen donated 10,000. It is said that Master Chen became a seller and sold everything in the family. So, we are wrong with Chen. But why did the court still not let go of Chen? The people were talking about it. and some of the news was naturally spread by the censor in order to prove Chen Yuan. At the same time, he also wrote a letter to the emperor, reporting what he saw during the house search. The Golden Palace. The emperor, dressed in a dragon robe, was holding a memorial with a frown on his face. This was exactly what the censor had written. Little Plum, do you say this is true and false? Chen Yuan's family is really so difficult? If it wasn't for the fairness of the imperial history. He doubted the authenticity of the incident. Although so suspicion, regardless of whether Chen Yuan was greedy or not, the fact that he slept on a bed board, and the fact that there was not even a grain of rice in the pot at home, all sounded unbelievable. This, little Leo didn't know how to answer, so he just played dumb. Without answering, the emperor didn't care. The request of Dr. Yushur, he cared for, requested the review of the case. In fact, he knew that this matter involved the Minister of Revenue. But his second son, the second prince, was more involved behind the scenes. Besides, as emperor, Jinko Yuyan, how could it be modified easily? However, the situation at Chen Yuan's home was beyond his expectations. Never mind. He shook his head, looking at Dr. Yushur. Let Chen Yuan exile with his family. Normally exile is separated by men and women, and Chen Yuan will be sentenced for a while before being exiled. If a few years later, he has the ability, it is not possible to use it. Uncle! Guochang's face looked unhappy. He lowered his head and looked at the old man in front of him. The man in front of him was the Minister of Revenue, Chen Yuan's immediate superior. Waste. Incompetent bungler. The Ministry of Household still patted the table, and his face was irony. If the family found that Chen Fu really had disaster relief food, then Chen Yuan was not exiled, but beheaded. As soon as he died, the corruption case of disaster relief food ended. At that time, he is also a book of the Ministry of Households, and he can be free. But now, everything is messed up. I didn't expect that Chen Fu was so poor. No. Guochang shook his head. How could it disappear in Chen House? How could it disappear? What about the secret room? The Ministry of Households still knocked on the table. No. Guochang shook his head. I dug 3 feet, but I couldn't find it, and the secret room was empty. Thinking of this, he felt a stomach pain. He hadn't copied his home before, but he didn't want to be so aggrieved now. After copying it for a long time, I copied a loneliness. What about authentic? The Ministry of Household still said calmly. I also found that tunnel. Guochang also thought it was this. But the other side of the tunnel is on the half mountainside. There are no traces of a carriage. But we will continue to search. This is not important. The Ministry of Household book waved his hand. His eyes were murderous. Important. Chen Yuan must die. Guochang gritted his teeth and said, I understand. I will send my trusted men to infiltrate the exiled Yamen runners and have them secretly deal with Chen Yuan. Don't be lost this time. Don't let people catch the handle. Otherwise, the Ministry of Household still snorted. But Guochang understood his threat and immediately shivered. Dr. Yushur. A group of people gathered together. And Dr. Yushur was still telling the people at the time of Chen House. You don't know? Zheng Yuan not only sleeps on his own bed, but even Shishua's girl. The bedboard. Even if you don't understand herself, you must be considerate of your own girl. Hey, I didn't expect that Zheng Yuan was so clean and honest. It was my mistakes. I shouldn't hesitate and let him be guilty. When everyone heard Dr. Yushur, the picture of Chen Yuan's bedboard appeared in his mind, and he was distressed and guilty. When they heard Chen Yuan's corruption, they did not strengthen their attitudes. Although they believed that Chen Yuan would not do this, they knew that they knew and knew that they were unknown. So they were skeptical. And as many people have appeared, they are even hesitant. And most importantly, this matter involves too many people. His Majesty is very angry and furious. He looks like he wants to punish severely, as if whoever opens his mouth will be held jointly responsible. However, after all, conscience is better than everything. They feel that things cannot be easily concluded and ask the 3 divisions to review. However, I did not expect that His Majesty made the conclusion directly and beheaded the public to calm the anger. Everyone struggled according to reason, and finally had an exile. Now, after hearing the narrative of Dr. Yushur, they suddenly felt wronged with a good person. So they wrote the book. But they were beaten back. But the result was that the Chen Yuan family was exiled directly without being tortured by ink. This reluctantly gave Chen Yuan a decentness. Although they were unwilling, They also knew that this was the best outcome. After all, overturning the verdict would mean that His Majesty was wrong, which was impossible. Let's try our best to help in other ways. The imperial censor sighed. I have a classmate in Linsheng to be a county magistrate. When Jing Yuan and his party pass by, he can take care of him. Let me have a little bit. At least let the Zhengyuan family try to suffer less on the road of exile. Everyone. You say a word. How can I help with a word? Of course. Everyone also decided to send some silver too to Zhengyuan. After all, when the Qin family's property was searched, not a single penny was found. And this news had spread throughout the Dayue kingdom. Everyone knows that there is no text. And Qin, who is in a difficult family. Chapter 7, Penniless. After Qin Yuan came out of the cell, he watched his friends running to send money one by one, and patted his shoulders. He said that he should tell them earlier that he should have known the tuition in the family. They could also help the village. Hearing these words, Qin Yuan's face was aggressive. He doesn't know what these people mean. What is he and his family? And he seems to be a lack of money? Well, although the money is in the hands of his wife, but his wife's money is not his money. Although it is inexplicable, it is not necessary to be punished. And it is still a happy event with his wife and daughter. At this time, Qin Shui was in the space. Her space was tens of thousands of square meters. And all kinds of materials were sorted out by her different categories. Even the chickens, ducks and geese were enclosed by fences to prevent them from running around. Her space actually has another function, which is an exchange system. As long as you have money, you can exchange anything, from small items like toothpicks and paper towels to large items like refrigerators, color TVs, and washing machines. In addition to the real objects, there are some virtual items. In short, as long as you can't think of it, there is no exchanges. The currencies that can be exchanged, in addition to gold, silver, and jewelry, also include things that have not been collected by the space system. For example, newly emerging species, plant herbs, etc. These things can be recycled by space and then distributed to recycling points. Qin Shui even picked up a few weeds and tried it, and all got a few recycling points, making her eyes shine. And she seemed to find a bug. But think about it. The space is the earth of her past life. And this is a different world. Nothing here has been collected by space. For space, it is simply a geographical discovery. And for Qin Shui, it was also a big profit, because it uses gold and silver jewelry to exchange items. It will always be used up. But collecting various new things is different, which is equivalent to empty glove white wolves. The exchange system does not care first. Qin Shui first sprinkled some vegetable seeds of rice, and then poured water. The growth cycle of vegetables and fruits in space is fast, which may also be because the speed of time flows differently from outside. In short, some vegetables that can be mature in a month mature in a few days. Therefore, the road to exile is at least 1 year. If you only eat these vegetables and fruits, you will always finish eating. Fortunately, she found a lot of seeds in the warehouse, so she simply planted it, and only waited for the harvest. After doing all this, she counted the supplies. Well, actually she had already counted them before. But seeing so many things in her hands, she still wanted to count them so that she could feel happy. Calling the supplies does not spend much time. And there are actually not many things. There were 5,000 kilograms of grain, of which the enemy contributed thousands of bags of grain. She even wanted to make a banner to give to the enemy. The flour is 1,000 pounds. Unfortunately, the enemy does not work hard. It only gives rice grains, and does not send flour. It may be too expensive to send flour. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn and other coarse grains all add up to about 1,000 kilograms, of which Qin Shui has already planted a part. In a few months, maybe she will be able to harvest several thousand kilograms again. In addition, vegetables, all kinds of fresh vegetables are purchased in the morning, and they are prepared for lunch and dinner. There are more than 600 pounds. There are also a lot of fruits, almost 100 pounds. Mainly some are not easy to rot, such as apples, grapefruit, oranges, and some just bought grapes, oranges, watermelon, and so on. The other is oil and salt sauce vinegar. Although there are not many of these, it is enough for her to use it for a few years. There is no need to say more about gold and silver jewelry. There are 20 boxes of gold, 30 boxes of silver, and more than a dozen boxes of jewelry. In addition, there were calligraphy and paintings, books, vases, antiques and the like. which totaled 20 boxes. There was still some that had not been packed, and they were all things she had confiscated from various corners of the mansion. For example, the vases and flower pots filled with flowers in the yard. In short, anyway, Chen's household property is on her. It can be said that in the Exile team, she dares to say that she is the richest man and did not dare to oppose it. If she couldn't take everything out. Otherwise the road of Exile would be turned into a tourist road. After counting the supplies, she came to the lake in the space and fed the koi inside. A little frog beside the lake screamed with aggressive face. And it didn't understand. Why did it change at home as soon as they woke up? It's impossible that those humans had also ransacked its home. Master, are you okay? The exclamation beside her awakened Chen Shui. She looked up and saw a middle-aged man wearing a prison uniform. A tired face with the shackles. It is the father of the original owner, Chen Yuan. After the husband and wife met, they cried together and complained each other. Then, Father Chen came to Chen Shui with a guilty look on his face. Xiaoxue, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Originally, Xiaoxue should be a ladylike lady like Miss Qianjin, enjoying it, and then looking for a good family to marry. But now, he follows him to the south who does not shit. Moreover, the road of Exile is hard and cruel. And if you care about it, you will die. Most people die on the road before they reach their destination. Thinking of her daughter's upcoming suffering, Qin Yuan was guilty. Oh, ma'am, please keep the silver so they won't rob you. Qin Yuan knew the hardships of Exile and the evil deeds of the Yamen runners. So he took out all the silver given by his friends and gave it to Mrs. Qin. Qin Shui, who was standing next to him, had sharp eyes. Seeing this, she quickly leaned over and said, Dad, how about I help you hide it? Don't worry. They won't be able to find it. That's fine. Qin Yuan always responded to his daughter's requests. No matter who he gave the gift to, he would hide it, including his daughter. Mother Qin told her how to hide money. But who knows that after Qin Shui got the money, she hid it in a blink of an eye. She didn't find her place to hide money. She was suddenly relieved. Her daughter had a chance to hide money than herself. At this time, the prison guards had already handed over the items to the Yamen runners, who then walked up to Qin's father and asked him to hand over the extra things on him. It is actually an extra thing, which actually implies that he knows the money. Although it is hard to follow the Exile team, many people are rushing to do it because they can make money. Basically, those who were exiled were all officials. Simply put, none of them were poor. Every time they escorted an exile team, they could make a lot of money. Unfortunately, they lost their calculations this time. Qin Shui cried pitifully beside him. Don't you know that our Qin family is so poor that we can't even afford to eat? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the team immediately thought of the previous rumors and quickly agreed. That's right. That's right. Everyone knows that Master Qin is penniless and his family is in financial difficulty. Father Qin. Qin Yuan's face was aggressive, full of heads. Who am I? And where am I? Although he did not have a single penny on him and could be considered penniless, his family was not poor at all. He drinks dozens of taels of fine tea every day, and his meals consist of 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, plus afternoon tea. Chapter 8 Cruelty. Those sectaries looked at each other. They hadn't heard of this rumor, but some didn't believe it. So a Yamen runner took advantage of Qin's father's daze to touch his pocket, then turned around and shook his head to his companion. Really penniless. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Thinking of this, the Yamen runner couldn't help but look at Qin's father with sympathy. Although he was just a small Yamen runner, he had at least dozens of taels of silver in his pocket, and he could visit Yuan from time to time. However, Qin Yuan was a third-rank official, but he was penniless, so it is hard not to feel sympathy for him. Receiving the sympathetic gaze from the Yamen runners, Qin's father felt mixed emotions and wanted to explain loudly. My family is really not poor. He couldn't understand where the rumor came from, and he was closed for a few days. How could he feel that the world changed? However, he turned to look at his daughter. It seemed that she had just said that their family was poor, so he was a little confused. Qin Shui had long thought about the reason. Simply put, the usher was there at that time, so she cried in the trend, so as to prove that Qin Yuan had no corruption. And then Yusher believed in words and other words. Qin Yuan was suddenly stunned. Compared with other family members, their Qin family developed in his father at that time. It only had a heritage of more than 10 years. For the family, it was indeed poor. However, he also knew that it was almost impossible to overturn the verdict. After they had dealt with it perfunctorily, they heard the voice of the yamen runner. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get on with your journey." Snapped. When the words were falling, everyone heard the sound of the whip. There are hundreds of Exile teams. The corruption case involves not only his Qin family, but also other officials. However, most of the servants had already been bought off, and only a few were exiled with them. Moreover, others are not as decent as the Qin Shui family. Most of them are whipped, and then they are punished. Therefore, many people are supported by their families. Some people could not bear the flogging and died suddenly. It was a relief for them, as they no longer had the chance to experience exile again. But no matter what, everyone is handcuffed and walks hard. Even the Qin Shui family is no exception. However, Qin Shuisai does not want to eat this bitter. After all, these shackles are worn on her body. As walking continues to rub, it is easy to make her arms and ankles confused. Moreover, it is very easy to get infected after being injured, especially in ancient times when there was no penicillin. Once infected, there is no cure. Therefore, Qin Shui had to spend 100 taels of silver to exchange for weak water in the space. It was not the weak water in the legend, but just had the same name. This bottle of weak water, as long as it drops a drop of objects, it can make it light as fur, which is very suitable for her shackles in front of her. Of course, she did not forget to give her parents. After all, there were more things to take out in the future. It will be exposed sooner or later. It is better to find a good reason to tell them. And he is in a different world. Or is the road of exile. Only parents can reliable and protect themselves. The excuse she was looking for was given to her by a high man. She told Qin Mu before that the things in Qin House were hidden by the experts. And she also worshipped the expert as a teacher. These were given by her. The ancients were more superstitious and easily believed that those mysterious things. Although they felt that their daughter's worship was as powerful as a fairy, they soon accepted. "I'll just forget it." Father Qin shook his head. "For a long time, everyone will find that we are not injured by shackles. It is easy to doubt that you are a woman. No one dares to see if your wrist is really injured. But I am different." Therefore, he would rather suffer from suffering and cover his wife and daughter. They did not need to be guilty. Qin Shui has actually considered this long ago. After all, she has to take out food and other things in the future. At that time, she will be exposed. However, it is thought that the eyeliners of all parties are still low-key. After thinking about it, she cut a few cloths from the space and asked her father to tie her wrist and ankle. These two places were rubbed, so that she could avoid causing injuries as much as possible. The road of exile must be guaranteed to reach the destination. Then, she turned to look at Xiao Dai who had been quiet and not talking. She had a lot of words like a dumb point now. However, considering that she was only 16 years old and her home was suddenly confiscated and she was exiled, it was normal for her to find it hard to accept. Xiao Dai grew up with the original owner as a sister. Even if she left her before copying her, she was unwilling. Instead, she had to exile with her. How could she treat her such a loyal little girl? As a result, Qin Shui also helped her handcuffs dripping a drop of weak water. Xiao Dai was very surprised. But it was very clever and didn't ask much. Snapped. "Go fast." "What do you do?" Suddenly, Father Qin had a whip on his back, and the whole person, stunned, almost fell to the ground. When Qin Shui turned angrily, he saw one of the maidage, who wanted to extort them just now. He heard them chat before, as if called Zhao Guang. At this time, he looked fiercely, staring fiercely at them, holding a whip in his hand, and seemed to want to do it. "I'm leaving now." "Leaving now?" Father Qin hurriedly guarded his wife and daughter, and kept up with the team, although they did not lose behind. Qin father knew that Yin Wang was so troubled, and the little ghost was difficult to entangle. Watching the Qin family mixed into the team, Xiao Guang's face sank. He was Guochang's person. This time, he received the task, and had to kill Qin Yuan as soon as possible. Therefore, he found a chance to anger Qin Yuan, and force him to do it so that he had an excuse to pull the knife. As the responsible exile, he was able to kill Qin Yuan in justification when the prisoner was Riking, and he could kill Qin Yuan and complete the task. However, Qin Yuan had tolerate, which made Zhao Guang's face ugly. Now he hasn't left the scope of the capital, so he dare not do his best. But he was urged on it. Thinking of this, he touched the poison in his arms, sneered in his heart, and wanted to let a person die. It is still in the capital, so that the maidage dare not be too arrogant. After a period of time, they will intensify. So we should try to be low-key as possible and don't provoke them. When Chen's heartache suffered the injuries on his husband's back, Chen's father waved his hand and expressed his unwillingness, but reminded them. Chen Shui nodded, expressed understanding, and followed everyone to continue. The shackles on her body became lighter, just like a bubble, so she couldn't feel the weight at all, and it was very easy to walk. But it was different for the other people in the team. They had never suffered such hardship before, and coupled with the whipping, some of them fell to the ground after a while. Seeing this, not only did not understand this, they wielded their whip and threw them on them, letting them get up quickly. When Chen Shui saw this scene, her eyes narrowed. It can be said that she first saw the cruelty of ancient times. Some things in the previous life are not used in this world. If you want to survive in this world, you must adapt to this world. However, before that, she had to quench her thirst. Mother, I can wipe you sweat. As Chen Shui spoke, she pretended to wipe the sweat off Chen's mother's face. But in fact she fed her mother a few green grapes. Mother Chen was indeed her mother, and she responded quickly. When she found that when Chen Shui was stuffing in her mouth, she did not doubt others, but instantly opened her mouth, feeling the sweetness in her mouth. Chen Mu was puzzled at the bottom of her heart. And she was grapes. Not to mention, it's very sweet. As for Chen's father, Chen Shui did not feed him, but instead stuffed the grapes into his hands and asked him to find a chance to eat it himself. And then he walked and watched the grapes. Oh, by the way, I also forget the existence of Xiao Dai. After all, I do't know why. Her sense of existence is so low, and I do't know if I do't speak. After feeding Xiao Dai a few grapes, she started to eat the grapes as she walked. She also planted grapes in the space, but it would take some time to harvest them. The current stock was enough for her to eat for several days, if she cracked the grapes like cracking melon seeds. Chapter 9. Give me a pillow when I doze off. During the break, Chen Shui's family sat under the shade of a tree. Although they were curious about where Xiaoxiu had got the fruits from, Chen's father and his father did not ask, and even thought that it must be the work of her mysterious master. Chen Shui did not explain. And when everyone was resting and their attention was not here, she came to Chen's mother and handed her a box of things. Mom, put this on to protect you from the sun. Without Chen Shui saying anything, Chen's mother saw the box of Jade Girl Peach Blossom Powder in her hand. This was the most popular product at the time. She had several boxes in her room, and she regretted not using them up when her house was searched. She didn't expect Xiaoxiu could actually take it out from Path of Exile. She didn't ask any more questions, but started applying it when no one was paying attention. Today, the sun is hot. If you do't prepare, you will be sunburned sooner or later. And she will apply it when she goes out. First it was fruit snacks, and then sunscreen. Chen's mother even suspected that she was not being exiled, but was going on a trip, especially since the shackles on her body didn't feel heavy. She didn't feel the pain of exile at all. No, but she was so sorrowful, making her frightened. Some guilty conscience, fear of being suspected. So she had to pretend to be hard. Then Chen's mother handed the sunscreen to Xiao Dai and asked her to apply some to avoid sunburn. On the other hand, Chen Shui has already started to pull weeds everywhere, trying to get the wool of the space exchange system. It's a pity that after each item in the space is recycled twice, there will be no more redemption points, which put her off the idea of making money. Well, it's pitiful. The Chen family is really just like the rumors say. They are so poor that they can barely make ends meet. The people who were resting took this opportunity to eat. Although many of them did not hold as high official positions as Chen Yuan, they definitely had more money at home than him. After all, Chen Yuan was the only one present who was wrongly accused. The others were really exiled because they embezzled disaster relief grain. So, even though their property was confiscated, they still had a lot of silver in their hands because they had many burrows. Although some of the money was taken away by the Yamen runners, they still had a lot on them. And they also bought a lot of things they needed for the journey. Therefore, when they were eating, they saw that Chen Shui was pulling grass, and suddenly showed sympathy. It is said that the country folk would pick wild grasses and vegetables to eat. So when they saw Chen Shui's behavior, they thought that they were going to eat them. So everyone thought of the rumor of the Chen family. Although they did not know the Chen family, they all knew that Chen Yuan was not as corrupt as they were. So he was definitely not as rich as they were. But they did not expect that he was actually that poor. Those women were originally blaming the Chen family for getting them into trouble. Otherwise their family would not have been implicated and exiled. But when he saw that the daughters of the Chen family and his own family, who were of the same age, were so hungry that they could only pick wild grass to eat, he immediately showed sympathy, and the resentment in his heart was reduced a lot. The Yamen runners also saw this scene and looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew that the Chen family was poor, but they didn't expect them to be so poor. They had been working as Yamen runners for so many years and had seen all kinds of people. But this was the first time they had seen such a poor family. Chen Shui didn't know what everyone was thinking. She was enjoying pulling out the weeds. She pulled out all the plants she could see and sent them into the space to exchange for points. Even the snail ants on the ground are not let go. After she had rubbed everything around her, she returned to her parents. Father Chen didn't pay much attention to her weeding behavior, thinking she was just curious. After all, I had always stayed in my boudoir before and had never suffered such torture. I go to the maidage to buy something. Father Chen stood up, but the injury on his back was affected and he couldn't help but gasp. Speaking of which, after their family was ransacked, they were exiled, so they had no chance to prepare anything for exile. It was Qin Yuan's friends who gave him a lot of silver, but did not buy him something on the way. Maybe it's because they are all male chauvinists and can't think of these details. Or maybe it's because they have never experienced exile. Anyway, when Father Chen saw other people carrying large and small bags, he realized that something big had happened. Their family had no preparations, not even food. Master, be careful. Beside him, Chen's mother and Xiao Dai hurriedly supported him. Only then did Chen Shui remember that her father had an injury on his back. Dad, this is the recovery ointment. Chen Shui took out the ointment she exchanged from the space and applied it on the wound. The wound would recover within a few hours, and the effect was very good. Chen's mother didn't ask any questions and started applying the medicine on him after taking it. As for food, Dad, Mom, I have a solution. I know. Father Chen nodded, stopping her from saying anything. He looked at the servant standing on guard beside him and whispered, although I don't know what your method is, I can only use it in secret. Not only do we need food, these people also need. Although some servants were sent away during this exile, some were bribed by the government, and some loyal people were exiled with them. However, when the three of them were talking, they took the initiative to keep their distance and stand guard around them, helping them to be alert and prevent others from eavesdropping. Qin Shui had just traveled through time and was not yet accustomed to the life of a servant, so she was not familiar with the servants other than Xiao Dai and often forgot their existence. After hearing what Chen's father said, she didn't say much. After all, what Chen's father said made sense. She couldn't possibly conjure up a lot of food out of thin air. It would be okay for her own family, but who knows if those servants would keep their mouths shut. After Chen's mother helped him apply the ointment, Chen's father stood up and planned to find the Yamen runner to buy some food. However, he felt his body and found that he had no money, so he had to look to his wife. However, at this moment, the servant suddenly reminded them that the bailiff was coming, so they looked up. I saw a seemingly loyal man holding a big burden, and the burden was very large. It seemed to be packaged by several baggage. Before listening to them to chat, remember that this person was called Su Yuan. Su Yuan came to them, put the bag on the ground, and then bowed and said, Master Chen. Qin Yuan waved his hand. That's all in the past. I'm no longer Mr. Chen. I don't know what you want me to do. Master Chen, you are joking. I know that Master Chen was wrongly accused and will be reinstated sooner or later. Besides, I admire Master Chen very much. He had also heard the rumors that Lord Chen was penniless and his family was in financial difficulty. However, Lord Chen was a third-rank official, yet he was honest and upright. How could he not admire him? Besides, Lord Shui, Lord Fan and the others have all told me to take good care of Lord Chen. Qin Yuan knew that Lord Shui was the Lord Censor. Lord Fan was also his good friend. When he was exiled, he gave him a lot of silver. Oh, this is what the others prepared for Master Chen on the journey. Since it's too heavy, we put it on the carriage to prevent Master Chen from getting tired. The man named Su Yuan seemed to be in a good mood and pointed at the bundle on the ground. He also saw Chen Shui picking weeds to eat, and he felt sorry for everyone in the Chen family. He thought of the things that the adults had asked him to do before, and hurriedly sent them over. When Chen Shui and the others saw this, they immediately showed delighted expressions. It was really like giving someone a pillow just when they were dozing off. Chapter 10. Chen's father flattered him and offered him some silver. Although he refused, he was still persuaded by Chen's father. After all, it was rare to find a Yamen runner who was easy to talk to. So he had to make friends with him. After Su Yuan left, several people gathered around the big bag to study it. After unpacking it, they found a lot of things in it, including pots, pans, grains, rice, flour, etc. Of course, there are also a lot of dry food and pancakes. In fact, the Yamen runners would not care at all about the prisoners cooking at home during exile, because the prisoners cooked their own food and the Yamen runners would find opportunities to eat and drink for free. Moreover, if the prisoners find their own ingredients to cook, they can save a lot of food. After all, in order to prevent the prisoners from starving to death, the court will also arrange meals for them during exile. Although there were only steamed buns, coarse grains, and pancakes, there were still several horse-drawn carriages. If the prisoners did not want to eat them, the Yamen runners could secretly take them out and sell them, and the money could be divided among themselves. So, they don't care about the prisoners cooking for themselves. After checking, Chen's father found that apart from one bundle containing the basic necessities of life, the other bundles contain buns, baked cakes, and even dried fruits. The most important thing is that there are dried meat. And even though they are all pancakes, they are made of fine flour, have different tastes, and come with a variety of fillings. Without Chen Yuan's instructions, the servants had already taken up the pots and pans, lit a fire and cooked. The steamed buns and biscuits were already cold and had to be eaten with hot soup. Of course, it is also because there are so many of them that this amount of food is not enough for so many people to eat several meals. So they can only save it. After all, the road of exile is very long. The owners can eat buns, but they can only drink more hot soup with their stomachs. Fortunately, Chen's father was not a harsh person. He asked the servants to cook some rice porridge to fill his stomach so that he would not starve to death. Qin Shui did not help the servants cook. Instead, she sat in a circle with Xiao Dai and Chen's mother and ate cakes secretly. After all, the buns and biscuits were too hard for them to eat. So in order not to force herself, Qin Shui began to move things from the space. Anyway, they were standing in a circle, and everyone saw the bailiffs bringing them food. But they didn't know what it was. So even if they were seen eating, they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Girl, eat first. Seeing the pastries wrapped in a handkerchief, Xiao Dai did not eat them. Instead, she planned to wait for Qin Shui to eat first, so that the girl would not be hungry after she ate. Don't worry. There are plenty. Qin Shui was touched when she saw her thoughtful expression and touched her head with her little hand. Then, as if she had performed a magic trick, she took out a few more cakes from behind her back. Not only that, she also took out grapes and other fruits. If a barbecue rack is placed, it is like an outing. By the time the servants prepared the meal and asked them to eat, the three of them were already full. However, they did not say so. They still pretended that they had not eaten anything, and each of them took a bun as a meal. Father Chen was wondering why the three of them were so in tacit agreement to only eat one bun. Just as he was about to ask, his daughter gave him a look, and he thought of her magical method. So he said no more. After he had eaten his fill, he asked his servants to eat the remaining rice porridge and buns. Dang dang dang. At this time, the Yamen runners were already beating gongs and drums, meaning that they were ready to set off. So everyone quickly packed up their things and prepared to continue on their journey. No! Father Chen suddenly frowned. If we walk like this, we won't be able to finish the thousands of miles before we collapse. It doesn't matter if he is tired, but his wife and daughter must not be exhausted. So he must find a carriage. No, a horse carriage definitely won't work. A donkey cart will do. Thinking of this, he discussed it with his wife and daughter. Qin Shui nodded, as she had had this idea a long time ago. Dad, take this money. You will definitely need it to do things. Father Chen took the silver, and then found the Yamen runner Su Tian. After talking to him for a few words, he slapped his head. It was my mistake. How could I have forgotten this? Don't worry, Master Chen. Leave it to me. They were still in the capital, and there were people everywhere. There happened to be a village nearby. So Su Tian spent money to buy an old carriage. The Chen family didn't expect Su Tian to be so efficient, and he actually got a carriage, which made them very happy, as they finally didn't have to walk. Although they walked for less than 2 hours, they felt a century. When Zhao Guang saw Su Tian getting a carriage for the Chen family, he suddenly became anxious. He was still thinking that the Qin family would not be able to bear the torture and die of exhaustion. How could he achieve his goal with a carriage? Su Tian. What are you doing? Don't you know? Do these people prisoners? Who asked them to take a carriage? Su Tian was already entrusted by several adults to take good care of Lord Chen. And he also admired Lord Chen very much. So when he heard Zhao Guang's words, he responded without hesitation. What's wrong with prisoners? Who said that prisoners can't ride in carriages? Who made that rule? Didn't you arrange carriages for prisoners before? Why? You can do it. But I can't. You? Zhao Guang's face looked very ugly. He had indeed done this before. After all, it was the order from his superiors. And mainly because the money was too much. What are you arguing about? What are you arguing about? At this time, the captain of the Yamen runners came over. And Zhao Guang hurried over to complain. The captain looked at Su Tian and then at Chen Yuan. Then turned and left. Keep on going. If you delay, you will lose a few lives. Obviously, he did not express any opinions on the Qin family's carriage. After all, they hadn't done anything wrong. And there weren't any rules about it. Besides, although some people from higher up asked them to trip up Chen Yuan, several other officials also sent him letters asking him to take care of Chen Yuan. On the one hand, you want him to trip you up. And on the other hand, you want him to take care of you. What can he do? I can't afford to offend both sides. So I can only take the money, turn a blind eye and do nothing. Anyway, outsiders have no way of knowing what happened in Path of Exile. Seeing that the captain didn't care, Zhao Guang's face turned black, and he left angrily. Then, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. It seems that I have to do it myself. Chen Shui and others ignored Zhao Guang, who was leaving, and came to Su Tian to express their gratitude. Being praised by Lord Chen and being repeatedly called little brother by his daughter, he was praised to the sky and felt very elated. Seeing this, the other prisoners came to Su Tian and asked him to help find a carriage, as they had no shortage of money. Hee. Su Tian sneered and said, Sorry, I'm not short of money. Seeing Su Tian waving his sleeves and leaving, everyone looked at each other, confused as to why he would only help Chen Yuan, and was unwilling to help even if they and others paid him. Could it be because you gave money? In desperation, they could only find other officers for help. Chapter 11. This is not exile. This is tourism. Chen Shui got on the carriage with her maid and her mother. As for Chen's father, he did not come in but sat outside driving the carriage. Except for another servant who could drive the carriage. Everyone else followed the carriage and guarded it. After entering the carriage, Chen Shui collapsed on it. It's still more comfortable to ride in a carriage. You? Mother Chen shook her head and wanted to say something. But she sighed instead, thinking about how she had never suffered hardship since she was a child, and had always gone out in a horse-drawn carriage. Even she felt some back and leg pain after walking for only 2 hours. Okay. Now that no one can see. Stop being sneaky. Chen Shui suddenly climbed up, opened the small table in the middle of the carriage, and pretended to get something from the table. After a while, she took out a small stove, a teapot and some teacups. In addition, there were fruits and pastries. In the blink of an eye, the empty little table was filled with snacks. Both Chen's mother and Xiao Dai were dumbfounded. Xiaoxue. You are? Oh, that's the secret of the sleeve that my master taught me. I see. Mother Chen suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Xiaoxue could easily create so many things. Not only did she soon accept this statement, but she was also happy. Originally, Xiaoxue and them suffered and suffered. However, they did not expect that they had a coincidence that they worshipped a fairy division. Come in too. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother lifted the curtain and pulled Chen's father outside. And Chen's father quickly came in. As soon as he came in, he saw the small table in the middle of the carriage filled with food. And each person even held a cup of tea. He was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. You? He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He looked down at the shackles on his body and realized that he was still in exile. He was not dreaming. How do you feel that you are only exiled? And everyone else is traveling? Good job. Hot tea, pastry, carriage. You can see these things on the road of exile. It is like dreaming. When he was still a waiter at the household, he was like this with his classmates. Now, on the road of exile, I actually have a sense of déjà vu of an outing. What the H.L. When Mother Chen saw him was stunned. He stepped forward and pinched his arm, pulled him back, and said Chen Shui's explanation. This matter must be kept secret, Father Chen said with a serious face. Except when no one is. Try to be as low-key at other times. If it is known that his daughter can spell, the whole big moon will be crazy. And the emperor will definitely catch their family back to Beijing. Not to mention that if others know, they will definitely want to get this means. Yes. Mother Chen nodded. And then looked at the girl ring next to Chen Shui. Chen's mother looks kind. But when she gets angry, she is still very scary. Everyone in the Chen family is afraid of her in their hearts. The reason why she did not stop Xu at pulling the Yahuan was because she was now in the Exile team. But none of her peers communicated. But letting go does not mean anything. So she must knock on the Yahuan. Xiao Dai heard the words. And quickly kneeling and showing his heart. The slave understands that even if it is dead, I will not leak a little about the lady. Okay. Mother. Don't worry. In fact, there are all kinds of things in her space that can be exchanged. So don't worry about exposure. For example, the simplest hypnosis. Even if you see that she can change things out of thin air, but only by being hypnotized by her, then everyone will feel that she has seen it before and will not care. This is the easiest way. And there are other means, which will not be listed one by one. Several people ate, drink and chat in the carriage. And compared with the group of embarrassing prisoners outside, they seem to have 2 paintings. Damn. Why do they have a carriage? We only have a donkey car. Next to him, the family was sitting on the donkey cart, watching the carriage not far away, and was jealous. They looked for Su Tian to help. But Su Tian ignored them, and could only find other offices for help. But it took more than 100 or 2. But it was a tattered donkey cart. Not to mention the bumpy donkey cart. There is still a smell on it. I don't know if it was the donkey dung or the cow dung. In short, as long as you sit on it, you can smell a smell from time to time. Even if you get out of the car, there is still a smell on his body, which makes people who have never been smelled to spit out the meals of last night. They felt extremely jealous when they thought about how their donkey carts were smelly, hard, and drafty, and that the Qin family's horse-drawn carriage next to them was old but much more upscale than theirs. Blame you. You see, you are all the servants of the Ministry of Households. Although they are poor, their face is still there. What about you? What are you using? The woman next to her pointed at her man and yelled. In the past, they had a good relationship with the Qin family. After all, their men were households, so they often chanted. In fact, she had been to the Qin family several times. At that time, the Qin family couldn't see any poor at all. But when she thought of hearing these rumors, she felt that before. The Qin family had a swollen face and a fat man. She deliberately let her see that their Qin family was actually the endless side. Because of this, she is even more angry. In normal times, she will compare. After all, although she is also a waiter, Qin Yuan's official position is greater than her man. So she is not convinced. Now that everyone is exiled, there are no official positions, and they are all online. But who knows that although the Qin family is poor, they have a big face and easily let go of a carriage. And they have only one donkey cart. Shan Yichuan, I really look blind, looking at someone like you. I have worked hard for you to have a son. The more the woman wanted to be more sad, she couldn't help crying loudly. Zhang Yichuan next to her was originally smoked by the smell on the donkey cart. Now I heard my mother-in-law splash, and I was angry. Enough? What does crying look like? Isn't it embarrassing? Shame? The woman looked up and mocked. Zhang Yichuan was speechless. Yes, now that he was not as prestigious as before. Mother, look at him. Even if he doesn't understand himself, he must be considerate of our prestige. How old he is, he will be suffered this kind of sin. But he is the only seedling of our Zhang family. The woman turned to look at an old woman next to her, couldn't help crying, and pinched a little fat peer next to her. The little fat boy couldn't help crying out loud. The old woman felt distressed when she saw this and looked at Zhang Yichuan quickly. Quan, now our family is here, all of which are caused by you. Our wire was originally infinitely promising, but we have to follow you. Although the old woman did not scold him. A bunch of words of thinking made Zhang Yichuan's scalp numb. Go talk to the Qin family. They don't have money. Right? We do. The old woman finally got to the point. Why don't we give them money and buy their carriage? Why would they sell it? Zhang Yichuan shook his head. He knew Qin Yuan's character very well. How could he bear to let his wife and children suffer? Why don't they sell it? Isn't they no money? We gave them a donkey car. They made a white donkey cart. And made money again. So the fool would not agree. If you don't try to know, or say, you want to be tired of me. No one cares about you. Oh, I did not expect that I gave birth to a white-eyed wolf. Zhang Yichuan saw that his old lady was about to splash. And his scalp was numb. Wing. I'll try. Chapter 12. Hearing the servant say someone was looking for them, the Chen family became curious and got out of the carriage. But they didn't see anyone. People did not see it. But they saw a burden. According to the next person, it was sent by the maidage. Chen Shui and others looked at each other and thought of Su Tian, although he was curious why he hadn't come. But think about it. People have to stare at the Exile team. How can there be time to stay on them? When they opened the baggage, they saw that there were food, steamed buns and other cakes. And they were not interested. In the carriage, they were already full. Mainly because Chen Shui revealed that after the sleeves were in the sleeves, they simply did not hide in front of him. Anyway, they took out all kinds of food. Eat pastries for a while. Preserved fruits for a while. And fruit for a while. Either chat with melon seeds. Anyway, I ate it. It doesn't matter if they eat it. The most important thing is the people next to it. Those exile prisoners were dizzy. And some people had nose spiritual. So from time to time, they could smell the flavor of pastry. And before they waited for their aftertaste, they became melon seeds. In short, a variety of foods lingered between their noses, hooking all the maggots in their stomachs. However, they did not find the source of the taste in their west. But they were only eating the officials on the carriage. And there were countless grievances emerging in the unwillingness. Let's get back to the topic. Before Chen Yuan considered how to deal with these foods, he saw someone coming. And he was a little curious. What are you now? How can everyone run over? Could it be the joy of moving? Isn't it just a carriage? After the man approached, he watched it clearly that it was Zhang Yichuan, his colleague. He was the servant of the left house. And Zhang Yichuan was the servant of the right household. Both are more familiar. But he rarely communicates with him, because he feels that he often wants to shoot horses, and is hypocritical, and is not worthy. The corruption case almost stunned the entire ministry, because the investigation found that it was colluding up and down, which caused disaster relief food to be corrupted. In fact, Chen Yuan was sick at the time and asked for leave. So he did not find the behavior of the Ministry of Households. Otherwise, he would definitely report it with his character. When he recovered and went back to work, something terrible happened. Disaster relief food was exposed. The mastermind was Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's face was aggressive. In the face of all the white paper and black words of the households, the recognition of Chen Yuan was Chen Yuan's masterpiece. What can he do? He is speechless. And 100 mouths are useless. And the most important thing is that because people's certificates are there, the judgment is fast, and the decision is made. If it weren't for some officials who had done it with him to know his personality, he knew that he would not be corruption. And he would not be exiled. In any case, the person who took the lead in admitting that Chen Yuan was Zhang Yichuan in front of him. Brother Chen. Zhang Yichuan's face was thick. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still came over with his head. But as soon as he approached, he saw Chen Yuan's expression of what you came to do. Now you and I have been exiled. What can you do if you can grab the grievances of the past? Why not let go? Lay down. Chen Yuan didn't want to ignore him. But when he heard his words, he suddenly got angry. I was framed by waiting. And I lost the official position for no reason. Besides, my wife and daughter are innocent. But because of a few words, it is involved. At this point, the southern barbaric land exiled 3,000 miles away is good for Hua Ping's whiteness. And you can let it go. I am not a saint. I am a man. A husband. A father. I have not asked you to settle accounts. You still want me to let go of hatred? If it wasn't for the revenge of the knife, it would be a trivial matter if he lost his life. It would be a big deal to lose his life. However, Zhang Yichuan faced Chen Yuan's scolding. But he didn't care, and even smiled. If Brother Chen feels that he can get angry a few words, despite scolding, after scolding, let's discuss. Faced with such a shameless person, Chen Yuan suppressed his anger, flicked his sleeves, and got into the carriage. Not negotiable. Although he didn't know what he wanted to discuss. He just didn't want to agree. Brother Chen, don't rush to refuse. Listen to me a few words. I know Brother Chen's house. Is it ever going to end? Chen Yuan is speechless. How do you feel that the whole world knows that I am notatable? And my family is constrained? No. When did I say that I have tuned at home? Zhang Yichuan did not know Chen Yuan's thoughts. And continued, the road of exile is full of thousands of miles. I do not know how many difficulties on the way. Brother Chen does not consider himself. Do you not consider his wife and daughter? I am willing to go out of 102. Buy Brother Chen's carriage. And also willing to give a donkey cart. So that Brother Chen still has mobility tools and can get 102. With this 1-2-2. The following way. It is not difficult to buy food and bedding. Inside the carriage. When he heard Zhang Yichuan's words, Qin Shui and others sank. His face was so thick that he fell to this point. He also wanted to buy our carriage. And it was also good at it. And it was a humiliation to say what a donkey cart was given away. This is too much. Chen Yuan was furious. He turned and wanted to get out of the carriage and find him to settle his account. But was pulled by Qin Shui. Dad? I'm here. Qin Shui got out of the carriage and looked at Zhang Yichuan. Master Zhang is rich? Zhang Yichuan didn't expect that Chen Yuan didn't come out. His daughter came out and frowned immediately. Chen Yuan didn't want to talk to herself. Does it let his daughter reject herself? However, no matter whose daughter it was, they rarely met guests, especially other men, and they all stayed in their boudoirs. But thinking of it now is exile. How can there be so many rules? But I heard that Chen Yuan loved his daughter very much. How could he let him see himself? He didn't understand. But he heard Chen Shui continue to say, Master Zhang is not short of money. And a carriage is lacking. If we sell 10,000? I don't know if Zhang is willing to buy it. You wish. Zhang Yichuan almost blurted out. But sneered. 2,000. If you don't want to sell, why bother the lion? Qin Shui didn't care. Instead, she looked enlightened. It turns out that Master Zhang has no money. I thought only our family was poor. It turns out that Master Zhang is also poor. Fart. Who is as poor as you? No matter how thick-skinned or how patient Zhang Yichuan was, he couldn't help but speak out in defense when he heard this. What is joking? Even if my Zhang family is down again, it can be taken out in 1,000. As he said this, he sneered. It's just that you two broken carriages are not worth it. Really? Then I wish that Master Zhang's wish will come true, and that he can get out of the donkey cart as soon as possible. When Zhang Yichuan heard the word donkey cart, he seemed to smell the stench on himself. And his face changed immediately. His originally arrogant attitude instantly fell to earth. And he hurriedly smiled and said, Well, Miss Chen, we can talk it over. Seeing that their daughter could easily control the third-rank official who had once been very successful. Qin Yuan and his wife looked at each other in surprise and relief at the same time. Their daughter had grown up. Chapter 13. An accident happened. Father! Just as Zhang Yichuan was being humble, his son somehow ran over and grabbed his clothes. Dad, I'm hungry. When you're hungry, ask your mother for food. Zhang Yichuan had no time to care about him at this time. His most important thing now was to buy the Qin family's carriage. It's not tasty. The little fat boy shook his head. I want to eat shark fin. Shark fin? Where the H? I can I find shark fin for you? Do you want a slap? Zhang Yichuan was already upset. And his own son was still immature, and didn't even look at the current situation. He didn't know where to find shark fin on the road to exile. You can't even see fish poop. If he didn't have only one son, he would have slapped him. Ignoring him, Zhang Yichuan continued to discuss with Chen Shui. When the fat boy saw that his father ignored him, he wanted to lie on the ground and roll around. But he saw a bundle on the carriage with a sesame cake on the bundle, which looked delicious. So he ran over, reached out to grab the sesame cake, and then opened his mouth to bite it. Just now at his home, the surrounding area was full of the smell of donkey dung, and he couldn't eat it at all. Even if he ate it, he would spit it out. So the little fat boy was very hungry at this time. He didn't know whether other people's food was delicious. He found it delicious as soon as he took a bite and ate it in big mouthfuls. However, after eating a few more bites, he felt that the taste was just so and not as delicious as shark fin. So he threw the pancake on the ground and turned to run towards his father. Thump! It's just that the little fat boy fell to the ground. Perhaps because he kicked something or for some other reason. When Zhang Yichuan heard the noise, he hurried over to help him up. But his expression suddenly changed. The little fat boy had his eyes closed. His face turned purple, and his whole body was twitching. It was obviously abnormal. Wire. What's wrong with you? Don't scare Dad. Wake up! Open your eyes. Please. Dad will buy you shark fin. The sudden situation stunned Chen Shui. Lord Chen walked out of the carriage and saw this situation. His face darkened. He briefly asked about the situation and then walked over. It's poisoning. Lord Chen looked at the fat boy's purple face, then looked around and saw a pancake with a few bites taken from it on the ground. His heart sank. He immediately asked his servants to keep a close eye on the bundle on the carriage, and not to move it or allow anyone else to move it. Go and call the officer. Your son has been poisoned. We must find a way to detoxify him. Hearing what Master Chen said, Zhang Yichuan turned his head with red eyes. Did you do it? You wanted to kill my son to avenge me. You know what kind of person I am. Lord Chen said calmly. Zhang Yichuan was speechless for a moment. Son! Suddenly, a shrill howl was heard. It turned out that Zhang Yichuan's wife had been paying attention to the situation here. Seeing her son in trouble, she couldn't sit still. My son? My son? Wake up quickly. I am your mother. The woman hugged Xiaopeng and cried desperately, but got no response. Then, the woman stood up suddenly and rushed towards Master Chen. It's all your fault. You are the ones who killed my son. Lord Chen took a step back, and the servant immediately stepped forward to stop the woman. When the woman was stopped, she became even angrier. Do you still have any humanity? My son was only a child. Yet you killed him. Woo woo woo. My poor son. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Chen's mother came over and pulled Chen Shui behind her. Do you have any evidence to prove that we did it? The woman was stunned, but then she started to shout frantically. I knew it. I knew it was you who did it. Give me back my son's life. The woman rushed towards the Chen family like crazy, and the Chen family's servants hurriedly tried to stop her. The Chen family was helpless when they saw that the woman didn't listen to their explanation at all, especially when she kept saying that it was them who did it, which made them even angrier. But they didn't know how to refute. Seeing that the woman didn't listen to them, Lord Chen looked at Zhang Yichuan. Lord Zhang, you have been an official for many years. You should know that we can't do this. Enough. Zhang Yichuan's eyes flushed. At this time, there was no smile just now, but he stared at him with hatred. Chen Yuan. Very good. I thought you were a good person. Who knows that you are more spicy than I think? Chen Yuan sighed, knowing that he didn't listen to what he said. That's right. If something happened to Shui, he would go crazy and would not care what others said. But the problem now is that they didn't do this at all. It was obvious that someone else wanted to harm them by giving them poisonous food. But the child from Mr. Zhang's family accidentally ate the food, which led to this tragedy. Unless they can save Xiaopeng, Lord Zhang and the others will not listen to their explanation. But the key point is that he is not a doctor and does not know how to detoxify. So, the situation on the scene came to a standstill. Chen Yuan, I am not done with you in this matter. From today on, even if I die, I will drag your Chen family down with me. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Hearing Zhang Yichuan's vicious words, everyone around, not only the Chen family but also everyone else, shuddered. Chen Shui sighed, feeling very helpless. She never expected that such a thing would happen. Zhang Yichuan wanted to take Xiaopeng away, but the woman didn't want to. I want them to be buried with our son. Thereupon, the woman immediately lay on the ground, rolling on the ground and wailing like a raging wretch. Everyone, please judge for yourself. Even if our family is wrong, we shouldn't do that to our child. My son is only 10 years old. She's only 10 years old. She's obviously innocent. But they are so cruel. They are simply not human beings. People just love to join in the fun. When they heard the movement, everyone else in the Exile team came over. They did not see the incident. But when they saw the people lying on the ground, they had heard the cry of the woman, and they had almost pushed the matter. This is too cruel. It's abominable that they attacked a child. That's right. I thought Lord Chen was a good official. Turns out he was just lying. Yes, if he was really a good official, he wouldn't have been exiled with us. The pointing and criticizing by the crowd made Lord Chen and his companions look unhappy. But it was fine that the Zhang family just didn't want to listen to their explanation. This group of people accused them indiscriminately. Shut up. What do you know? Xiao Dai stood up and defended the Chen family. You haven't seen anything. And you don't know the truth. What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense? Hey, little girl. Although we didn't see things passing by, but the facts were in front of us. And their sons were lying on the ground. It wasn't who you else. and it was impossible for others to take their son's life to play. That's right. Even a maid can be so arrogant and domineering. This Chen family must not be a good family. That's right. I don't think I have copied something. I am afraid they have been hidden by them. That's right. These corrupt officials are all gangs. Maybe they bribe the higher-ups to avoid the death penalty. Everyone said. The more exaggerated, the more outrageous. Obviously, they had nothing to do with the Chen family. Instead, they were jealous of their suffering. The Chen family was so easy to be a carriage, because he was implicated by himself. He had the opportunity to retaliate. A Yamen runner hiding in the crowd saw that the poisoned person was not Lord Chen, and his face suddenly turned unpleasant. If the poisoning fails this time, the Chen family will be more cautious next time, and it will be more difficult to succeed. Therefore, this time Qin Yuan must die no matter what. However, although it was not Qin Yuan who was poisoned, he still had the opportunity. What are you arguing about? He pushed through the crowd and walked out. The woman saw the official as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Sir! 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 Please help us! Chapter 14. Life for Life. Sir! Please help us! The woman burst into tears when she saw Zhao Guang appear. Okay. Stop crying and explain what happened. The woman didn't know what to say. But she only knew one thing. My son was poisoned to death by them. Zhao Guang came to the little fat man, saw his purple face, and nodded. He is indeed poisoned. And it is a deadly poison with no cure. After saying that, he sighed and said, Let's arrange the funeral. Impossible. Zhang Yichuan collapsed immediately, and the woman fell to the side of Xiaopang and wailed, the sound of which made anyone who heard it cry. The onlookers were filled with sympathy. In other words, you are sure that they killed your son? Zhao Guang suddenly spoke to the Zhang family. Yes, that's them. Zhang Yichuan didn't say anything. He didn't have a good impression of the official. They had asked the official to help buy a horse-drawn carriage, but what they got was a donkey cart. If it weren't for the donkey cart, how could his son have gotten into trouble? Anyway, he thought that it was impossible for the officials to arrest Qin Yuan, so he had to avenge himself, etc. Qin Yuan immediately stepped forward and said, Sir, this is what happened. I don't know who brought us a bag full of food. I put it next to the carriage and talked to Sir Zhang. Later, we had trouble communicating, so my daughter did the communication on his behalf, who knew that the child of Mr. Zhang's family accidentally ate this food and became poisoned. Qin Yuan did not see the situation at that time, but he was able to piece together most of it. When everyone heard it, they suddenly understood. Even Zhang Yichuan knew how his son was poisoned, but he didn't believe in anything like accidental ingestion. It was you who deliberately placed the food next to the carriage and deliberately lured my son Wei to eat the poisoned food. In the end, it was you who killed my son. Even a clay figure can get angry. Master Chen was naturally a little angry. If I really wanted to do it, I would have come to kill your Zhang family with a knife long ago. Why would I use such a low-class method? You? Okay. I know what happened. Hearing this, everyone in the Qin family looked at Zhao Guang expectantly. After all, he was a Yamen runner and had the highest status here. As long as he could prove their family's innocence, there would be no problem. However, Zhao Guang's face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, Chen Yuan, you are so bold. The emperor has shown mercy and spared your life and allowed you to go into exile. But you are not satisfied and even dared to kill people in the exile team. This is an unforgivable crime. What? When everyone heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Zhang Yichuan was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. He thought that the official would definitely protect the Chen family. But he didn't expect. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan. Ah Chen Yuan. You can't escape. Those who kill will be killed. The Chen family members didn't expect that even after they told the police what happened, the police still found them guilty. Would they not continue the investigation? Immediately, their hearts sank to the bottom. Now that they have become prisoners, it is impossible for them to resist the Yamen runners. In other words, if the Yamen runners really want to kill them, they will not say anything even if they die. Clang. As expected, Zhao Guang drew out the big knife from his waist in front of everyone, and the blade emitted a cold and shining light in the sunlight. The servants of the Chen family immediately stepped forward to protect their master behind them, and Xiao Dai also opened her arms and stood in front of Qin Shui. Are you going to rebel? Zhao Guang said indifferently. Get out of the way now. I will only kill the ringleader. Otherwise, I will kill everyone else as well. These servants are really troublesome. Xiao Guang's face looked very ugly. He really couldn't defeat so many people alone. And he had no way to take the opportunity to kill Qin Yuan. Then he turned and looked at everyone. Tell me, there is a murderer around you now. Do you think you should keep him? Or are you willing to live in fear every night, worrying that you will be the next victim? Of course not. Kill him. That's right. Life for life. That's only right. Kill a life for a life. The prisoners who were watching started shouting, which put enormous pressure on the servants of the Qin family. Even though Lord Qin was very adept at handling official affairs, he didn't know what to do at this moment, because in order to resolve this matter, they must reconcile with the Zhang family. But to reconcile with the Zhang family, the prerequisite is that Zhang Xiaopeng can survive. But this is difficult because there is no antidote and no doctor. I can die. But this matter has nothing to do with my wife and daughter. Qin Yuan stood up and looked at Xiao Guang and Zhang Yichuan. You wish? Zhang Yichuan's face was grim. I want your whole family to be buried with my son. Don't worry. I will avenge your son right now. Xiao Guang had wanted to complete the task for a long time. So he rushed towards Qin Yuan with his weapon in hand. Master, be careful. The Qin family servants immediately stepped forward to help Qin Yuan block the attack. Master Zhang, I can save your son. At this moment, Zhang Yichuan seemed to hear the sound of nature. He looked up suddenly and saw Qin Shue's figure. His face suddenly darkened. He sneered. Poison first. And then help my son detoxify? Good. The Qin family is very good. Qin Shue felt helpless. She had known this would happen. Otherwise, she would have stepped forward to help Xiaopeng detoxify. At this time, the only way to break the deadlock is to save Xiaopeng. So, she was a little impatient and said, I'll only ask you once. Will you save your son? If you don't want to save him, forget it. Save him! Zhang Yichuan gritted his teeth and said, If my son is not saved, I want your Qin family to accompany me, buried with the dead. Right? I've said this so many times. Is there anything new? Change the line. Although he didn't understand what Qin Shui said, Zhang Yichuan was still choked by it. Qin Shui ignored him and asked him to stay away. Then she asked the servant to pick up Xiaopeng. While her body was covering the area, she dripped a drop of the exchanged antidote into Xiaopeng's mouth. After waiting for a few seconds and making sure that the antidote had been absorbed into Xiaopeng's body, she asked the servant to turn Xiaopeng over, half lying on the servant's legs, and asked the servant to reach out and cover Xiaopeng's mouth. Vomit! Not long after, Xiaopeng vomited all over the floor and began to sober up. Zhang Yichuan was suddenly overjoyed and was about to rush over, but was stopped by Qin Shui, who told him to stay away first. Even though Zhang Yichuan was angry and unhappy, he had to obey for the sake of his son. Qin Shui came to Xiaopeng. When Xiaopeng opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful sister and his eyes suddenly lit up. Little fatty. After a while, a lively fat man came back. Alive. Actually alive. Amazing. He was actually saved. When the onlookers saw the scene, they were immediately surprised and started talking about it. In their impression, if someone was poisoned, it would be difficult to save him. Unexpectedly, Qin Shui rescued it with just a few tries? That's right. They also saw the actions of Qin Shui and the other person. Although they couldn't understand them, they classified them as nonsense. It's outrageous that such random actions can save lives. But no one knew that the person who saved the man was Qin Shui, who exchanged several taels of silver for the antidote. Chapter 15. Borrowing a ladder to climb the wall. Dad? Mom? Xiaopeng threw himself on Zhang Yichuan and his wife, and the three of them hugged each other and burst into tears, which attracted people's attention. On the other side, Xiao Guang tried to kill Qin Yuan several times, but was stopped by his servants. As a result, he heard that the person was alive. He turned around and saw that the little fat man was really alive. How can it be? Xiao Guang's eyes widened, and he had no intention of killing Qin Yuan because he was blocked by Qin's servants and could not kill him at all. He stared at Xiaopeng in disbelief. His mentality collapsed. You know, this poison was carefully selected by him, and it would definitely kill anyone who touched it. He could guarantee that there was no antidote for this poison, at least not in his hands. But what about that little fat guy? How did he survive? Xiao Guang couldn't figure it out. Zhang Yichuan couldn't figure it out and didn't understand the meaning of the Qin family's actions. He turned and left with his son, saying coldly, Don't think I will be grateful to you. Let's forget about this matter. Next time. Etc. Qin Shui interrupted him. The matter has not been investigated clearly yet. Doesn't Lord Zhang want to know who killed your son? Humph. Who else but you guys? That's right. The woman also jumped out again. If my son wasn't poisoned by you, how could you have freed him so quickly? It's obviously you who are the thief crying thief. I don't care. You, the Chen family, have to compensate us for our losses. My son was poisoned by you. Who knows if his body has been damaged? Without hundreds or thousands of taels, this matter will not be over. Are you blackmailing us? Qin Shui narrowed her eyes, and Xiao Dai next to her stood up. Bah! You are shameless. It was obviously our daughter who saved your son. But you are not grateful, and you are blackmailing me. How shameless you are. How shameless you are. You actually poisoned like a child, the woman said. And then she looked around again and wailed. Everyone, please judge. If they hadn't poisoned us, how could the poison be cured so quickly? Bah! If we were the ones who poisoned you, why would we have to help you detoxify? Xiao Dai said with puffed cheeks. If the official hadn't shown up, would you dare not detoxify? The woman cried out like a scoundrel. Anyway, if you don't compensate us, we'll keep making trouble. You? Xiao Dai was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Qin Shui pulled her and touched her head. And then Qin Shui looked at the woman. What compensation do you want? Hearing Qin Shui's words, the woman was overjoyed. Girl Xiao Dai was a little anxious. The woman was obviously blackmailing them. Why did the girl agree to it? Isn't this like throwing meat buns at a dog? Carriage. As long as you compensate us for the carriage, this matter will be over. The woman was not as stupid as she seemed. She had planned it all out long ago. She threw a tantrum and claimed that her son was poisoned in order to force the Qin family to pay for the carriage. Can? Xiao Dai was dumbfounded. She didn't expect the girl to actually agree. Girl, if you feel threatened, just blink. But first, tell that officer to stop. Qin Shui pointed at Xiao Guang, who was attacking his father with a weapon. His father was protected by the servants and was not injured. But the servants had many wounds on their bodies. And most importantly, the servants could only defend themselves and dared not resist. Otherwise, they would really be rebelling. And then all the Yamen runners would take action and behead them on the spot. The woman was dumbfounded to see that Zhao Guang was actually helping them deal with Qin Yuan. But thinking that she could get the carriage, she naturally couldn't let Zhao Guang ruin her plan. Sir, please stop. We are fine now. Zhao Guang naturally heard what the woman said, and cursed him in his heart. What a waste. Anyway, he was going to kill Qin Yuan today, and the woman's matter was just an excuse. So he pretended not to hear, and continued attacking the Qin family. Qin Yuan had already noticed something was wrong, so he quickly hid in the Exile team. In this way, Zhao Guang would not continue to attack the servants. Sure enough, Zhao Guang picked up a knife and continued to chase Qin Yuan, but was blocked by a group of exiled prisoners, especially when they saw Zhao Guang coming towards them with murderous intent. The prisoners were afraid that they would be implicated and suddenly panicked. Zhao Guang mixed in the crowd, making it impossible for him to start. The woman saw that Zhao Guang didn't stop, and was helpless. He turned his head to look at Qin Shui. Qin Shui shrugged. He can't help but be disgusted. She saw at a glance that the purpose of the woman was a carriage. As long as she held this, the only thing she was worried about was whether the woman could stop Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang, as a mission, was very wrong. When the woman thought of a carriage, she could only take a deep breath and shouted to Zhao Guang. Guanya, hold hands. We have reconciled. And we have reconciled. Waste. Zhao Guang couldn't kill Qin Yuan. And suddenly his stomach was full of breath. Turned his head and glared at the woman, scaring her almost fell to the ground. Then Zhao Guang turned to see Qin Shui. His eyes lighted up. If he grabbed his daughter by himself, he would be obedient to death. Thinking of this, Zhao Guang turned and killed Qin Shui. Girl, be careful. Xiao Dai rushed to Qin Shui without hesitation, opened her arms, and protected her behind. Ding! At the critical moment, Su Tian appeared. He blocked Zhao Guang's attack and looked at him angrily. Zhao Guang, what are you doing? Get lost. Zhao Guang gritted his teeth and cut his teeth. But he did not expect that it was this Su Tian again. He had broken himself several times. Captain is here. Su Tian did not compete with him, but said lightly to let Qin Shui retreat and merge with Master Qin. Sure enough, when he heard this, Zhao Guang turned his head and saw the captain of the military service walking with a group of men. What's going on? How many of you are making trouble? The captain looked unhappy. Today was only the first day, and they had been stopping and starting all the time. And both times were because of Zhao Guang, the Chen family and others. The woman next to her didn't expect to attract so many officials. Her heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. Qin Shui was relieved and finally dragged until this time. How is it? Can you still deal with it? Master Chen and Mother Chen stood beside Qin Shui. They hadn't spoken just now, but they just wanted to exorcise Qin Shui. Because of the exile, they have realized that their children have grown up, and they cannot protect them forever. So let Qin Shui try to handle it. Facing the shrew-like woman, Qin Shui still easily controlled it. But now, the captain of the Yamen runners has also come over. They are worried that Qin Shui has never faced the situation of being a runner. So they asked this question. I can. Qin Shui naturally knew her parents' good intentions, but she wanted to try and see if she could solve the problem perfectly on her own. At this time, the captain of the Grand Service had already understood the situation. He called the two people together. This matter? You solve it yourself. If it were someone else, he would have dealt with it casually long ago. But the key point is that it involves the Chen family. And there are two forces competing with each other. He doesn't want to get involved, so he let them solve it themselves. In this way, there is no favoritism or offending. Adult, we asked them to compensate us for losses and pay us the carriage. The woman borrowed the ladder to the wall. Chapter 16 Witnesses and Evidence. It's just right. Everyone is here. We can sort this matter out first, Qin Shui said to lead the eyes of the crowd. The captain of the maidage saw Qin Shui's appearance. His eyes brightened, and soon thought of something. He looked back. First of all, we received the burden set by an official. As for which official, we don't know, but the food in this bag is poisonous. As Qin Shui spoke, the servant handed over the bundle. Su Tian decisively found a silver needle for testing poison and indeed found poison in the food. What does this have to do with us? Don't try to change the subject. The woman interrupted Qin Shui. Compensate us first. Do you not want to know whose poison? If it is for our Chen family, I'm afraid it is for your Zhang family. Qin Shui's words made everyone in the Zhang family's heart skip a beat. They had never thought about this before. What evidence do you have? Prove that it was given by others. Not your own, Zhang Yichuan asked. Witness. Naturally. At the moment of the incident. In fact, her father had already made arrangements. Not only did she optimize the baggage for the first time, she also sent someone to find Su Tian, but also asked her subordinates to find the person who sent the burden. Soon, a man was brought by the Chen family. He gave us the burden. The man didn't understand what happened, and saw so many people, especially the official difference, and suddenly panicked, because there was any problem with the burden, and quickly explained, not me. It was an official grandfather who asked me to give the Chen family. Seeing this scene, Zhao Guang couldn't sit still. If he continued to ask, he would be exposed. It's Su Tian, Zhao Guang said. The only service you know is Su Tian. And I also saw Su Tian take food for you before. Regardless of whether Qin Jiasen believes or not, he will promise the water in the world. If they look better. Su Tian stunned. I didn't send any burdens to Master Chen today, but if I let me know who dared to harm Master Chen, I would never let him go. Seeing that he did not succeed, Zhao Guang pointed his finger at the Chen family again. Maybe the burden of food was not poisonous, but you were poisoned by yourself. And then the thief shouted to catch a thief. Really? Qin Shui suddenly said. This official is so believed that it is our poison. Do you want to try? Zhao Guang's face changed greatly. So vicious. So he let himself take poison. And the fool would eat. The poison was he did not know. How could he not know that the Qin family did not have an antidote? If it was eaten, the Deluo fairy could not save himself. For a moment, he looked at Qin Shui with fear. This girl looks cute and beautiful, but she didn't expect her to be so poisonous. When Qin Shui saw Zhao Guang's nothing to say, he turned to look at the man. What do the maidage to you? This? The man's face was bitter. I don't know. Because I am a blind man. I can't see it clearly at all. The crowd was stunned, and he did not expect this to be the case. What about the sound? Sound. The man deliberately squeezed his throat, and his voice changed. Anyway, I didn't hear which official it was. As to whether he really couldn't hear it or just didn't want to say it, it is unknown. Qin Shui didn't care. Looking at Zhang Yichuan. What do Zhang do? Zhang Yichuan was silent. And he also believed that this burden was given by others, and the possibility of poisoning others. But his wife didn't think so. I said the same thing again. Who knows if you poisoned it and deliberately lured my son to eat it? Snapped. Qin Shui suddenly clapped her hands and shocked her woman, almost in advance of Parkinson. This is a good question. Qin Shuilu smiled. If I prove that your son eats it by himself, does it mean that it is not our poison? But you are unlucky? Prove it if you have the ability. The woman was proud. Because this kind of thing is difficult to prove, that as long as her son does not admit it. Who can prove it? Moreover, as long as he let his son admit that the Qin family flickered his toxic food, it would not reverse. Thinking of this, she intends to explain to her son. Prove it? See what evidence you have. Who can you find? The woman was very proud. Your son can prove it. Qin Shui's words almost made the woman almost fall. What does she mean? Let her son help her proof. Immediately, the woman was happy. She just took the opportunity to tell her son that he acknowledged that the Qin family flickered him. So he found her son, took him aside, and started whispering to him. Such a bright and positive behavior allows everyone to pump the corners of their mouths. That girl Qin. Su Tian hesitated and didn't know how to persuade her. The fat and the woman were a family. She must have listened to her mother. Miss Qin let it prove that she would not move her stones to smash her feet. If he says that it is inconsistent with the statement of Miss Qin, then the name of Master Qin will be destroyed. Therefore, Su Tian was a little anxious. Looking at Qin Yuan. Master Qin. It's okay. I believe Shuer. Master Qin's confidence made Su Tian feel helpless. This is not a problem that believes or not. This is a must-have. You didn't see that the woman was teaching her son to lie, and said that it was not good for you. Master Su. Rest assured. I believe that Xiaopang will think it through. Children who lie are not good children. Only children who tell the truth can get candy. Chen Shueka not only said so, but also made a high voice, letting the woman and the fat hear. I heard it. Say it as I said. The woman told the little fat. Mother, do I say that these sugar are eaten? The fat man looked at the woman's round eyes and longed for. No. If you say something wrong, there is something to eat. Little fat quickly lowered his head and smashed his mouth. Then, the woman brought her fat. He hasn't slowed from poisoning just now. Now what you want to ask? You can ask. Qin Shui shrugged and looked at the silent captain of the Yamen runners. Let the official ask the questions. Otherwise you will accuse me of deceiving your son. The captain of the Grand Sales did not expect Qin Shui to click himself out. He originally planned to watch the show without intervening. But even if he was clicked, he didn't say much. And he felt that Qin Shui was simple. And everyone knew that the little fat man would not admit this even if they were not flickering to eat toxic foods. The woman took the fat for a while. And what the little fat man said was not good for the Qin family. But forget it. It has nothing to do with him anyway. Let me ask you. Did you eat the food on your own initiative? Or did the Qin family trick you into eating it? The captain of the Yamen runners looked at Xiaopang and got straight to the point. Xiaopang looked at the captain of the Yamen runners, feeling a little scared. Then looked at Qin Shui. And then at his mother. I'm asking you a question. The woman slapped the fat boy on the head. The fat immediately hid behind his father and stretched out a head. I stolen it myself. My dad didn't buy shark fin for me. When I saw that the pancake was delicious, I tasted it secretly. As a result, it was not delicious. The fat man's words stunned the woman. And even the captain of the Yamen runners and others were stunned. They never expected that the fat man would actually admit it. Isn't he afraid? Will he be hung up and beaten when he gets back? Chapter 17, Change of Spell. What did you say? The woman couldn't help but raise her voice and stared at the fat boy with a gloomy face. You said it wrong. Say it again. The little fat boy swallowed his saliva. Seeing his mother angry, he was a little scared. But when he thought of the candy he had eaten before, he still dared to face the powerful. I'm telling the truth. Children shouldn't lie. If you lie, you won't get any candy if you lie. Candy? The woman said angrily, picking up a branch from the ground. I think you want to be whipped. Wow. The little fat boy was frightened immediately. And thinking of what the beautiful sister said, he quickly ran to his grandmother. Grandma, save me. My mother wants to kill me. Since all his family members had run away, Zhang Yichuan was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. He glanced at the Qin family and turned away. What to see? Continue to hurry. The captain of the Yamen runners yelled at the prisoners around him, urging them to hurry up, and then left. Zhao Guang had already run away immediately, while Su Tian went to find the Qin family. Don't worry, Master Chen. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you justice. Excuse me, Master Su. Master Chen. You are joking. Just call me Su Tian. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two separated. Qin Yuan asked Chen Shui for some ointment and applied it to the injured servant. Then the family returned to the carriage. That group of people really don't want to let us go. Lord Chen spoke first. As for who those people were, although he didn't say, Qin Shui and the others knew very well. Is that Zhao Guang the knife of that group of people? Qin Shui frowned. They deliberately made the Zhang family make a big fuss just to see who was behind it. Sure enough, it was fished out quickly. Even though they lost face this time because of the false accusation, they actually made a big profit. Not only did they know that group of people had not given up on dealing with them, they also knew who their knife was. Moreover, they have a grudge against the Zhang family. But after this incident, Zhao Guang probably hates the Zhang family to death. If we cause any trouble to the Zhang family at that time, they will suffer the consequences, which will be a dog-eat-dog situation. Shui did a great job this time. Lord Chen praised. Not only did she help us prove our innocence, but she also made the Zhang family lose face. Especially at the end. The Zhang family kid shouted in front of everyone that they couldn't lie, which was simply a slap in the face to Zhang Yichuan and his wife. Anyway, this matter was resolved satisfactorily. The only trouble is that Zhao Guang. Everyone's face looked a little solemn, thinking that it was Zhao Guang who whipped Chen's father on the back. Now thinking about it, Zhao Guang was deliberately looking for trouble at that time. He will definitely not give up, and will continue to attack. Hearing Qin Shui's words, Master Chen nodded and said, this incident reminds us not to eat other people's food carelessly. Yes. Mother Chen nodded. If they were not lucky, they might have really been in trouble. So, Qin Shui raised her hand and suggested, if you want to eat, just eat what I have here. This is the safest way. But, although the things you have here are good, they cannot be exposed. Lord Chen shook his head. There were many people in the Exile team, and there were many eyes. So, I have a plan. Qin Shui suddenly smiled, and then proposed a grand plan. Chen's parents were shocked by this plan. If it really succeeded, their exile would be easy. Not only that, but when they arrived in Nanman, it would not be very hard for them. However, there is considerable resistance in implementing this plan. But since it was his daughter who proposed it, he had to help her accomplish it no matter how much resistance there was. Zhao Guang didn't expect that the Qin family would dare to look for him. But he didn't know what the Qin family wanted to talk to him about. With doubts, he came to Qin Yuan and saw his daughter Qin Shui standing next to him. Zhao Guang had a very deep impression of Qin Shui. Vicious and cruel. This was the word he thought of. Compared to the penniless Lord Chen, he was harmless. Qin Shui didn't know what Zhao Guang thought of her. So she got straight to the point and said, how much money did they give you to deal with us? Our Qin family is willing to pay twice as much. Zhao Guang didn't expect that they would figure out his identity so quickly. But then he thought, if they couldn't guess what he had done, they would be fools. But, so what if they guessed it? How could I be so stupid as to admit it? I don't know what you're talking about. 3 times. Qin Shui raised 3 fingers. It's not a question of money. But I really. 4 times. Hearing this, Zhao Guang's breathing became rapid. Although he was Guichang's man, Guichang had also promised him that he would give him 100 taels of silver after the task was accomplished. The Qin family is willing to give 4 times the amount, which is 400 taels. 400 taels. I guess he may not be able to earn that much even if he works hard all his life. 5 times. Gurgle. Zhao Guang swallowed his saliva and said, 500 taels of silver. Lord Gua. I'm sorry. They gave too much. If you're not willing to pay 5 times as much, forget it. Hearing this, Zhao Guang suddenly became anxious and said, no. I do. Hey. Wait. That. Have something to say. There is something to say. Zhao Guang rubbed his hands and laughed, no longer showing his previous arrogance. Qin Shui curled her lips. You look really ugly like this. I still like your rebellious look. Zhao Guang. Tell me. Who asked you to deal with us? After hearing Qin Shui's words, Zhao Guang did not speak immediately, but stared at them for a while. Are you sure to give me 5 times? At that time, he could take the money and then find an opportunity to kill Qin Yuan. And he would make 500 taels for free. Qin Shui didn't know his thoughts. Or nodded. Yes. It is 5 times. Where's the money? Xiao Guang reached out his money decisively, but did not look for Lord Chen, because everyone knew that Lord Chen was penniless. Mr. Chen, I am offended. Chen Shui laughed angrily. You didn't reveal any information. And you want to take the money? Ask again. Who asked you to deal with us? Guichang. Xiao Guang looked around. Since they were the only ones there, he wasn't worried about the people behind him hearing them. He offered me 100 taels to kill your Qin family on the road of exile. It's him indeed. Qin Shui and her father looked at each other, and then looked at Xiao Guang. We offer 5 times the price to help us kill Guichang. Xiao Guang's face changed. But fortunately, he had already thought of a countermeasure, and had also planned to take the money without doing the job. Good. Chen Shui continued. Let me confirm again. Are you sure you want to join forces with us to take down Guichang? That's right. Xiao Guang nodded. And to strengthen his trust, he added, I know Guichang's weaknesses, and it's easy to deal with him. That's fine. Qin Shuilu smiled. Xiao Guang also smiled and held out his hand. Now, where's the money? Qin Shui and his father looked at each other and smiled happier. She showed her full white teeth, like a big bad wolf staring at a little white rabbit, and said sinisterly, Xiao Guang, how about I perform a magic trick for you? Xiao Guang. Chapter 18 Collapse. Xiao Guang. How about I perform a magic trick for you? Xiao Guang. Change the method? I think your face is quite fast. Xiao Guang complained in her heart, but saw a servant of the Qin family suddenly appear and protect Qin Shui and the other person behind him. Then she saw Qin Shui stretched out her jade white hand and waved it at him. Before Xiao Guang understood what was going on, he heard a familiar voice. Are you sure you want to join forces with us to deal with Guichang? That's right. I also know Guichang's weaknesses. It's easy to deal with him. The conversation sounds very familiar. Isn't this what he just said? How is this going? Why? Xiao Guang couldn't understand why what he said just now was heard again. Isn't it like spilled water? It can't be taken back. How did Qin Shui do it? Xiao Guang simply couldn't understand this mysterious method. So his face turned ugly, and he felt a little scared. Scared of unknown means. I can actually grasp what I said, and then easily reproduce it. Is this something a human can do? No wonder she said she would cast a spell for herself. Where is this method? It's simply a magical method. Okay. While Xiao Guang was shocked, Qin Shui put away the recorder with satisfaction, feeling that it was worth the money she spent on exchanging it. Tell me, if Guichang heard this, what would his reaction be? Hearing Qin Shui's words, Xiao Guang's legs fluttered softly. Sitting on the ground, his face pale. He didn't know or see how Guichang reacted because he was already dead at that time. Let's talk it over. You too. We are in the same group. There's no need to be so decisive. Xiao Guang quickly recovered and said through gritted teeth. Were you thinking just now that you would take the money and not do the job? And you would also want to deal with us? Qin Shui lied. Xiao Guang's heart skipped a beat. How did she know that? Could she have the ability to read minds? That's right. She could even reproduce voices from the past. So it's not impossible that she could read minds. You too. I was wrong. How about you adults please forgive me for a while? Xiao Guang begged for mercy quickly. I don't want your money anymore. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble. As long as you let me go. Just because you beg for mercy, we can wipe out our previous hatred. Isn't that too simple? Qin Shui curled her lips. If they hadn't been lucky before, they might have really fallen into his trap. You are too bullying. Xiao Guangming stood up and said angrily. Even if you can reproduce our previous conversation, this is no longer a capital. As long as you are in the Exile team, it is impossible to spread this news. The more Xiao Guang thought about it, the more proud he became. As long as he kept a close eye on them, and cut off all ways for them to pass on information to the outside world, he would be able to control them at will. Really? Chen Shui suddenly laughed, looking harmless. Do you think I don't have the magic to transmit sound over 1,000 miles? If you don't believe me, I can try to see if Guichang can hear you, and whether he will send someone to hunt you down. You? Xiao Guang was stunned. Yes, she could even reproduce the sound. So she must not be an ordinary person. It was not impossible that she could transmit sound over thousands of miles. And he didn't dare to bet, because if he lost the bet, he would be dead. No. Please don't. Thinking of this, his expression changed again, revealing a flattering smile. Don't be angry. I was just joking just now. I was a little excited just now. Xiao Guang was scared. This Qin Shui is so mysterious and terrifying. She can even reproduce sounds. What else can't she do? He could only try to please them first, and then think of other solutions. Well, are you too hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. Zhao Guang immediately acted like a lackey. This scene left the prisoners nearby stunned. You know, they saw with their own eyes yesterday that Zhao Guang roared and wanted to chop Qin Yuan to death. Today he was like a lackey, nodding and fawning in front of Qin Yuan. This change made everyone at a loss for words. We dare not eat the food you give us. Qin Shui waved her hand. As long as you don't cause us any trouble on the path of exile, and help us with some small things. That's enough. That's no problem. Leave it to me. Zhao Guang patted his chest. As long as he was not asked to kill Guicheng, it would be fine. Really? Why do I feel like you don't seem to be very sincere? How could it be? I can swear. It's okay to swear. But you injured several of our servants yesterday. Shouldn't you compensate us for our losses? Zhao Guang's face darkened. So they were waiting for him here. Money was his lifeblood. How could he possibly take it? I know Guicheng's weaknesses. It's easy to deal with him. The familiar voice made Zhao Guang's legs go weak. He fell to the ground with a thump and shouted, I'll pay. I'll pay. He regretted it now. If he had known that words can cause trouble, he would not have said anything. However, Qin Shui gave him too much at that time, and he acted impulsively. It's too late to say anything now. I just hope I can spend money to avoid disaster. He is trying to please them now. And when this matter is over, he will make them pay double. Zhao Guang took out the money from his pocket with a sad face and handed it to Mr. Chen. You too. This is all I have. Qin Shui signaled the servant to take the money bag away, and then asked meaningfully, Are you feeling unwell now? Zhao Guang frowned, wondering what this meant. He pondered over Qin Shui's words. After thinking about it, he really felt unwell, but he didn't know where. This is the antidote. Qin Shui suddenly took out a bottle, poured out a black pill, and then the servant came over with the pill. You poisoned me? Zhao Guang's eyes widened. And then he looked unbelievable. When did you poison me? It would have been fine if they didn't say anything. As soon as they started to say it, he felt itchy all over his body and felt very uncomfortable. If nothing unexpected happened, he must have been poisoned. And the servant had the antidote in his hand. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to grab the antidote in his hands, swallowing it, and the pill was poisoned. Sure enough, the effect was very obvious. He immediately felt that he was not itchy. Just when I was relieved, I heard Qin Shui's annoyed voice. Oh, I made a mistake. The one I took just now was the real poison. Poof. Zhao Guang almost vomited blood. What did he just do? Took a poison pill? Wait. If this pill is not an antidote but a poison, then wouldn't it mean that I am poisoned by two kinds of poison? Not two kinds? Qin Shui suddenly kindly explained for him. You weren't poisoned before. Zhao Guang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. And then he heard Qin Shui's next words. But you swallowed the poison. So you were also poisoned. Zhao Guang. After all, am I still poisoned? When Zhao Guang thought of this, he felt a stomachache. What the H? I was going on. Not only was he caught, but he was also poisoned. Is there anyone worse off than me? What? Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. Chapter 19, The First Person in Ancient and Modern Times. Mr. Shanshu? Guicheng was called over by his uncle again. Feeling his uncle's aura, his scalp suddenly felt tingling. Any news? When Guicheng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Uncle. My dear uncle. It's only been less than a day. How could it go so fast? After thinking about it, he broke up for his men. My people have not found a chance. After all, they are still on the side of the capital at this time. Not easy to start. Waste. The Shanshu slapped the table and said, You won't look for bandits? It's reasonable to encounter bandits on the way to exile. It's reasonable for bandits to kill a few people when they rob. Is it difficult to let Qin Yuan die by coincidence in the hands of bandits? When Guicheng heard this, he was stunned. Why didn't he think of this trick? A look of joy quickly appeared on his face. He was also worried that Zhao Guang was not doing his job well. But he didn't expect his uncle to come up with a new idea for him. Bandits are good. The thing that is most lacking in this path of exile is bandits. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll do it right away. What did you call me? Mr. Shanshu? Go ahead. If you can get this done, you can continue to call me Uncle. Guicheng paused, wanting to ask, what if it doesn't work out? Should he call for help? In the end, Guichan decided that it was better to be alive than to seek death. The only threat has been resolved. Qin Shui sat in the carriage and looked at everyone proudly. Zhao Guang's handle was grasped, and he was poisoned. So it was difficult for him to disobey. Shui is much more capable than me, Lord Chen praised. He had been watching from the side. Qin Shui lured Zhao Guang into talking and revealing his weakness so as to control him. Then he deliberately tricked him into being poisoned and lured him into taking the real poison. Each of these steps seemed simple, but in fact, it was a manipulation of people's hearts. I have to say, Shui has really grown up. It's getting late. It won't be long before we find a place to stay for the night. Mother Chen lowered the curtain and suddenly thought of this. According to this situation, it will take at least a year for us to reach Nanman. Yes. Lord Chen nodded. It is the autumnal equinox now. I wonder if we can reach the south before the winter solstice. If it's possible. That's great. If not, we must prepare winter clothes, Mother Chen said, looking at Qin Shui. Daddy? Mother? Don't worry. Don't worry about winter clothing. Qin Shui emptied out everything in her house. She had all the winter clothes, cotton-padded jackets, quilts, and even the charcoal stored in the house. She just didn't pay attention to it when she was counting and piled it aside. There's no problem with Shui's side. That's fine. Come on. What about we come to play chess? Qin Shui took out the Go board out of boredom. She didn't know how to play it, but she could play Go Bang. Today we use a new gameplay. Mr. Chen immediately became interested. He loved playing chess the most. This Go board was also taken away by Qin Shui from his study. What is the game? Tell me in detail. Qin Shui gave a brief introduction, and Master Chen smiled and said, It's so simple. Dad will let you see what chess is. 30 seconds later, Mr. Chen was immediately sweating profusely. Qin Shui couldn't help but urge, Dad, why don't you make a move? In fact, it doesn't matter whether you make a move or not, because I've already won. On the chessboard, for black pieces are already connected together, so it is useless to block either side. Besides, Dad just made a mistake. Lord Chen couldn't believe that a great chess master couldn't play the so-called Go Bang. 1 minute later, Master Chen looked at the 5 black pieces connected together and immediately threw up his sleeves. Humph. I don't want to play anymore. This boring way of playing is simply not worthy of being in a formal hall. Dad Qin Shui couldn't help but laugh. How about I give you $1? Sundara Chen turned his head immediately. Really? After Qin Shui nodded, Lord Chen picked up the chess piece. Chen's mother beside him said with a half smile. Didn't someone say that this kind of game is not suitable for the upper class and is not played anymore? Master Chen's face flushed red, and he said with a perfunctory voice, This is not Shui's intention to play. I am just accompanying her. As he was speaking, 5 more black spots appeared together, and Lord Chen's face suddenly turned dark. Seeing that he was about to give up playing, Qin Shui said, Dad, how about I give you another one? I let him win 2 pieces. As a chess master, I can't possibly lose. If I lose again, I will eat the chess piece. 1 minute later, Mr. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at his daughter, hesitated for a moment, and said, How about you give me another seed? Qin Shui. Dad, do you know why it's called Go Bang? Because there are only 5 pieces. I gave you 3 pieces. How can we play? Qin Shui was a little crying and laughing. Her father went so powerful. Why did not believe it when playing 5 children? Mom, why don't we give it a try? Qin Shui looked at Chen's mother, eager to try. I'll let it go. Mother Chen shook her head. I don't want to be bullied. You should go and bully your father. My dad is sulking. Her father had already gone out to get some fresh air. Feeling depressed? Who should I play with? I. Who is it? Qin Shui heard someone answering. She looked up but didn't find anyone. Feeling a little depressed. Could it be that she was hallucinating? As a result, she felt someone pulling her clothes. She turned around and saw Xiao Dai raising her hand weakly. Girl, I'll play with you. Qin Shui then remembered that she had a maid. It was strange to say. Could it be that this girl had awakened some talent because of the house search? Otherwise, why is her presence so low? When she isn't talking, no one can notice her at all. Wow! With this kind of talent, if he becomes an assassin or a killer, he would immediately become the best killer in the world. Come on! Let's play. In other words, this talent is really weird. Some people always lose no matter how they play, while others want to win as soon as they play. The first time Xiao Dai played, She actually beat Chen Shui. My goodness. Just now Chen Shui abused her father so badly. And now she is being abused just as badly by Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai is still amazing. Chen Shui could already sense her father's depression. It seems that I can only advocate and call myself Chess Fairy, and give you the title of Chess Saint. The corner of Mr. Chen's mouth twitched when he came in. And he complained? Are you sure you didn't say the opposite? I remember that the Chess Fairy is more powerful than the Chess Saint. Right? How can you advocate? You are clearly ascending to heaven. Dad, don't worry about these details. Well, let's say the business. Master Chen returned to his serious expression. Now Su Tian pays us well. Zhao Guang is controlled by us. And the most important one is the captain of the maidage. As long as they can deal with these people, their journey of exile will be very easy. And maybe it will really become a tourist route. He was the first person in ancient and modern times to travel from the capital to the southern barbarians. Chapter 20 Grand Plans. Dad, I can't walk anymore. The little fat boy stuck out his butt and looked at Zhang Yichuan aggrievedly, while Zhang Yichuan looked at his son's physique, looked at his own arms, and fell silent. Wire, you'd better walk by yourself. I'm afraid your mother will spank you again. Last time, the little fat boy lost face in public because of his mother, and his butt was bruised. Even when she begged her grandmother, it was useless. She was persuaded by the woman that if she didn't teach him a lesson, he would dare to take poison again in the future. And then, nothing happened. At first, the fat boy could still lie on the donkey cart. But not long after, the donkey cart was requisitioned by the Yamen runners on the pretext of something. They wanted to stop it, but were whipped several times and their backs are still burning with pain. Zhang Yichuan knew that Zhao Guang was deliberately making trouble. But he still suppressed his anger and stuffed some silver into his pocket to settle the matter. But the only means of transportation is gone. At first, they disliked the donkey carts. So they came to the Chen family. Now that the donkey carts are gone, they began to miss the donkey carts and the smell of the donkey carts. We can't just let this matter go like this, the woman said, gritting her teeth. She obviously still remembered the Chen family, and was upset that she didn't get any benefits from them last time. The Chen family has the support of the Yamen runners behind them, so there is no need for us to provoke them. Zhang Yichuan always knows how to judge the situation, and knows that the Chen family has a good relationship with a Yamen runner named Su Tian. Look now. Zhao Guang took away their donkey carts to vent his anger. What can they do? If they provoke the Chen family again, and Su Tian comes to trip them up again, they may not be able to make it to Nanman alive. Most importantly, they are now in a difficult situation. You only know how to cherish something when you lose it. Although the donkey cart smells bad, it is really tiring to walk on it, especially with the shackles. They all felt that their legs were no longer their own, and their ankles were rubbed and bloody. This is the first day. If they wanted to reach Nanman, they probably wouldn't be able to do so in their lifetime, as it was too hard and tiring. Not only them, but others also work equally hard. Snapped. Another person fainted on the ground. The bailiff next to him had a blank expression on his face, and didn't care at all. Instead, he picked up the whip and whipped the man. Get up. Stop playing dead. The people nearby quickly helped the man up and supported him to leave. Only then did the bailiff stop whipping him. Although it was the first day, several people had experienced this kind of suffering, and for a while, the whole team was wailing. Fortunately, they finally came to an open space where they could spend the night. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. During the break, the Yamen runners distributed steamed buns, and the people had to find a way to get water themselves. And then, they were allowed to rest on the spot. The Chen family was also tired. They didn't walk, but sat. Riding in a carriage was tiring, so they got off and walked around, seeing the people around them trying every possible way to fill their stomachs. Everyone in the Chen family looked at each other, and finally Chen Shui spoke up. Dad, we need to speed up our plan. After experiencing the poisoning incident by Zhao Guang, Chen Shui proposed a plan called Conquer. Yes, it's that straightforward. Her plan was simple. Conquer all the Yamen runners here and make them your own people. At that time, they won't have to worry about this or that, because they are all family. Only then can they truly turn the road of exile into a tourist route. At that time, the Yamen runners were all our own people. So who would bother them? They don't have to hide what they want to eat. Just eat it openly, because the Yamen runners will take the blame for everything anyway. At that time, they rode in a horse-drawn carriage, ate hot pot, sang songs, and were as carefree as they could be. This plan is grand and difficult to implement. But now the first step has been completed. Xiao Guang has already done it. There were 20 Yamen runners in the Exile team, which was too few compared to the hundreds of prisoners. But with fewer people, it would be easier for them to defeat them one by one. Originally they wanted to solve them one by one. But after discussing it, they decided to deal with the captain of the Yamen runners first. After all, for this Exile team, the captain of the Yamen runners is the boss. As long as they can deal with him, wouldn't it be easier for those Yamen runners? However, they had tried it last time. But the captain of the Yamen runners was very slippery, and did not get involved at all. He neither suppressed them nor showed goodwill. Qin Shui deliberately let the captain of the Yamen runners question her just to test his attitude towards the Qin family. And his attitude was impartial. Captain Sure, I don't really have much contact with him. And I don't know him very well. If I were to ask him to please his interests, I haven't discovered what Captain Sure's hobbies are. No useful clues were obtained from Su Tian, which let the Qin family know how difficult the captain of the Yamen runners was. Some people, obviously, love fame. Some love money. And some are old-fashioned and upright. However, these are not important to him as the captain of the Yamen police. It seems that these labels cannot be attached to him. It is difficult to find the preferences of the captain of the Grand Service. And it is difficult to cast it. Everyone can only observe it first. It's getting dark. The bailiffs also sat in the carriage to rest. And the prisoners were collecting firewood in the surrounding woods, preparing to spend the night. Or you can collect wild fruits to eat on the road. Some people also went to the river to fetch water. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. But the Qin family had nothing to do. They had enough water and food. Let's go to the river and see if we can catch any fish. Chen Shui was a little impatient. To be honest, there were fish in her space. But they were all for viewing, and were very expensive fish that could not be eaten. Therefore, the only meat they can eat in their space are chicken, duck, goose and the like. But these are too obvious to be taken out. So, it's better to go fishing so as not to expose the space. Of course, the most important thing is not whether you can eat fish, but the process of catching fish. Qin Shui enjoys the process of catching fish. The joy of catching fish is beyond your imagination. Qin Ziran did not refuse. Whether it was to store meat for the road or to provide nutrition for the injured servants, it was a good choice. When we arrived at the river, it was already crowded with people. Many prisoners were washing clothes, fetching water, and many were catching fish in the river. Although it is called a river, it is actually not very big, only 4 or 5 meters wide, and the water is less than 1 meter deep. Qin Shui and her family did not squeeze into the crowd, but came to the riverside where there were few people. Several servants rolled up their sleeves and started going down to the river. Snapped. However, not long after they entered the river, they heard the sound of stones falling into the water not far away, which not only splashed the river water high, but also scared away all the fish. Qin Shui turned around and saw the Zhang family not far away, looking at them with a bad face. You did it on purpose. Xiao Dai was a little angry. This river is so big, and it doesn't belong to your Qin family. What does it have to do with me smashing the fish? Zhang Yichuan curled his lips. When he saw that the Qin family wanted to catch fish to eat, he wanted to sabotage them. Why can the Qin family, who are prisoners, ride in a horse-drawn carriage? Now they want to eat fish and meat? They are just dreaming. Are you Qin family too overbearing? You are allowed to go to the river to catch fish, but we are not allowed to smash the fish. Chapter 21. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 22 is outrageous. Snapped. Zhang Yichuan picked up another stone and threw it into the water. The fish that were originally swimming over were scared away again. The Qin family servant was so angry that he immediately climbed out of the water and walked towards Zhang Yichuan. What? Although Zhang Yichuan was a little scared, he pretended to be calm. You want to kill someone? Let's look. He turned his head and shouted at the crowd. This is the nature of the Qin family. This river is obviously everyone. Their Qin family wants to occupy. I smashed the fish with stones, and they want to kill people. Nonsense. The Qin family servant said angrily. It was you who was causing trouble. You deliberately threw stones when we were fishing to interfere with our fishing. However, Zhang Yichuan was very good at playing the victim, and he cried in front of everyone with tears and snot. Everyone. My child is only 10 years old. I have never eaten any hardships. I ate a little buns today. I want to make some fish to make up for him. Who knows? Who knows that the Qin family is so ruthless? Occupying this river ourselves. not only let us catch fish, but also slander us. Everyone looked at Zhang Yichuan, who was crying and feeling weak and alone, and then looked at the Chen family, who had large numbers and powerful forces. Thinking of Zhang Yichuan's words again, they all resonated with each other. Their children had never suffered hardship, and coming here to catch fish was to provide the children with nutrition, so that they would not fall behind and fall in the Exile team. So, everyone suddenly felt some sympathy for Zhang Yichuan. That's right. It's too bad. When someone takes the lead, others will naturally follow. I heard they also poisoned a little child. Really? That's too bad. Go back. This is not the place for your Chen family to be arrogant. That's it. Get out of here. Faced with public anger, Chen Shui could only leave with her family. And Zhang Yichuan's triumphant laughter came from behind her. How abominable. Xiao Dai waved her fist. How could they do this? They didn't see anything. How can they say such nonsense? That's right. The Chen family servant was a little angry. I'll go teach them a lesson and make them shut up. No need. Chen Shui stopped them. Why? Are we just going to let them talk nonsense? Xiao Dai hated to see others saying bad things about her family. Someone helped us. Chen Shui said this and whistled. After a while, a figure ran over. What do you want? My lords? Zhao Guang looked at Chen Shui with enthusiasm, and there was no trace of his arrogant look in the afternoon. When he heard the discussions of the people around him, he immediately understood. What are you arguing about? Zhao Guang brandished the whip. His arrogant look was released. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I will let him taste the taste of the whip. Everyone was suddenly silent. They knew how terrifying the Yamen runners were, so they naturally did not dare to confront them. What are you laughing at? Kid. Zhao Guang was held hostage by the Chen family and was poisoned. So naturally he had to try every means to please the Chen family. The current situation is most suitable. He knew that the Chen family and the Zhang family had a grudge, so he could take control of the Zhang family and let Lord Chen know how loyal he was. Are you the one trying to sow discord? Zhao Guang swung his whip and Zhang Yichuan dodged subconsciously. You dare to hide? You even hide from my whip. Are you tired of living? No. Sir, please listen to my explanation. Zhang Yichuan's face suddenly changed, and he quickly smiled. He couldn't understand. In the afternoon, this Yamen runner named Zhao Guang wanted to chop Chen Yuan to death in front of everyone. But now he kept calling him Master Chen? Not only that, they also served him like a lackey. If he had not seen it with his own eyes in the afternoon, he would have thought they were acting. Although he couldn't understand how the Chen family controlled this Yamen runner, he didn't dare and couldn't do what the Chen family did. I could only smile and say, Sir, you misunderstood me. I was just catching fish. Catching fish? Catching fish? Xiao Guang's eyes turned. How about this? If you catch a fish for me, I will let you go. Zhang Yichuan looked at the whip in Xiao Guang's hand, gritted his teeth, and had to compromise. But he secretly thought in his heart, Zhang Yichuan will remember this grudge, because it is the autumnal equinox. The river is still relatively cold, and as a civil servant, Lord Zhang is naturally not in good physical condition. The freezing cold river water made him shiver. It was also his first time fishing. After struggling for a long time and getting soaked all over, he finally caught a stupid fish that was so scared that it hit a rock. Zhang Yichuan came to Zhao Guang carrying a kilogram of silly fish and handed it to him reluctantly. If he were to eat the fish himself, the hot fish soup would be so delicious. Forget it. Forget it. It's not a loss to use a fish to build a good relationship with the officials. Thinking of this, Zhang Yichuan felt much better. After Zhao Guang took the fish, he ignored Zhang Yichuan and immediately ran to the Chen family. Miss Chen. Master Chen. I caught a fish. Please accept it. This is also a token of my appreciation. Zhang Yichuan, who was not far away, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. No. I just gave you the fish. And you turned around and did me a favor? And the one who said it was my enemy? Zhang Yichuan was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He wanted to point at Zhao Guang and call him shameless, but he didn't dare to. He could only hold back his anger and watch the Chen family refuse. However, Zhao Guang begged them to accept it, and the Chen family accepted it reluctantly. Poof! Zhang Yichuan finally couldn't stand the stimulation anymore and fainted from anger. He worked so hard to catch a fish after freezing it in the river for so long, but it became his enemy's meal. How could he not be angry? After receiving the fish, the servants of the Chen family went back to make fish soup. But Chen Shui did not leave. She brought her family to a place further upstream, where there were fewer people, and it was more suitable for her to do it. Let me see. How much is the bait? Chen Shui's consciousness appeared in the exchange system of the space. This exchange system had a lot of good things. But it cost money. If it wasn't too exaggerated, she would have wanted to exchange it for a few fishing nets, and let the servants set the nets and catch fish directly. After thinking about it, I was still a little low-key and exchanged a few copies. Anyway, these people selling their bodies in their hands would not be able to betray them. As for Zhao Guang, if he talked randomly, asked the poison in his stomach to answer. Then, in order to attract fish, Chen Shui exchanged the bait. The bait in the space costs 1 tael of silver per bottle, which is very expensive. But it is really useful. She dropped a drop on the river bank, and a few seconds later, the whole river was boiling. The fish rushed over frantically, and many even jumped directly onto the shore. The servants excitedly scooped them up with scoop nets, while Chen Shui happily reached her hand into the river and scooped all the fish into the pot into the space. Zhao Guang next to him was completely dumbfounded. It's not that he has never seen fish being caught before, but who has ever seen this way of catching fish? The matter of turning into a scoop net out of thin air will not stop for now. Chen Shui spit into the river, and the fish jumped onto the shore frantically. This was simply outrageous. Because he was far away, he did not see Chen Shui dripping the bait into the river. He only saw her squatting by the river with her head sticking out, and thought she was spitting, looking at a group of fish emerging from the calm river. Zhao Guang felt that he needed to find a place to calm down. This Chen Shui is simply not a human being. This is outrageous. Chapter 23 Reserves. Chen Shui didn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Guang. She excitedly collected the fish into the space. These were all meat and fish soup. Catch more now, and store them, so you can eat them slowly later. The servants were also smiling as they caught fish. There were too many fish to catch them all. They could only put them on the ground and run back to the river to continue catching. Chen Shui took the opportunity to store the fish they caught into the space. The servants caught fish from the river, dumped them out, and then caught more. It turns out that there are fewer and fewer fish in the river, which is normal. But why are they catching fewer and fewer fish? Which is a problem. If Chen Shui hadn't explained that the fish had run back into the river, this problem would probably have troubled these servants for more than 10 years. They only kept a few of them. Chen Shui pretended to release the rest of the fish, but actually put them into the space, and then came back with the fish. They asked the servants to give 1 fish to the captain of the Yamen runners, 1 to Su Tian, 1 to each of the other Yamen runners, and then 1 to themselves. Only then were all the fish divided. And me? Zhao Guang was dumbfounded. No. Everyone has fish. Why don't I have any? Don't you dislike eating fish? Chen Shui asked suspiciously. Who said that? You yourself. Zhao Guang then remembered that he had just offered the fish to the Chen family. And then he also used the excuse that he did not like eating fish and gave the fish to the Chen family. But the problem is, who knew you were so good? Others catch fish one by one, but you catch them in groups. Zhao Guang had blocked his own words and could only leave in frustration. But here's a little fish. If you don't mind. Chen Shui pointed at a palm-sized fish tied to a straw rope. The fish jumped up by itself and then hit a rock. And there was no way to save it. No problem. No problem. Zhao Guang was immediately delighted when he heard that. I can't eat such a big fish by myself. Small fish are good. Having said that, fearing that Chen Shui would go back on her word, he quickly grabbed the fish and ran away, laughing all the way. The prisoners around him were so scared that they all stayed away from him, thinking he was having a seizure. Zhao Guang didn't care what other people thought. He felt that since Chen Shui was willing to share the fish with him, it meant that she didn't care about what he had done before. In fact, he was overthinking it. Chen Shui obviously didn't want to share the fish with him, but he had to beg for the fish. Take these 2 fish and cook them. Chen Shui pointed to a fish contributed by Zhang Yichuan and a fish she caught herself. For so many people, 2 fish were enough. Delicious. In the carriage, Chen Shui drank a big bowl of fish soup and touched her stomach with satisfaction. You don't eat well, and you don't sit well. Mother Chen glared at her. Look at you. You don't look like a young lady at all. Chen Shui curled her lips. She was not a young lady to begin with, and she had just traveled through time. She had not had time to enjoy the life of a young lady before she was exiled. So, she really didn't know how a young lady should eat. Forget it. Forget it. Things are not the same as before. There are not so many rules anymore. Lord Chen was more tolerant of his daughter, and did not care about these things. You just spoil her. Mother Chen turned around and glared at Master Chen. Although we are down and out, we still have to be polite. How could Mr. Chen dare to talk back? He quickly buried his head in his food, which made his mother so angry that she ate a few more bowls of rice. 3 people? Oh no! 4 people kill 1 fish. After dinner, Qin Shui took out the dessert, and the family chatted for a while before going to bed. The carriage could seat 4 people, but not for sleeping. Qin Shui and her friends had to remove the table in the middle and the seats on both sides, and then put quilts on them so that the 3 of them could squeeze in. As for Lord Chen, he went outside and slept leaning against the carriage. After all, it's impossible to sleep together with Qin Shui and 3 other women. We still have to find a way to get another carriage. With another carriage, he wouldn't have to be outside in the wind, and many things could be placed in the carriage. With an extra carriage, they could also buy some things and use them openly. But the carriage is hard to find. If it were in the capital, it would be easy to buy. But now that I'm on the road of exile, I can only buy it in larger cities. I was very lucky to be able to buy it in a small village before. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the bailiffs woke everyone up with whips. There are regulations on how many miles the exile team must walk every day, and how many days it must take to reach the place of exile. Therefore, the yamen runners would keep urging them to hurry up. If they failed to arrive within the specified time, they would be punished. Bang! The Qin family's carriage suddenly fell into a pit and could not move. Upon seeing this, the prisoners behind hurriedly bypassed the Qin family and hurried on their way. They did not step forward to help, and some even looked like they were watching a good show. If they fell down while walking and did not get up immediately, the yamen runners would whip them to get up quickly. The Qin family's carriage was stuck on the road, and they would definitely be beaten and scolded by the yamen runners. After all, they were all prisoners, so why could they sit on the carriage? So the prisoners around them were actually unhappy with the Qin family. Now that we have a rare opportunity to see the Qin family being beaten and scolded by the yamen runners, how can we not be happy? Sure enough, a yamen runner saw the Qin family's carriage stopped and was blocking the middle of the road, and immediately ran over with a whip in hand. When everyone thought that the bailiff was going to whip the Qin family, they found that the bailiff just looked at Mr. Qin and asked with concern what happened. When he heard the carriage fell into the pit, the yamen runner put the whip on his waist and helped the Qin family push the carriage. Seeing this scene, the prisoner's jaws dropped. Thank you, sir. Lord Chen was also somewhat surprised that the bailiff would come forward to help. So he quickly asked Qin Shui for the silver and then stuffed it into the bailiff's pocket. The bailiff named Zhou Yu did not refuse, but patted his chest, indicating that he could be approached if he had any problems in the future. Lord Chen was very satisfied, but he knew that it was not just the effect of sending them fish yesterday. In fact, there are 2 types of people who can serve as yamen runners in the exile team. One has a background. One has no background. People like Su Tian, who have a background, can be arranged directly to come in. After all, the exile team has a lot of benefits, and not everyone can get in. But people like Zhou Yu have no background. People like them, who have no background, have almost spent all their savings to buy this official position, hoping to make a fortune in the exile team. The reason why Zhou Yu helped the Qin family was not only because of the fish last night, but also for Su Tian's sake. After all, Su Tian has a background. So people like them, who have no background, naturally have to establish a good relationship with Su Tian. And Su Tian often told them to take good care of Lord Chen. And they remembered it after hearing it so many times. After getting in touch with them, they were willing to help. And Lord Chen was also very generous. Although he didn't know where the rumor that he was penniless came from, Zhou Yu felt that it was somewhat untrue. Mr. Chen is obviously very rich. How can he be penniless? Chapter 24. The Horrifying Southern Barbarians. Lord Chen also chatted with Zhou Yu. All they needed was a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts. If they kept chatting, they almost became sworn brothers. Even Zhou Yu was reluctant to leave, and repeatedly said that he could come to him if he had any problems in the future. Dad, what did you say to him that made him fool like this? Qin Shui was a little curious. Go away. Who fooled him? Lord Chen was a little dissatisfied. I just hinted that we still have a chance to rise. Yamen runners, like them, who want to climb up will naturally take the bait. In fact, this is true. Zhou Yu had been a yamen runner for several years, and knew very well that even though these officials were exiled, who knew whether they would be reinstated the next day, this kind of thing was not uncommon. On the contrary, he has seen a lot. For example, the prime minister of the current dynasty had been exiled several times, but he was reused by the emperor the next year and served as prime minister again. Only those who are short-sighted would step on these exiled officials. People with a little vision know that as long as these high-ranking officials are not dead, they may rise again. Therefore, if you can avoid offending them, do so. And if you can establish good relationships with them, do so. Furthermore, Su Tian, a background, was saying that Master Chen was wronged every day. Although Zhou Yu had seen the situation, he also knew that the wrongdoing would always find out. That is, Master Chen still had the opportunity to get up. That's why Zhou Yu wanted to establish a good relationship with the Chen family. So, in addition to using both kindness and force, there are many other methods. Lord Chen taught Chen Shui some of his experience in officialdom. Although his daughter was not going to be an official, it would not hurt to learn more. Boom! Thunder sounded above everyone's heads, and everyone's expression changed immediately. Boost! Snapped! If you don't want to get soaked, hurry up and get going. The post station is not far ahead. You can rest when you get there. The Yamen runners looked at the darkening sky and felt the howling wind, and suddenly became anxious, waving their whips to urge them on. The prisoners were also a little anxious. If they didn't find a place to hide from the rain quickly, they would all get wet. Getting wet is no big deal. But if they get sick, the Yamen runners will not be kind enough to help them find a doctor. Everyone in the Chen family also quickened their pace. Although they had a carriage to shelter from the rain, they did not have any servants. It would be a problem if the servants got sick. Boom! It's a pity that man proposes, God disposes. Everyone quickened their pace, but still could not reach the post station before the rain. In desperation, the officials had to return to the carriage to avoid the rain, and the prisoners could only hide in the woods. Crash! Pea-sized raindrops fell from the sky and hit the ground. Then, a howling strong wind came, blowing up the dust and leaves on the ground and roaring at everyone. The prisoners all huddled under the trees, huddled together to minimize the area exposed to rain, and even protected the elderly and children among them. The pouring rain soon enveloped the entire world, and the prisoners huddled under the trees, shivering like a group of quails. Boom! Thunder flashed, and the huge sound scared countless children into screaming. Fortunately, there was no lightning strike. Every autumn rain brings a chill. Lord Chen looked at the rain outside and couldn't help but sigh. After the rain, the weather became cooler. Because it was raining heavily, the officials all took shelter from the rain, so there was no need to hurry. And the Chen family also huddled in the carriage. Today is the second day of exile. Although it is still early, we must also consider our plans after exile to the Nanman. Although Lord Chen had never been to Nanman, he had heard about it more or less. The environment there is very bad, with dense miasma, snakes, rats and ants everywhere. In a word, the people who were exiled over there were basically ill and died in the south of the south. And the people who exiled there, although Chen Shui had never been there, she could refer to the ancient south in her previous life. The environment at that time was almost as harsh as the barbarian environment here. The southern barbarian area is very humid and difficult to live in, not to mention the various dangers. Miasma, snakes, rats, insects and ants. There are even occasional harassment and invasions from the southern barbarians. They exiled these people to the land of the southern barbarians, partly to develop the land and make it suitable for living, and partly to defend against the southern barbarians. Of course, they were not asked to fight with the southern barbarians. After all, they would not be able to stop them if they went, but to provide logistic support. These exiled prisoners would be placed in exile towns and villages, where they would be asked to reclaim wasteland, grow crops and pay grain to sustain the lives of the garrison soldiers. Those soldiers are busy training on weekdays, so they don't have time to farm. Besides, the mountains there are high and the roads are long, so there is no way to buy food. So they need these exiles. So, I asked Su Tian. Lord Chen looked at his wife and daughter. The destination of our exile is Xianxiang village, which was just built last year. The last batch of exiles live there. The environment in Xianxiang is very bad. It is said that 300 people were exiled last year, but this year the number is less than 50. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Less than 50 people were left out of the 300. What did such a high death rate mean? It meant that the situation there was really bad. Although I don't want to scare you, the facts are probably grim. Lord Chen sighed. Those border guards would definitely lie about the situation for the sake of their face and official positions. So, maybe even fewer people survived in Xinjiang. Why is the mortality rate so high? Dad, have you found out the reason? Qin Shui was a little nervous. She thought the road to exile was scary enough. But she didn't expect that the road was just an appetizer. Food, diseases, nano-invasion. These are all problems. Master Chen sighed. Especially food. After we went there, we would not provide food to us. At most, some grain species were provided. But the grain species could not be eaten. Only then did Qin Shui understand the situation over there. After they went there, they would be arranged in the village. And the Yamen runners would only provide them with grain seeds. And they would have to figure out food themselves. When we were first exiled there was no food, and we could only look for it in the wild. But the environment in the south was very bad. There were mountains and forests everywhere. And snakes, rats, insects, ants, tigers, leopards, wolves, all in groups. Many people either starved to death, were eaten by tigers, leopards, jackals, or died from bites by snakes, rats, insects and ants. In short, there are not enough life to die there. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Just when everyone was feeling heavy-hearted, Qin Shui spoke up. I still have several thousand kilograms of food in my sleeves. So we don't have to worry about food at all. It's not just food. Lord Qin thought far ahead. Miasma is also a big problem. The reason why there are so many casualties is because of miasma. In addition, snakes, rats, insects and ants are also a problem. The creatures over there are not like those on our side. They are extremely wild, bloodthirsty and cruel. If these problems are not solved, it will be very difficult for them to survive in Namman. Qin Shui also had a headache. But suddenly, she thought of something and her eyes lit up. There was an exchange system in her space. As long as you have money, nothing is a problem. Miasma? She can exchange it for detoxification pills, etc. She can exchange snakes, rats, insects and ants for realgar, pesticides, etc. All these can be done as long as you have money. Moreover, the Namman area has not been developed at all and has a variety of medicinal materials. It is simply a treasure land. As long as she picked herbs and let the system recycle them, she would gain contribution points, and then use the contribution points to exchange for pesticides and other things. And the cycle would continue. You can live a carefree life in Namman without spending any money yourself. Chapter 25 Future Plans. So, as long as you have money, it's fine? Lord Chen looked at his daughter with some confusion. The problems he had just mentioned were not problems at all in his daughter's eyes. As long as you have money, you can solve anything? Right. Qin Shui nodded. Although there was actually quite a bit of money in the space. It was stored away in the bottom of the box. Savings that could not be used unless absolutely necessary. So, she had to find some other way to make money. To put it simply, I can contact the god of wealth. And then we can use money to exchange for various things. The exchange system is difficult to explain. So Qin Shui could only make up a more understandable reason. Will that be expensive? Lord Chen asked the key question. Qin Shui's mouth twitched. You know what? It's really expensive. A few days ago, she exchanged for fishing bait. And it cost 1 or 2 taels of silver for a bottle, which contained less than 10 drops. Although the effect was very good and allowed her to catch more than 10 kilograms of fish. The items exchanged in the space all started at 2 taels. At least 1 or 2. To exchange a bottle of insecticide, 1 kilogram requires 20 taels, which is simply robbery. You have to know that 1 tael converted into money in the previous life would be worth at least several thousand yuan. A bottle of insecticide only cost a few dozen dollars in the past. Pesticides that used to cost tens of dollars now cost thousands of dollars. If this isn't just unscrupulous businessmen, then what is? If the things to be exchanged weren't effective, she wouldn't want to exchange them. We have some things, so let's collect them ourselves. After thinking about it, Qin Shui felt that it would be better not to exchange it from the space. For example, if she wanted to exchange a pound of realgar, she would need dozens of taels of silver in the space. But in reality, you can buy dozens of kilograms of realgar with a few dozen taels. Good. Master Chen nodded. Let's make a list. And when we come across a town on the road, I'll find an opportunity to buy it. Soon. Several people discussed what to include on the list. Realgar is a must. There are many snakes in the Namman area. Realgar is very effective. Lime can also be deworming. You can buy a little more. And the lime can also be used for disinfection, which has a lot of effects. Oh, right. Grain seeds. Mother Chen suddenly thought. Although the officials will give us grain seeds at that time, those grain seeds will definitely not be very good. That's right. Master Chen patted his thighs. Let's bring some excellent grains to the past. At that time, the survival rate will be higher and can gain more. After hearing what you said, I think we should save more seeds of other vegetables and fruits. Qin Shui raised her hand and said. They didn't know how long they would stay in Nam'an. Let's not talk about fruits, which were abundant there. But vegetable seeds were necessary. The officials would definitely not provide vegetable seeds, and they had no place to buy them. Although there was space to plant, it was not complete. Everyone brainstormed, and on the second day of exile, they began to think about how to survive in Nam'an. It was obvious that they had accepted the exile, and were no longer afraid of it. They were even looking forward to arriving in Nam'an as soon as possible. The purchase of these materials cannot go through the hands of others, Lord Chen reminded. They purchased a large quantity. And more importantly, these materials must be stored in Qin Shui's space in the due time. After the few of them discussed some things, Qin Shui took the opportunity to enter the space. Although she had only been in contact with her parents for a short time, Qin Shui already knew them very well, and knew that they would not harm her. Moreover, although he is a time traveler, he is unfamiliar with this world and is on the road of exile. So he still has to rely on them. Therefore, Qin Shui did not hide them. Watching their daughter disappear on the spot, Chen's father, Chen's mother, and Xiao Dai were all dumbfounded. Although they were mentally prepared, it was still too hard to accept. A big living man disappeared out of thin air. After being shocked, a few people quickly used their bodies to press down the curtains and door curtains to prevent any light from leaking out, so as to avoid being discovered by people outside. After Qin Shui entered the space, the first thing she did was to check the planted vegetables. The vegetables in the space grew very quickly. One cycle faster than the normal growth cycle. Fruits like grapes have grown to 1 meter tall, but it will take some time for them to bear fruit. Then, Qin Shui fed the chickens, ducks and geese, and brought back a few eggs. The hens were so angry that they chased Qin Shui all over the space. Seeing these chickens so energetic, Qin Shui was very satisfied, which showed that they had adapted. Then we came to the lake, which was full of fish caught from home, various kinds of rare fish, and some fish caught from the river for eating. After walking around the space, Qin Shui came out with the eggs. Lord Chen and the other man did not ask any further questions. They took the eggs, washed them, put them in the pot, and cooked tea eggs for Qin Shui. Fortunately, it was raining outside, and the other prisoners were taking shelter in the woods far away, so they couldn't smell the scent of tea eggs. A few people listened to the sound of rain outside, sipped tea, and ate tea eggs, feeling very leisurely and comfortable. Damn it! Do they know they are in exile? Under a tree not far away, Zhang Yichuan had been keeping an eye on the Qin family. Although the sound of rain covered it, he could still hear the laughter coming from the Qin family's carriage. Obviously exile. The Qin family is like travel. This made Zhang Yichuan look very unhappy. Why were they all exiled? And they were so carefree and happy as if they were traveling. But he was so embarrassed. If we can't get it, they can't either. Zhang turned to look at Zhang Yichuan. She still remembered the scene where she was humiliated by the Qin family. The same thing happened to Zhang Yichuan. The fish he had caught with great effort yesterday was given to the Qin family by Zhao Guang. They could only smell the scent of fish eaten by the Qin family, and gnaw on the hard steamed buns in their hands. The key point was that his son kept clamoring for fish, which made Zhang Yichuan, who was already furious, even angrier, and he grabbed his son and beat him up. He felt refreshed after the beating, but now he heard the Qin family's laughter, which made him angry again. Don't worry. They can't be happy for a long time. Zhang Yichuan gritted his teeth, and he must get his hand in the Qin family. Even if he can't get it, don't think about a carriage. Boom! As the thunder is getting smaller and smaller, the rain has become smaller. Hurry up and keep rush. The rain was still falling, but the bailiffs put on raincoats and hats and waved whips to force the prisoners to continue on their journey. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they had no choice but to obey the whip. Bang, bang, bang. On the road, even if everyone tried to avoid it as much as possible, they were still mud. In the past, they had traveled by carriage. How could they eat this kind of suffering? When they thought about the fact that there was still a year to go, Everyone felt desperate. Master Chen. Let's hurry up. Zhao Guang seized the opportunity and ran over to show his courtesy, hoping to move Lord Chen and let them give him the antidote. What to see? Don't continue to hurry. After speaking to Lord Chen, Zhao Guang's expression immediately changed when he turned to look at other people. He waved his whip and looked ferocious. Chapter 26 Station. I'm going to the station. When everyone saw the post station, they breathed a sigh of relief and could finally rest. After traveling in the rain, they were now soaked and just wanted to find a place to warm themselves by a fire. However, although the inn allowed them to stay for free, they were not single rooms, but rather more than a dozen people squeezed into one room. Of course, even the yamen runners were grouped in 2 or 3 in a room. But what? It's not that the inn doesn't have independent rooms, but you need to pay for them yourself. And even then you may not be able to buy one. Sir, can you give us a room? Our family can just live in one. Zhang Yichuan found the yamen runners at the post station and stuffed silver into their pockets. Rooms? That's a bit difficult. The bailiff frowned. There are so many of you. There are no separate rooms. Zhang Yichuan had served as an official for so many years, and it was certainly not in vain. He immediately understood what the yamen runner meant, and took out another ingot of silver from his sleeve with a painful gesture. Sir, can you be more flexible? The yamen runner's eyes lit up, and he put away the silver without leaving any trace. He coughed and said, Now that you remind me of this, I remember there is a big house that is big enough for your family to live in. It's only 20 taels a room. No problem. Thank you for your help. Sir. Zhang Yichuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly stuffed 30 taels of silver into the man's pocket. He couldn't sleep at all in the wild last night, and didn't sleep well. Tonight, he could finally have a good rest. Wait a minute. I'll go see if anyone is assigned to that room. Zhang Yichuan was very happy when he saw the yamen runners leave. Zhang also came over and asked, How is it? Done. Zhang Yichuan said proudly. In this world, as long as you have money, you can get things done. Unlike some people, what's the point of being cool on the road? When it comes to the critical moment, it still depends on money. The Chen family was right next to them, so Zhang Yichuan's sarcastic voice was naturally meant for them. Everyone knows that Lord Chen is penniless. Even though they bought a carriage, they had actually spent all their savings and now had no money to stay in an inn. So, Zhang Yichuan couldn't help but mock him, returning all the anger he had suffered before. Hey, why is Lord Chen staying at the post station? Zhang Yichuan continued to say sarcastically. Doesn't Lord Chen have a carriage? You can stay in the carriage at night. The carriage is very comfortable. Zhang followed suit. Master Chen, do you know how much this room costs per night? 20 taels. Tut tut tut. Can a penniless Master Chen afford this? Mr. Chen, what if I have no money? Do I eat your rice? Who said I am penniless? I am anxious for you. Dad, did you hear the dog barking? Chen Shui said innocently. I think I heard a dog barking in my ear. It's so annoying. Master Chen couldn't help laughing. I heard it. Dad told you. The louder a dog barks, the more guilty it is, and the more afraid it is of people. Chen Yuan. What do you mean? Zhang Yichuan was immediately furious. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever admits it is it. You? Zhang Yichuan was very depressed. He used to be good at flattery and speaking in official circles. But how come he couldn't win an argument with Chen Yuan now? I remember that when Chen Yuan was in officialdom, he was not good at flattering or speaking, and was very dull. Why is he so irritating now? What's the point of being so sharp-tongued? You still have nowhere to sleep. Zhang Yichuan mocked. However, if Master Chen is willing to give up the carriage, I can pay to book a room for you. Although the carriage is nice, it is definitely not as comfortable as staying in an inn. In the inn, you can wash and buy hot meals. Master Chen. Just then, someone interrupted Zhang Yichuan's words, and 2 yamen runners, Su Tian and Zhao Guang, walked over. Sir Chen, I have already arranged the room. Please come with us. Su Tian said with a fist salute. It was obviously arranged by me. Zhao Guang quickly replied. Master Chen, please come in. I will ask the postmaster to arrange a superior room for you. Su Tian looked at Zhao Guang, who was trying to show his courtesy, his mind full of doubts. No. Hadn't Zhao Guang been targeting Lord Chen in the past few days? Why is he more attentive than me today? Has he changed his gender? However, Su Tian was worried that Zhao Guang was playing some tricks, pretending to be attentive and then making trouble in the room. So he hurriedly said, Master Chen. This way, please. Master Chen. This way. How could Zhao Guang give Su Tian the opportunity to show his courtesy? He quickly flattered him. I have arranged a large room, which is big enough for Lord Chen and his family to live in. Seeing the two Yamen runners presenting them as if they were treasures, everyone was dumbfounded, especially Zhang Yichuan. Just now, he mocked the Chen family for not being able to afford to stay at the post station. But now two Yamen runners are begging them to stay. Not only are they not charging any money, they are also begging them to stay in a humble manner. This is simply... If Zhang Yichuan hadn't bitten his tongue and the severe pain made him realize that this was not a dream, he would have gone crazy. Why? Why? We were all exiled. We were all assistant ministers of the Ministry of Revenue. Why should these Yamen runners curry favor with him? What's good about his Chen family? They have no background and no money. My lords. Zhang Yichuan stepped forward and said, suppressing his dissatisfaction. The Chen family is the mastermind of the corruption case. Zhang Yichuan stopped there and said, I believe these Yamen runners are all smart people. As the mastermind of the corruption case, it is impossible for the Chen family to overturn the verdict. It is impossible for you to think that the Chen family will be reused again. It would be better to invest in him. At least he still has a relationship with the Shangshu. And maybe he will have a chance to rise in the future. Shut up. You're the only one who talks too much. Zhao Guang turned his head and glared at him. Do you want to be whipped? Nonsense. Su Tian also glared at him in dissatisfaction. Master Chen is clearly wronged. Zhang Yichuan was sweating profusely, as he offended 3 people with just one sentence. He couldn't understand why the two Yamen runners, Su Tian and Zhao Guang, were so protective of the Chen family. What was so good about his Chen family? Sir Chen, take a look. Which room do you want to live in? Zhao Guang pointed to the room he had arranged, then pointed to the room Su Tian had arranged, giving him the choice. Su Tian had nothing to say, and could only let Lord Chen make the choice. Lord Chen had no say in the matter. The choice was in the hands of his wife and daughter. So he turned and looked at his wife and daughter. In the end, Qin Shui and her friends chose Zhao Guang's room, which was bigger and could accommodate their whole family. As for the room arranged by Su Tian, they let the servants live there. After arranging the room, Su Tian and the other man left without disturbing the Chen family. Zhang Yichuan stood at a door, watching the Chen family enter the room, feeling depressed. At this time, he saw the post station runner coming over and ran over quickly. Sir, our room. No more. The bailiff shrugged. It has been arranged. What? Zhang Yichuan's face changed, thinking that the Yamen runner wanted to ask for too much. So he had to take out the silver again and handed it over. Please help me. Sir. The bailiff took the silver inside. I can't do anything about it. There are limited rooms. However, you can discuss it with the family. I heard that they have booked 2 rooms. The bailiff pointed to the room where the Chen family lived. Zhang Yichuan was stunned. They asked them to go to the Chen family. It was already very good that the Chen family did not chase them away with a broom. How could they give the room to them? Chapter 27 Difficulties. Yes, this room is quite comfortable. Qin Shui was lying on the bed and even rolled twice. Thanks to that Zhao Guang. Chen's mother laughed and said, if it weren't for Zhao Guang's arrangement, they would probably have to bleed a lot and might not even be able to get a room. Moreover, this house has partitions, which means there are 2 beds, which is perfect for a family to live in. It seems that I have to reward him with a little antidote. Qin Shui smiled. If there was no evidence and poison, how could Zhao Guang be so attentive? However, they were surprised that Su Tian arranged a room for them. But when they thought about how he had always treated them well, they understood. I heard that there are meals for sale at the post station. Let's go buy some. And then I'll put it away, and we can eat on the way. Qin Shui has tried it, and found that the space has a fresh-keeping function. So when these dishes are put into the space, they will still be hot meals when they are taken out later. Okay, let me buy something. As soon as Lord Chen opened the door, he saw a figure standing at the door, as if ready to knock. Chun Yuan. Only then did Lord Chen see clearly that it was Zhang Yichuan. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, he was stopped just after taking a step. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Lord Chen does not have a good attitude towards his enemies. Zhang Yichuan wanted to get angry, but considering that they had something to ask for, he had to endure it. The Yamen runner just now took the money, but did not do the job and did not even give them a room. What else is there to say? There are only the last 2 rooms left, which are in the hands of the Qin family. Let me go find them. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Yichuan had no choice but to come here in order to have a place to stay tonight. Master Qin, I have something to discuss with you. Who are you? Lord Qin turned and left. I don't know you well. No. Master Qin. We can talk it over. Zhang Yichuan hurried over and said with his head down. It was my fault just now. If Master Qin is angry, feel free to scold me. Chen Yuan frowned. He had seen Zhang Yichuan's shamelessness many times, but he still felt speechless. Seeing that Master Qin didn't say anything, Zhang Yichuan hurriedly said, Master Qin, you guys have occupied one room. Can you give me the remaining room? I can pay for it. 20 taels. Master Qin, we are willing to pay 20 taels. 20-2? Master Qin didn't want to speak with him, but he sneered when he thought of his daughter's previous operation. Master Zhang can't find the room. There is no other room to live in this station. Do Zhang think 20 or 2? 30 taels. Zhang Yichuan gritted his teeth, looking obviously in pain. 1,000 taels. Why don't you just go grab it? Zhang Yichuan was furious. A room cost 1,000 taels. Even bandits were not so cruel. I'm grabbing it now. Master Qin said seriously. If you don't want to sell it to me, just say it directly. Why humiliate me like this? Zhang Yichuan said, gritting his teeth. You know I don't want to sell it for you. What else do you do? Master Qin's face guessed the right expression. You? Zhang Yichuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But he had to endure it when he thought that only the Qin family had extra houses. Master Qin, although there are contradictions between us, there is no way to live with money. This exile is very long. Enough. Everyone said that he was not dignified. He didn't want to face it. Who said he had no money? He did have money, but it was all with his wife and daughter. Just 1,000. Don't find me if you have no money. Master Qin felt that his daughter's excuse was very good. He raised the price and made him retreat. Master Qin, we have not been the same as the waiter for so many years. Have we not a little gratitude? Zhang Yichuan was a little angry. Your family has lived in a room, and a room would rather live for his lives. And you don't give us? Who are you? Master Qin rolled his eyes. If you are my family, you will naturally live. You? Chen Yuan. Don't be proud of too early. The road of exile still grows. Who laughs at the end? Master Qin. At this time, a voice came from a distance, and the two saw Zhao Guang walking with a basket. Although they did not light up, both of them smelled the fragrance. Master Qin, I have given you a meal. Zhao Guang's charming smile. Holding the basket, I deliberately instructed the kitchen. Made a few more meat, and replenished your body for Master Qin. Forehead. Even if you make up, I have a good body, and don't need to make up. Zhao Guang was too enthusiastic and made Master Qin unbearable. In the end, Zhao Guang's kindness was accepted. In fact, although Zhao Guang was poisoned and was considered his own, the Qin family really did not dare to eat the food from Zhao Guang. Fortunately, Su Tian said food again and saw the food said by Zhao Guang. His face changed greatly. He quickly proposed to worry, and then took the food said by Zhao Guang to the food he brought. For Su Tian, the Qin family still trusts. But after the food was poisonous last time, the Qin family had a lot of heart. Therefore, Qin Shui exchanged for Poison Dan. The family first ate to understand Poison Dan. Looking at the Qin families feeding one after another, Zhang Yichuan was jealous again. Why? He found the battle again. Spent some silver, and then blowing the hair in his ear. Hee. The Qin family is just an exiled person. Even if he is old, he is just a prisoner now. The eyes of the surname he flashed. Indeed. What exile is? Behind you are the Lord Yi. You will not be afraid of those exiles. How is it possible? He sneered. What are the exiles of exiles? What can be counted? 102. I will help you this matter. Zhang Yichuan gritted his teeth. Even if it wasn't for the room, the 100 taels was worth it just to vent his anger. Good. Bang bang bang. When the Qin family was eating, he heard the noise outside and heard the voice of his own family. And Master Qin came out. When I opened the door, I saw that their subordinates were kicked out of the room, and their faces sank. What happened? The subordinates quickly explained that what the family said, that the family could only live in one room at most, and then kicked them out. The Qin family was not a fool. I couldn't see it. Obviously it was the disadvantage of the maidage. And they did not quarrel with the maidage. and asked the subordinates to find Zhao Guang and Su Tian. What do you mean? Su Tian's face was a little bit good. After all, this room was arranged by him. Fortunately, the people living here are servants of the Chen family. If Lord Chen lived in this room and was kicked out, how would he save his face? Behind the post is the post. Naturally not to be afraid of Su Tian's exiles of macrosuction. Master, he ordered. Do you have any questions and find the post? Obviously, he wanted to suppress them. In this post, is the ground snake, Su Tian, who are responsible for the exile team, facing the post, and also salute. After all, the official position is larger than himself. Chapter 28, A Mistake. Snapped. Yi slapped on Yi's face and hit him. Who told you to act on your own? Why don't you apologize to Master Chen? The post was full of his face, and he was lying in the station well. Who knew that a large pot fell on the sky? Behind one is General Guo. And there are people who are suspected to have the background of Master Shan Shu to find him. This is more than just. Then, behind the doctor of the Royal Sher, several adults of the Ministry of Rights came to the door. He was aggressive. When did he offend so many adults? He is a small post. Even if there is no grade, a random adult behind them can easily crush himself. Later, I learned that it was the calamity of the people under Min. He didn't know any Master Chen, but he knew that he couldn't afford to offend. He knew that his subordinates had wrong things, and hurried to apologize to the door. He was beaten. He couldn't understand why the adult hit him for an exile official, but he was his brother-in-law. After being beaten for the third slap, he knew that when he kicked the iron plate, he had to ask Master Chen to apologize, and then ask the Chen family to go back. Master Yi also quickly asked the Chen family to eat, as a crime, and even let the grand service help the Chen family to relieve the shackles and let them rest well. Master Chen, the people are not sensible. Please forgive me. What needs? Although instructions. He wanted to apologize. But when I thought of so many adults, I thought about it. If Master Chen recovered one day, and even remembered his good, he would not make a lot of money. Qin Shui and others did not expect to encounter such a good thing. They naturally opened their mouths and asked Yi to help find a carriage. One carriage is not enough. So Lord Chen can only sleep outside the carriage at night. With 2 carriages, that would not be a problem. The carriage should not be a big problem for Yi. And they are not for nothing, but to buy money. They want to pick up the channel for the post. Unfortunately, their luck is still worse. There are no carriages in the station. But there are old carriages. But there are no horses. But for the Chen family, it is also good news. Although there was only 1 carriage and no horse pulling it, they already had a carriage. So all they had to do was connect this carriage to the existing carriage. It is still a bit difficult for 1 horse to pull 2 carriages. But there is no other way but to make do with it for now. Since he was doing a favor. An old carriage was definitely not enough. So the postmaster had people send a lot of supplies to fill the old carriage. Qin Shui and others wanted to refuse. But the Yi was stunned and could only accept it. But she didn't understand why he valued them so much. They did not know that Zhao Guang and Su Tian both found them, showing the power behind them. Because Su Tian had the instructions of Dr. Yushur and others, he had to take care of the Chen family. So he found the post. Zhao Guang had to please the Chen family because of the handle and poisoning. Yi was frightened by the forces behind Su Tian and Zhao Guang, and then chose to make friends with the Chen family. Therefore, after staying in the station, Qin Shui and others slept comfortably for a night, and got a carriage. Not only that, but also the supplies of the carriage. Zhang Yichuan originally wanted to pit the Chen family. Who knew that they helped them? This may be the so-called blessing. Hey, how come Master Zhang went in standing up and came out sideways? In the morning, when Qin Shui and her family left the post station, they saw Zhang Yichuan being supported by his family and left. They were immediately curious. Zhang Yichuan saw that the Qin family was angry, but he had no strength to refute. It was raining yesterday, and I was on the road, which made me even colder. Last night, the cold wind was blowing one night outside. Not only that, you also leaked qi on him. It was okay to beat him and let him bleed. Zhang Yichuan was already furious. And when he heard that the postmaster had specially arranged a carriage for the Qin family and sent them a lot of supplies in order to please them, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He worked hard and spent hundreds of two. Not only did he get a house, but also beaten. The Qin family did nothing, and a penny was not spent. He also got a carriage and a carriage. Just like that, Zhang Yichuan, who had already caught a cold and was angry. Caught a cold. What Zhang Yichuan wanted to say, but sneezed. His snot flowed down, and the people around him saw it, and quickly pulled away from him. When the Chen family supported the carriage and when she was leaving, he also laughed and said that she had the opportunity to be a guest. This scene stimulated Zhang Yichuan's lungs to explode. Why? Their Chen family is also a prisoner. Why are you so angry with their guests? So cold. What is the matter? Zhao Guang looked at the person in front of him, and suddenly sweated coldly, thinking about whether to kill him. He naturally knew what the people in front of him were talking about. And it was not that Guichang asked him to kill Qin Yuan. However, he has always tried to please Qin Yuan now. How could he kill him and kill Qin Yuan? What should he do? So he could only hold his head hard. I didn't find a chance to start. That Su Tian has been helping the Qin family. Waste. The man cursed. Hurry up and do it. Then, the man left the station. Fortunately, his owner had expected Zhao Guang's waste long ago and may not be able to succeed. So let him arrange a new plan. He came here just to confirm whether Zhao Guang was successful. If it was successful. If it was unsuccessful. He could only use a new plan. He opened the scroll in his hand. And it was Qin Yuan. His mission was simple. To find the bandits. Give them money. Let them find an opportunity to attack the Exile team. And then take the opportunity to kill Qin Yuan. In order to worry that the bandits would not recognize people. Guichang deliberately found Qin Yuan's portrait. He came over to confirm whether the portrait was consistent with Qin Yuan. Seeing the Qin family get on the carriage, the man turned and left to ambush on the road ahead. The group continued on their journey. Because the Qin family had 2 cars, they asked their subordinates to sit in the back of the car. One was to guard the supplies, and the second people could rest. Although most of the supplies have been collected by Qin Shui, the box is still in the carriage. The servants of the Qin family had never expected that there would be a carriage to ride on the road to Exile. And they were very grateful to the Qin family in their hearts. The prisoners around him saw the scene, and they were jealous and jealous. Why did the Qin family even have a carriage to sit? But when they saw Zhao Guang and others, they could only hide their dissatisfaction in their hearts. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Shui heard the voice of the next person. Master! Miss! Someone stopped the car! Qin Shui and the others were stunned. There were actually people in the Exile team who stopped the car. They must be fed up with living. Chapter 29. Whatever you need. Give it to me. Qin Shui opened the curtain and saw a couple stopped in front of the carriage with a girl. When she saw Qin Shui came out, she knelt down immediately. Master Chen. Girl Chen. Save us! Qin Shui and Master Chen looked at each other. A little inexplicable. They didn't seem to know them. Asked briefly, they knew what the situation was. The family surnamed Yang. A personal doctor of the Yuan family. The head of the Yuan family is the Ministry of Households. The position is only 1 level lower than that of Master Chen and Zhang Yichuan. After the corruption case, the officials were arrested except for Shang Shu. Because of the death of officials such as the doctor of the Royal Shishir, Zhang Yichuan was the men of the Ministry of Households. And they still took the initiative to reveal the hero of Master Chen. So they were only exiled. But apart from these 2 people, others were not so lucky. For example, the head of the Yuan family was a counselor of the Ministry of Revenue. And 3 generations of his direct descendants were sentenced to public beheading. And the rest of the family members were exiled. The Yongquan family was medicine for generations. After being seen by the Yuan family, they were incorporated into the house, and became the private doctor of the Yuan family, who knew that after entering the Yuan family for less than half a month, the Yuan family had an accident. Fortunately, they have no relatives in the Yuan family, and they are only exiled. Although it was unjust, there was nowhere to apply for injustice. The Yongquan family could only be exiled honestly. Who would have thought that as soon as she was exiled, Yang Quan's daughter Yang Xiaohua was targeted by the Yamen runners, who even cut off their food supplies in order to make them surrender. Yang Quan was only a doctor, powerless and unable to resist the Yamen runners, even if they were just members of the Exile team. But he did not want his daughter to be abused. It happened that the Qin family had made a big deal in the past few days. They also knew that the Qin family had a background, especially in the morning that the Yi personally sent the Qin family to get on the carriage. So they wanted to ask the Qin family for help. It is for help. In fact, they intend to ask their daughters to give the Qin family as the Yaohuan. This may not be that the power of the Qin family may not work against her daughter. Master Chen asked Chen to accept the little girl. The little girl has been smart since she was a child. And her medical skills are stronger than me. Yang Quan knelt down on the ground. He knew that he had a good relationship with the Chen family. The Chen family could not offend them for their offense. But if the daughter became the Chen family, it would be different. Master Chen turned to look at his wife and daughter. He couldn't do the Lord in this matter. Qin Shui was silent and accepted Yang Xiaohua, which means offending the battle. Not only that, she accepted Yang Xiaohua. What about her parents? No accident. It must be accepted so that Yang Xiaohua will be loyal. But accepting their family means 3 more mouths. This is a large amount of expenses. If they are not in trouble, they do and care about this expense. But now it is exile. There is no income. And the less supplies of the space. This is not the point. The point is that once they open a mouth, the trouble is great. When the other prisoners around seeing the Yang family join them, what should I do if they also join them? If they agree, they can bear the consumption of so many people. If they do not agree, these people will definitely be dissatisfied. Why can they join the Yang family, and they will not work? If you could only be dissatisfied, if they do it in private, it will be more troublesome. Of course, it is also good to collect the Yang Xiaohua's family. After all, their family has been medicine for generations, and there is a doctor around them. Then you don't have to worry about being sick. To know the road of exile, I don't know how many difficulties and obstacles to go through the way, but also go through the wind and rain. All kinds of harsh environments. And it is easy to get sick. In this era without antibiotics, even ordinary colds would be dead. If there is a doctor, everything is not a problem. Especially after Nanman. The environment is harsh. And the virus of the radon. If there is a doctor, the survival rate will be much higher. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Qin Shui looked at her parents. This matter was not for her. If there is enough food, then accept them. Qin's mother also considered the importance of the doctor, and suggested that they accept him. As for offending the Yamen runners, the Qin family had long planned to win over all of them. As long as the offense was not too serious, they could handle it. Then accept it. Seeing that his wife and daughter had no objection, Lord Qin turned to look at Yang Quan's family. Whenever there was anything happening outside, Lord Qin would come forward. But the decision still had to be made by the family of 3. Thank you. Sir. Thank you. Sir. Yang Quan was immediately excited when he heard that the Qin family agreed. They had only one daughter. Naturally, she was unwilling to make her ruins. Although it would lose freedom to Qin Jianangyahuan, it was better then. As a result, in front of Su Tian and Zhao Guang and other prisoners, Yang Quan wrote a deed and gave it to the Qin family. In ancient times, selling deeds determined a person's life and death. So there were no special circumstances, and the subordinates would not betray. Yang Quan originally planned to give her daughter to the Qin family, but the Qin family was willing to accept their family. Naturally, Yang Quan would not miss such a good opportunity. So the family became the slaves of the Qin family. They are very clear that if there is no backing in the exile team, I am afraid that they will die on the road before they reach their destination. The oppression of the tadpoles is part of it, and the shortage of food is also part. But after joining the Qin family, they found that there were no these troubles. In lunch, Yang Quan watched the Qin family who took out a fish for cooking, and swallowed involuntarily. The exile team. The dwellings gave the steamed buns. They couldn't bite at all, and there was no nutrition. Especially after staring at the daughter. They deducted their food. They were still hungry now. I did not expect that joining the Qin family could eat meat. For a while, the Yang Quan family was fortunate, and felt that joining the Qin family was a very wise decision. Your name is Yang Xiao Painting? Qin Shui looked at a few years younger than herself. An only 12-year-old girl, who was so good. No wonder she would be stared at by the maidage. Yes. Yang Xiaohua seemed a little timid, and he dared not go to see Qin Shui with his head down. Listen to your father. You have a good medical skills. Do you know a lot of herbs? Miss Back. Benka Jing. I have memorized the herbs on Golden Fang. I can recognize most of herbs. That's good, Qin Shui said with satisfaction. What kind of herbal medicine to meet on the road? You can help me point it out. At that time, part of the collected herbs will be planted in this space and stored, and part will be exchanged for contribution points. The value of herbal medicine is very high. A weeds can be exchanged for a few points of contribution. The herbs are tens of points, and the contribution value is hundreds of points. If these contribution points are exchanged for silver, the ratio is 1 to 1. That is, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Therefore, instead of exchanging silver for contribution points, it is better to collect surrounding resources for exchange, especially herbs. Their exiled teams have to take a long way, and the places passing by are basically scarce people. Basically, they have not developed much, which means that herbs have not been picked. This is exactly cheap. Chapter 30, Wool. This is a ghost-handed vine. Bitter. Warm. Non-toxic. The main bloated. Sores. Yang Xiaohua pointed to the ground. A black vine who looked like a hand. Introduced Qin Shui. Be careful. Don't hurt the root. In order to dig up the herbs as quickly as possible, Qin Shui brought her servants with her. After all, herbs are often not just one plant, but sometimes in clusters. After digging it out, Qin Shui took one away while no one was paying attention, and then immersed her consciousness in the space. System. Recycle. Ghosts and Vine. Contribute at 120 points. After hearing the system quotation, Qin Shui suddenly had a bright eyes, and the 120-point contribution value, which means that it is equivalent to 122. Although such a high price was only given for the first recycling, and the second recycling only had a few contribution points, it was still a profit. The exchange mall has been activated. You can view the list. Hearing the system's reminder, Qin Shui's eyes lit up. Quick! Let me see. When you open the system mall, you can see a variety of items, including electrical appliances, food, and daily necessities. Refrigerator, 1,500 points. TV, 2,400 points. Electric blanket, 3,600 points. Fan, 500 points. Bicycle, 3,800 points. Looking at these expensive prices, Qin Shui sighed. It was not enough. Now she only had 200 contribution points, and could not even buy a fan. However, the fan cannot be used now, and there is no electricity after buying it, so it cannot be used. I can only put it in the space, and then exchange it for a generator. Home appliances are more expensive, but food is cheaper. Instant noodles, 10 packs per box, 15 contribution points. Coke, a box of 6 bottles, 8 contribution points. Spicy strips, 10 packs per box, 5 contribution points. Basically, everything that Qin Shui could buy in her previous life was there. And not only that, there were also various other things that she had never seen before. Detoxification pill, detoxifies 10 types of poison, 50 contribution points. Soft armor, invulnerable to swords and guns, 1,500 contribution points. Treasure sword, blowing hair off, 1,450 contribution points. Crossbow, range 100 meters, 2,500 contribution points. The series of goods is dazzling. But unfortunately, Qin Shui can't afford them all, and can only accumulate contribution points honestly. Fortunately, with the help of Yang Xiaohua, she accumulated contribution points faster. Girl, these are weeds, not herbs. Yang Xiaohua became familiar with Qin Shui and became bolder. When she saw Qin Shui pulling out weeds, she quickly stopped her. I know. Qin Shui nodded. She wasn't going to eat it. She was just going to use it to fleece the system. Mao Chao. 5 contribution points. Soap tree leaves. For contribution points. Pine needles. Have been included. Contribute 1 point. Unable to find any herbs, Qin Shui started to weed and fleece the system. Unfortunately, after Qin Shui had earned several hundred contribution points, the system fixed the bug and prevented Qin Shui from making any more contributions. Qin Shui could only ask Yang Xiaohua to take her to find herbs. Stop! Suddenly, a bailiff stopped Qin Shui and the other person. Girl, it's him. He's the one who bullied me. When Yang Xiaohua saw the Yamen runner, she was suddenly a little scared. It was this Yamen runner who had targeted her. And now, apparently, he had come to her again. You actually want to escape? The guard looked at them maliciously. Don't you know that anyone who escapes will be killed without mercy? You are joking. Sir, why would we run away? We are just collecting some herbs. Qin Shui couldn't let this bailiff talk nonsense. After all, he was right. In the Exile team, if any person was found to have a tendency to escape, the bailiff had the right to execute the prisoner. Really? I heard from people that you were using the excuse of picking herbs, but actually wanted to escape. The bailiff had a look of disbelief on his face. If you want to escape, ask the knife in my hand if it agrees. Qin Shui narrowed her eyes, knowing very well that the bailiff was just looking for an excuse to blackmail them. So she went straight to the point. What do you want us to do, sir? The bailiff had a sensible expression on his face, and then looked at Yang Xiaohua behind Chen Shui. Hand over the girl behind you. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohua's face turned pale, and she subconsciously shrank behind Chen Shui. But she kept glancing at Chen Shui from time to time, fearing that she would agree. No! Chen Shui refused without hesitation. After all, Yang Xiaohua was already hers. If she handed her over, how would others see her? Besides, this bailiff obviously had bad intentions. If Yang Xiaohua was handed over, he would definitely be subjected to inhuman torture. So, no matter what, she would never hand over Yang Xiaohua. The Yamen runner's face darkened when he heard this. You better think carefully. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm giving you an order. Do you think you are still the relatives of high-ranking officials? Bah. Now you are just prisoners. Exiled criminals. I have many ways to torture you. Chen Shui didn't care about the threats. Not to mention that she had the support of Zhao Guang and Su Tian. She also had many ways to deal with it. Seeing Chen Shui's indifference, the Yamen runner's face became even uglier. Do you think it's great to have the support of the postmaster? The postmaster can only manage a small post station. Outside the post station, he is nothing. If you don't hand him over, you won't get any food in the future. When Chen Shui heard this threat, she sneered even more. They didn't need the food provided by the Yamen runners at all. It didn't pose any threat to them at all. Get started. The Yamen runner got angry when he saw that Chen Shui was not interested. Two other Yamen runners came out and walked towards Chen Shui and the others. One of the Yamen runners grabbed Yang Xiaohua, while the other two tried to steal the carriage, naturally wanting to take away the carriage and the supplies on it. Let go of our things. The servants of the Chen family were immediately angry. How could they be allowed to take the supplies away? Clang. The bailiff suddenly drew his knife and threatened coldly. Assaulting an official is a crime of a higher degree, and you will be put to death without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, more and more Yamen runners came over from a distance, surrounded the Chen family, and took out their weapons, as if they were going to kill everyone in the Chen family in the next second, etc. Lord Chen hurried out and bowed to the Yamen runners. My fellow officials, is there any misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? The bailiff sneered, attacking the officers, running away. Any one of these is a capital crime. Lord Chen's face turned ugly. He wanted to order his servants to find Zhao Guang and Su Tian, but he was stopped by the officials and could not leave at all. The bailiff sneered. Don't even think about looking for Zhao Guang and Su Tian. They can't help you. After these words were spoken, Chen Shui and others felt depressed. Originally thought they just wanted Yang Xiaohua. Now it seems that this group of macarons has long been conspiring for a long time, and the goal turned out to be them. But who is behind them that can stop Zhao Guang and Su Tian and others? Moreover, most of the Yamen runners in the Exile team were mobilized at once, which was obviously not a simple task. You attempted to escape and attack the officers, so you will be killed without mercy. As the bailiff spoke, he waved to the others. Several bailiffs drew their weapons and walked towards Chen Shui and the others, with murderous looks on their faces. Chapter 31. Seizing Supplies. Sir! Sir! Let's talk. Lord Chen suddenly became anxious, not to mention whether he could defeat these Yamen runners. Even if he won, they would die. After all, what the bailiff said was right. In the Exile team, attacking officials was a very serious crime, and they had the right to execute the criminals. Not to mention, they also accused themselves of running away. No matter which one, these Yamen runners have the right to kill them without punishment. But unless they offended the Yamen runners to death, it is impossible for the Yamen runners to kill people for no reason. After all, they have targets. The Exile team must ensure that 80 to 90% of the people reach their destination. If too many people die, these Yamen runners will also be punished. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these Yamen runners mainly extort and exploit people, and will not kill people, unless it's Zhao Guang's case. But now, these Yamen runners actually took action for inexplicable reasons, which made Chen Shui and others look very ugly. He definitely had not offended these Yamen runners, so it was most likely that Guochang saw that Zhao Guang failed, so he asked others to take action. If that's the case, then it would be a bit difficult. If it was just an ordinary conflict, it could be resolved through bribery. But the mortal feud between them and Guochang behind them is irreconcilable. It's not impossible to make concessions on this matter. The leading bailiff suddenly changed his tone. Chen Shui and Lord Chen looked at each other and saw joy and confusion in each other's eyes. So, Lord Chen stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Please let me know. Sir, hand over the supplies on the carriage behind you." The bailiffs finally revealed their purpose. From the beginning, they had no intention of killing anyone. After all, there were too many prisoners around. Even if they killed the Chen family on the pretext that they had escaped, the prisoners around them might not believe it. If someone leaked the news, or if the people behind Su Tian conducted a thorough investigation, they would be dead. Moreover, their original target was the supplies on the Chen family's carriage. Supplies? Qin Shui and Lord Chen suddenly realized that this was their purpose. In that case, they were no longer Guochang's people. The two men breathed a sigh of relief. If they were not Guochang's men, their lives would not be in danger. However, they have set their sights on the supplies on the carriage, which makes things a bit difficult. Firstly, a lot of supplies on the carriage had actually been stored in the space by Qin Shui. If they opened it, they would definitely find that the supplies were missing. Besides, if they took the supplies from the wagons, what would they use? Even though Qin Shui has space, many things cannot be used openly. If the supplies on the carriage were taken away, then the next time they ate meat or anything good, it would arouse suspicion. Clearly all the supplies had been taken away. So where did they get the meat? Why? Don't want to. The Yamen runner snorted coldly. I'm already looking up to you by asking you to use supplies to buy your lives. Don't be so shameless. He didn't say something explicitly, but Qin Shui and the others could hear it. If they killed him and the others, they could get these supplies for free. Qin Shui and the other person looked very unhappy. It was impossible to fight these Yamen runners head-on, and it was also impossible to give them supplies. This is a very difficult thing to deal with. If we don't give them supplies and make them angry, they might actually kill people. Moreover, Xiao Guang and Su Tian were blocked and could not come to help them, so they could only find a way to solve the problem themselves. Sir, if you want supplies, we are willing to give them to you. Chen Shui suddenly looked pitiful, as if she was about to cry. But the postmaster took our money and gave us only a few supplies. You will definitely not be interested in these supplies. The Yamen runner was puzzled when he saw Qin Shui's sudden change of expression. But he just wanted to get the supplies. Whether we like it or not is up to us. Then come with us. Sir. Qin Shui led the way, pretending to be wrong. Sir, you should know that our Qin family is poor and has no money to buy supplies. Wow. We finally collected the money to give to the postmaster, but he only gave us empty boxes. Please help us make the decision. When the Yamen runners heard this, they suddenly realized that they were not at the scene at that time, so they were not clear about the situation. In the morning, I saw the postmaster actually sending the Qin family on the carriage, and even mentioned a bunch of supplies. I felt a little puzzled, but now, according to Qin Shui, it makes sense for them to spend money to buy supplies from the postmaster, which can explain why the postmaster is so good only to them. However, they didn't believe what Qin Shui said about being cheated by the postmaster and having only a few supplies. Sir, our family is in financial difficulty. We have finally managed to scrape together some money. But, please help us. Enough. The bailiff interrupted Qin Shui and asked how he came to steal supplies, so how did he end up making decisions for them? He didn't believe anything like the family was in financial difficulty. Seeing that the bailiff was getting impatient, Qin Shui stopped talking. She had already given him a very clear hint anyway. She brought the Yamen runners to the old carriage, asked the servants to leave, and let the Yamen runners do it themselves. The chief bailiff gave a signal, and soon a bailiff climbed onto the carriage, lifted the curtain, and opened the box inside. However, after opening it, he found that there were only a few things in the huge box, which stunned the bailiff. He subconsciously opened the other boxes and found the same thing. There were only a few cabbages in the huge boxes, and some were even empty. This made the Yamen runner look very unhappy, and he immediately ran off the carriage to report to the head of the Yamen runners. What? Empty? The head of the Yamen runner's face changed drastically, and the Yamen runner quickly explained, Brother Qian, it's not that everything is empty. There are just very few things. What's the difference? The chief Yamen runner pushed him away, climbed onto the carriage, opened the box, and sure enough, he found that the box, which could hold more than 10 kilograms of silver, contained a few cabbages lying quietly inside. Such a big box is only filled with a few heads of cabbage, which is such a waste of resources. The head of the Yamen runners did not give up and opened the other boxes. There was not much inside either. Just a few kilograms of rice. These few kilograms of rice didn't even fill half of the box. Then, he turned his head and looked at the innermost part of the carriage. There were boxes piled high. He quickly took them down, opened them, and found that they were empty. Someone come! The chief of the yamen runners was a little angry. He quickly jumped off the carriage and called his other men. Move out all the boxes inside. Watching the yamen runners carrying all the boxes down, Qin Shui, who was not far away, could not help but smile mockingly. After the postmaster delivered the supplies onto the carriage, she immediately collected them, leaving only a very small amount. Firstly, it is safer to put it in a more spacious place. Secondly, if one horse pulls two carriages, with one carriage full of people and the other full of supplies, the horse will be tired to death sooner or later, so the weight must be reduced. So Qin Shui put away the supplies, but left a few boxes with a little bit of supplies in them as a cover. Now it seems that the previous approach was very wise. Now these yamen runners are trying to rob supplies. Do they want the empty boxes? Chapter 32, Failure. Where are the supplies? The chief yamen runner was a little angry. His men carried the boxes down and put them all together to barely fill up one box. You know, there are 6 or 7 boxes, and each of these boxes can hold more than 10 kilograms of supplies. However, now he could only put together one box out of 6 or 7 boxes. How can he not be angry? He glared at Qin Shui and the others fiercely, with a fierce look on his face. Where are the supplies? Tell me. Did you hide them? If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around you. They can all see that these boxes have not been taken down since they were loaded onto the carriage. After hearing what Qin Shui said, the chief yamen runner decisively ordered his men to question the prisoners around them. Anyone who is not blind can see whether the Qin family has hidden the supplies. After all, those boxes of supplies were carried up in front of many people. How could the prisoners around not pay attention? The facts were indeed as Qin Shui said. After the prisoners around saw the supplies being loaded onto the carriage, they did not take them down. Go look at that carriage. The chief of the yamen runners was not giving up and ordered his men to get the carriage that Qin Shui was riding in. Qin Shui didn't care at all, and there was no supplies in the carriage. Brother Qin, there is nothing. Sure enough, after a while, the bailiff came back disappointed. Guanya, we are really pitted by Yi. Qin Shui was wrong again. We finally made a little silver, and Yi also promised to give us materials. Who knows that when we open the box, there is only such a little. Next to her, Xiao Dai appeared out of nowhere, followed Qin Shui's instructions, and started crying in grievance. Wow, our lives are so miserable. The master was framed, the girl was exiled, and we finally managed to scrape together enough money to buy supplies. But we were cheated by the postmaster. As Xiao Dai spoke, tears streamed down her face. She looked very pitiful. Her sad words made anyone cry and feel heartbroken. The corner of Qin Shui's mouth twitched. If she hadn't known that Xiao Dai was acting, she would have almost believed it. This little girl is really talented. She can cry as if she wants to. She is much better than me. I can just put some water on my face to look like tears. But Xiao Dai is really crying. Seeing the little maid crying so sadly, everyone felt sympathy in their hearts. To put it this way, she was really a bit pitiful. After all, everyone knew that Lord Qin's family was in financial difficulty, and he was penniless. After finally scraping together some money, he was cheated by the postmaster. If this happened to me, I would definitely go crazy. The chief of the yamen runners frowned and mostly believed it. After all, it was impossible for these supplies to disappear out of thin air. So there was only one possibility. There were only these few supplies when they were moved up. In other words, there is a high possibility that the Qin family was cheated by the postmaster. After all crows are black. As a yamen runner, he knew very well how evil and greedy the low-level officials were. It's normal for the postmaster to take the money but not do his job. But how to deliver this little bit of supplies? The chief bailiff was a little annoyed. Move this box away. Finally, the chief of the yamen decided to move the box away first. Whoa! Sir, these are the only supplies we have. Upon seeing this, Qin Shui quickly said aggrievedly, Your Excellency also knows that our Qin family is very poor. We have finally managed to scrape together some silver to exchange for these supplies. If the officials take them all away, we will starve to death. Yes. Yes. Xiao Dai agreed, her face full of grievance. Our daughter has become thin due to hunger. In order to feed her, We asked the postmaster to buy supplies. Cough, cough, cough. It's been performed. Qin Shui coughed. How come Xiao Dai is better at acting than she is? She didn't even tell her to say these words. But she learned them all by herself. Could it be that she has a natural talent for acting? The head of the Yamen runners looked very unhappy. If he didn't take these supplies, today's work would be in vain. But the key point was that there were too few supplies. He didn't even care about these supplies. But how could he report to the emperor if he took them back? When Qin Shui saw the expression of the chief Yamen runner, she knew that it would be impossible to get him to keep the supplies by using his sympathy. So she had to speak up. Sir, I'm sure you don't think much of this little bit of supplies. And I have a business deal here. Do you want to cooperate? Business? The chief Yamen runner frowned. The Qin family had their property confiscated and exiled. So how could they still have a business? Although he didn't care, he was still a little curious. After all, we cannot take these supplies back for reporting now. If the business mentioned by the Qin family is good, we can take them back for reporting. Qin Shui did not speak directly, but showed an embarrassment. It's just that this business is not easy to operate. After all, Captain Sun may not be in a good position. Don't worry about Captain Sunday. If this business is good, the captain will support it. The head of the Yamen runner said without hesitation. Qin Shui's eyes flickered. Sure enough, the person behind him was Captain Sun, the captain of the Yamen runners, who exiled the captain. I used to think that his attitude was to ignore my family, not to help, and certainly not to take action against my family. But this time it seems that Captain Sun's attitude towards his own family has changed. Otherwise, he would not have let his men seize supplies. This is bad news. After all, even though they have the support of 2 Yamen runners, Xiao Guang and Su Tian, there is also a Yamen runner captain above them. This captain is in charge of all the Yamen runners and the prisoners of the exile captain. And he has great power. Even though Su Tian has someone behind him, he can only verbally threaten the Yamen runner captain at most. And he can't actually do anything. To be able to become the captain of the Yamen runners, it is impossible not to have someone supporting you behind the scenes. Moreover, the emperor is far away, and the people behind Su Tian cannot interfere in the affairs here. Therefore, whether it is Su Tian or Xiao Guang, they have to act according to the mood of the Yamen captain. Therefore, if the Qin family wants to safely pass through this period of exile, they must find a way to win over the captain of the Yamen. But in fact, they have already tried. The captain of the Yamen runners had no reaction at all, and seemed to be not optimistic about their Qin family. But what relieved them was that the captain of the Yamen runners did not favor Guichang. After all, it was clear from the fact that he did not help Xiao Guang. But things are different now. The captain of the Yamen police obviously changed his attitude for some unknown reason, and even asked his men to rob them of their supplies. Either he didn't think highly of the Qin family, or Guichang paid a huge price to win him over. So his attitude changed. Let's get back to the topic. When Qin Shui found out that the captain of the Yamen runners was behind the chief of the Yamen runners, she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could deal with the captain of the Yamen runners, there would be a promising future. This matter is of great importance. By the way, what is the official's name? Qian Zhan. It turned out to be Lord Qian. You can't be a sir. Just call me Master Qian. Tell me what your business is. If you can't satisfy me, you know the consequences. As he said this, the Yamen runner Qian snorted coldly, with a ferocious look on his face, as if he would take action if he was not satisfied with Qin Shui's answer. I wonder if Mr. Qian can find Captain Sunday. After all, this business is too big, and we need Captain Sun's strength. No need. Qian Yai interrupted Qin Shui. Tell me what business you are doing first. I'll talk to the captain. He is not that stupid. If the business that the Qin family mentioned is boring, then when the captain blames him, he will not be able to bear it. At least he has to know the value of this business. Hurry up and tell me. I don't have time to talk to you. Qian Yai said angrily. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 33 Interest Bundling. Knowing that the bailiff in front of her would not call Captain Sun, Qin Shui sighed and just hoped that he would not take all the credit. After thinking for a while, Qin Shui said, This is a medicinal material business. The profit can be as little as a few hundred taels, or as much as 1,000 taels. Medicinal materials business? Qian Yai's eyes lit up. He had never done this business and didn't know much about it. But when he heard Qin Shui say that the profit could reach over 1,000 taels, he suddenly became restless. Tell me more about it. However, Qin Shui did not speak. Master Qian, it's not a good idea to leave these supplies on the ground. And we have to hurry on our way. Qian Yai's face suddenly darkened. He knew that Chen Shui was using this matter to control him. But he endured it because he didn't know how to operate this business yet. Take the boxes back and continue on your way. He asked his men to move the supplies back to the carriage. If Chen Shui had not lied to him, and this business could really make money, then these supplies would not be a big deal. After returning the supplies, Qian asked everyone to continue on their way, talking as they walked. That's it. Our business is very simple. That is, to transport the medicinal materials to the south, and then sell it at high prices. Qian Yi thinks about it. The land of Nambar. The rare materials. 1 or 2 silver things. Twice the 2 times in selling it. Someone rushes to buy. When Qian Yi heard what Chen Shui said, he fell into deep thought. He had escorted several teams to Nanman and knew the situation there better than Chen Shui. Take ordinary cloth for example. In the capital, you can buy it with a few taels of silver. But in the southern barbarians, you can't even give more than 10 taels. In other words, you can't buy it even if you have money. Therefore, many merchants would take supplies to Nanman to resell them. And in fact, they are also doing it. In addition to food for the prisoners, their carriages also carried some other common supplies, which were purchased by them and the captain with their own money, and then sold at high prices in Nanman. Although they had never done the medicinal materials business, they felt that it was profitable. After all, he was just one of them. The profit in the medicinal materials business was very high. However, these small yamen runners have no background and cannot get involved in this business at all. But Chen Shui's words made his eyes light up. After all, he was not selling in the capital, so it would not affect the interests of those big shots at all. Think about it. If you take a medicinal herb worth 10 taels to Nanman and sell it for even 20 taels, you will still make a profit. What's more, for supplies like medicinal materials, there will always be people who will buy them even if the price increases tenfold. Not bad. Qian Yai nodded with great satisfaction. I will bring this up with the captain. Then Mr. Qian, what happened before? Chen Shui couldn't help but say. What she was talking about was naturally the 2 charges that Qian, the bailiff, had threatened them with. Namely, escape and assaulting the officers. Although they were all false accusations, these yamen runners still had to admit it. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. Qian Yai waved his hand. We'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, don't blame us for being ruthless. At this time, Qian, the yamen runner, was fully focused on the business worth 1,000 taels, and had no time to care about Chen Shui. He just sent her away casually. Once the bailiffs left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shui returned to the carriage. Mother Chen looked worried and asked, Is the matter resolved this time? It's solved for now. Temporary? Hearing Chen Shui's words, Chen's mother's heart tightened immediately. Why do you say it's temporary? Lord Chen, who had been silent, spoke up. Because no one knows which bailiff will find an excuse to do it next time. Don't be fooled by his former position as the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, which made him look very powerful. Now he is a prisoner, and even small yamen runners can bully him, and he is unable to resist. What should we do then? Mom, it's okay, Chen Shui said with a smile. As long as we can deal with Captain Sun this time, we can rest assured in the future. It's not that easy. Mother Chen shook her head. Didn't you guys test it before? That Captain Sun is a tough guy, and it's hard to win him over. Not necessarily this time. Chen Shui's eyes flickered. What good ideas does Shui have? Lord Chen asked curiously. He did not intervene before because he was worried about ruining his daughter's plan. So he was not sure what his daughter was planning. What was the business you talked about with that bailiff? How come I don't know about it? So, you want to use the benefits to tie yourself to Captain Sun, so as to make him join our team. Lord Chen saw through Chen Shui's plan at a glance. But if you tell the bailiff directly, aren't you worried that he might cheat? If the yamen runner told Captain Sun about this business in his own name, then it would have nothing to do with them. They have no way to use this business to connect with Captain Sun, let alone tie Captain Sun's interests together with theirs. Don't worry. As long as Captain Sun is not a fool, he will come to us. Chen Shui showed a mysterious smile. Then he looked at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai usually doesn't talk, but she is quite good at acting. Team leader. Qian Yai quickly found Captain Sun, and when he saw that he returned empty-handed, Captain Sun's face darkened. Failed? The yamen runner Qian was immediately embarrassed, but he quickly explained. Captain, it's not my fault. It's the Chen family that was cheated by the postmaster. Oh! Captain Sun became interested. Tell me more about it. Qianqianqi said it briefly. Probably the Chen family finally made up a lot of money, bribed the post, and then bought materials from the post. As a result, it was pitted. 6 or 7 boxes were only a little supplies in each box. This is exactly what the postmaster would do. Captain Sun did not doubt it. It was normal to take the money and not do the job. After all, the Chen family were just prisoners. Even if they knew they were being cheated, they could not do anything to the postmaster. If you don't have supplies, won't you ask the Chen family for money? Captain Sun glared at him. Last night, Guichong's people came to him again and asked him to cooperate with Zhao Guan to kill Qin Yuan. He pretended to agree, but had no intention of taking action. But that did not prevent him from suppressing the Chen family. Moreover, he also took the opportunity to understand the situation, knowing that behind the Chen family, the support of Dr. Yushir and others, compared with Lord Shangshu, he almost, after all, the support of Master Shangshu has the support of the Prime Minister. Therefore, he knew Guichong's determination and that the Chen family would not survive long. So he thought about squeezing out as much value as he could before the Chen family collapsed. Upon hearing this, Qianyi was immediately helpless and said, Captain, you also know the rumor about the Chen family, and they may have spent all their belongings on purchasing these supplies. Captain Sun remembered that what was so enthusiastic in the capital was the Chen family's copying of the family, and 1 or 2 silver was not copied. Therefore, Master Chen also became famous in the world and got a name of family constraints. No text. This was a bit difficult. Most of the Chen family's money had been confiscated, and the rest was still hidden by them. But now it seemed that they could not squeeze out any value from it. Captain, I found a new business that can definitely make a lot of money, Qianqianqi suddenly said. What business? Reselling medicinal herbs. Just as Lord Chen thought, the officer Qian did not reveal that it was Qin Shui who proposed it, but pretended that he had discovered it himself. Chapter 34, Profitable Business. Reselling medicinal herbs? Captain Sun became interested. You know, the medicinal materials business has huge profits, but people without some background cannot get involved at all. Tell me in detail. Qianyi copied Qin Shui's words word for word without mentioning Qin Shui at all. After saying this, Qianyi was looking forward to the captain's praise, but when he saw the captain frown, his heart skipped a beat. Captain, isn't this business profitable? It's very profitable. But he didn't say anything else. But Qian the Yamen servant was curious, just like a lame cat seeing a mouse. He was anxious but couldn't catch it. The business of reselling medicinal materials is already monopolized by the big chambers of commerce, and even the capital is not something we can afford. Captain Sun sighed and explained that they were all running a small business and were reselling small items because they don't have enough capital. Reselling medicinal herbs is indeed very profitable, but it requires sufficient capital and sufficient background. If you have enough background, you can get the medicinal materials at a low price. And how can they have such a big background? Even if he was supported by the captain at the time, he was a small ant for such a big man. Even if he knew that he wanted to do this business, he would not support him. On the contrary, the big shots would control the business themselves, so they would never support a small shot like him. Therefore, if you don't have any background, you can only get the medicinal materials at the original price. And the medicinal materials in Beijing are even more expensive than those in other places. Even if the cheapest medicinal material is calculated at 5 taels of silver per plant, 10 plants would cost 50 taels, and 100 plants would cost 500 taels. 500 taels. How could they come up with that much? Besides, even if they can be taken out, not every medicinal ingredient is so cheap. Even if they bought the cheapest medicinal herbs and bought 100 plants, it would take 7 or 8 months to get from the capital to Nanman if the journey was fast, and a year if the journey was slow. In a year, the medicinal properties of fresh medicinal materials would have been lost a lot, and the price of the medicinal materials would definitely depreciate. Moreover, because they are walking and stopping frequently, they may encounter bandits, wild beasts and other crises, and they may also lose a lot of medicinal materials. Therefore, after arriving in Nanman, out of 100 plants of medicinal herbs, there might only be 80 or 90 plants left. This was still based on the best expectations. Moreover, after the medicinal properties were lost, it would be difficult to sell them at a high price. The most important thing is that not only they sell her medicinal materials, but those major chambers of commerce will also sell her medicinal materials. They all use carriages, boats, etc. to transport them. Naturally, they are fresher than Captain Sun, so they are definitely more popular. However, the medicinal materials that Captain Sun and his colleagues have are not only not fresh, but have lost their medicinal properties, and are of limited variety and small quantity. They simply cannot be sold at a good price, and may not even be sold at all. In addition, there are forests everywhere in the south, and herbs are everywhere. The herbs that you have transported with great effort are not as good as those picked from the mountains. Therefore, this business of reselling medicinal materials is profitable for large chambers of commerce. And for them, it is already good enough if they can avoid losses. How could this be possible? After hearing the captain's analysis, Xian Yai's face suddenly changed. He thought it was a very profitable business. So, although this business is good, we don't have enough capital, nor do we have enough channels to obtain medicinal materials at low prices. Therefore, it is not as profitable as our small business. After hearing this, Xian Yai was immediately a little angry. Damn it. I was deceived by them. Cheated? Captain Sun frowned. What do you mean? When Xian Yai found out that he had let the cat out of the bag, his face immediately turned ugly. But then he thought that the reason he concealed the secret was because he thought this was a good business that could make money. Now that the captain is not optimistic, there is no need for me to take the blame for them. So, Xian Yai sold Chen Shui out. They said they wanted to cooperate with the captain to do this business. As he spoke, the yamen runner Qian added, the Chen family is so poor. How could they have the capital to buy medicinal materials? They must be playing a trick on us. Captain, I'll teach them a lesson and let them know they play tricks on us. No! Captain Sun interrupted him, his eyes flickering. He did not agree with what Qian said. After all, Qin Yuan was the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, which was in charge of fiscal revenue and national supplies. Maybe Qin Yuan has channels to obtain medicinal materials and can get them at a low price. Moreover, as the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Chen Yuan was definitely not a fool. He could see that the business of reselling medicinal materials was not something that ordinary people could do. Now that he was in exile, he still dared to do this business, which showed that he was confident. Come on. Take me to find them. Ah? Qian Yai hadn't reacted yet. Captain, didn't you say that this business is not easy to do, and we can't do it? Then why are we looking for them? Are we looking for them to settle accounts? You're a big shot. Captain Sun glared at him and said, read more when you have time. Don't be so uneducated like a fool. Qian Yai curled his lips speechlessly. Captain, you don't have much education. And I don't see you have read many books. Roll. Master. Miss. Captain Sun is here. The servant's voice was transmitted into the carriage. Qin Shui quickly put away the preserved fruits and go pieces on the table, and then got out of the carriage. When Captain Sun came over, he got straight to the point and said, I heard that you want to cooperate with me in business. Qin Shui and Lord Chen looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. They had tried various ways before, but failed to win over Captain Sunday. Not only that, he had been avoiding them. Now that it has finally appeared, Chen Shui naturally will not miss such a good opportunity. Captain Sun should understand what kind of business we want to do. Nature. Captain Sun saw that Master Chen did not speak, but Chen Shui opened. Although he was surprised, he nodded. But you should also know that the selling business of medicinal materials is not what ordinary people can do. You probably don't have the capital, but you should have the channels. Captain Sun guessed. Your so-called cooperation means I will provide the capital. And you provide the channels? Of course not. Chen Shui laughed. We are doing a business with no capital investment. Oh! Captain Sun became more interested. A business with no capital investment? Everyone likes this. But is there really such a thing as a business with no capital investment in the world? Tell me, if this is really a no-cost business, why would you still want to cooperate with me? Captain Sun should also know that our movements are restricted now, let alone doing business. Even buying supplies is very difficult. After listening to Qin Shui's words, Captain Sun nodded. It was true. The Qin family was now a prisoner, and it was impossible for them to leave the exiled captain. Once they left, it would be equivalent to running away, and they had the right to kill them. If this is the case, then it is only natural for the Qin family to want to cooperate with him. Tell me more about your so-called no-cost business. However, Qin Shui shook her head and said, Captain Sun. As the saying goes, cooperation is a win-win situation. Let's discuss the conditions first, and then we can talk about the specific cooperation. Captain Sun sneered when he heard this. If you don't explain clearly, how can I be sure whether this business is worth cooperating with? Besides, do you have any other choice besides cooperating with me? That's right. Although we have no other options for cooperation, we can choose not to do this business. Chapter 35 Negotiating Conditions. Tell me, what are your conditions? First, remove the shackles on us. Impossible. Before Captain Sun could speak, the Yamen runner Qian refused without hesitation. This is a request from above. All prisoners must wear shackles. Qin Shui ignored him and looked at Captain Sun. Captain Sun hesitated but did not nod directly. I want to see if your business is worth cooperating with. If it is, this condition is not impossible to agree to. Anyway, for him, it was just a verbal promise. If he wants to go back on his word later, he can also use the excuse that he never said this. Anyway, they have no evidence. More importantly, we must get something out of her to tell us what the so-called no-cost business is. Qin Shui touched the recorder in her sleeve and confirmed that it was working. Then continued. Second, we need some freedom. For example, when you go to the city to buy supplies, we have to go too. Good. This condition was not too much. So Captain Sun didn't care. You can tell me now. Besides, don't push your luck. Qian Yang interrupted Qin Shui and said, you have made enough demands. If you want to cooperate, you must show your sincerity. Otherwise, we have plenty of ways to deal with you. Qin Shui shrugged. I just want to talk about how we divide the money. As soon as this remark came out, Captain Sun suddenly became interested. What do we need to pay for this cooperation? Or principal or? No need. Qin Shui shook her head. You don't need to pay the capital. Just some effort. Oh! Captain Sun frowned. But soon he straightened up. Then it's 80 to 20. We'll take 80, and you'll take 20. Impossible. Qin Shui refused without hesitation. 60 to 40. 60 for us and 40 for you. No way. Yai Qian sneered. Since you have come to us, it means that you can't do business without us. Either we have 7 and you have 3. Qin Shui ignored Qian Yai and continued to look at Captain Sun. Captain Sun, what do you think? You don't need to put in a capital. At most you just put in the effort. But you take the lion's share. This is unreasonable. Captain Sun was silent. In fact, he was not interested in how much the profit would be shared. He just wanted to know how this business was operated. After knowing how to operate it, he will be able to leave the Qin family behind and operate it on his own. At that time, he will not have to spend a penny, and all the profits will be his. 50-50, Captain Sun said. I've already agreed to your other conditions. 50-50 is the limit. Good. In fact, Qin Shui didn't really care how much of the profit she got. After all, how could they believe her if she didn't argue for her point? Now let's talk about how this business works. Qin Shui looked around, and Captain Sun understood instantly. He then asked the officer Qian to drive the other prisoners away, and also asked his men to stay away so that they would not hear. This business is very simple. Our exile route will pass through many forests and wildernesses. We can encounter many herbs along the way. As long as we pick the herbs and transport them to the Nanman to sell, we will make a lot of money. Captain Sun's eyes lit up first. Then he frowned. I thought it was something else. But it turns out to be this? Not to mention that we don't have that much time and manpower. We don't know many of the herbs. And not all herbs in the South Barbarians can be sold at high prices. These are not problems. Qin Shui smiled. She had already considered these situations. More importantly, she didn't care about the business of reselling medicinal materials to the Nanman. What she cared about was how many medicinal herbs she could harvest on the road, so that she could store them in the space and exchange them for contribution points. She knew that her strength was limited, so she pulled Captain Sun and rely on his strength. In this way, she can not only earn contribution points, but also use the benefits to tie Captain Sun and the Qin family together, so that Captain Sun will not make things difficult for them, and will even find ways to take care of them. I have several doctors around me who can identify herbs. They can easily tell which herbs are good to sell and which are precious. Oh! Captain Sun was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw a doctor among the exiled captains. If this is the case, then there is indeed a chance. After all, picking medicinal herbs does not require them to put up any capital. Besides, there are so many people in the exile team. As long as we tell them which herbs to pick, they can be picked and brought back in a short time. Oh! After hearing this, Captain Sun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look up to Chen Shui. This was a great idea. There were several hundred people in the Exile team. Even if there was a piece of herbs, picking them would only take a few breaths, and would not take too long. And even if he delayed time, he didn't care. Anyway, the Exile was far away, and the delay on the road was normal. More importantly, because the journey is long, there will definitely be a lot of herbs along the way, as long as you pick them and sell them at a high price. It will be a business that makes a lot of money with no investment. Not bad. Captain Sun was a little excited. Why didn't he think of doing it this way? As the captain of the Yamen guards, he had absolute power over the exiled prisoners. Therefore, when they were asked to pick herbs, the prisoners would not dare to resist. And they did not need to pay any capital. They could just sit there and collect the money. However, the most important thing is to keep the doctor in hand. So he asked, "Who is that doctor?" Chen Shui narrowed her eyes when she heard this. "Captain Sun, this is our cooperation. We provide doctors, and you let the prisoners collect medicinal materials." Captain Sun was silent, and seemed to be considered. He knew that the Chen family could not give up the doctor. Alas, and so on. As long as the doctor of the Chen family told the prisoners medicinal materials to pick it. If they know, then they do not need a husband. Thinking of this, Captain Sun thought deeply. The only role of the Chen family was to provide the doctor. But the doctor just let everyone know which medicinal materials can be picked. After you and your men know which medicinal materials can be picked, you do it need in university. And you do it need the Chen family. At that time, he can leave the Chen family and occupy this business. Even if the Chen family knows what, they can't help themselves. Besides, Wei Chong was going to deal with the Chen family anyway, and the Chen family wouldn't survive for long. So there was no need to care about them. So, Captain Sun started knocking, wanting to know more details, so that he could get rid of the Chen family. Chen Shui also guessed Captain Sun's plan, but still explained it to Captain Sun in detail. However, at the critical moment, Chen Shui suggested that they open the shackles. Captain Sun hesitated for a moment, worried that the Chen family would escape after the shackles were removed. But then he thought that they couldn't run away, and if they ran, they would die faster. So Captain Sun agreed. But Chen Shui asked Su Tian to do it. Although Captain Sun was confused, he still agreed. Su Tian walked over with a puzzled look on his face. When he heard that he was going to help Lord Chen untie the shackles, he was naturally very happy to do so. However, when he helped Chen Shui open the shackles, he was a little confused, because he felt that the shackles on Chen Shui were as light as paper. This is obviously abnormal. Chapter 36, Turning Against One's Face. Captain Sun was a little hesitant. Opened the shackles, and had risks. Who knew if the Chen family would escape? However, he thought about it. It was impossible for the Chen family to run away, and there was no place to run, and they had a chance to live without running. Once they escaped, they fixed. As long as they were not fools, they knew how to choose. So he agreed. But he did not open the shackles of everyone, but agreed to Chen Shui and his parents. Of course, at the strong request of Chen Shui, Xiao Dai and Yang Xiaohua also unlocked the shackles. However, Chen Shui required that the person who untied the shackles must be Su Tian. Although Captain Sun was a little confused, he agreed considering that their cooperation was needed at the moment. Although Su Tian was a little puzzled, he was very happy to hear that he wanted to help Master Chen to unlock the shackles. However, when he untied Chen's shackles, he froze, because the weight of the shackles was wrong. He had been a Yamen runner for so long that he was very clear about the weight of shackles. But the shackles before him were lighter than paper. Was there a problem? Hurry up! Chen Shui naturally knew that Su Tian found something wrong, and quickly urged him. Su Tian reacted. Although he was puzzled, he still helped Chen Shui and others unlock the locks. The weight of Yang Xiaohua's shackles is normal, but Xiudia's is not. Su Tian was a little confused, and until he undid Chen Shui's shackles, he felt something was wrong. 1 is okay, but 2 or 3 means there is really a problem. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw Chen Shui's eyes, and then he became a little dazed. He heard Chen Shui's voice in his ears. After a moment, Su Tian shook his head and came back to his senses. After coming to his senses, Su Tian no longer wondered about the problem of the weight of the shackles. Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth a huge amount of money she spent to exchange hypnosis from the space. Hypnosis. The exchange requires 5,000 contribution. She finally collected the medicinal materials with Yang Xiaohua. It was not enough. She had to deduct a little from the private room to make up the 5,000, which made her distressed. It also made her firmly collect her medicinal materials as soon as possible. However, fortunately, hypnosis is long-term, not one time, nor a loss. However, this hypnosis is defective, and others must make others look directly at their eyes. And they can only hypnotize one person each time. In addition, the more likely it is to be hypnotic. That's why she chose to let Su Tian to unblock the shackles. First, he had a good attitude towards himself and others. Fortunately, she was gambling. After unbuttoning, Qin Shui stretched his waist and felt that the whole person was much easier. It was like a monkey who had just escaped from Wuzishan. Although the shackles are gently used with weak water before, it still feels limited. And now there is no such thing. Well, let your doctor point out the surrounding medicinal materials now, Captain Sun hurriedly urged. As if he was delayed for a second. He made one or two less. Chen Shui didn't want to delay either, as she was hoping to collect more medicinal herbs and exchange them for contribution points. The contribution value is a good thing, comparable to silver. If there is less silver, the contribution is less, and he can still earn it. So less than a last resort, Qin Shui still chose to use the contribution value to exchange things. After all, there are too many good things in the system, like milk tea, ice cream. In addition to eating, there are other good things. Let's get back to the topic. Qin Shui quickly asked Yang Xiaohua and her father to point out the surrounding medicinal materials. And then Captain Sun let people pick it back, and then handed it to the prisoner to remember all the prisoners. Not long after, a notice came from the Exile team that medicinal herbs could be exchanged for food. For a while, the entire Exile team was boiling. You know, each of them only offers a steamed bun every day, and a little porridge or porridge, which is not full at all. Rich people can also buy a little more food in private service. But they are too greedy. They spent a few silver and bought 1 or 2 more steamed buns. I finished eating this meal. I still want to eat the next meal. I also have to spend a few silver to find some foods. But they have been exiled, so there are so many silver on their bodies, so they can only be hungry. Nowadays, there is a chance to eat and collect medicinal materials. For them, although it takes some effort, it is nothing compared to gains. Even if they didn't find the medicinal herbs, they could take the opportunity to look for wild vegetables and fruits. After all, under normal circumstances, they could only move around when they were resting. When the Exile team was walking, they could not leave the team for too long. Otherwise, they would be regarded as running away and killed. If they announce this now, they can leave the team openly and collect supplies from all around. Anyway, this is a win-win situation. Therefore, there are not many prisoners objected to this notice, which makes Captain Sun very satisfied. Captain, do we really want to give them half of the profit? Qian Qianqi couldn't help but go out. In his opinion, there is no need to give it to the Qin family at all. Captain Sun looked around, and then dismissed. Think too much. How could it be given to them? Captain Sun's plan is very simple. Their medicinal materials were sold to Nan Man. But after the Nan Man, the Qin family and other prisoners would be transferred to the local county. However, after handing over the past, the Qin family could not leave. So they left with the medicinal materials when they arrived. And the Qin family could do it. Besides, does the Qin family still be able to live to Nan Man? Captain Sun is very clear how resolute Guochang's murderous heart is. With the current strength of the Qin family, it is impossible to block Guochang's hunting. Therefore, the Qin family might be gone before they reach Nan Man. And by then, these medicinal herbs would belong to them. In the following days, just as Qin Shui had expected, many medicinal herbs were collected and sent to the carriage where Captain Sun and others were. Seeing this, Qin Shui naturally couldn't sit still. She proposed this cooperative business not for the purpose of making money, because it was difficult for them to make this money. Not to mention that even if they got the medicinal herbs, they would be confiscated by the local yamen runners after arriving in Nanman. Even if they were not confiscated, they would not have the opportunity to sell them, because when they arrived in Nanman, they would be assigned to the villages to open up wasteland. There are prisoners everywhere. How much money can they have to buy medicinal herbs? Moreover, they could not leave the village and go to the county town, so they could not sell the medicinal herbs. Therefore, Chen Shui could only rely on the help of Captain Sun to collect these medicinal herbs and exchange them for contribution points. Of course, this was only done secretly. What? Qian Yai is now in charge of the collection and management of medicinal materials. When he saw Chen Shui coming, his face suddenly turned cold, and it was obvious that he wanted to turn against her. I want to see the herbs. Impossible. Qian Yai refused without hesitation. They had already planned to exclude the Qin family and work on their own. So how could they let Chen Shui interfere? Chapter 37 Cutting Leaks. Seeing that the Yamen runner Qian didn't allow her to touch the medicinal materials, Chen Shui didn't get angry, but asked back. Then do you know how to distinguish the quality of medicinal materials? How to judge the value of medicinal materials? How to judge whether the medicinal materials have been mixed up? And how to preserve the medicinal materials so that the medicinal properties are not lost? Questions came one after another, making Qian Yai's face look very ugly. And he couldn't answer any of them. There was no need for that. He could only ask his men to tell the captain and let the captain decide. After hearing this, Captain Sun was also confused. He couldn't answer these questions. So he waved his hand. Let her see it. She can't take it away anyway. Look at the medicinal herbs. There will be no shortage of weight. And they can't take the herbs away. On the contrary, it would be better if they could solve the problems mentioned just now. Since the captain had spoken, Qian Yai naturally had no way to refuse. So he let Chen Shui get on the carriage. The medicinal herbs they collected were packed into boxes and then stuffed into the carriage. In order to preserve medicinal herbs, specific boxes are required. But they did not have enough boxes to hold the herbs. So they could only stuff them together. After Chen Shui got on the carriage, she opened the box. Although Qian the Yamen runner did not get on the carriage, he kept looking at Chen Shui from time to time, fearing that she would hide the medicinal materials secretly. But for Chen Shui, as long as he touched the medicinal materials, he could put them into the space, and Qian Yai would not be able to find them at all. Opening the box and looking at the medicinal herbs filled to the brim, Chen Shui suppressed her excitement. If she wasn't afraid of being exposed, she would have wanted to take all the herbs away. However, thinking that she had a lot of time in the future and could take it slow, she gave up and only picked some herbs that the system had not collected. Prunella vulgaris. 100 contribution points. Crescent moon words. 120 contribution points. Sangju. 135 contribution points. One box increased Chen Shui's contribution points by about 1,000, which is equivalent to exchanging for 100 boxes of instant noodles. Seeing that Chen Shui was rummaging through the box and found no hidden herbs, Qian, the Yamen servant, breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not let his guard down. Chen Shui closed the box, opened other boxes, and selected some medicinal herbs that were not included in the system, which earned her 500 contribution points. It's a pity that only 2 days have passed, so not many medicinal herbs have been collected, which makes Chen Shui feel a little regretful. But when he thought about earning about 1,500 contribution points, which is equivalent to 1,500 taels of silver, he was immediately satisfied. Before leaving, she kindly helped them put away the damaged and poor quality herbs, and even picked out a few weeds. This action immediately made Captain Sun's men very grateful. Even Qian Yai felt a little guilty, thinking that he had judged others by his own standards. Chen Shui was so selfless and came to help them. It was really wrong for him to turn her away. Even Captain Sun, after hearing this, waved his hand and told his men not to stop Chen Shui from checking the medicinal materials in the future. I just wonder if Captain Sun will be so angry that he will vomit blood when he finds out that Chen Shui did this just for fun, and that he has already collected a lot of medicinal herbs. What he did is like letting a rat into the rice jar. Chen Shui didn't expect such an unexpected gain and was very happy. She even told herself to wait until there were more leaks before harvesting them, and not too frequently, as a way of repaying Captain Sun's kindness. Back on the carriage, Chen Shui's consciousness entered the space, and her contribution value had reached 1,500 points at this time. But Chen Shui did not use it, but kept it for future use. Moreover, she was considering whether to exchange it for defensive items, such as soft armor, swords, etc. As for pistols and the like, she couldn't afford them now. After all, the minimum amount was tens of thousands of contribution points. This time, Qian Yai didn't really do it. But what about next time? Who knows whether other Yamen runners will take action, or whether other prisoners will launch a sneak attack. With soft armor on, you can still save your life. However, The soft armor requires 1,500 contribution points, which she can redeem now. But one is definitely not enough. At least one is needed for each of the 3 members of her family. After thinking about it, she still couldn't make up her mind. So she gave up temporarily. Anyway, there was no danger for the time being. So she decided not to exchange the soft armor for the time being. So she couldn't help but exchange it for a box of spicy strips. There is no way. The system is so bad. One exchange requires a whole box. And you can't even exchange a pack individually. Fortunately, a box contains 10 packs. And they are large packages. And only costs 5 contribution points. Which is barely a loss. Chen Shui took out the spicy strips. There was no text on the package. But she didn't care. She tore a hole in it. And the familiar spicy smell hit her nose. Mother Chen and Xiao Dai were both instantly attracted by the smell and looked over at the same time. What is this? Chen's mother asked curiously. Spicy noodles. Chen Shui chuckled. She hadn't eaten this kind of food for a long time and missed it a little. In fact, it's been less than a week since I last ate it. Hiss. Tasty. It was the first time for Chen's mother and Xiao Dai to eat this kind of food, and they were immediately attracted to it. Although it was a bit spicy, they enjoyed it more and more. What's that strange smell? Lord Chen walked in from outside the carriage. He smelled a strange smell outside and asked, Why are you burning incense? Lord Chen's eyelids jumped as he looked at the crowd. Not only was there incense burning in the stove in front of him, but there were also sachets of incense placed in front of each person. To remove odor? Of course, Chen Shui said as she handed over the spicy strips. After all, the smell of the spicy strips was too strong and could only be covered up with incense and sachets. What is this? Seeing his daughter handing over the strangely packaged food, Lord Chen was no longer surprised. He took out one and put it in his mouth. It was so spicy that he was smoking. Hiss, it's so spicy. Why are you giving me chili? It's not spicy. Dad, you can't stand the spicy taste of spicy noodles? Who said I can't stand it? Upon hearing this, Lord Chen's eyes widened immediately. He took out one without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it, and his face turned red from the spiciness. And even smoke came out of his ears. Pa! 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 Give me some water. It's so spicy. This pepper is not for human consumption. Poof. Chen Shui and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dad? Then you won't have a good time. There are also 9 packs of spicy strips. Her father doesn't eat them, so they're free for them. Lord Chen rolled his eyes. What kind of delicacy is it to eat chili peppers? He would never eat this even if he was beaten to death. Ahem. Ahem. Let's keep a low profile. After drinking a lot of water, Lord Chen couldn't help but speak out as he watched several people eating with gusto. Those prisoners around are either thirsty or hungry. We take the carriage. He hipped. And make such a taste of food. At that time, those people must be jealous and crazy. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui and the others stopped laughing. It was true that jealousy could make people crazy. For a moment, everyone felt a little ashamed. If Lord Chen hadn't said it, they would have forgotten that they were exiled and thought they were on a trip. Thinking of this, a few people discussed it and decided to try their best to pretend to be in exile while they were outside. Wait. What is exile like? Chapter 38 Shock Mother Chen. Hey. It's actually the cloud with fragrant flower. Yang Xiaohua looked at the 2 herbs, one large and one small, on the ground and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Why can this herb grow here? Chen Shui was a little curious. Is this medicinal material very precious? Very precious. Yang Xiaohua explained with a serious face. Soon Chen Shui understood that this so-called Yunmuxiang flower was a kind of medicinal herb unique to this world, and was as precious as the wild ginseng in her previous life. The 100-year-old osmanthus flower can even prolong life when a person is on the verge of death. According to Yang Xiaohua, this kind of medicinal material generally grows in deep mountain valleys where few people go, and it is impossible for it to grow on the roadside. Maybe the birds accidentally carried the seeds of the osmanthus flower, and then they grew here unexpectedly. Chen Shui shrugged. This situation is very common. Many plants are sown by birds. The birds eat the seeds of the plants, but are unable to digest them and eventually poop them out. And the seeds grow. Even if you dig a hole in your backyard and fill it with water, fish will appear before long. Let's get back to the point. In short, these 2 osmanthus flowers in front of us are very precious. Chen Shui naturally would not let it go, and dug it out carefully. She let the system recycle the small one, and naturally planted the big one in the space. If the osmanthus flowers are planted well, they may be able to save lives when encountering danger in the future. Cloud with fragrant flower. 5,000 contribution points. Hiss. When Qin Shui saw the system prompt, she couldn't help but take a breath. This was the first time she received so many contribution points. No wonder Xiaohua said that this medicinal herb is very precious. It turned out to be true. This one herb is worth her harvest of several days. After collecting the herbs, Qin Shui looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, there were servants around, and she was not seen by others. Otherwise, they might have tried to snatch them away. After collecting the osmanthus flowers, Qin Shui looked around. It was a pity that only 2 plants were already very good. However, it did allow her to see several plants that she had never seen before. Girl, these are not medicinal herbs. Yang Xiaohua kindly reminded her, even a little confused as to why the girl always had to pick some weeds when they had no value and could not be eaten. Qin Shui shrugged without explaining. Even a small amount of money is worth a lot of money. After being included in the system, she could exchange it for a dozen contribution points and get a box of spicy strips. Then, the two returned to the carriage. Before long, it was time for the lunch break. The weather turned cooler, with cold winds blowing from time to time. Qin Shui would not stay outside unless there were special circumstances. Why? What's wrong? Why are you sighing at such a young age? Mother Qin tapped Qin Shui's forehead and said, Winter is coming soon. Don't run around, or you'll catch a cold. It's not like I don't have meat to eat. I feel uncomfortable. Qin Shui was a little helpless. Although there were some chickens, ducks and geese in the space, it was not easy to take them out. Even if the animal is slaughtered in the space and taken out, once it is cooked, the aroma of the meat will spread for miles. The prisoners here have never eaten meat, and they haven't even had enough. If they were allowed to smell meat, they would definitely go crazy. Besides, if the Yamen runners smell the meat and come over to cause trouble, how will they explain where the meat came from? Huh? Qin Shui suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Mom, do you want to go into the space and take a look? If she wanted to avoid being discovered and the smell from spreading, she could only eat in the space. But eating alone in the space felt a bit. So, she thought about it, and decided to let the whole family go into the space to eat. Qin Shui has been in contact with her parents for such a long time, and knows that they care about her, and would never let this secret out. As for Xiao Dai, she clearly had the opportunity to leave, but she foolishly went into exile with him, which was enough to show her loyalty. However, she did not call Yang Xiaohua. After all, although she had sold herself to the Qin family, she had not yet gained enough trust from Qin Shui. You go in and eat first. I'll keep watch for you. Otherwise, if someone comes looking for it and opens the curtain but can't find it, it will be troublesome. After all, Mr. Chen is a steady and cautious person, not impulsive. So he discovered the loophole at the first opportunity. Qin Shui nodded and took Chen's mother and Xiao Dai into the space. After entering the space, Chen's mother and her husband were stunned. According to Qin Shui, this was her master's paradise. In the minds of Chen's mother and her boyfriend, this was the immortal paradise. They were actually qualified to enter. So how could they not be excited? However, their excitement was interrupted by the crowing of a rooster. Looking at the chicken droppings flying everywhere in the fence, Chen's mother was a little dumbfounded. How could this paradise be so different from what she had imagined? By the way, these chickens, ducks, geese, etc., why do they feel a little familiar? By the way, there are also these sheets and this quilt. The more I look at them, the more familiar they feel. They feel like the bed I cover myself with. As if she could see Chen's mother's doubts, Qin Shui confessed. Didn't I say before that our things were taken away by the master? Look, they are all here. Chen's mother's mouth twitched. Even though that was true, why did they take away the bed sheets, quilts, pots and pans? She felt that the Qin family had moved out and all their belongings were here. Ahem. Mom, should we eat chicken or duck? Qin Shui stood by the fence holding a kitchen knife, looking at the chickens, ducks and geese inside. Can you cook? Chen's mother did not answer, but asked back. No. Qin Shui had a bad feeling. Mom, you don't know how to cook. Do you? You don't know how to do it. So how can I? Forehead. What does this have to do with me? Isn't it you who can do it that I can do it? After all, I am your daughter. Qin Shui's mouth twitched. That's it. They don't know how to cook. So what are we going to eat? Girl. I can. Chen Shui asked suspiciously. Mom, didn't you say you wouldn't? Yeah. I can't. Who said that? I. Xiao Dai popped up from behind Chen Shui, startling her. Ahem. Okay. I almost forgot about you. There is definitely a problem. Watching Xiao Dai cooking, Chen Shui fell into deep thought. Xiao Dai was so ignored that it was as if she was invisible. Could it be that she really awakened some talent? Just like the anime I saw in my previous life. There was a character who played with bugs. He had a very low sense of presence and was often ignored. Even when he was around, his companions often forgot about him. Xiudia's situation was exactly the same as his. She can travel through time and space. And such inexplicable situations have occurred. If Xiao Dai has awakened some talent, then maybe it is really possible. While Xiao Dai was killing the chicken, Chen Shui came over and asked her in a low voice if she could control the insects. Xiao Dai seemed to be very afraid of insects, and her face changed immediately. She was originally killing the chicken for blood, so she exerted force with her hands and beheaded the hen, and the blood splashed all over Xiudia's face. Xiao Dai turned her head and looked at Chen Shui with resentment, which immediately made her feel scared. After all, Xiudia's face was covered in blood, and she was holding a kitchen knife covered in snow in her hand. Her eyes were full of resentment, and she looked very scary. Chen Shui smiled awkwardly and ran away quickly. Chapter 39, Unusual Talent. Well, Xiudia's craftsmanship is really good. Chen Shui bit the chicken in her mouth and couldn't help but praise it. It was her first time to eat Xiudia's cooking, and she didn't expect it to taste so delicious. It is indeed good. Mother Chen also praised. None of the chefs in the mansion has such skills. Xiao Dai felt embarrassed when she was praised, but when she thought about how she was frightened by Chen Shui just now, she looked at her with resentment. Girl, please don't scare me next time. I almost cut my finger, and now I can still feel the blood on my face. Ahem. Chen Shui was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Xiao Dai to react so strongly to the word bug. It's my fault this time. I won't do it again next time. After a while, the three of them were full. Mom, why don't we go out after lunch break? There's a bed here anyway. Chen Shui moved all the beds in the house, except for her own room, her parents' room, and some of the servants' rooms. All the others were moved into the space. So, there are now 7 or 8 beds in the space. Enough for them to sleep in. And there are not only beds, but also quilts and pillows. Well, Mother Chen hadn't slept in a bed for a long time. When she lay on the soft sheets, she immediately felt herself wrapped in comfort and fell asleep immediately. Chen Shui also found a bed and climbed onto it. Before going to bed, she always felt as if she had forgotten something, but she couldn't remember it. So she didn't think about it anymore and decided to think about it after she woke up. It was unknown how long it had passed before Chen Shui woke up from her nap. She rubbed her eyes and suddenly thought of something. And something changed immediately. Oh no! When Chen's mother heard her daughter scream, she quickly got up and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Mom, have we forgotten something? Chen Shui smiled bitterly. Forgot what? Mother Chen was a little confused, and she had no idea for a while. The master is still outside and hasn't eaten yet. Xiao Dai came over at some point and reminded. When Chen's mother heard this, her face suddenly changed and she looked at her daughter, feeling a little embarrassed. It really is. It was agreed that they would come in to eat first, and then Lord Chen would come in to eat after they finished eating. However, they ended up taking a nap after they were full, leaving Lord Chen outside. Dad won't be angry, Chen Shui said weakly. After all, they didn't know how long they had slept, and her father must have been starving. Chen's mother also felt a little guilty, but then she said confidently, How dare he? Isn't it just asking him to wait a little longer? Mom, domineering. Chen Shui immediately gave a thumbs up. Mother Chen coughed and said quickly, Ahem. Okay. Let's go out quickly. Who knows if there is anything wrong outside? The three of them immediately left the space and appeared in the carriage. Lord Chen was still guarding outside. When he heard the noise, he immediately lifted the curtain and came in. Did you guys eat and go to sleep? Lord Chen said a little unhappily. It was obvious that he knew his wife and daughter very well, and guessed it at once. Ahem. Dad, we didn't sleep for long. You said you didn't sleep for long. Lord Chen glared at her and said, Look outside. It's getting dark. It's time for dinner. Chen Shui opened the curtain and saw that the sun was about to set. She suddenly felt guilty. I'm starving. But you guys went to sleep in. Lord Chen said speechlessly. Now it's fine. We can have lunch and dinner together. Besides, Su Tian came to our house. Fortunately, he didn't ask to see you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Okay. It's just that I accidentally forgot. I won't do it again next time. Why are you angry? Chen's mother interrupted him. How am I angry? Lord Chen said, his eyes wide open and looking unhappy. You're not angry. Why are you staring so wide-eyed? Mother Chen curled her lips. I don't know you yet. I just want to remind you not to stay too long next time. Otherwise, if the bailiffs come, I won't be able to call you out. By the way, what delicious food did you guys eat? You ate so much that you almost forgot about me. Lord Chen complained. I feel like I'm redundant. Didn't you say it yourself that we should eat first? Mother Chen glared at him. Ahem. Chen Shui coughed, interrupting her parents' quarrel. Dad, what did Su Tian say when he came to our house? He came over and said that when we rest at night, we can send a few servants to go hunting with him. In the evening, they set up camp to rest and stop traveling, so they had time to go hunting for a change of pace. However, these prisoners still could not go too far, except for the Yamen runners. So Su Tian and his men would take the opportunity to go hunting to satisfy their cravings. However, this time Su Tian thought of the Chen family, so he acted as a guarantor and brought the Chen family's servants with him, asking them to go out hunting together. In this way, the Chen family will have meat to eat and can also supplement their nutrition. However, this approach is risky. Once the servants of the Chen family escape, Su Tian will have to take responsibility. But Su Tian still did it, which touched Lord Chen a little. If someone gives you a peach, you should give him a plum in return. Lord Chen would naturally choose loyal servants, who would not run away to help. I also need to go. Chen Shui immediately became interested. It was her first time hunting, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to catch more animals to raise in the space. After all, there is too little meat in the space. Only chickens, ducks and geese. You will get tired of eating them after a long time. If you can catch rabbits, pheasants and other animals, you can change the taste. No, it's too dangerous. Mr. Chen refused without hesitation. Hunting is not a trivial matter. You might encounter tigers, bears, and other ferocious beasts. It's too dangerous. Father, I won't be in danger if I go with you. Aren't there servants here? Besides, Dad, don't you want to eat meat? I don't want to, Lord Chen said without hesitation. But his stomach started to growl, making Lord Chen feel a little embarrassed. Chen Shui held back her laughter. Dad, look at your stomach. It's saying it wants to eat meat. It's because you forgot about me, and I didn't have any lunch. Lord Chen glared at them, and asked the servants to prepare their own lunch. He wanted to eat in Chen Shui's space, so he did not eat with the servants. Who knows what the result would be? We waited from noon until night. They came out only when he was almost starving. Why should my daughter go and stop her? There's no danger anyway. How can there be no danger? It's getting dark. What if I fall on the road? What if I encounter a snake? It's almost winter. There are no snakes. Chen Shui muttered. There are no snakes. But there are poisonous insects. And, ahem. Mother Chen coughed and stared at Lord Chen, meaning for him to continue talking. Lord Chen immediately stopped talking. My daughter has grown up. There is no need to restrict her here or there. Mother Chen glared at him, and finally made the decision. Mr. Chen wanted to refute, but seeing that Mother Chen's face was not right, he quickly swallowed his rebuttal, and finally changed it. Be careful. Come back immediately if anything happens. Chapter 40 Hunting Incident. Although Lord Chen didn't want his daughter to go hunting, he still agreed. It was not because of Mother Chen's authority, but because he felt that what Mother Chen said made sense. Even he thought about it, and decided to go along as well. In the evening, the Exile team stopped and looked for a suitable place to camp and rest. Not long after, Su Tian came to the door. He didn't expect that Lord Chen would come hunting in person. He was flattered and a little nervous for a moment, as if he was worried that Lord Chen would get hurt. Seeing Su Tian caring about his father, the word suck up popped into Chen Shui's mind. She was a little confused. Her father was just an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a position that was neither high nor low, and he was usually quite low-key. How could he have such a little fanboy? Hey, Su Tian, are you looking for help? A group of Yamen runners came over and saw Lord Chen, but they ignored him and started teasing Su Tian. The other Yamen runners also laughed when they heard this. This is not a helper. It's clearly a hindrance. Obviously, not all of these Yamen runners have a good relationship with each other. That's enough. Su Tian suddenly became furious. You are not allowed to insult Mr. Chen. Oh, Lord Chen? The bailiff who spoke the latest said disdainfully. He's already a prisoner now. And you're still foolish enough to think he's a high and mighty lord. Do you think he can be reinstated? You're even trying to curry favor with him. They knew very well that the Chen family was the mastermind of the disaster relief grain embezzlement case, and that it was tried by His Majesty himself. So it was impossible to overturn the verdict. Enough. What do I have to do with you? Su Tian was a little angry, but he was not good at arguing with others. I'm here to hunt, not to quarrel with you. If you don't want to hunt, don't bother us. Hunt? Puff. When the group of people heard the words, they suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Have you not known yet? Every time you hunt, you see and catch the rabbit hare. He puts a trap himself. Ha ha ha. If you kill prey, even sows will climb trees. Su Tian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In the past, they often went hunting during their breaks to change their taste. But he didn't know whether it was because of his bad luck or he was really not good at hunting. In short, every time others had a great catch, he would return empty-handed, either because he tried to catch fish or fell into the river, getting covered in mud. I tried to catch a rabbit. I chased it for a long time and was exhausted. But I didn't even catch any rabbit hare. When trying to take out bird eggs, they got a snake instead. There was even one time when he set a trap but forgot where he put it. He ended up falling into the trap and was rescued by others. Don't say that. The first bailiff interrupted everyone's laughter. Look, he has learned to be smart and knows how to find help. Maybe he can really catch prey? Poof. The others laughed even louder when they heard this. Brother Wei, you want us to die of laughter, right? These prisoners have no weapons and no experience. It's good enough that they didn't get caught in Su Tian's trap. Hunting is not an easy thing. They know that Lord Chen is a high-ranking official who usually works in the court. He is not like them who run around outside every day. How could he have any hunting experience? What do you mean? Su Tian was a little angry. It was okay to mock himself, but it was not okay to mock Lord Chen. I didn't hit the prey before, but I was just lucky. Who said that I couldn't hit the prey? Besides, how can you be degraded by Master Chen? When you are hunting, you do it know where you are hunting? Oh, really? The bailiff curled his lips and glanced at Chen Shui. Then do you want to make a bet? What are you betting on? Su Tianlai was angry and just wanted to clear Lord Chen's name. Well, let's bet on whether you can catch prey today. However, if you have helpers, then we'll bet on who catches more prey. Okay. Su Tian agreed without hesitation. If you lose, apologize to Master Chen. What if you lose? The bailiff asked nonchalantly. Then I apologize to you. No. The Yamen runner had already thought of the bet, and looked at Chen Shui behind Su Tian with a greedy look. If you lose, give her to me. Dream. Before Su Tian could speak, Lord Chen refused without hesitation. He looked at Su Tian and said, We will not participate in this hunting trip. Goodbye. It was fine if he had mocked me before. He was a magnanimous man and didn't care. But he wouldn't agree if I targeted my daughter. If they weren't so many in number, I would have wanted to rush over and punch him twice to let him know how stupid it was to have ideas about targeting my daughter. Stop. Who told you to leave? The Yamen runners quickly stopped Lord Chen and his companion and prevented them from leaving. Seeing this, Su Tian rushed over. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Seeing that the Yamen runners did not respond, Su Tian turned to look at the leading Yamen runner and said, Quan Wei, this matter has nothing to do with Lord Chen. Let them leave. It's not that easy to come and go as you please. The Yamen runner named Quan Wei sneered. Let that daughter play with us for a while, and I'll let them leave. You are looking for death. Lord Chen turned around and stared at Quan Wei angrily. Although he was no longer the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, his official authority was still there. Quan Wei was immediately shocked. Enough. You are making trouble, and the captain will not let you go. Su Tian was a little angry. Lord Chen's daughter was naturally his junior. How could he let others take advantage of Chen Shui? Converse glanced at Master Chen and didn't dare to look at him. He heard Su Tian's threat, and his eyes flickered. How about this? Let's make a bet. If you win, I'll let them go. If you lose, then, as he said that, Converse glanced at Chen Shui and licked his lips. obviously thinking about something bad. Su Tian stopped in front of Lord Chen and looked at Kwang Wei. I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with Lord Chen. I made a bet with you. But it has nothing to do with Lord Chen and the others. Either you make a bet with us, or I'll take it away, Converse said, interrupting Su Tian's words. Don't use the captain's words to pressure me. The captain doesn't care about these things. As long as the matter is not too serious. The captain will not care at all. After all, the captain's relationship with him is much better than his relationship with Su Tian. Su Tian felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought Lord Chen here. He never expected that such a thing would happen. If he were asked to gamble with Converse, he would have no idea what was going on. What's more important was, how could he possibly use Lord Chen's daughter as a bet? However, judging from Converse's expression, he obviously would not let it go easily. If he took action, there would be no way for him to stop him. Forget it. Even if it costs me my life. I can't watch Lord Chen's daughter being bullied. You guys want to bet on who can catch more prey. A sudden voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Shui came out and said, I'll bet with you. Chapter 41 All Crazy. I'll bet with you. After Qin Shui comforted her father, she walked out amid everyone's surprised gazes. Sure? Converse was a little surprised. He didn't expect Qin Shui to take the initiative to stand up. But after he was stunned for a moment, he showed an ecstatic look. Although he didn't know where Qin Shui got his confidence from, he didn't care at all because there was no way he would lose in hunting. He grew up in the mountains and made a living by hunting. Later, his family used up all their savings and got him the identity of a Yamen runner. Later he discovered that the exiled Yamen runners were the most profitable. So he went to great lengths to get in touch with Captain Sun and become a Yamen runner in the exiled team. Although he became a Yamen runner, he did not lose his hunting skills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join the team of exiled Yamen runners and have a group of people following him. After all, if you follow him, you will have meat to eat. Everyone saw it. She was the one who wanted to bet with us. Converse looked around happily and said loudly, wanting everyone to hear it to prevent Qin Shui from changing her mind. After saying that, he looked at Qin Shui with a smile. That's right. Let's bet on who can catch more prey. If we lose, we will apologize to you. If we win, you will play with us. Boy, you are dead. Before Qin Shui could say anything, Lord Chen stared at Kwang Wei, wondering whether he should rush up and kill him. But thinking of her daughter's plans, she gave up. Well, let's wait until night time, when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, and then kill him quietly. This way no one will know. While Mr. Chen was daydreaming, Qin Shui frowned and said, This doesn't seem fair. You lose. And it's just as simple as an apology. What do you want? Qin Shui narrowed her eyes. If you lose, you will run around the exile team 3 times and shout I am a pig. She is a narrow-minded person. If these people dare to target her, she will not let them go easily. Although we cannot kill them, we can ruin their reputation, which will make them feel more uncomfortable than killing them. Sure enough, after hearing this, Converse and others' faces changed drastically, and they refused without hesitation. What a joke. The exile line was so long, with so many people, and they were shouting I am a pig. How could they put their faces aside? By then, this matter would probably spread throughout the capital. How could they have the face to go back? They would be laughed at to death if they went back. What? Are you afraid of losing? Qin Shui mocked. You were so confident just now, but now you are so cowardly. As she said this, she gave Su Tian a look. Su Tian didn't understand, so Lord Chen had to push him and remind him. Su Tian staggered, steadied himself, and hurried out. TSK, TSK, TSK. I knew you would win. If you don't dare to bet, apologize to Master Chen immediately. Hearing Su Tian's words, everyone was immediately furious. We are afraid of you. Everyone knew that Su Tian was not good at hunting. They had never seen Su Tian succeed in hunting. How could they be afraid of such a useless hunter? Just a few of them can easily catch a lot of prey. Originally they were hesitant because they were worried about what Qin Shui might do. Now they thought that Qin Shui had no weapons, no experience, and more importantly, a stupid teammate. Everyone on their side is experienced in hunting. So how could they lose? And when they thought about winning the bet and getting Qin Shui, everyone's heart suddenly burned with excitement. They had seen many women, but this was the first time they had seen such a beautiful one. She is worthy of being a rich lady. For a moment, Converse was full of confidence. Who is afraid of you? We've made a bet. But Qin Shui's sudden change of subject made Converse's heart skip a beat. He thought he was going to go back on his word. And just as he was about to say something, he heard the rest of the words. But who knows if you will regret it if you lose? Regret? Converse and the others were stunned. They had never thought about losing. But after Qin Shui said that, they also thought about it. The worst that can happen is that I will regret it when the time comes. They can't do anything to me anyway. However, it seems now that Qin Shui has already considered that I might go back on my word. If I don't let her believe it, she probably won't make the bet with me. Then what do you want? Conway said, his eyes rolling. How about I invite Captain Sun to be a witness? Even if he lost and cheated at that time, Captain Sun would not help the Qin family, and would at most pretend not to see it. Qin Shui rolled her eyes. She didn't even know Captain Sun's character. So how could he be fair and just? How about this? I'll talk to each of you individually for a few minutes. And then we can start the game? Converse's eyes flickered. And he tried to guess what Qin Shui was planning to do. But he couldn't figure it out. Anyway, it was just a few words, and it wouldn't do any harm to him. Finally, he agreed. And after thinking about it, he decided to be the first one. The two walked to the side, relatively far away from the others, where they couldn't hear their conversation. Look me in the eyes. After hearing Qin Shui's words, although Converse was confused, he still subconsciously looked into Qin Shui's eyes. However, not long after he looked up, Converse felt a little confused. And then, he heard Qin Shui's voice. What is the handle you are most afraid of being caught by others? Converse looked hesitant, but finally answered honestly, I'm most afraid that the affair between me and the captain's wife will be exposed. Good job. Captain Sun turned out to be a minotaur. It really is a big handle. If Captain Sun knew about this, killing him would be too easy for him. Even if he was cut into pieces, it would not be enough to make him feel better. Qin Shui asked Converse to explain the situation in detail, and then asked him to reveal other evidence before she released the hypnosis. What's wrong with me? Converse was a little confused, and it took him a while to remember that Qin Shui wanted to chat with him. What do you want to say? Nothing. Qin Shui sent him away, and then did the same thing again, using hypnosis to make them reveal their secrets, which she then recorded with a recorder. Okay. Our competition has a time limit. 1 hour. Good. After Kwang Wei and his men left, Su Tian ran over anxiously. Miss Chun, you agreed to gamble with them so easily. This is too. Su Tian didn't know what to say. Kwang Wei and his men were very good at hunting, and all the Yamen runners in the Exile team knew it. You have no confidence in yourself? Qin Shui suddenly asked back. Su Tian really wanted to say, how could he not have confidence in himself? But he couldn't say it. He really had no confidence. So he turned to look at Lord Chen and said helplessly, Lord Chen, why didn't you stop it? It's okay. Lord Chen's eyes were murderous. It doesn't matter if we lose. At worst, I can kill them all. Su Tian. Crazy. Crazy. These two are crazy. But when he thought that the person in front of him was Lord Chen, whom he respected and admired, Su Tian felt that he should be the one who was crazy. Chapter 42, Pig Teammate. By the way, what did that woman tell you? After Converse led everyone away and entered the jungle, he remembered and asked curiously, It means that if we lose, we can't regret it. Someone replied, just based on one sentence. You think we should not regret it if we lose? That's too naive. The others laughed. Hey. Do you think we are going to lose? How can it be? With them, one woman, one useless hunter, and the others in shackles. They can't move easily. How can they hunt? How could we lose? That is, we might as well think about how to divide the women if we win. Why divide? Why not be together? Okay. Converse interrupted them. Although I only said that we must win, we still can't take it lightly. Spread out and look for prey. When the few people heard this, they naturally did not object. They all had experience. So they immediately squatted down and looked for traces of prey. Brother Wei, there is rabbit hair here. There are footprints here. Soon, they found traces of their prey. Converse ran over, confirmed it, and immediately had an idea. Spread out and look for the rabbit's den. Once you find it, set traps at the entrance and around it. They don't have bows and arrows, so they hunt with just a knife. How can that work? However, for them, There are endless knives to use. And there are many ways to catch prey. Look around and confirm which holes are connected. Set traps in the other holes, and leave one hole open for the smoke. Converse is experienced. Now it is autumn and winter. And rabbits basically hide in their nests. Find the rabbit nest and put smoke at one of the holes. And the rabbit will be found out. Although a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As long as they set traps at the other burrows, they will always catch the rabbit. In the past, they were able to catch so many prey by relying on this method, which worked every time. It's coming out. It's coming out. A yaman runner was lying at the entrance of the cave, holding a burning branch and blowing smoke inside. A white shadow could be vaguely seen coming out and then going back in, apparently escaping through another entrance. The others stared at the trap at the entrance of the hole, took out their knives, and aimed them at the entrance. If the rabbit was not caught in the trap, they would kill it immediately. Bang! Not long after, they saw a white shadow rushing out from inside. And then the noose contracted, making it impossible to escape. Converse was quick to reach out and grab the rabbit's ears, lifting it up. 2.5 pounds. Not bad. Fat and strong. We're in for a treat today. Ha ha ha. Finally I can change my taste. When they came out, although they bought a lot of meat from the capital, after eating it, they didn't know how far the next post station was. Even if they reached the next town, it would take several days. That's why they couldn't help but come out hunting. We caught a fat rabbit in one go. We are sure to win this time, a bailiff said with a smile. It wasn't long before they caught a rabbit. There was still quite a long time left before an hour. Enough time for them to catch a bunch of prey. Ha ha ha. That's right. A good start. Su Tion is clumsy. Even if we use our method, we won't be able to catch the prey. Everyone thought of the scene where Su Tion tried to catch a rabbit, but didn't catch any rabbit hairs. And they all burst into laughter. Converse also smiled, tied up the rabbit's legs, and looked at the others. Go on. Smoke out all the rabbits inside. There is definitely more than one rabbit in the rabbit hole, compared to the smooth sailing of Converse and others. Chen Shui encountered difficulties. Stop it! Su Tion watched a rabbit running through the grass, shouted to everyone, and then pounced over. Bang! He just flattened the grass. But the rabbit disappeared. Running away again? Su Tion felt helpless. If he continued like this, he would definitely lose. When Chen Shui saw the scene, the corner of her mouth twitched. If Su Tion could catch the prey, it would be incredible. Lord Chen couldn't stand it anymore. So he walked to Su Tion's side and stretched out his right hand. Give me the knife. What does Lord Chen want the knife for? Su Tion was a little curious, but still handed him the knife. Master Chen took the knife and turned to leave. We are doomed to fail if you continue like this. I might as well kill Converse now, since everyone is gone. They don't have to compete anymore, and they don't have to worry about losing. Master Chen, don't be impulsive. Su Tion suddenly panicked, although he didn't know why. Lord Chen was so domineering today, but no matter how domineering he was, he would still die. He hurried over and hugged Lord Chen tightly, not letting him leave. Moreover, he turned to look at Chen Shui. Miss Chen, please quickly persuade Master Chen. Quang Wei and his men are numerous and ruthless. Chen Shui sighed helplessly. Dad, let's not waste time. Lord Chen snorted coldly. Of course, he had to listen to his daughter's words. He let Su Tion take the knife away and returned to Chen Shui. How about this? Chen Shui looked at Su Tion. Let's split up. Maybe we can catch more prey this way. Good. Su Tion was worried that Lord Chen would act impulsively, so he quickly left with the knife and went hunting somewhere else. After Su Tion left, Master Chen looked at his daughter and asked, You actually agreed to the bet? Are you sure? He had never placed his hopes on Su Tion, and he himself seldom went hunting. As for Su Tion's previous bragging that he hunted with the Emperor, wasn't this something that all officials above the 3rd rank had experienced? Moreover, he knew that his daughter would not do anything without confidence. But she actually dared to take on the task, which meant that she had a plan and was confident. That's right. Chen Shui nodded. Her confidence came from the system. She had exchanged bait from the system before, and as a result, almost all the fish in the river were attracted. So, she wanted to use the same method this time. After all, hunting by normal means is really difficult for them. They have no weapons, no experience, and not to mention a stupid teammate like Su Tion. System, do you have any bait for hunting? Following Chen Shui's voice, the system quickly listed a list Animal bait. It can attract all kinds of animals, and is a must-have bait for hunting. Forehead. Qin Shui passed this up without hesitation and attracted all the beasts. Even if they had 9 lives, it would not be enough. After all, this is not the previous life, but the ancient time of another world. The mountains and forests have not yet been developed. And there are many large creatures such as tigers, wolves, bears, wild boars, etc. If you really manage to attract all of them, then you can expect a feast. After choosing and choosing, Qin Shui finally picked a carrot, which is a bait specifically for rabbits. Rabbit carrot, 10 contribution points, has a fatal attraction to rabbits. You are the one. There are not many delicious wild game species that can be eaten, and rabbit is definitely one of the top in terms of taste. More importantly, rabbits are easy to raise, and they breed a litter throughout their lifetime. She caught some rabbits and raised them in her space, so she would have no shortage of rabbit meat. Chapter 43. Waiting for the rabbit. Qin Shui asked the servants to disperse and stay away. She took the carrot and found a big tree. Then she dug a hole in the tree with a dagger and put the carrot in. When she was done, she dusted off her hands and waited for the bait to work. Before long, rustling sounds were heard all around. The servant quickly picked up a branch as thick as an arm from the ground, held it in his hand, and looked around vigilantly, seeing the strange noise coming from the dense jungle. Everyone was a little scared and swallowed subconsciously. Swish! The next second, they saw clearly what was making the noise in the jungle. A gray rabbit. The rabbit was very fast. It jumped out of the grass, and then jumped towards Qin Shui. Don't worry about it. Just as the servants were about to attack the rabbit with sticks, Qin Shui's voice rang out, and the servants let the rabbit go. The gray rabbit had red eyes, and hopped in front of Qin Shui, then ran into the tree next to her without hesitation. Bang! With a noise, the rabbit hit the tree, slid down the tree, and landed on the ground. Qin Shui was quick to pick up the rabbit. Holding the rabbit's ears, she looked at the rabbit with blood on its forehead and her mouth twitched. It is indeed a bait produced by the system. It is really powerful. The rabbit was hit to death. After temporarily putting the rabbit into the space, Qin Shui saw more and more rabbits appearing around, jumping and running towards her. In order to prevent the rabbit from being killed again, Qin Shui had to take out the cloth from the space and wrap it around the tree, not wrapping it too thick or too thin. As long as the rabbit is knocked unconscious but not killed, it's fine. Watching the rabbits crawling out of the grass and crashing into the big tree next to Qin Shui, the servants of the Qin family were dumbfounded, thinking they were hallucinating. The servant who had caught fish with Qin Shui before said that you just have to get used to it. Although Lord Qin was prepared, he was still shocked and watched in shock as the rabbits lined up to die. Not far away, Su Tian, who had left Qin Shui, began to hunt seriously. He felt that it was his fault that Lord Qin and the others were in such a situation. So, he had to make up for it. If he wanted to make up for it, he had to win the game and catch more prey. But considering that he had caught nothing on several previous hunting trips, he felt uneasy. No. You have to be confident. You can only win, not lose. Su Tian clenched his fist and encouraged himself. Miss Qin's safety depends on me. Su Tian was filled with anger when he thought that if he lost, Miss Qin would be abused by Converse and others. I can't catch the rabbit myself, so I have to catch other prey. Su Tian fell into deep thought. Anyway, Converse had made it clear that the prey must be a rabbit. So if he got some more bird eggs, they could also be considered prey. Thinking of this, he looked up to look for the bird's nest. There were quite a few bird nests in the dense jungle, and he soon found several. Unfortunately, most of them were empty. He did not give up and climbed up another tree. But this bird's nest was higher and on a thinner branch. He didn't dare to continue climbing up for fear that the branch would break, so he could only reach out to touch the bird's nest. But his hand paused. He remembered that he had touched a bird's nest before and found a snake. Fortunately, the snake had just swallowed several bird eggs and its body was bloated, so it did not bite him. In fact, he still has psychological trauma until now. For Lord Qin, Su Tian gritted his teeth, immediately strengthened his belief, closed his eyes, and thrust his hand into the bird's nest. He didn't touch anything slippery, and he was relieved that there was no snake this time. He touched it, and indeed felt a few round little things. He was immediately delighted, thinking that he had finally touched bird eggs. Puff! Before he could rejoice, he felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. He subconsciously pulled his hand back, but his foot slipped and he fell from the tree. Fortunately, There were branches blocking the way and the grass underneath, so he was not injured. He touched his butt and put his hand in front of him. Although the skin was not broken, it was red and slightly painful. How can you get bitten if there is no snake? He looked confused. In the bird's nest, the mother bird was actually still a little confused. While she was sleeping, she saw a strange creature reaching out to the bird's nest and touching it. At first, the mother bird ignored it. After all, she didn't know what it was. But when he saw that it was actually planning to attack his child, he immediately became angry and bit the thing. Why? Su Tian lay on the ground, looking at the bird's nest on the branch. Although it was right in front of him, it seemed out of reach. Bang! Suddenly, something jumped onto his face, making his eyes go dark. When the thing disappeared, he quickly got up and looked around, trying to find something that could attack him. Soon, he saw what it was. It's a rabbit. The rabbit seemed to be lame. Good chance. Su Tian's eyes were lighted up, and the lame rabbit was unhappy. And he could catch it. Don't be impatient this time. You have to learn to predict. Su Tian's heart was pondered. He had learned a lesson. As long as he predicted that the rabbit jumped there, and then rushed over in advance, he could catch it. Thinking of this, he stared at the rabbit, and quickly rushed forward, only listening to a loud noise. But he fluttered. Before he came, he felt a sink behind, and the rabbit jumped on his back. Obviously, he predicted too much, and before the rabbit jumped there, he had already rushed over. Or, the rabbit was frightened by him, and did not act as soon as possible. When Su Tianhu thought about it, the rabbit had jumped away. How could Su Tian let it go? And quickly got up and chased. Grab it! Seeing the rabbit jumping in front of the Chen family, Su Tian was happy, and shouted quickly to remind the Chen family. But the Chen family glanced at the rabbit, then looked up at him again. And then, there was no more. The Chen family did not do anything. Su Tian's mentality blew up. Isn't it? Are you all blind? Such a big rabbit jumped and ran in front of you, and you were indifferent? This is a hunting competition, and it concerns your girl's life. Su Tian decided to find a chance to tell Master Chen that he could not change his loyalty. But when he got closer and saw the Chen family servants wearing shackles, he sighed and thought, forget it. They didn't do it on purpose. It's not entirely their fault that they have difficulty moving with the shackles on. So it's hard to catch the nimble rabbit. By the way, rabbit. Su Tian remembered the right thing. Quickly chased forward, and then saw a shocking scene. I saw Chen Shui standing next to the big tree, and the lame rabbit hit the big tree beside Chen Shui. He watched as the rabbit hit a big tree, and then slipped from the tree to the ground. Chen Shui calmly picked up the rabbit. Catch the rabbit is so simple? Su Tian stared at the scene blankly, and a word suddenly popped up in his mind. Sit back and wait. Chapter 44 Weird Rabbit. Rustling. Before Su Tian had time to relieve the shock in his heart, he heard a sound from the side, and then he saw the big and small, like a family's rabbit group coming out of the grass. These rabbits seemed to make an appointment, jumping towards Chen Shui. The big trees next to them hit. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at a rabbit, he ran into the tree in front of Chen Shui's eyes like a cue, listening to the sound like a hammer in his heart, making his heart tremble. Watching the rabbit fell neatly on the ground. Chen Shui seemed to pick up the rabbit on the ground, and Su Tian suddenly doubted his life. Why is it that catching a rabbit by myself is as difficult as a blind dog catching a mouse? While Chen Shui can just sit back and wait for the rabbit. Even she is skilled in picking up rabbits. It makes people distressing. Could it be that it depends on the value? Just because Miss Chen is pretty, the rabbit was also fascinated by her looks, and then foolishly fell into the trap? This is too outrageous. But apart from this, there seems to be no other explanation. After all, this is too fantastic. The rabbit actually crashed into the big tree next to Chen Shui as if it had agreed beforehand. If he hadn't seen him with his own eyes, he felt that the story of the treated rabbit was made by others. Watching Su Tian's mess in the wind, the Chen family shrugged, ignoring it. After all, they also had such an expression at the time. Chen Shui did not expect Su Tian's sudden emergence. While he was in a daze, he quickly put away the rabbit, left a few hidden, and then hurriedly took away the steps entangled on the tree. Of course, she did not forget to take the carrot bait away. Did you catch it? Converse slammed the burning branches into the cave, and then looked up at others and asked. No. Others frowned. Is there only that rabbit in this hole? At first they caught a rabbit. They were still excited, But now they have been smoked for so long. The rabbit inside did not come out, making their good mood disappear. Go. Go to other places. Converse picked up the rabbit and walked a few steps. Then saw that the rabbit was motionless and frowned. Shouldn't this rabbit die? Others came over. Will it be tied to your legs? Then fractured. And then died? Someone speculated. Roll. Don't be nonsense. Everyone was full of black lines. And the death method was too strange. Converse threw the rabbit on the ground. As a result, the rabbit still did not respond at all. He squatted down and unbuttoned the rope tied to the rabbit's leg. Swish. As soon as the rope was untied, the rabbit kicked its feet and disappeared in front of everyone, disappearing into the grass. Damn. This dead rabbit will still pretend to die. Converse couldn't help but burst out cursing. Chase it. Don't let it run away. Several people hurriedly chased after him, but stopped the next second and looked ahead with horror on their faces. A lover's face became pale, and his teeth were trembling. Well? Wega? We should not see a ghost. Others also swallowed subconsciously, and there was a trace of fear in their hearts. Converse looked up in confusion, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the dim woods, rabbits with red eyes came out of their holes, and then, as if they had made an appointment beforehand, they jumped and ran forward. This is not spooky. The weird thing is, I don't know whether these rabbits did it intentionally or unintentionally, but they actually jumped forward in a line. The pictures of zombies described in the books in the minds of everyone appeared in the minds of everyone. One by one in the woods, one after the other one jumped into the distance. How similar to this scene is described in the book. What was even more frightened was that some rabbits, even if they hit the tree, did not turn around and continued to jump in the direction in front. Even a rabbit was bitten by a snake and was indifferent, and even jumped forward with the snake on his body. This scene makes Converse and others pale. If the scene was not scary before, what about now? Under normal circumstances, the rabbit was bitten by a snake. Shouldn't you scream? It should be a crazy beating, throwing away the snake on his body. But what about now? The rabbit seemed to have nothing to feel, whether it was bitten on the body or not, nor the snake hanging on the body, jumping in the same direction, coupled with the darkness of the sky. The forest is even more strange, and due to the coolness of the weather, the cold wind came from time to time, letting everyone immediately goosebumps, and the wind blowing the leaves, making Sauce's weird sound, making them tremble, gurgle. The crowd swallowed and dared to move, for fear that the strange group of rabbits were shocked. Then they looked at Converse. Wiggo, do we want to pass? Past? Are you looking for death in the past? Converse glared at them and suppressed his fear. Forget it. Let's go somewhere else. The rabbits there are obviously not normal. Eating them will probably cause problems. The others heard the words, and they were immediately relieved, and quickly turned to run away, trying to stay away from this place. Depend on watching others run away, Converse yelled. And then he heard the movement behind, and he couldn't run. You bastard. Wait for me. After running for a while, everyone couldn't see the strange group of rabbits, and then relieved. There is definitely a problem there. Yes, there might really be something fishy going on over there. Everyone suddenly talked about the discussion, and they all agreed that there was absolutely a problem in that place. Even they all felt that someone seemed to be staring at them in the forests around. Don't think about it, Converse scolded. It's just a group of rabbits. Don't scare yourself. Although it is a rabbit, it is not a normal rabbit. Can normal rabbits be like this? Everyone secretly complained in their hearts, but did not dare to refute. Firstly, because of Converse's authority, and secondly, because they wanted to forget the horrific scene as soon as possible. By the way, is that where the Chen family and Su Tian are? Someone suddenly thought of something and couldn't help reminding. Everyone was stunned. Really? The direction of the strange group of rabbits was exactly where Su Tian was. God is helping me. Converse heard the words and laughed happily. If Su Tian was killed by the strange group of rabbits, they would not win. It seems that his thoughts were seen. Someone spoke. Wega, if Chen Shui died, what use will we win? Oh yes. Converse remembered that their goal was Chen Shui, and Chen Shui and Su Tian were in one place, and the weird rabbit group went to their direction. Are we going to save people? As soon as the man said, he was attacked by others. Save a fart. You have to go to death. That is, you don't want to live. We still want to live. The group of weird rabbits made people look numb when they thought of it. let alone get closer. They turned to look at Converse, for fear that he would pass by. They are human beings, not cats. And they don't have 9 lives. Converse feels the attention of everyone, knows that they wait for their answers, and then say, "Don't care about them. We continue to hunt." The man spoke again. "Then Chen Shui is dead. We can say we have one. Why are we still hunting? Eat it yourself." Everyone glared at the man, then started punching and kicking him. "You're the only one who talks too much nonsense." Chapter 45, The Lame. "You guys. That? Just now." Su Tian was a little incoherent, and his mind had not yet come to its senses. Mainly because the scene just now was too shocking. When he came to his senses, he discovered that there was no scene of a rabbit hitting a tree at all. And his brows immediately frowned. "Could it be that I was just having an illusion? It is very possible." He nodded secretly. After all, the servants of the Chen family seemed not to have seen the rabbit just now. It was just an illusion. It was impossible for the Chen family servants to see the rabbit, so it was normal for them to have no reaction. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that this idea was the most reasonable, and could best explain the strange reactions of the Chen family servants. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief, then walked towards Chen Shui and the others. When he walked next to her, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something under her feet, and his pupils shrank immediately. This. Su Tian widened his eyes, pointed at the rabbit on the ground, and was speechless. "Isn't this an illusion? Why are there really rabbits here? Wasn't what I saw before an illusion?" Su Tian became more and more confused and felt like his head was about to explode. But he still couldn't figure it out. "That's what you're talking about," Chen Shui explained with a smile. "I was lucky to catch it." "Lucky?" Su Tian's mouth twitched. "Why don't I have such good luck?" Well, it's really impossible for me to have good luck. By the way, Brother Su, how about you? Did you gain anything?" Su Tian, "Let's not talk about this. We are still good friends." "No." The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt embarrassed to stay here. He had spent so much time and didn't even get a bird egg, while Chen Shui had already caught quite a few rabbits. In comparison, he was simply a waste. There's still time left before the end of the competition. Don't lose heart, Brother Su. If even Brother Su gives up, I'm afraid we will have no hope. Chen Shui couldn't help showing a sad expression. Making people see me still pity. When Su Tian saw this, he thought about the consequences of losing and suddenly felt depressed. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and a surge of motivation emerged in his heart. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. I am their hope. How can I give up?" After saying that, he turned and left, determined to catch enough prey before the end of the game. However, when he was halfway there, he suddenly scratched his head, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. "It seems that I have forgotten something? By the way, I seem to have forgotten to ask what happened to the rabbit hitting the tree just now." But thinking that time was running out, there was no time to waste, and he had to catch the prey as soon as possible. After all, he had nothing now. Chen Shui's future is in her own hands. They trust me so much. I can't let them down. It was fooled. Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect Su Tian to be so easy to fool. He could be easily fooled. In fact, she could also use hypnosis. But that was too energy-consuming. And if used on a person multiple times, the effect would become weaker and weaker. She would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Su Tian is relatively good. After she left, Chen Shui quickly took out the carrot bait. She had just caught more than a dozen rabbits, which was not enough. She wanted to catch more at this time. Otherwise she would have no chance later. After all, not every place has rabbits. And as winter comes, rabbits are hibernating. Even if there are bait, it is estimated that the effect is not very good. She threw the rabbits that were not dead into the space, and the unconscious rabbits woke up not long after. When he saw the unfamiliar place, he was a little scared and curled up into a ball. But after waiting for a while and realizing there was no danger, he jumped around happily, looking at the lively and energetic rabbits in the space. Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. These are actually walking skewers of meat. Come on. Let's go back. Although there was still some time before the end of the game, Converse and others decided to go back. After all, it was already dark, and they would not be able to see clearly if they didn't leave. After dark, the forest became pitch black. It was pitch dark, not to mention hunting. It was difficult to see the road conditions even when walking. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, after it got dark, they felt that the surrounding environment became eerie and terrifying. From time to time, there were sounds of insects chirping, even the roars of wild beasts, and rustling sounds in the grass. These noises were terrifying in themselves, and coupled with the group of weird rabbits they had seen before, they made them feel as if there were countless ghosts hiding around them. Brother Wei, we don't seem to have caught any prey yet. We will lose if we go back now. Someone couldn't help but protest. At first I caught a rabbit, but it used a trick to run away. So it ran away. At worst I could catch it again. But when they saw the group of strange rabbits, this image popped up in their minds from time to time, making it impossible for them to calm down and concentrate on hunting. More importantly, when they saw a rabbit, they felt inexplicably scared. Even when a rabbit appeared in front of them, they didn't dare to reach out and catch it. After all, who knows whether these rabbits are normal or not? In this way, rabbits did not dare to catch them. Most animals in the autumn and winter world forests were hiding, and basically it was difficult to find prey. So this caused them to find nothing now. Don't worry. Converse waved his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, that idiot Su Tian has been killed by those weird rabbits. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it is angry, let alone a rabbit that has become abnormal and suspected to be possessed by a ghost. If there were only one or two of them, it would be fine. But if you encounter a group of them, even if you are not attacked, you will be scared to death. Once they die, what's the point of their competition? Even if they don't kill the prey, they can't lose. When the others heard the words weird rabbit, they shuddered and didn't want to stay in the forest for even a second. A group of people rushed out of the forest and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the exiled team. It was too depressing and terrifying inside. Fortunately, it was impossible for those weird rabbits to chase us out. Just as they were thinking about it, they heard a rustling sound coming from behind them. Their hearts suddenly tightened, and they turned around in horror to look. But he was relieved when he found out that they were not those weird rabbits. But the next second, their expressions changed, and they looked at Su Tian and Chen Shui. You are not dead? Su Tian? I just went hunting. How did it escalate to the point where I could die? Seeing that Su Tian and others did not respond, but instead of a weird expression, several people jumped in their hearts and couldn't help asking again. Are you a man or a ghost? Su Tian. Chen Shui was also confused. She and Master Chen looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that these people were kicked in the head by a rabbit while hunting? Chapter 46, Ghost. In the minds of Converse and others, Su Tian and the others should be dead, killed by that group of weird rabbits. But now Su Tian appears in front of them. How can they not be shocked? It is definitely not normal for a dead person to appear in front of them. There is only one explanation. Are they ghosts? Thinking of this, several people looked at Su Tian and others with horror. Every time Su Tian and others took a step forward, they took a step back. Then, the prisoners around were stunned, watching this weird scene. You are sick. Su Tian couldn't help but curse. He was so aggressive before the game and even mocked him. But now he looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. He must be either sick or his head was kicked by a rabbit. Are you still alive? Only then did Converse realize something was wrong. How could a ghost have a shadow? You guys just died? Su Tian rolled his eyes and said unhappily that he hadn't caught any prey and was already very angry. Hearing this, Converse and the others were not angry, but relieved instead. However, at this time, it was the close of the Kigami. Wigik. If they are not dead, will the game continue? Then we have no prey. Converse's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. It was true. They didn't catch any prey. How could they win? If they lose, they will have to go around the exiled team and shout I am a pig. If they really do this, they will probably commit suicide by slitting their throats with a knife. How can they live in this world with dignity in the future? Etc. The opponent is Su Tian. Who is Su Tian? He is useless at hunting. Judging from his previous battle record, he always returned empty-handed. If so, even if you wait for your own tie? This made them relieved. Converse regained his confidence. Why? There's still time before the game. But you came back so early? Are you so confident that you can beat us? Poof. Ha ha ha. The others heard the words and suddenly laughed. How could Su Tian, a useless hunter, catch any prey? Moreover, they could all see that Su Tian had nothing in his hands at the moment and did not have any prey at all. Of course, Su Tian stood upright. Although he didn't hit the prey, Girl Chen hit it. She is waiting for rabbits. But she is full. Although a little ashamed. Su Tian is still proud and confident. You are waiting for losing. I just don't know if some people will cheat after losing. Hearing this, Converse looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering where his confidence came from. Really? Converse laughed. You are so confident. Then take out the prey. You take it first. Su Tian leaned his lips. A little unconvinced. He actually had so worried, fearing that Converse and others had a lot of prey. Converse, although they can be ruthless, they can't get it out of the prey. However, they don't want to shame. They can only take a rabbit hair stained with their heads. At this, Rao is such a cheeky person like Converse. Watching the younger brother take out the rabbit hair prey. Still blushing and embarrassing. Qin Shui and others looked at each other. Su Tian was even more angry. You are a fool. A rabbit hair is a prey. Then I'd pick up a bunch of rabbit hair. Wouldn't it be going to heaven? The younger brother blushed and quibbled. This is the prey we hit. But the escape. But we were eaten by us. There were only rabbit hair left. Really? Qin Shui smiled. Who has only one hairy grown? Can the other hairs be eaten by you? Converse and others were not very good looking. And some people even wanted to find a ground sewing. They were so confident before the competition. But now they haven't caught any prey. It's simply. Converse laughed. Although the rabbit was eaten by us, we can also be a prey? How about you? You may not even see rabbit hair. That is, you have the ability to take out the prey. Cut. Laugh at 50 steps. Hey, this word is not used that. It seems that we are very abandoned. Converse and others recovered their confidence. Looked at Su Tian with a mocking look. 100% determined that they could not take out their prey. If they could take out their prey, he would eat the rabbit hair on the spot. Before he finished speaking, Converse was dumbfounded, watching the Qin family came from behind. Everyone was carrying 2 big and fat rabbits. Converse and others were stunned in the place like a thunder. This is impossible. Damn it. How could they hit the prey? And so much. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 rabbits. I waited for someone. But a rabbit did not hit. This is not true. How could Su Tian hit the prey? Converse and others murmured to speak to themselves, seeing the expression of ghosts, and even stabbed themselves. And the painful teeth found that they were not dreams. This is fake. Some Yamen runners questioned this, and even ran to the Qin family's servants, trying to dispel their lies. However, the Qin family thought he was going to grab the rabbit, and quickly raised his race. And the rabbit stared evenly on the face of the matage. The tadpole was kicked on the spot. Is it true? He touched his face. A little pain. But he had confirmed that this was a real rabbit. Not fake. Looking at his companion's soul, his face even returned with 2 rabbit footprints. And Converse and others forgot to laugh at them for a while. Even if your rabbit hair is a prey, then one is only one. Su Tian was very happy at this time and proudly. We have 4 rabbits. As long as it is not a fool. You can see. Who will lose? You? Converse and the others were speechless. They were still confused. They couldn't understand why Su Tian and the others could hunt so many prey. More importantly, they hit so many rabbits. And the strange group of rabbits did not deal with them. And they just saw ghosts. You lose. Su Tian repeated again. Converse and others did not know how to refute for a while. After all, the other party really took out so many prey. And they. Only 1 rabbit hair. How so? Converse and the others were somewhat distraught. They were clearly going to win. So how could I lose? Why? By the way, we blame the strange groups of rabbits. If it weren't for the strange group of rabbits scared them, they would definitely catch more prey. Converse gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to catch the group of rabbits. Cramps peeling, fried and cooked. However, when you don't care about this, the point is that they lost. If you lose, you will shout I am a pig around the Exile team. If you think about it, you can make the scalp. From the embarrassment of the toes to the scalp. If this really does it, they still have a face to live in this world. Now, you lose. Qin Shui stepped forward and hummed. It's time to achieve gambling. Converse and the others heard this. And cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The bet was to run around the exiled team 3 times. Shouting I am a pig. If I do this, my life will be over. No. You must not do this. Must play. Anyway, they can't help themselves. Thinking of this, Converse and others smiled immediately. Chapter 47. Seeing that Converse and others had no response, Su Tian suddenly changed his face and talked. Can you play? Play? Converse sneered. Obviously you are playing. Who knows that the rabbits in your hands are bought from others? Nonsense. Su Tian did not expect Converse and others not only did not admit defeat, but also nonsense. And suddenly shivered. You lost. You lost. You're still trying to find excuses. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're just trying to cheat. We just want to be fair. Converse obviously knew that Su Tian was not good at debate, and deliberately gamed it. Who doesn't know that Su Tian's reputation of hunting abandonment? But today he can hit so many prey. Obviously not normal. That is, obviously you are cheating. Yes. Don't do it at all. The other Yamen runners didn't want to admit defeat and started to play dirty. You? Su Weather trembled. But I didn't know how to refute. Qin Shui sighed and stepped forward. Let me. Seeing that Qin Shui came out, Converse and others still sneered and didn't care. Qin Shui looked at them. I only ask one sentence. You don't want to admit defeat. Just want to play. What does we don't want to admit defeat? Just want to play. We just want to be fair. As long as you can prove that you killed the prey, we will admit defeat. You? Shame. Su Tianqi's face turned pale. It was not so easy to ask them to prove that they had killed the prey, even if they told him the hunting process. What if Converse said he didn't believe it? Besides, Qin Shui's hunting process was so magical. He was afraid to say it. And Converse and others were even more unbelievable. Therefore, unless the prey admits it itself, it is difficult to prove it. But if the prey admits it itself, it will be difficult unless the sow can climb a tree. Really? Do you want evidence? Then come with me. Having said that, Qin Shui turned to his subordinates. His subordinates guarded Qin Shui behind, and Converse and others were puzzled. But they followed subconsciously. Protected by her servants, Qin Shui turned around and gave Quang Wei and the others an inexplicable smile, which made their hearts skip a beat. Snapped. Qin Shui made a noise, and a sound suddenly sounded around. And it was Converse. I am most afraid of the captain. You? Converse fell to the ground with a thud, his face full of horror, pointing at Qin Shui. Speechless. She? How did she know the deepest secret in my heart? Why? Why would I know? No. It cannot be exposed. Exposing that you will die. Thinking of this, he rushed towards Qin Shui like madly, and his subordinates quickly stopped Converse. Qin Shui stood not far away, looking at Converse coldly. Do you think I have another finger? Will the entire Exile team know your secrets? Speaking, she lifted her hand gently. Don't be impulsive. Converse suddenly became anxious. If everyone knew about this, the captain would definitely kill him, and he would never see the sun tomorrow. He didn't understand why he had his own voice just now, and how his secrets were exposed. But he knew that Qin Shui could not continue. However, Qin Shui ignored him, and his eyes were indifferent like looking at the ants, and immediately made him jump in his heart. He shouted quickly, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Compared to small life, the reputation is not much at all. The life is gone. And what is the use of reputation? However, his heart also appeared in his heart. When he appeased her, he must find a chance to kill him. Yes. Qin Shui raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't think about stabilizing me, and then find a chance to kill me. Converse heard of her words. She suddenly changed her face. Well, she should not have a mind. How do you know what she thinks in her heart? But what? Qin Shui suddenly changed the subject. As long as I want, your secret will appear in someone's ear in the next second. Do you want to try it? Converse's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, No, I won't try anymore. I admit defeat. I really admit defeat. I swear, I won't attack you either. Is that enough? He was crying at this time, never so aggrieved. But he couldn't help Qin Shui. The main reason was that her method was too strange. He couldn't figure out how the voice just now appeared, and he didn't dare to gamble. After all, gambling loses. But that is your own life. But it seems that everyone else is unwilling to admit defeat. Qin Shui shrugged and said, Give it to me. Converse gritted his teeth. I'll find a way. Okay. Qin Shui said seriously. How about this? As long as you admit defeat, apologize to us in front of everyone, and compensate us for our losses, this matter will end here. You don't have to run around the exiled team for 3 laps. I am a pig. I won't put your secrets. Of course, if you want to play, don't blame me with cruelty. No, No. Absolutely not. Converse shook his head desperately, indicating that he would never do that even if he died. At least, he wouldn't dare to do anything before he confirmed what Chen Shue's method was. What happened? In the distance, Converse's companions watched him chatting with Chen Shue for a few words. Then Chen Shue snapped her fingers, and Converse fell to his knees. Then he seemed to be begging for mercy. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what Converse was doing. Is he really begging for mercy? Do you want to impress her with this? So that she will let him and the others go, and not let them yell I am a pig in front of everyone. If it is really possible. It is not impossible to sacrifice Converse's knees. While everyone was chatting, they saw Converse getting up from the ground, then brushing off the dust on his body, and then seemed to gather his emotions before walking back. How is it? What did she say? Is our bet void? Converse had a complicated expression, and sighed in his heart, but his face showed no expression. I guess so. Then, he stated Chen Shue's request. Compared with the previous bet, it could be said that Chen Shue was really merciful. However, these people still did not want to agree, not to mention apologizing in front of everyone. This matter made them unhappy. They are Yamen runners. Even the former high-ranking officials of the Chen family are now prisoners, and their status is even lower than theirs. How can I make myself apologize to them? Not to mention, I have to pay them money to compensate for their losses. What a joke. What did they lose? Impossible. I will never agree to it. A short Yamen runner raised his head and said firmly. Converse sighed, and a faint voice sounded. She asked me to tell you. Thatched house. When the short man heard this, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud, his face full of fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Others didn't know what the thatched house meant, but he knew it very well. He had accidentally killed a man and buried his money near the thatched house. Therefore, every day he would walk around the thatched hut more than 10 times to make sure that his money was not lost before he could sleep peacefully. But how did Converse know? No. Converse said he was the messenger. Which means, how did Chen Shue know? His head was full of confusion and bewilderment. But when he saw Converse's mouth open, he suddenly became excited. Stop talking. Stop talking. I promise. I promise everything. Chapter 48 Secret. As Converse spoke, the expressions of the others changed, and they were horrified. How did she know their secret? At this time, they didn't understand that this was a threat. If they didn't agree, their secret would probably be known to everyone by then. Thinking of this, they all looked at Converse. Converse looked helpless and nodded to everyone, indicating that he had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Everyone shuddered, but finally lowered their heads. After all, it was not like shouting I am a pig in front of everyone. It was just bowing their heads to apologize. It was no big deal. Soon, everyone walked towards Chen Shue. Su Tian saw that they had been discussing for a long time before coming over, and he immediately became alert. What do you want to do? Even the prisoners around looked over curiously. After all, a group of Yamen runners looked intimidating from afar. Therefore, they were very curious whether the Chen family had angered the Yamen runners again. And some jealous people immediately began to gloat over their misfortune. Some people showed sympathy. Of course, some people looked worried. Converse glanced at Su Tian, but ignored him. Several people came to Chen Shue, took a deep breath, and then lowered their heads. I'm sorry. We were rude before. Please forgive me. Young lady. A group of Yamen runners lowered their heads and apologized to Chen Shue. This scene not only shocked Su Tian, but also surprised the prisoners around him. They thought that this group of Yamen runners were looking for the Chen family to settle accounts, and they were planning to watch the show. But who knew? Damn it! It's unbelievable that this group of Yamen runners actually want the prisoners to bow their heads. They have seen the ugly faces of these Yamen runners these days. They whip people, scold people, and even blackmail people at any time. Which prisoner does not hate these Yamen runners? They had never seen these Yamen runners smile or lower their heads, and they were arrogant and domineering all day long. But today, what they saw was a group of Yamen runners actually bowing to the Chen family. Although the Chen family was a high-ranking official in the capital before they were exiled, they are now prisoners. Why do these Yamen runners want them to bow down? Everyone was confused, and they thought about how Su Tian had been very good to the Chen family before, and then Zhao Guang tried to please the Chen family. Now these Yamen runners also wanted the Chen family to bow down. Could it be that? Could it be that the Chen family is going to rise again? Impossible. This is just Exile. Although many of them knew that Qin Yuan was framed. After all, when they were committing corruption, how could they not know who they were respecting? In short, the Qin family is not in the same group with them. Now looking at the attitude of these Yamen runners, it is obvious that something is wrong. They actually bowed to the Qin family. There was only one possible situation. That is, they could not afford to offend the Qin family. And the Qin family was already criminals. So why couldn't they afford to offend? The biggest possibility is that Qin Yuan might be cleared of all charges, and then reinstated and regained power. Only in this way can it explain why these Yamen runners bowed to the Qin family. For a while, everyone was in a complicated mood and was a little envious. There was some unwillingness. Why everyone was a prisoner? But their Qin family. Well, although their Qin family was wronged, everyone was still unwilling. But they knew very well that if things were really as they guessed, they must not offend the Qin family, but instead must try their best to please them. At this moment, they were somewhat fortunate that although they were jealous of the Qin family before, they did not mock them or offend them. I heard that the Zhang family has offended the Qin family badly. I wonder if they will regret it. No one knows whether the Zhang family regrets it or not. But they are already in a difficult situation now. After coming out of the post station last time, Zhang Yichuan fell ill and almost lost his life. Zhang Yichuan fell ill, and the Zhang family suddenly panicked. After all, Zhang Yichuan was the pillar of the Zhang family. However, there was no doctor in the Exile team, and the Yamen runners would not let them leave to find a doctor, let alone help them find a doctor. If it weren't for Zhang Yichuan's mother, who knew some folk remedies and saved him, he would probably have been the first prisoner to die in the entire Exile team. Of course, this was also thanks to the sudden requirement for the Exile team to collect medicinal herbs, which gave them the opportunity to go to the forest to find medicinal herbs and rescue Zhang Yichuan. Although Zhang Yichuan recovered from his illness, he was still very weak, so he had no time to cause trouble for the Qin family, and he had no idea what the Qin family was doing now. Let's get back to the topic. While everyone was shocked by the Bailiff's behavior, they looked at Qin Shui anxiously, waiting for her answer. Do you think this little compensation is enough? My daughter is a nobody. Even though she is down and out now, you cannot bully her. A dissatisfied voice sounded beside Qin Shui, expressing her thoughts. Qin Shui turned around and saw Xiao Dai, who appeared out of nowhere. She was a little surprised. Xiao Dai? Why are you here? When did you come? I've been here for quite a while. Madam was a little worried because the young lady and the master haven't come back for so long. So she asked me to come and take a look. As she spoke, Xiao Dai patted her chest and said proudly, Don't worry, girl. I'm here and won't let anyone bully you. Qin Shui was both touched and a little amused. Xiao Dai was younger than herself, so it was not certain who would protect whom. However, it was just right that she came. There were some things that I was not comfortable saying, and she could say them. No wonder many people hope to have a loyal and smart subordinate. Sometimes it really saves a lot of trouble. As soon as Xiao Dai said this, Converse and others' faces suddenly changed. But the next second, her words made everyone feel disappointed. Don't think we don't know that you have a lot of silver on you. But you only use this little to send off the beggar. Kuang Wei and the others felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, thinking that Qin Shui even knew their secrets. So it was normal for her to know how much silver they had. Just as they were struggling, they saw Qin Shui raise her hand as if she was about to snap her fingers. And Converse and the others' faces suddenly changed. Forget it. Forget it. Just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster. So they took out all the silver they had and handed it over. We were wrong. Please show mercy, Miss Qin. Without Qin Shui saying anything, the clever Xiao Dai stepped forward to collect their silver, ran back to Qin Shui, and handed the silver to her. Qin Shui waited, and thought it was quite a few hundred taels. She must have extorted a lot from them these days. But now it was a bargain for her. That's enough. This matter ends here. If you... Before Qin Shui finished her threat, Kuang Wei and others said anxiously, No. Absolutely not. Miss Qin. Please rest assured that we will definitely behave ourselves. Get out. Why? Converse and the others were waiting for this sentence. Upon hearing it, they turned around and ran away. Faster than rabbits. Just let them go like this? Su Tian walked over somewhat unwillingly, feeling that letting Converse and the others leave like this would be too easy for them. As for Qin Shui asking them to compensate for the losses and taking so much money from them, Su Tian was not jealous and felt it was natural. What else? We can't possibly kill them. Qin Shui shrugged. Do you think they will really keep their promise? What if they want to die together? Su Tian was speechless. Qin Shui touched her nose. That was what she said. But it was just to fool Su Tian. The real reason was almost the same. She just wanted to get hold of something that Quang Wei and the others could use against them so that they would not cause trouble for them in the future. Just like what happened to Zhao Guang. By then, the runners in the entire Exile team would not dare to attack them, and would even protect them. Then they would not have to hide, and could be exiled freely. It's already very cheap for them. Lord Chen sneered. Su Tian's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Lord Chen had expressed his intention to kill Quang Wei several times. If he really did it, it would be a great bargain for them now. Chapter 49 Pet. There were a total of 20 to 30 Yamen runners in the exiled team. Captain Sun cooperated with them. Although Captain Sun kicked them out to work on their own. They had never cared about this business. The reason for proposing this business was to enable Qin Shui to collect more contribution points faster and prepare for exile to the southern barbarians. Second, I also want to use this business as an excuse to avoid Captain Sun's difficulties. Today, Captain Sun and others are on collecting medicinal materials. There is no time to ignore them at all. And naturally they will not make them difficult. There are 7 or 8 Yamen runners headed by Captain Sunday together with Zhao Guang, Su Tian, and now Quang Wei and others. They account for more than half of the Yamen runners in the exile team. Therefore, on the rest of the journey, they would basically not be harassed by the Yamen runners. And these runners would even try to please them. Therefore, whether they were free or enjoying themselves to the fullest, they did not have to worry about being suddenly harassed by the Yamen runners or being exposed. Even if the prisoners saw them eating good food, they would think that other Yamen runners sent it to them to please them. And even the maidage, even if they found something wrong, did not dare to preach everywhere. After all, their handle is still in the hands of Qin Shui. Therefore, Qin Shui and others can completely treat exile as a trip. They don't have to be timid anymore. And they don't have to worry about slavery anymore. Come on. Let's go back. Back in the carriage. Qin's mother breathed a sigh of relief to see that everyone had returned safely. Then she saw the servants carrying a few rabbits and smiled. It looks like you guys have made a good harvest this time. Hee hee. There is me. There must be no problem. Qin Shui jumped over with a smile and took Qin's mother's arm. Qin's mother reached out and touched her forehead. You don't know what humility is. That's also your prey? Mother Qin looked at the bird in Mr. Qin's hand. No. It looked like an eagle. But its wings were covered in blood and it seemed injured. Master Qin laughed. Our daughter is good at heart. And brings it back to help it cure the injury. Qin Shuesong let go of her mother's arm and waved to Yang Xiaohua. Xiaohua, come and see if the eagle is seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohua ran over. Check the eagle. Asked Qin Shui for some herbs. And then bandage the eagle. Nothing. Just skin trauma. Just raise it for a few days. Yang Xiaohua looked at the eagles that did not struggle and hurt people when he was so well behaved. That's good. Qin Shuesong breathed a sigh of relief. But found that the eagle even rubbed her hand with his head, as if he knew that Qin Shui saved her, expressing intimacy and thanks. When she saw this, she suddenly had an idea and wanted to keep it as a pet. After all, such a spiritual eagle was the first time she saw. Huh? Is this eagle quite spiritual? Mother Qin was surprised. This is not an ordinary eagle, Lord Qin said with a smile. This is a Gypsophila, which means the god of all eagles. It is not only brave, but also spiritual. Hunters often tame it to hunt for them. It's just that this thing is very rare. His Majesty also rewarded the world and begged a Haidong eagle. But unfortunately, didn't get it? Qin Shui was a little surprised. This is impossible. The Emperor as the 9-5 respect of the world. He wanted a Haidongqing. I don't know how many people were fighting for him and please him. Of course caught it. Master Qin shook his head. Unfortunately, the court wanted to tame it. But the Haidongqing would rather starve to death. And did not submit it. Qin Shui frowned. And she wanted to treat it as a pet. It would be a pity if it was difficult to tame. When Haidongqing is a helper. When there is a tiger and beast. It can also predict the danger in advance. Can even help yourself hunt. She also heard about the rumors of Haidongqing in her previous life. The most popular in the eagle wants to count Haidongqing. Her body is 1 meter tall. And her wings are about 2 meters. Not only was it huge in size, but it was also very fast. Qin Shui remembered seeing it in her previous life. It seemed to be traveling at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. and could even reach more than 200 kilometers when diving. But the high donching in front of me is very young, and the body is much smaller than the chicken. But because of being young, it is the easiest time to tame. Unfortunately, she will not be able to tame Eagle. Pity! Master Chen is also a pity. He also knows that high donching's rarity is rare, and it is rare to meet one. And it is still so spiritual. Little guy, do you want to be my pet? My partner. Qin Shui squatted down and touched Hai Dongqing's head. The Saker Falcon immediately rubbed Qin Shui's hand with its head, as if to express its willingness. It's useless. Master Chen shook his head. Although this Hai Dongqing is young, it will sooner or later fly for 9 days. Even if you will be intimate with you, you may not come back. Besides, the Saker Falcon is the most ferocious eagle. If this little guy is not tamed, it can easily hurt people. Pets. This kind of thing has happened a lot. Even cats and dogs that have been raised for a long time sometimes attack the owner. What's more, this wild Hai Dongqing. Qin Shui's face was wrinkled, obviously very worried. And then she suddenly thought of something. As soon as her eyes were, she immediately immersed in space. I don't know if there is anything in the space exchange system that can help tame the Saker Falcon. If there is, that would be easy. Pet contract, 5,000 points of contribution after use. Pets are connected to the owner's mind. Pets can understand and obey any orders of the owner, and the owner can understand pets. When Qin Shui saw the system prompt, her eyes lighted up. This thing is good. It is 100 times stronger than other tame methods, which is the same as the spiritual beast contract of Xiaoxian's world. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait to pick up the Saker Falcon and get into the carriage. When Chen's mother saw this, she glanced at Mr. Chen, and they looked at each other, not knowing what was wrong with their daughter. However, the two followed curiously. Xiao Dai did not follow him, but instead stayed next to the carriage to help Qin Shui be vigilant at the wind. When Yang Xiao painted, he went to find his parents without his own. After entering the carriage, Qin Shui exchanged the pet contract. Although it took 5,000, she changed a 5,000 contribution value in a few days ago. And then she had a lot of medicinal materials from Captain Sunday. Now she has more than 10,000 contribution. After the exchange, Qin Shui thought it would be a scroll or sheepskin paper or something, but found that it was just a light ball. It used to use a drop of blood by himself, and then placed on the pet. Qin Shui gritted her teeth, found a needle, broke her fingers, and dripped a drop of blood into the light ball in front of her eyes. She was absorbed in an instant. Then Qin Shui held the light group on Hai Dongqing, and the light ball in the blink of an eye did not enter it. After a while, Qin Shui felt Hai Dongqing in front of him very kind. Sure, the little Hai Dongqing moved to Qin Shui with his body, but because of his wings injured, he fell halfway. But it quickly got up and continued to run towards Qin Shui. Qin Shui heard the meaning of Hai Dongqing's call, and was suddenly happy. Holding Hai Dongqing and happy. From now on, you will be called Xiaoqing. Chapter 50 Contract. Chen Shui, who was watching the carriage when he entered the carriage, was surprised that the scene where the light ball was stuffed into Hai Dongqing was surprised. Although the two have seen many magical means of Qin Shui, and the so-called Xianjiadong are blessed, they are still surprised by the light group that can glow. You know, before the exile, they did not contact these things. After exile, they found that there were gods in this world, various magical means, and they just subverted their worldview. Master Chen suddenly felt guilty in his heart. His daughter had this chance, and the future was infinite. But because of his own sake, he was exiled. Otherwise, if she had not been exiled, she would be a rich lady. Even if she was not greedy, the family business alone would be enough for her daughter. She would not have to flatter Captain Sun for the sake of medicinal materials as she is now. In any case, she must protect her daughter when she fights for her own life. She has this immortal, and she will definitely get better in the future. He doesn't ask for a good future. He just hopes that his daughter has a good future. Qin Shui did not notice her parents coming in. She was only on Xiaoqing and looked at the injury on it, and spent 10 o'clock contributing to the redeeming the healing medicine. Anyway, she does not lack of contribution value now. And having money is willfulness. It is indeed a healing medicine produced by the system. And the wound on Xiuqing's wings blinked. It flapped its wings and flew up. Its wings created a strong wind, making Qin Shui feel very cool. Go. Play. When Qin Shui saw Xiaoqing recovered from her injuries and felt its joy, she waved to it. Xiaoqing carefully bypassed the husband and wife Chen, and Master Chen also helped it to open the curtain. With a whoosh, Xiaoqing disappeared from their sight and soared into the sky. Shoo! Everyone only heard a long howl in the sky, and when they looked again, they only saw a black shadow, as expected of a saker falcon. Lord Chen sighed. Even though he was young, he still looked very handsome. By the way, Xiaoxue, aren't you worried that it won't come back? Lord Chen was curious. After all, this saker falcon had just been brought back, and the people might not be completely familiar with it. As for the fact that the saker falcon recovered from its injuries so quickly, he was no longer surprised. Didn't you see what Xiaoxue did just now? She must have been sure that she would let the saker falcon out. Mother Chen glared at him unhappily. Master Chen smiled and didn't dare to refute. Brother Wei, what should we do? Converse and others gathered together, obviously upset about the fact that Chen Shui knew their secret. First of all, we need to figure out what her method is, Converse said, knowing that others didn't see that scene. So he quickly explained it. This? Everyone was stunned. What kind of trick was this? They have never heard of it. Words spoken are like water spilled, and cannot be taken back. Moreover, they have never told anyone their secrets. Converse heard his own voice appear in his ears, and it was telling the biggest secret in his heart. This must be a ghost. When they thought of seeing a ghost, they remembered the group of strange rabbits they had seen in the forest before. At that time, they suspected that the group of rabbits were possessed by ghosts. They were also very curious. After the possessed rabbits flew towards Chen Shui and the others, they did not die. Now that they thought about it, maybe Chen Shui was possessed by that group of strange rabbits. When they thought of this, everyone shuddered. They originally wanted to take revenge on Chen Shui, but now they no longer had that mind and just wanted to stay away from her. What nonsense! Converse was a little annoyed. He called you here to find a solution, not to shake the morale of the army. It's broad daylight. How can there be any ghosts? Ahem. Everyone coughed and reminded. Brother Wei, it's already evening. It was already evening when I confronted Chen Shui and others, and it was almost dark. Converse was embarrassed and glared at them. Useless trash. I'll go ask Zhao Guang. He remembered hearing that Zhao Guang and the Qin family were not on good terms before. But now, he was trying to please the Qin family. He felt that it was very likely that Zhao Guang, like him, had been caught by Chen Shui. Otherwise, how could Zhao Guang, who had been so aggressive and ready to kill before, be like a dog licker? Maybe we can get useful clues from Zhao Guang. Others may be willing to accept it. But he is not. Chen Shui knows his secret, which is like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head and can fall at any time. Converse ignored his group of idiot companions and found Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang was in a good mood at this time. After all, he had tried to please the Qin family before and finally got a report. Chen Shui gave him the antidote. But it is not the final antidote, but a one-time one. You need to continue taking the antidote after 7 days to suppress the toxin. Therefore, after he got the antidote, he stopped joining in the fun in front of the Qin family. Therefore, there was no need to please them for the time being. It was a rare opportunity, so he was happy to have some free time. Besides, the poison would take effect in 7 days anyway. In a few days, they would reach Wen County. Then he could go to the city to see a doctor, who might be able to help him detoxify. Just when he was in a good mood, Converse came to him. Although he expressed it very tactfully, Zhao Guang could still tell that it was the same inexplicable method he had encountered before. If he had not been poisoned, he might have tried to capture the Qin family and use threats and bribes. But after being poisoned, he could only obey orders obediently. Now, after hearing what happened to Converse, he suddenly felt better. Finally, someone is as miserable as me. Wait, what did Zhao Guang think of? Frowning. Are you poisoned? Poisoned? Converse's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned very ugly. What are you talking about? What do you mean by poisoned? At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. Could it be that he was poisoned but didn't know it? Otherwise, why did Zhao Guang suddenly ask him this question? When Zhao Guang saw Quang Wei's confused face, he immediately became unhappy. Why didn't he poison Quang Wei and the others? It would be nice for everyone to have company. How did you offend them? Zhao Guang was a little curious. Converse thought about it and gave a brief explanation without going into too much detail. Possessed by a ghost? Real or fake? Zhao Guang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately became alert and made up his mind never to offend the Qin family again. It was too weird. In addition, he was somewhat curious as to why Quang Wei and the others were not poisoned? Could it be that because he had offended the Chen family so much, they poisoned him? Zhao Guang shuddered when he thought about how he had wanted to kill Qin Yuan before. Fortunately, they showed mercy. Zhao Guang, give me a definite answer. Converse was a little anxious and said, No, I'm looking for you for clues. Can you tell me what the meaning of your scared look is? When Zhao Guang heard this, he didn't know what to think. And then he sighed with a regretful expression. Prepare for your funeral. Chapter 51 Looking for Trouble. Neuropathy. Converse left Zhao Guang cursing. Not only did he not get the answer he wanted, but he also felt panicked. Why? He sighed and decided to give up on dealing with Qin Shui for the time being. After all, he couldn't do it by himself alone. And other people were simply unreliable. Don't try to die without help. After Converse left, Zhao Guang found an opportunity to run to Qin Shui and tell her the truth. Qin Shui didn't care. But Zhao Guang's behavior was still worthy of praise. After rewarding Zhao Guang with a few pieces of rabbit meat, they sent him away with tears of gratitude, and then began to divide the meat. There were 4 rabbits, and one was given to Su Tian. After all, he had helped the family a lot, and did it without asking for anything in return. However, Su Tian refused, saying that this time, he was involved in the Chen family. Although he won, he was still afraid. If he lost, he would not forgive himself in his life. He also said that he did not show up in time when Captain Sun caused trouble for the Chen family last time. And he felt very guilty about it. This time I took the Chen family hunting because I wanted to apologize. So I thought about making amends. But who knew the result? However, Qin Shui had no care of Chen as an adult. After several delay, Master Chen pretended to be angry, and Su Tian left with the rabbit. Afterwards, there were 3 left. One was kept and put into the space, and the other 2 were slaughtered. One was shared by Qin Shui and others, and the other was divided by the servants of the Qin family. Neither Qin Shui nor Lord Chen were harsh on the servants. Although the Qin family's servants had never been hungry, it had been several days since they last ate fish. The subordinates are not like Qin Shui and others, and they can open a small stove. Therefore, Qin Shui and others still have to feed the meat from time to supplement protein. Otherwise, they will not be able to survive in Nanman. These servants are the foundation of our family's development in Nanman. With their help, it will be easier when developing in Nanman. These servants are all tested and loyal. Qin Shui would naturally not be stingy with her own people. When several people were eating braised rabbit meat with gusto, suddenly several figures rushed in. It was Captain Sun's confidant, Qian Yai. Seeing that he brought people, and the aggressive appearance, the people quickly put down the chopsticks, and quickly notified Qin Shui and others. After Qin Shui's family came down, he quickly stood in front of them to protect them. Mr. Qian, I'm honored to see you. I wonder what may bring you here. Lord Chen came forward to greet them. Although he knew that they might have bad intentions, he could only greet them with a smile and avoid conflict if possible. I heard that you caught a lot of rabbits? Qian, the yamen runner, looked around. Although he didn't see any rabbits, he smelled the meat and couldn't help swallowing. Upon hearing this, Lord Chen frowned. How could he not understand what they meant? They wanted the rabbits they had killed. To be honest, if a rabbit can send them away and not cause them trouble, it will not lose anything. The only thing to be afraid of is that they will ask for too much. Seeing that Lord Chen and the others frowned, but did not say anything, Qian Yai's face looked very ugly. In the past, when he said this, others would quickly understand his hint and send the rabbit over. But now, he didn't think that Lord Chen couldn't understand such a simple hint. After all, he used to be the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. How could a fool become such a minister? So, he felt that the Chen family just didn't want to give them the rabbits. Thinking of this, he felt a little angry. If the captain hadn't told him not to make a big fuss and to use gentle means, he would have robbed it long ago. He snorted coldly. We'll pay you 1 or 2 taels of silver, and sell us the rabbits you caught. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Chen family changed their expressions, and the servants of the Chen family were even more angry. As servants of the Chen family, they would rise and fall with the Chen family. Qian Yai is simply robbing. How can they not be angry? But this is the prey that their girls have worked hard. 1 or 2 silver is simply insulting. Rao is Master Chen's good temper and wants to scold people. Sorry, you're late. We've already eaten all the rabbits. Qin Shui snorted coldly. She would never indulge them. How could she let them get away with it when she had hunted the rabbits with so much effort? If they offered dozens of taels of silver, it would be fine. But 1 tael of silver was simply like giving alms to beggars. She knew that it was unwise to confront these yamen runners head-on. So it would be better to use their force to counter-attack. Go call those people over. Really? Seeing the servant leave, Qianyai sneered. I know you guys killed 4 rabbits. But you're not going to say you ate all 4 of them. That's really unfortunate. Qin Shui shrugged. We each got 1. And only the rabbit tail is left. If you don't mind, I can sell it to you for 1 or 2 taels of silver. Hee hee. Rabbit tail? Without meat? What will we eat? Are you trying to be our fool and take advantage of us by paying us 1 or 2 taels of silver? Go and look for it. Qian, the yamen runner, waved his hand and ordered his men to search the carriage. Since the Qin family was so shameless, don't blame him for being rude. What are you doing? The Qin family's servants immediately stopped them. And Master Qin asked coldly, does Master Qian want to tear up the cooperation agreement? So what if it's torn up? Qianyai said with disdain. What difference does it make whether you are in this business or not? You are just prisoners. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? Allowing you to ride in the carriage without wearing shackles and fetters is already a great mercy. Don't be shameless. Qin Shui and the others looked very unhappy. They didn't expect them to turn against each other so quickly. And just for a few rabbits? Qin Shui stepped forward and snapped her fingers. The sound of Captain Sun's promise to the Qin family that their demands were too high appeared in everyone's ears. Tell me, if the news of Captain Sun going back on his word gets out, who will dare to trust him in the future? Who will you sell these herbs to? Who will dare to do business with you? Are you threatening me? A murderous look appeared on Qianyai's face. Although he didn't know why the captain's words suddenly appeared in his ears, he knew that it was Qin Shui's doing. Seeing this, the servants of the Qin family hurriedly protected Qin Shui behind them. What was that just now? The yamen runner Qian didn't know how to describe it. He pulled out the big knife from his waist and said viciously, hand over the trick you just used. Whether it was for the purpose of silencing them or for this magical method, Qianyai decided not to let them go. Following Qian's move, other yamen runners also drew their swords and surrounded the Qin family. What do you want to do? Lord Qin said angrily. Do you think you can get away by killing us? You should know my identity. If I die, His Majesty will definitely send someone to investigate, and you won't be able to escape then. He had learned from Su Tian that exiled yamen runners were not allowed to kill criminals unless it was absolutely necessary, especially for a mastermind like him. Once he died, the court would send people to investigate the cause. Once it was discovered that the yamen runners acted privately, they would not be able to escape either. Ha ha! Yai Qian laughed loudly towards the sky, looked around, and saw that his men had already begun to drive away the prisoners around. He looked at Lord Qin. At worst, we can say that you were eaten by wild beasts. Besides, the charges of escaping and attacking the yamen runners are enough to get you executed. Chapter 52 Falling Out. Master Qian, there doesn't seem to be any deep hatred between us. Why would Master Qian sacrifice his future for this? Although Lord Qin tried to persuade him verbally, he had already made up his mind in his heart that if he dared to harm his wife and daughter, he would drag him down with him even at the risk of his life. Deep hatred? The yamen runner Qian curled his lips, and then revealed a greedy look. As long as you hand over the trick you just used, there will be no deep hatred between us. He didn't know what the method was, but he knew in his heart that if he could get it, it might be useful to him. Lord Qin sighed. It was impossible to hand over this kind of means, although it was just a so-called recorder. Once it was handed over, it would mean the loss of mystery, and Converse and others would not be easily threatened. They will even try every possible means to force them to hand over the recorders. On the contrary, if this method is made mysterious, they will be even more wary. Lord Qin and Qin Shui looked at each other, then sighed. To be honest, my daughter worshipped the Kunchen Immortal before she was exiled, and it took her 10 years to learn this technique. He and Qin Shui had already discussed it. No matter how cautious they were, there was still a chance of being exposed. Rather than letting others make wild guesses, it would be better to create his own character. Immortal Disciple. This is the character they had in mind. In this world, there are many Taoists who claim to be able to achieve immortality, and there are also many people who pretend to be gods. Many of them are vain and pretentious people. But of course, there are also some people with real abilities. These people have different and magical methods, but at most they can only be called extraordinary people with special abilities, and are not immortals at all. However, they insist on regarding themselves as immortals. Therefore, It was not a big deal for Qin Shui to regard herself as an immortal. In fact, many people would sneer at her. Only when she displayed her inhuman abilities would people be surprised and dare not offend her. After hearing this, Qian Yai's face changed drastically. Immortal's disciple? There is no way of knowing whether there are immortals in this world. But there are still people with extraordinary abilities. The so-called Kunshan is the tallest mountain in the world. Its 1,000-meter-high peak rises straight into the sky. The top of the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. And no one can reach the top. Therefore, people all believe that if there are immortals, they live on the top of Kunshan Mountain, which is the fairyland. Even hundreds of years ago, there was a so-called immortal who emerged from the top of Kunshan Mountain, stepped on auspicious clouds, and floated into the sky above the overflowing river. Just by chanting a spell, he made the floods that were raging in several states recede and saved tens of thousands of people. Afterwards, the immortal disappeared without a trace, and everyone believed that he had returned to the top of Kunshan Mountain. Countless people built temples to worship him, and because they did not know the immortal's name, they called him the Kunshan Immortal. Later, there were people who pretended to be the immortals of Kunshan, but without exception, they all died tragically, either falling into the water or being struck by thunder. In short, anyone who pretends to be an immortal in Kunshan will never have a good end. From then on, everyone knew that there are immortals in Kunshan, and they can be worshipped but not offended. Therefore, from then on, no one would dare to pretend to be the Kunshan Immortal unless he was a fool. And if there really was someone who called himself the Kunshan Immortal, he might be a real immortal. That's why Qian Yai was so shocked. If she was really a disciple of the Kunshan Immortal, then he couldn't afford to offend her. In fact, Lord Qin had previously opposed Qin Shui's impersonation of a Kunshan Immortal, because there had been many previous examples, and he didn't want anything to happen to his daughter. But Qin Shui didn't care, and he didn't believe it. Even if she had traveled through time and had a system, it could still be explained by science. However, in the end, he couldn't convince his parents, so he had to settle for the second best and called himself a disciple of the Kunshan Immortal. Impossible. Qian Yai was shocked. If she was a disciple of the Kunshan Immortal, how could she be exiled? As long as she announced the news, the court might show mercy. After all, he was the immortal of Kunshan. If one angered him, the consequences would be disastrous. Besides, if you can curry favor with the immortals, you might be able to obtain the secret of immortality. Therefore, Qian Yai was the first one who did not believe it. However, he was also surprised at the courage of the Qin family. They actually dared to pretend to be Kunshan immortals. Aren't they afraid of death? He felt that the Qin family was crazy, and if they wanted to die, they should not drag him along. Although he was crazy, he did not want to die. Qian Hao, what do you want to do? At this moment, Su Tian came running over angrily with a group of people. Last time, the Yamen runner Qian wanted to bully Lord Qin, but he did not arrive in time, so he would not make the same mistake this time. What I do is none of your business. Yai Qian glanced at Su Tian. Although they were both Yai runners from the same team, they were not of the same kind. After all, which Yamen runner came to the Exile team not to make money? However, Su Tian is an exception. He never extorts money, scolds prisoners, and sometimes even shows kindness. Even when he saw them extorting money, he would run over to stop them. If he didn't have someone behind him, he would have been kicked out by the captain long ago. What? You want to fight? Looking at the runners around Su Tian, runner Qian curled his lips. He was no stranger to fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, the bailiff behind him drew his sword and revealed a murderous expression. The people behind Su Tian were not willing to be outdone. They took out their swords and confronted them. However, compared to Qian Yai's men, Su Tian's men were at a disadvantage both in terms of numbers and momentum. Do you think you can defeat us with just these people? Qian, the Yamen servant, sneered and mocked. Su Tian and the others looked very unhappy. Indeed, Qian Hao was well known for his cruelty, and they were outnumbered and could not defeat him. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, there was another coughing sound behind everyone. Looking back, they saw Zhao Guang and Quang Wei rushing over with their men. In an instant, there were about a dozen Yamen runners on Su Tian's side, while there were only 6 or 7 on Qian Hao's side. Seeing this scene, Qian Yai's face suddenly darkened. He was a little confused. Are Zhao Guang and the others crazy? What's so good about the Qin family that Zhao Guang and his men are willing to try to please them and even make them their enemy? Seeing that there were so many people here, Su Tian suddenly seemed to have an idea and said confidently, "What about now? Do you still think we can't beat you?" Xian Yai's face turned pale. He was not strong enough to fight 3 people alone. Their number was twice as many as his. Only a fool would fight them head-on. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. When he heard Chen Shui pretending to be a Kunshan immortal, he wanted to stay away from this group of lunatics. Now Su Tian and his group had more people. But the key point is, if he quits, everyone will think that he is afraid of even Su Tian. How will he survive in the future? At this time, a Yamen runner behind Qian Yamen ran over and shouted, "Brother Qian, the captain is looking for you." Qian Yai immediately looked at him with gratitude. Fortunately, he was smart and gave himself a good way out. So, he glared at Su Tian and the others, said something harsh, and ran away. "I'll let you go this time. But you won't be so lucky next time." Chapter 53 Crisis. The retreat of Qian Qianqi made the Chen family relieved. But they knew very well that this was only a moment. With the personality of Qian Qian, he would definitely not give up easily. Moreover, Qian Yai will tell Captain Sun about that method. Since they have already fallen out, Captain Sun will naturally show no mercy, and will definitely find a way to force them to hand over the recorder. And he might even resort to any means necessary. If they are Qian Qian, they could also find Su Tian and others to help. If Captain Sun comes forward, many of the counters will shrink. After all, Captain Sun was able to become the captain of the Yamen runners in the Exile team. So he was definitely not an ordinary person. He must have the ability to suppress so many Yamen runners under him. Moreover, Captain Sun ordered them to do something. And Zhao Guang, Su Tian and others had no way to refuse. By then, Zhao Guang and the others will be transferred away. And then, they will come to cause trouble for our family. And then no one will come to help. Facing this group of armed Yamen runners, they had no chance of winning by head-on attack, and could only use their wits to defeat them. As for making the enemy fearful, they could only use intimidation and inducement. They have tried all these methods, but they didn't work well for Captain Sun. They did not think that they used hypnosis to Captain Sun like Converse, and then let him expose his secrets. But Captain Sun never saw them alone, or even saw them, and seemed to want to drive away from them. So, the others are easy to deal with. But Captain Sun is very tricky, and he is not easy to deal with. A few people sighed, but in the end, they couldn't think of any good solution. So they could only deal with the situation as it happened. "Thank you for this time." Lord Chen bowed to express his gratitude to Su Tian and others. No matter why Zhao Guang, Quang Wei, and others came to help, he would express his gratitude equally. "Master Chen, you are too polite." Su Tian patted his chest and said, "Master Chen's business is my business. Just give me instructions if you have anything to do in the future." Zhao Guang beside him also smiled and said, "That's right. Master Chen, if you have anything to tell me in the future, please let me know as soon as possible. I will definitely do my best to do what I can. Although I don't know if it's true. At least this is what Zhao Guang meant on the surface. In fact, he didn't really want to come here before. Especially after he heard from Converse that Chen Shui had become weird. And he was a little scared. However, after thinking about it, he decided to come over. After all, the handle was still in Chen Shui's hands. Converse had the same idea. After all, he had only been separated from Chen Shui and the others for less than an hour. If he didn't go over, who knew if they would expose their secrets? Now, seeing that the matter had been resolved, Zhao Guang, Quang Wei, and others found excuses to run away. And Su Tian also chatted for a while, and then left. Qian and others left in a hurry and ran towards where Captain Sun was. Although it was not really the captain who was looking for him just now. He still had to talk to the captain because he had not completed the task assigned by the captain. Not completed again? Captain Sun frowned. He had wanted to rob the supplies on the Chen family's carriage before. But Qian Yai didn't bring back anything. However, fortunately, he still brought back a good business. But this time, just a few rabbits. It was all Converse's fault for being useless. In the past, he was able to catch prey and have it delivered to his door without him having to ask for anything. However, this time Converse and the others returned empty-handed. And he couldn't even eat the game. How could he be happy? So, he asked his men to go to the Chen family. Although the two parties were cooperating in business. In fact, the Chen family had no use at all in this business. Although the doctor of the Chen family was needed to describe the medicinal materials that can be picked around or even pick them to samples. There were not many medicinal materials around the surrounding area, although any wild grass on the roadside is also a herb. It is too common and not of high value. Therefore, they already knew that the herbs could be picked, so they no longer needed the Qin family's doctors. Even if they kicked the Qin family away, they would not have to worry about affecting their business. Besides, no one knows how long the Qin family can survive. Captain Sun knew very well that even if Xiao Guang did not take action against the Qin family now, Guichang would never let the Qin family go. To reach the later journey, Guichang can use more methods, and the chance of surviving the Qin family is lower. Therefore, he didn't care whether he would offend the Qin family or not. It would be better to squeeze out all the value of the Qin family before they died. However, who knows that his men are so useless? Even rabbits can't get back. Waste. Hearing the captain scolding, Qian Yai immediately started to explain aggrievedly, but was kicked down by Captain Sun. Idiot. You believed me when she said she was a disciple of the Kunchen Immortal, and I said I was the reincarnation of an immortal? That's not right. Captain. The Yamen runner Qian quickly retorted. Captain, you don't remember. Anyone who pretends to be a Kunchen Immortal will never have a good ending. Aren't you afraid that when they are punished, it will affect us? Captain Sun was speechless for a moment. It was true. In the past, those who had come from Kunchen Immortal had all died miserably. If that's the case, the Qin family won't survive for long. Huh? He suddenly thought that Guichang had already sent people to deal with the Qin family, and the death of the Qin family was already inevitable. Could this be the so-called retribution? But that's not right. The Qin family just pretended to be the Kunchen Immortals, but Guichang had been planning to deal with the Qin family for several days. The timing was obviously wrong. Etc. If the Qin family had previously claimed to be disciples of the Kunchen Immortal, then this could be explained. Then he laughed. I know what they have made. The Yamen officer Qian was confused. But then he heard the captain say, find an opportunity to go to the Qin family again and force them to give up that method. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, he had never heard of such a method. What he said was actually reappeared by Qin Shui just by snapping her fingers. Isn't this a magical trick? But when he thought that the Qin family would soon suffer retribution, he heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that it was just a trick he was unaware of. This, Captain. Qian Yai was suddenly a little scared. He was not afraid of the Qin family, but he was afraid that the revenge of the mysterious Kunchen Immortal would implicate him. Seeing his expression, Captain Sun immediately got angry and kicked him down again. You useless bastard. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. There are many ways to deal with them. Randomly instigate prisoners to attack and harass them, making them restless. Over time, they will be unable to bear it and will compromise. Besides, you go to snatch their carriages, or find ways to destroy their carriages. They are not old and realistic, and obediently hand over that means. But Su Tian and the others always try to stop us. Don't worry. I'll take care of Su Tian and the others. Captain Sun waved his hand. You just need to force the Qin family to give up that method as soon as possible. Qian Yai had no choice but to accept the task. But he made up his mind that he would only let his subordinates take action, and would not show up himself. Chapter 54. Bunny is so cute. Xiu. Xuqing's wings broke through the night sky, and it flickered like a meteor. When everyone looked up, she didn't see anything. Qin Shui had been waiting for almost an hour, but Xiaoqing still hadn't come back. She felt a little worried, and then she thought of the telepathic connection described in the pet contract. So she closed her eyes and tried again. Suddenly, Qin Shui felt her vision blurred, and she found herself in the sky. Wait, she was clearly in a carriage? In the next second, Qin Shui knew what happened. It turned out that she was already in Xiaoqing at this time. In other words, Xiaoqing shared her eyes with her. Is this connected with your heart? Qin Shui was both excited and shocked. Not only because flying into the blue sky is the dream of mankind, but also because it provided her with a new means. After sharing the sight with Xiaoqing, Qin Shui discovered a different world. She couldn't see things hundreds of meters away. Now, even the ants on the trees outside the hundreds of meters can be seen clearly. Even if it is now at night, you can see that a snake on the branches on the ground under the ground of a few hundred meters is planning to attack the sparrow. The feeling was very wonderful, especially after she flapped her wings. Her whole body disappeared from the spot and appeared several hundred meters away. Qin Shui was like a child who found a new toy. Controlled Xuqing's body to fly around. Xuqing's consciousness shrank in the corner, and she almost jumped out several times to stop Qin Shui. After all, Her body almost hit the tree several times. If this was hit, then he must be tired in his own life. Huh? Chen Shui suddenly shocked. But because it was Xuqing's body, it made the eagle cry. To her surprise, there was a fire in the dense jungle underground, and several people were sitting next to the fire. In this old forest, there are still people? She also didn't find any villages nearby. So this group of people couldn't be villagers hunting. And they didn't even have bows and arrows for hunting. She was curious to control Xuqing's body to fly, but fell on the branches not far away. This group of people wearing gray-brown clothes looked a little embarrassed, but they couldn't hide the fierceness on their faces. Even there was a big knife behind them. If you look closely, there is still blood on the knife. Even the exposed faces and hands of these people had wounds and scars, which clearly showed that the identities of this group of people were not simple. Bandit? This word popped up in Chen Shui's mind. Bandits have always been rampant in Dayue country, especially along the official roads and in the south. Some bandits are not bad. They only rob money and do not hurt people, while some bandits burn, kill, loot and do all kinds of evil. In front of these bandits, Chen Shui felt that it was the back. After all, these people did not look easy to mess with, and there were blood on the clothes and knives. Moreover, there is a wolf's skin next to the fire in front of them, and it is still fresh. Obviously not long after being slaughtered. Most people would run as far away as possible when they encounter a wolf, but these people actually dared to hunt it. It can be imagined that this group of people are not only strong, but also bold and cruel. Hey, here comes another wild game. A man about 1.8 meters tall cut a piece of meat on the fire with a knife and chewed it in big mouthfuls. Suddenly he heard a noise, turned his head, and saw that it was an eagle. The man immediately revealed a cruel smile, picked up the knife, and walked toward Xuqing. After taking a few steps, he swung the knife in his hand fiercely. Thump! Chen Shui quickly controlled Xuqing's body to dodge, and then she heard a small tree behind her fall down with a click. Chen Shui never expected that this group of people were so brutal that they would not even let an eagle go. So she quickly flapped her wings and flew away. Then Chen Shui's consciousness returned to her body, and she suddenly felt dizzy. She didn't know if it was because she was not used to staying in Xuqing's body for a long time, or because she had consumed too much energy. Xiaoshu, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Mother Chen hurried over, reached out, and touched her forehead, looking worried. I'm fine. Chen Shui waved her hand, but then she saw a cup being handed over to her, and Xiao Dai considerately poured water for her. Girl, drink some water. Chen Shui was actually a little thirsty, so she took it and swallowed it in big gulps, and then looked at her father. Dad, if bandits attack our team, can we, or should we be able to stop them? Although the group of bandits was far away from them, they were still prepared for the worst, as the direction they were walking was the direction where the bandits were. Although Lord Chen was puzzled as to why his daughter suddenly asked this question, he still answered it seriously. We are taking the official road. Ordinary bandits are unlikely to attack the exiled team. After all, once they attack, they must be prepared to be wiped out by the government soldiers. Of course, there are exceptions. If bandits really come, it depends on their numbers. With the strength of these Yamen runners, Lord Chen shook his head. It is estimated that it will be difficult to stop the bandits. Whether it was Zhao Guan or Quang Wei, even Captain Sun and the Yamen runner Qian. He has a very cruel and ruthless look in his eyes. But he is just a little lamb in front of the bandits. Chen Shui's heart sank. If this was the case, it would be a big problem if they encountered bandits. What's wrong? Why are you asking this? Could it be that bandits are attacking? Lord Chen suddenly asked nervously. He was no longer surprised by his daughter's miraculous skills, so he thought that his daughter might know some news. Chen Shui thought about it and decided to tell the truth. After all, more people can pool their wisdom. After hearing, the husband and wife Chen were not very surprised, but frowned and thought, it should be unlikely to meet. After all, we are walking in a pipeline. Occasionally there are officers and soldiers passing by, and a post station every 80 miles. That's right. Chen's mother also spoke up. You also said that there are less than 10 of them, and our exile team has more than 100 people. They shouldn't be able to fight against the strong with the weak. Besides, even if bandits attack, we should try to hide in the crowd. Unless the bandits kill everyone, or we are very unlucky, we may get hurt. Although this is a bit selfish. People are such. These people have nothing to do with themselves, and even have hatred. if they are not corrupt and frame their own houses. Their family will not be exiled. Therefore, I would rather die than let my friend die. Just don't be foolish and go to the bandits. Try to hide near the yamen runners. Unless you meet those brutal bandits, they will kill them all. But no matter how brutal the bandits were, they did not dare to kill all the exiled troops. This was not just a slap in the face of the imperial court, but it was also stepping on the imperial court's face and shitting and pissing on it. By then, the imperial court would certainly kill these bandits at all costs. Therefore, as long as these bandits were not determined to die, it would be impossible for them to kill all the members of the exile team. After hearing this, Qin Shui's worries were finally gone, and she smiled. Daddy, Mother, let's continue to eat rabbits. You must have never eaten rabbit meat hot pot. Chapter 55 Bandits. In the end, I didn't get to eat the rabbit meat hot pot, mainly because this was not my previous life, and many of the seasonings were not available. The most important thing is that there is no hot pot base. There is no other way but to prepare the hot pot base first, and then gather the seasonings before eating the hot pot. Fortunately, Su Tian said that if nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to reach Wen County tomorrow. Although the exiled team will not enter the county town, the yamen runners will go back to buy supplies and submit documents to the county government. They can also take this opportunity to go into the city with Su Tian and stock up on some supplies. For example, they could buy more good grain seeds, vegetable seeds, and even some food. Anyway, the space has the ability to preserve freshness, so the delicious beef noodles they bought would not get cold. When the time comes, buy some delicious food to eat on the road. By the way, the most important thing is the seasoning. Whether it is hot pot seasoning or barbecue seasoning, try to get them all together. In this way, you can eat hot pot on the road. Anyway, take this opportunity to make up for what is missing. Although I didn't get to eat the rabbit hot pot, the braised rabbit meat was also good, especially since Xiaodia's cooking skills were amazing. No words were spoken that night. Everyone was still woken up early by the yamen runners and hurried on their way in a daze. Since Qin Shui entered the space last time, as long as they have a large taste of food, they will hide in the space to eat. Things like bland pastries were eaten directly in the carriage. Now the shackles and the like on them have been removed. They are sitting in a carriage, with small tables in the middle, with a teapot on it, and a plate of pastries on the side, while Qin Shui and Xiao Dai played chess. If you don't open the curtain and just look at the Qin Shui family on the carriage, you can't guess that it is Exile. Dad, don't let's go to the 5 sons. After losing 10 games, Qin Shui no longer wanted to break up with Xiao Dai and planned to bully her father, which would be more interesting. Ahem. Lord Qin immediately turned around and walked outside. There seems to be something going on outside. I'll go out and take a look. Qin Shui. Girl. Or let me let you. Xiao Dai whispered that although she was trying to release water, she still won unconsciously. No need. Qin Shui's mouth twitched. If I am left here again, I will just be 3 chess pieces. Isn't this the same as her father? A group of people emerged from a forest several hundred miles away from Qin Shui and others. They were the bandits that Qin Shui saw using Xiaoqing's body last night. Brother He. Where are we going? A bandit looked at the 1.8-meter tall bandit, who was their boss. Brother He looked at another subordinate, who quickly handed him a scroll. After opening it, the person on it turned out to be Lord Qin. When this goal is done, we don't have to hide in Tibet. Can that man really help us solve the problem? The bandit next to him said worriedly. We are attacking the exiled team, and the one chasing us is General Ping Wei, in the Great Moon Kingdom. No one has never heard of General Ping Wei's name. Although he is only 20 years old, he has just finished the ceremony. General Ping Wei, whose surname was Xia, and whose given name was Yunshang. The Xia family was a general. His father was waiting for Ping Yuan. He had led his soldiers to destroy the kingdom and deter the north of the north, so that the north was stable. This time his father was transferred back to the capital. So his son, Xia Yunshang, led the troops to garrison the border. However, when the Huns heard that General Xia had left the border, they marched southward to invade the Dayue kingdom. However, at that time, they only sent 50,000 troops to test the situation. Although General Xia was not there, some people in the frontier guards were disturbed. But Xia Yunshang did not panic, and even took the initiative to take the initiative with 10,000 soldiers, and defeated the Huns with a record of 10,000. After that, the Xiongnu invaded again and again, and even attacked the country in the Huns and the small elementary school of foreign ethnic groups. But it was defeated by Xia Yunshang. Even Xie Yunxiang also sent troops to attack Xiaomo and destroy it, so that the Huns had to retreat from the frontier. Xie Yunxiang also became famous for this battle, because he guarded the frontiers and repelled the Huns. He also destroyed the Xiaomo kingdom that invaded the Diyu kingdom and deterred the foreign nations. Therefore, he was named General Pingwei by the court. However, this time, for some unknown reason, General Pingwei actually left the border and began to lead troops to suppress bandits. Black Brother, that is, Lu Heiwu and others are the goal of General Pingwei. Although they are arrogant, although they are cruel, they still counsel in the face of General Wei Pingwei. However, if someone comes to them and asks them to help with something, they will find a way to help them solve the problem of being hunted. And this incident is Qin Yuan, a person in the Exile team. If there is a chance, kill all the members of the Qin family. This is their task. For killing, this task is simpler. Even if they were going to attack the Exile team, they didn't care about it. Before, they had attacked the county, and they were not the same as they continued to stop the road. We are worried that the man will regret it and even sell us. The bandits next to them worried. Don't worry. I know who the people behind them are. If we dare to let our pigeons, we will hit the door. The Black Brother said arrogantly. He actually guessed that behind the man was the official of the capital. But what happened? Of which offended Lu Heiwu. No matter who he was, even if it was Lao Tzu, it was not easy to use. Anyway, the Exile team also has a lot of silver, so they can rob a lot of money, kill the target of the mission, and let others help them solve the problem. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds with 1 stone. According to that person's intelligence, the Exile team took the official road. If nothing goes wrong, they should reach Wen County. We will ambush here. After they leave Wen County, they will pass by this location. Brother He was obviously very familiar with the surroundings. He used a branch to draw a simple map on the ground. Naturally, others had no objection. Just go around the forest, and you will reach the official road. Duh. Several people just appeared not far away, and they saw a carriage driving. Everyone stared at each other, showing a bloodthirsty expression. Boss, just a carriage. Black Brother licked his lips and laughed. On! Who makes him unlucky and meet us? Several bandits rushed directly onto the official road and stood in the middle of the road. When the driver of the carriage saw this scene, he subconsciously tightened the reins to avoid hitting anyone. You? Who are you? What do you want to do? The driver seemed to realize that the people blocking the road had bad intentions, and his voice trembled a little. The bandits laughed grimly and didn't answer at all. They rushed forward, pulled the driver down, and chopped him down with their swords. The poor driver didn't even have time to shout for help before he was killed by the bandits. Uncle Zhang, what's going on? The people in the carriage heard the movement, opened the curtain, and revealed a middle-aged man who was lying in the carriage. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he saw a group of people holding knives surrounding the carriage. Then he caught a glimpse of a pool of blood on the ground, and the coachman lying unconscious on the ground. Uncle Zhang, you guys, how could he not understand that he had encountered bandits? My dear friends, my wife is seriously ill and needs to go to the capital to seek medical treatment. I beg you to show some mercy. The bandits looked at each other and tore off the curtain, revealing the woman inside. Although the woman was pale, it could not hide her beautiful appearance. The bandits' eyes suddenly lit up and showed greed. He. Chapter 56 Cruel. Seeing the bandits' movement, Zhang Xuanqing jumped and subconsciously stopped the carriage with his body, so as not to let them see their wife. But the bandit grabbed him and pulled him to the ground. Several good men are merciless. Zhang Xian hurriedly said, I can give money to you and ask everyone to let us go. To be honest with you, my wife is seriously ill. I have been seeking medical treatment for many years, but to no avail. I can only spend all my family wealth to take my wife to the capital for treatment. Zhang Xian couldn't help crying as he spoke. My wife hasn't had a few years of peace and quiet since she came with me. I feel guilty. That's why I hope the doctor in the capital can cure my wife and give her happiness. I know how hard the heroes have worked. I only asked them to leave some money for my wife to see a doctor. Master, my illness is nothing to worry about. The woman struggled to sit up from the carriage, looking at the bandits with a pale face. I can give you all the silver. Please let us live. Yuqin. You? Master, money is only a thing outside of one's body. I will just let my illness be like this, as long as you and I are safe and together. Yuqing will have no regrets. Alright. Alright. H interrupted them. I don't like sensationalism. Don't do this in front of me. However, I have to say that it's a bit touching. I was almost moved. The man was a little excited when he heard that, and wanted to thank them. But the black man suddenly grinned grimly, grabbed the man's clothes, and lifted him up. What about me? The finale of reunion. So, said. Black brother suddenly threw him on the ground. His voice was cold. You just enjoy the tragedy. As soon as he finished speaking, the bandits nearby rushed into the carriage, grabbed the seriously ill woman, and pulled her out of the carriage. Yuqing. When Zhang Xian saw this, his eyes suddenly bulged, and he yelled at the bandits. What are you doing? Let him go. He wanted to rush over, but was held tightly by the bandits, who even smashed his knees with the back of their knives, causing him to fall to his knees. Then one of the bandits twisted his hands behind his back and sat on his back. The man struggled desperately and glared at the bandits who attacked his wife, roaring wildly, Assholes! Let her go. Come at me if you dare. The bandits ignored him and showed no mercy to the woman, not caring that she was seriously ill, and dragged her out of the carriage. Thump! The woman fell off the carriage and screamed in pain. Her already pale face became even more bloodless. She was already weak and could not even struggle to get up from the ground. Hayes asterisk laughed and turned to look at the angry man. Open your eyes and take a good look at how to conquer a woman. After saying that, he walked towards the woman on the ground. What are you going to do? The woman's face was pale, and her weak voice trembled a little. We can give you all our money. Let her go, and we'll give you all our silver. It's in the carriage. The money is all in the carriage. As long as you let us go, we'll give you all the money, Henry Jean said anxiously, wanting to rush over to protect his wife. But he was pinned to the ground by the bandits. He couldn't struggle at all, and could only shout angrily. We want the money, and we want the people too. The bandits burst into laughter. Black brother rushed forward, overwhelmed the woman, and teared her clothes. Let me go! Bastard! Let me go! Don't! The woman struggled desperately, but she was no match for the bandit. Not to mention that she was already weak from her illness. Scream. Struggle. The more you scream, the more excited I am. Hage licked his lips, his face full of lust. Assholes. Let her go. She's sick. Are you still human? Zhang Xian screamed heartbreakingly. Seeing this scene, he felt heartbroken. I beg you. You can kill me, but I beg you to let my wife go. She is already so sick. Do you still have any humanity? However, the bandits didn't care at all, and even pointed and said with lustful looks, TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so white. Let me go. Help. You beasts. Do you still have any humanity? She is already like this. She is already sick. Zhang Xian's collapse roared. Her eyes were red, and she seemed to eat people. She bit her lips, and blood flowed out of the corner of the mouth. Please, let her go. If you have anything to say, come to me. What's the point of bullying a sick woman? You beasts. Do you still have any humanity? Ah, bastards. You will die a miserable death. You will be punished. However, the bandits ignored it at all. The black brother grasped the weak woman and desperately ravaged. The scream of the woman made Zhang Xian crazy. He struggled desperately but couldn't break free. In the end, he could only bang his head against the ground to vent his grief. Don't let him die. Let him watch carefully. Brother He glanced back, and the other bandits grabbed Zhang Xian's hair and pulled his head up. Kill us. Otherwise, I will break your corpse for thousands of paragraphs. Even if I do a ghost, I won't let you go. Zhang Xian's head was distributed. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was full of blood, and she looked like a lunatic. Very scary. But this group of bandits is obviously not that ordinary people will not be scared by him at all. The black brother stood up from the ground, licked his lips, and laughed. Who do you want to play? I come. I first. Stop. Looking at his wife lying on the ground, her clothes in disarray, her eyes dull and expressionless, as if her heart was dead. Zhang Xian's heart was bleeding. He was in great pain and kowtowed to the bandits, begging for mercy. He smashed his head against the ground again, immediately bleeding, and his voice became hoarse. Please, please let Yuqing go. As long as you promise to let her go, I won't agree to anything you ask for. The bandits ignored him at all, and they grabbed the unreasonable women on the ground. Zhang Xian hated. Hating himself is useless. hate his helplessness, and even vomit blood and roar. Beast, I fight with you. I don't know if it's a human potential, or the bandits have relaxed their vigilance. Zhang Xian suddenly earned the bandits, who overwhelmed him. The whole person rushed from the ground and rushed towards the bandits, who bullied his wife. Beast, I want to kill you. Puff. Zhang Xian had not rushed to the bandit, but the other bandits had reacted, and his sword pierced his back into his body from his back. As the sword was pulled out, the blood sprayed the ground. Zhang Xian fell to the ground. He endured the pain. The strong asking for business in his heart made him crawling like a snail on the ground and crawled towards his wife. Her wife's heart was ashamed to see Zhang Xian, and finally reacted. She stretched out her hand, but couldn't move. Zhang Xian's back was always bloody, but he ignored him, and slowly moved to his wife, stretched out his hand, and wanted to go to his wife for the last time. Even if they die, they have to be together. Puff! Just as Zhang Xian was about to grab his wife's hand, the bandit next to him suddenly laughed grimly, swung down with a big knife, and cut off Zhang Xian's hand. Chapter 57, Chasing. Looking at the husband and wife who fell in the blood pool, the group of bandits didn't care, and even discussed the pre-discussion of Hippie Smiley. At this time, a bandit ran away in the distance. Black brother. General Pingwei has been caught up. Just dozens of miles away. Everyone heard the words, and suddenly changed his face. Not to mention the prestige of General Pingwei. He said that the people they brought were several times their horses, and they were still strong. Although they are cruel, they are not fools, and know that a head-on confrontation will only lead to death. It's okay. I have a plan. The black guy waved his hand, looking confident. Throw their bodies onto the carriage, and look for other clothes on the carriage. Exchange the driver's clothes with ours. The bandits quickly understood what their boss meant, and quickly threw the bodies of Zhang Xian and the other men into the carriage, and then changed their clothes into the carriage. Afterwards, they were worried that the driver would fall off the carriage, so they tied him to the carriage and pretended that he was still alive and driving. Afterwards, when they had arranged everything, Hayes took out a dagger and stabbed it into the horse's butt. Hi! 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 The horse cried out in pain and then ran forward at such a fast speed that its shadow could not be seen in a moment, leaving only dust behind. Clean up the traces and let's leave. After Hayes finished speaking, he looked up and saw a dark shadow in the sky. He frowned. Was it an eagle or a vulture? A moment later, a group of people quickly dived into the forest and soon disappeared. On a hillside dozens of miles away from the bandits, a group of armored soldiers followed a majestic young man. General, there is a fire in Shishan village. It seems that thieves have entered the village. We have not yet found out whether they are the Black Mountain bandits we are chasing. A spy hurried over, knelt on one knee, and reported what he had discovered. The faces of the people behind General Pingwei suddenly changed. Lu Heiwu was a cruel and ruthless man who killed people without blinking an eye. He had previously occupied Black Mountain and called himself the king, so he was called the Black Mountain Bandit. This is not the point. The point is that no one will be left alive whom Lu Heiwu and others encounter. They even frequently broke into villages, burned, killed, and looted, killing no one, young or old, male or female, big or small. Every villager suffered many inhuman tortures before death, and their bodies were not left intact. Lu Heiwu and others were cruel and ruthless. After killing all the villagers, they also set fire to the village. It was the abominable behavior of this group of bandits that made General Xie Yunshang, who was originally planning to return to Beijing to report, stop and decide to wipe out this group of bandits first. He has let his men scattered, and the bandits in the whole of Yuzhou, although some of them are more and more. The government in Yuzhou is too useless. He has been unable to destroy this group of bandits. He claims himself and moves himself. After all, he dragged it down, no matter what. Let's rescue the villagers first. General Pingwei spoke quickly. If the village was attacked by the Black Mountain bandits, the villagers would be in even greater danger. Therefore, they must rush over as soon as possible. Su Mao, take 100 people to Shishan village to rescue the villagers. If you encounter bandits, kill them without mercy. General, if you only leave 10 people, what do you do? Su Qiao was anxious. How could this be enough to protect the safety of the generals? This group of bandits is not only arrogant, but also very cunning. I worry that they are tiger, and leave the mountain. After all, if someone knew that there were pursuers behind him, but still attacked the village openly, He was either a madman or a brainless person. Although Lu Heiwu and others are crazy, they are not brainless. No need. Even if we encounter Black Mountain bandits, 10 people are enough. General Pingwei waved his hand. Don't waste time. Go and rescue the villagers as soon as possible. Su Chao didn't say much about it. He was very clear about the strength of the general. He could really use one enemy in 10. And other soldiers were not weak. They were all died on the battlefield. No matter how powerful these bandits. These bandits could not be the opponent of the general. Su Mao and a group of people immediately rushed to Xiaxishan village, while General Pingwei continued to search for clues of Lu Heiwu and others in the surrounding area with other men. General, there is a carriage. One of his men pointed to a horse-drawn carriage traveling at high speed on an official road not far away. The clothes worn by the driver were exactly the same as those of the Black Mountain bandits, who had been wiped out before. Stop the carriage! General Pingwei's face darkened. Lin, you lead the men to search for clues along the official road, and the others follow me to chase the carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rode their horses and went their separate ways. Although they knew that it was just Lu Heiwu's trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, they still had to go because there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts that they could save the people in the carriage. Yes, they could see that although the coachman was wearing bandit clothes, he was not a bandit. Moreover, how could Lu Heiwu and others escape on the official road in a horse-drawn carriage? That would be simply a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt. If it were anyone else, seeing a carriage traveling on the official road would have been a normal scene. But they had all come back from the battlefield and had killed many people. So they knew very well the difference between the living and the dead. So, they could tell at a glance that the coachman was dead and the carriage was not pulled forward at all. But the horses were running on their own. Several people quickly caught up with the carriage and intercepted it. When they saw the scene in the carriage, they were all furious. I will not forgive these damn bandits. Everyone filled with indignation and was angry. General Pingwei had a gloomy expression and was obviously very angry. After burying them, we can pursue Lu Heiwu. We cannot let him kill again. They only hoped to kill Lu Heiwu quickly before he killed anyone again. The exiled team had no idea what was happening dozens of miles away. And everyone was very happy at this time, because we were already not far from Wenxian County. Although the exiled team would not enter the county town, the Yamen runners had to enter the Wenxian County Yamen to hand in documents. So they had to rest here. Having been walking in shackles these days, many people's soles and ankles have been rubbed raw, and their originally plump bodies have become much thinner. Those who were originally full of energy had now become listless. They had been traveling a long distance. Their mouths were dry, and they were not full. So many of them were exhausted. Now it is rare to have a chance to rest, and everyone is naturally happy. Qin Shui and others were also very happy because they could take the opportunity to go to the county town to buy supplies. Even hot pot seasonings. Lord Chen was very curious about the hot pot his daughter mentioned, but he had never eaten it because it had no seasoning. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to get the seasoning and try it. However, as he was penniless, he had to ask his daughter for money. Dad, don't we say yes? Do I have to go too? Qin Shui said anxiously that she had space to store a lot of supplies, so she would naturally take this opportunity to purchase in large quantities. However, things did not go as planned, and an unexpected incident interrupted their plans. Chapter 58, Struck by Thunder. When Su Tian was about to take Lord Chun and Qin Shui to Wen County, he was stopped by the Yamen runner Qian Wei. What do you mean? Su Tian glared at him, because he knew that Qian Wei was deliberately causing trouble. What do you mean? Qian Wei sneered. I want to ask you what you mean. Bringing prisoners into the city? Who gave you the right? Who gave you the courage? Although he had decided not to have any contact with the Qin family before, even if there was trouble, he would send his men to do it. But man proposes, God disposes. He followed Captain Sun and planned to enter the city. Sheik and Sheik, who knew that he met Su Tian with the Qin family. Captain Sun had already made up his mind to deal with the Qin family, so naturally he kept hinting him to take action with his eyes. He also understood what Captain Sun meant, but did not want to do it himself. So he looked at his subordinate, hinting him to step forward. However, his subordinates were too stupid to understand the hint in his eyes. Instead, they thought there was something wrong with his eyes, wondering if there was sand stuck in his eyes, and asked if they should help him blow them out. Qian Yai was so angry. In desperation, he had to step in himself. Otherwise Su Tianjin would take the Qin family into the city, and it would be too late to stop them by then. The captain has already agreed. Really? How come I didn't know? When did it happen? As Qian, the Yamen runner, was speaking, he saw Chen Shui behind Su Tian raise her hand, as if she was about to snap her fingers. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously wanted to stop her. But Chen Shui suddenly stopped and spoke. Don't you remember? Captain Sun said it himself when we were working together. Don't you think so? Captain Sun? As Chen Shui spoke, she looked at Captain Sun, who was not involved in the matter not far away. She knew that Qian Yai was just a small soldier, and there was a big boss behind him after he was dealt with. It would be better for her to deal with the boss herself. Captain Sun didn't expect Chen Shui to involve him, and he didn't avoid it, but shrugged his shoulders. Really? Why don't I remember this happening? Chen Shui and others narrowed their eyes. Although they had expected this, Captain Sun's inconsistency still made them angry. Is Captain Sun planning to cheat? Lord Chen stepped forward, stopped in front of his daughter, and questioned. If this gets out, it will probably be bad for Captain Sun's reputation. Shut up. What qualifications do you have to talk to our captain like that? The other bailiffs immediately jumped out to protect their master. Lord Chen was not afraid at all and stared at Captain Sunday. He had seen many big scenes. So how could he be afraid of a few Yamen runners? Are you threatening me? Captain Sun narrowed his eyes, and his tone was bland. But those who were familiar with him knew that he was angry. I'm just telling the truth. Lord Chen still looked directly at Captain Sun, and did not back down. Captain Sun was already planning to turn against them, so there was no need for him to give him face. If we don't show strength, Captain Sun and his men will become more aggressive. Ha ha. Captain Sun suddenly laughed. Sorry. You threatened the wrong person. Having said that, his face was cold and whispered. Watch me all. If they dare to leave, they are guilty to escape, killing without pardon. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding Yamen runners immediately surrounded the Chen family. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, the Yamen runner Qian suddenly stepped forward and whispered. But what? If you can hand over that method, it is not impossible to take you into the city. Okay. Chen Shui nodded without hesitation, which stunned Captain Sun and Qian Yai. They didn't expect her to be so straightforward, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. The two of them had already thought of dozens of ways to deal with the Chen family, but they compromised after just using the first one? This made them feel like they were punching cotton. But Chen Shui suddenly changed the subject. You all know that I am a disciple of the Kunchen Immortal. This method cannot be passed on to others. But if you become my disciple, then there will be no problem. Impossible. Captain Sun refused without hesitation. What a joke. How could he possibly take a little girl as his master? If this got out, how would he save face? Besides, if they dared to impersonate the Kunchen Immortal, even if they were disciples, they would offend the so-called Kunchen Immortal and would suffer retribution. How could he dare to get involved? Did he want to die? That can't be helped. Chen Shui shrugged. My master told me that if I pass it on to other people I will be punished and struck by lightning. Boom. Just as Chen Shui finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of thunder around them, like a bolt from the blue, which startled everyone. Captain Sun and others were horrified and quickly took a few steps back, distanced themselves from Chen Shui, and looked up at the sky. But they found that today was a clear and cloudless day, without even a single white cloud, let alone a dark cloud. But they actually heard thunder. This? Captain Sun stared at Chen Shui, feeling a little panicked. Could she really be the disciple of the Kunchen Immortal? Otherwise, she would suffer retribution and be struck by lightning as soon as she finished speaking. It was too coincidental that such a bolt from the blue appeared, just as Captain Sun was staring at her in confusion. Chen Shui calmly put the recorder into the space, feeling fortunate that she had recorded the sound of thunder a few days ago, just when Captain Sun and others didn't know what to do. Chen Shui looked at Su Tian and coughed softly, and Su Tian came back to his senses from his surprise. He took a step forward, but still subconsciously glanced at Chen Shui, because she felt that the thunder came from beside her. Captain, there's no need to do this. Su Tian was a little dissatisfied. Haven't we brought prisoners into the city before? Why can't we do this time? This time is different. Captain Sun no longer had the same tough confidence as before. Why is it different? Su Tian had a good conversation from Chen Shui in advance, and said, Master Chen is the mastermind this time. If he doesn't let him follow us, what should he do? What if someone attacked the Exile team to save him? Who has the guts to attack the Exile team? After all, This was a slap in the face of the imperial court. How could the imperial court let off the people who attacked the exiled team? And even if they rescued the Qin family, where could they go? This land belongs to the king, and they couldn't escape it all. Others thought so. But Captain Sun had another idea. If Qin Yuan entered the city, the Qin family was scattered, and Guichang's people had more opportunities to start. When Qin Yuan had an accident, only Qin Shui was left, so she would not be too easy to take her. Although Captain Sun was a little timid, he still did not give up the unknown means to get Qin Shui. Okay. He thought about it and nodded, pointing at Master Qin. Then let him go into the city alone. Qin Shui frowned. This wouldn't do. His father went into the city alone and bought so many supplies that he had no place to put them. Besides, he didn't know what seasonings were needed for the hot pot. More importantly, her father was penniless now, and it was difficult for her to avoid the eyes of others and give a large sum of money to her father. Chapter 59. Trouble in the City. That won't do. Qin Shui stepped forward and supported Master Qin. My father is in poor health, and it's not convenient for him to move around alone. Mr. Qin, who is in poor health. However, he quickly reacted and started coughing. Cough. 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 Water. Give me some water. Qin Shui. I just said that. Dad? And you just acted like that. And even forced yourself to add more scenes. Seeing that Lord Qin looked sick and dying, everyone looked at each other. Fortunately, Su Tian handed over the kettle and let Lord Qin drink a few sips, which saved him from the dying. Being sick is better. Captain Sun's eyes lit up with joy. In this case, maybe Qin Yuan would die without Guichang's men having to take action. Then, he would be able to better control Qin Shui. Even though he was criticized by Qin Shui several times, he believed that it was Lord Qin who was directing him behind the scenes. After all, he was once the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Don't worry. We will send someone to take care of him. Seeing that Captain Sun was indifferent, Qin Shui frowned and became more and more annoyed with this fickle Captain Sun. To be honest, there are quite a few things in her space. Even things that can kill people without them being visible. Although they are a bit expensive, it is not impossible for her to exchange them if she wants. However, she was from Earth in her previous life and could not kill people for no reason. Although she couldn't kill anyone, she could still punish Captain Sun and make him suffer a little. After all, among all the people she had met, Captain Sun was the most annoying. She must go into the city this time. As soon as her eyes turned, looking at Master Qin. Dad? Then be careful. Don't worry about me and Mother. Zhao Guang and Converse, they protect us. Anyway, there is no can stop them. You can toss me casually. For some reason, Captain Sun's heart skipped a beat when he heard Qin Shui's words. He took a group of people away, leaving only Zhao Guang and Quang Wei. Without me, they can't be suppressed at all. By then, maybe Qin Shui will really become the boss of the exiled team and have the final say. More importantly, it seems that only Qin Shui knows how to use that mysterious method. If when he comes back, the entire exiled team becomes Qin Shui's people, then it would be a waste of time. His house has been robbed. So if he comes back, won't he be sidelined and become a puppet? Thinking of this, he suddenly panicked, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he showed a compassionate expression. Forget it. Forget it. Since you are so filial, I'll let it go this time. After saying that, he looked at Su Tian and said, I'll leave the documents to you. And I'll also leave the two of them to you. If they run away, you'll be the only one to hold them accountable. Watching Captain Sun rushed into the city with a hurry, the Qin family frowned without revealing happiness. Captain Sun was so kind. Not only did they agree to let them go into the city together, but they also let them follow Su Tian. Don't they know that Su Tian is in cahoots with them? However, no matter what, it is more convenient for them to act without the interference of others. Captain, are we going to let them go just like that? Yai Qian seemed a little unwilling. Captain Sun ignored him and called two other men over. You two go keep an eye on Qin Yuan. If he's in danger, leave him alone. But don't let his daughter die. While saying this, he kept muttering in his heart. Guichang. Guichang. I have created such a good opportunity for you. You must seize it. The subordinates were a little puzzled. They didn't know what danger Qin Yuan could be in, but they nodded obediently. When they saw that the captain wanted to rescue Qin Yuan's daughter, they immediately showed an obscene smile. It's just a pity that they can't go into the city and have fun this time. On the other side, Su Tian brought Qin Yuan and the other two into the county town. Then turned around and said to Qing Yuan and the other two, Master Chen, would you like to go to the county government office with me first? And then I will accompany you to go shopping. Or, no need. Master Chen shook his head. I won't bother you to do things. You say a place? Then let's meet. Okay then. We'll meet up at the Wanjiao banquet ahead in 2 hours. Su Tian thought that for granted to make the Chen family's free action. And he didn't worry about Master Chen who would run away. It seemed to trust them very much. Su Tian is such an idiot. If he runs away, can he take responsibility? Seeing this situation with the two nearby mages, the companion couldn't help but talk, and the companion next to him drew his lips. It's none of our business anyway. Why worry about it? I'm just curious. What does the captain mean when he says they will be in danger? The guard next to him whispered. Could it be that the captain will ask someone to help and save the beauty? That's not right. If we really want to have a hero save the beauty, shouldn't the captain come and save her personally? I do not know then. Forget it. It's none of our business. We just need to keep an eye on them. That's right. It would be better if Qin Yuan died sooner. Now that we have completed our mission, we can go out and have fun. The two looked at each other, chuckled, and showed obscene smiles. After Chen Shui and Su Tian separated, she followed her father and walked on the busy street. To be honest, it was her first time to visit a street market in another world. Come on. Let's go shopping. Seeing his daughter so excited, Lord Chen also smiled, and even stopped the person selling candied haws. Bought all of them and carried them himself. Take it back and try to give you your mother. When Chen Shui heard what her father said, she suddenly felt that the candied haws in her mouth were no longer fragrant, and even tasted sourer. There are more than 10 skewers in this bundle. Can Mom eat so many? Chen Shui curled her lips. It's not like we can eat it all at once. Lord Chen didn't care. Don't we have you? We can eat it later. To a man Chen Shui. Dad? Let's buy hot pot ingredients. Wait. Follow me first. Captain Sun is so kind to let us into the city. Obviously something is not right. We should be careful. Chen Shui turned into the alley with Chen Shui, and then asked her daughter to take away the rock sugar gourd while no one's noticed. And then they turned a few alleys. When they came out, the two had changed their appearance. Obviously, the two of them changed their clothes. And Chen Shui even used modern makeup techniques to transform herself. After all, after putting on makeup, even her own mother wouldn't recognize her, let alone other people. When the two of them left the alley, they saw 2 Yamen runners running past them. It seemed that they didn't see them at all. No, they saw them but ignored them. After all, in their impression, Qin Yuan's father and daughter were not wearing this clothes. Not to mention that the face was not the face. Where are the people? The bailiffs ran around in the alleys and even asked people, but they couldn't find Qin Yuan and his daughter. And their faces suddenly changed. What's going on? You can't see the ghosts during the day. It's over. If this is let the captain know that we have lost people, will we kill us? When the two were panicked, Qin Shui had already went shopping happily. At this time, the two had changed their appearance and were not worried about exposure at all. So they didn't hide anything at all. Anyway, they are one word today. By and by. Chapter 60 Zhao Guang's Betrayal. After Captain Sun and others entered the city, Zhao Guang secretly entered the city alone. If he was discovered by Captain Sun, he would definitely dispose of him. But in fact, Captain Sun agreed to enter the city, because he knew that Zhao Guang was Guochang's person. And from the beginning, he wanted to kill Qin Yuan in front of everyone. Therefore, Captain Sun believed that Zhao Guang entered the city with the intention of killing Qin Yuan, which coincided with his idea, or plan. He was waiting for Qin Yuan to die, and then he would control Chen Shui and force her to reveal her methods. However, he would not do it himself, nor would he send someone to kill Qin Yuan. But he did not prevent him from pushing the flame. Therefore, how could he stop Zhao Guang? And even pointed out Zhao Guang. After they left quietly. Unfortunately, Zhao Guang is naturally not that Captain Sun wants to be like that. He has only one purpose to enter the city. That is, to see a doctor, or to confirm whether the poison on his body has been solved. If the poison in his body is cured, then there is no need for him to please the Chen family. If not, then he can ask the doctor to help him detoxify. As for the killing Qin Yuan, before the poison on his body was determined, he had no idea. After inquiring, Zhao Guang found the most powerful doctor in the county seat. Doctor, Help me see if there are poisoning? The doctor asked him to stretch out his hand and felt his pulse for a while. Then asked him to open his mouth and stick out his tongue. And then flipped up his eyelids. After a moment, the doctor withdrew his hand, stroked his beard and said, "You are not poisoned. Is it true?" Zhao Guang was a little unconvinced. "I accidentally took poison before. And then my whole body itched and felt very uncomfortable." "Doctor, are you seeing things?" "Impossible." The doctor shook his head. "The old man was medical for 20 years. How could you see it wrong? You are not poisoned. However, although you are not poisoned, you are sick. And you are not sick. You are sick. Your whole family is sick." Zhao Guangjing was silent in the joy of poisoning. When he heard the doctor's words, anger suddenly appeared in his heart. "Are you a special curse, lousy? Believe it or not, I smashed your medicine shop." Knowing that he was not poisoned, Zhao Guang's arrogance naturally emerged again. He guessed before that Qin Shui said that he was poisoned. But he just coaxed himself. Now that's it. He naturally does not need to suppress his nature. The old man is telling the truth. The doctor apparently saw this scene. And there was no fear. "Do you always feel cold at night? Sore waist and knees?" Zhao Guang suddenly changed his face and subconsciously said, "Do you know so? You are kidney deficiency. This is a disease you have to cure." "Doctor, I am wrong." Zhao Guang heard his face. Instantly changed his face. A pleasing smile. "Please also save me." After a while, Zhao Guang happily left the pharmacy with the medicine in his hand. He was in a very good mood and even hummed a little tune, walking as if he didn't recognize anyone. He carried the rope on the medicine bag, throwing it with a smile on his face. And his face was full of smiles. He even wanted to deal with the means of dealing with the Qin family. But halfway through the journey, he began to feel itchy all over his body and unbearable pain. And he suddenly began to panic. "Yongyi hurts me." This symptom is obviously the symptoms of poisoning before. But the doctor even said that he was not poisoned. This is not what a medium doctor. After he had endured the pain, he turned around and rushed into the pharmacy, found the doctor, grabbed his clothes and lifted him up. "Young doctor, you said I was not poisoned. Why is I still itchy and painful?" When the doctor saw that he was not as if he was lying, he frowned immediately. "Let me go first. Let me see." Zhao Guang let go of the doctor. The husband immediately ran over and studied it carefully. And then sighed. "It's the old man's fault. You have a clue. I have no clue." "The son? Please." "What?" Zhao Guang was anxious. "You said that I was not poisoned again. And now I said that I am sick and I can't cure it. Are you a doctor?" "I am a doctor." "But my son?" The old man bluntly said that I saw most of my life. But I never saw this symptom. So I couldn't get started. Zhao Guang's face turned very ugly. And he gritted his teeth and said, "Give me a definite answer. Am I poisoned or not?" "This?" The doctor hesitated for a moment. "Forgive me for being frank. But I cannot determine whether your symptoms are caused by illness or poisoning. Do you have a way to treat it?" Zhao Guang held up his anger and dragged the doctor's clothes. "You consider it clearly and answer. If you are dissatisfied, I will smash your medicine shop." The doctor was not afraid. He threw off his hand. The old man has never seen this symptom. And he can't get started. He dare not try it easily. "Married doctor? You?" Zhao Guang suddenly exploded. The feeling of falling into L made him crazy and could not accept it at all. "What are you doing?" A few men rushed out of the medicine shop and quickly pushed Zhao Guang away, glaring at him. "Do you want to make trouble?" Looking at them a lot, Zhao Guang immediately counseled, scolded a few words, and turned and ran out. He was unwilling and turned into other medicine shops. But other doctors had never seen such symptoms and didn't know how to start. Some small medicine shops even thought that Zhao Guang came to find fault and almost drove him out with a broom. Isn't this Zhao Guang? After the makeup. After all, Zhao Guang did not go into the city with him. So how could they see him in the city? The two quickly guessed that Zhao Guang must have sneaked into the city after they left. And seeing him coming out of the pharmacy, it was obvious that he was going to see a doctor. And there was no doubt that he wanted to confirm whether he was poisoned. In fact, at the beginning, Qin Shui did not poison him, but just scared him on purpose. Then due to his own psychological effect, he felt uncomfortable and itchy all over his body. Later, Qin Shui felt it was unreliable, so she exchanged some itchy medicine from the space. No wonder he hasn't come to show his courtesy these days. It turns out he was planning this. Qin Shui curled her lips and had a better understanding of Zhao Guang's character. Therefore, it is still more reliable in his own. For people like Zhao Guang, although he holds his handle, such people are like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark. Maybe they will take the opportunity to bite you. It seems that Su Tian is the only one who is trustworthy at the moment. Lord Chen echoed from the side. Fortunately, they did not regard Zhao Guang as their own, but were just using him. Forget it. Let's get down to business. Qin Shui turned and left, not caring about Zhao Guang's behavior at all. If he can solve the poison, he will have his surname. This is a system of medicine, which is unique in this world. Zhao Guang ran all over the county, but couldn't find a doctor who could solve the problem. And he became extremely discouraged. When Zhao Guang was feeling somewhat desperate, Qin Shui and the other person were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 61. Bye. Dad. Let's split up. I'll go by the seasons. And you go by the seeds? No. It's too dangerous. Master Chen refused without hesitation. What was joking? His girl was so cute and beautiful. Letting her go shopping alone. How can he rest assured? So many bad people outside. What should I do if my daughter is bullied? There are so many scammers out there. My daughter is so innocent. What should I do if she gets cheated? The road on the street is uneven, and what should I do if my daughter gets bumped into? Seeing that Dad was so determined, Qin Shui didn't say much, knowing that she was for her good. And to be honest, although she inherited the memory of her predecessor, she still didn't know much about the world. The two went to buy grain seeds first. Fortunately, it was autumn and winter, and the harvest had just been completed. So grain seeds were easy to buy. Moreover, in order to prevent the grain varieties from being unsuitable for growing in the southern barbarians, they planned to buy several varieties, and try them one by one to see which one was more suitable for growing in the southern barbarians. However, Mr. Chen has no farming experience, and doesn't know how much seeds to buy. Fortunately, Qin Shui was from the countryside in her previous life, and is more knowledgeable about this. It was Master Chen a little aggressive. If it wasn't for his daughter to grow up, he thought he had been lost. She is obviously a lady from a wealthy family. How come she knows so much about farming? He even discussed with the store discussing fertilizer and other things. In the end, Qin Shui bought 60 pounds, each 20 pounds. Saying more? No more. A lot. Anyway, it is far from Nano, and there will be a lot of cities on the road. At that time, you can buy it. There are too few grains here. She intends to buy more. In addition, she intends to plant a batch of food in space, so that she doesn't have to worry about lack of grain. In fact, she still has thousands of pounds of food in her space. But she is a hamster. In addition, they also bought a lot of vegetable seeds, which was what they lacked the most. Although Qin Shui planted some vegetables in her space, the varieties were too few. Most importantly, peppers. Qin Shui was in Qianshou in the previous life. It prefers spicy food. It can be said that there is no soul without chili. Although the people here have peppercorns, onions, ginger and garlic, they don't use chili peppers. This made Qin Shui, who was used to eating spicy food, suddenly lose her appetite. At first, she thought there were no peppers in this world. But now she knows that this world, like her previous life, has many kinds of peppers. However, the people here basically do not use chili to cook, but use chili as a fruit. Qin Shui is also speechless, and does not know how much their taste is to use chili as fruit. However, it seems that not all peppers can be considered fruits. Qin Shui only saw big, round red bell peppers, and long, strip-shaped ones that looked a bit like green peppers, but were not called green peppers. For Qin Shui, cooking must include at least 3 kinds of peppers to make the dishes delicious. Therefore, she ran through the entire county with her old father, and then she made several peppers. After that, it was looking for things to make hot pot. Most of the previous lives were avocado. But here, beef is very rare, let alone buy butter. Therefore, Qin Shui intends to make a red oil hot pot bottom. This does not require avocado, and other oils can be. However, for beef, Qin Shui still missed it. She ate the most pork in the previous life because it was cheap. Lamb is also good, but it depends on the cooking skills. If you make it delicious, there is no smell. It is delicious. Duck meat does not like it all. Chicken is barely acceptable. It depends on how to do it. My favorite food is beef. And there was a time in my previous life when beef was cheaper than pork. It's a pity that she hasn't tasted beef yet. But I still want to eat butter, or want to eat beef. Qin Shui still intends to try if I can buy beef. Dad, do you say we can buy a few cows and go back? A cow is enough for them to eat for half a month, or even a month. Anyway, the space has the function of keeping fresh. And she is not worried that it will be broken. It's a big deal. Exchanged a refrigerator from the system. And then exchanged a generator. Buy a cow? Master Chen was stunned. And immediately understood that her daughter wanted to eat beef. She also bought a few times in the family before. The daughter did like it very much. However, the court banned the killing of cows and buying and selling. Of course, if you are sick and die, and the cows that die unexpectedly, these can be eaten and traded. Therefore, it is impossible to buy live cattle unless you are about to die or get sick. But the problem is that things are rare. Beef is also loved by wealthy and powerful families. All the beef that appears on the market is bought by wealthy and powerful families. And no one else has a turn. And the price is expensive. Not ordinary people can afford it. However, how could his daughter want to eat? How could he be dissatisfied? Go with Dad. Master Chen stopped the passers-by and asked the road. And took Qin Shui to leave the county, and came to a small village in a few miles outside the county. The meat pulled into the city was quickly snatched, so he could still grab it directly to the village. And even some greedy people would sell their cows for silver. However, Master Chen did not immediately knock on the door to ask your cow to sell it. This is okay to meet a good temper. When you encounter bad temper, you may have hit someone with a hoe. Master Chen first took Qin Shui to walk around the village. It was a step on the point. Fortunately, the villager's yard is not high. They can see part of the situation in the yard, and even hear the cow. After a moment, Master Chen found a goal. A broken yard. The courtyard wall also collapsed halfway, and could see the sheep fence inside. Several sheep in the sheep gang seemed to be sleeping together, and there was an old oxen beside him. Behind it, a little ox was lowered to eat grass. The goal of the two is the little oxen. Anyway, the family has an ox. Even if the little ox is sold, it does not affect it. Their house is obviously very lacking. As long as they are willing to pay money, they can buy it. And even if they do and eat this cow, they can be used for cultivated land when they do and eat it. They are very clear. Nano will not give them a plowing cattle. And they have no place to buy it. They want to plant fields. They all hoe themselves. The land over there has not been reclaimed. It is very difficult to rely on manpower to recover. And there are requirements for sowing. It must be reclaimed within many days. And then sowing within how many days? If it is not completed, it will be punished. If the punishment is light, it is just a beating. Or the food is confiscated. Or the amount to be handed in during the next year's harvest is increased. If you are heavy, you will even be kicked out of the village. At that time, you may starve the wilderness and be caught by the southern barbarians. In short, for the farm, there is an ox, which is definitely very helpful. Chapter 62, Unexpected Gains. The two knocked on the door, and soon a man with a yellow complexion and coarse clothes opened the door. When he saw Qin Shui, they were stunned. Although the two were not wearing fancy clothes, even ordinary clothes were more valuable than the coarse cloth on the man, and could not conceal their temperament. When the man saw Qin Shui suddenly showed his expression. Two nobles. Is there something wrong? We want to buy some things. Lord Chen said straight to the point, mainly because he didn't have time to talk to him. They would meet Su Tian in 2 hours. Buy things? The villagers were aggressive. How to buy something to buy. And see that they were obviously nobles in the city. And something could be seen by the nobles. It's hard to say outside. Can you go in and talk? Master Chen looked around. He knew that rural people were mixed. And buying and selling cattle was illegal. So the more hidden, the better. The villager was stunned for a moment, but finally agreed. After all, he was a nobleman in the city, and he didn't dare to offend him. So, opened the door and invited the two to come in. Me. As soon as I came in, I heard the sheep's cry instead of the bull. The family is a bit messy. The villagers were a little embarrassed. The yard was dirt and even cow dung. And he was the first time he saw the nobleman in the city. He would not know what to do for a while. Dad? Dad? Just then, two little girls ran out of the house. The little girls were only wearing a tattered coat that was longer and bigger than them. It was obviously worn by someone else. And because of the cold weather, the smiley face was a little red, with two small braids. And when he rushed out, he saw Chen Shui, two outsiders, and quickly stopped the car. A little girl behind did not stop the car, hit the back of a little girl in front, and the little radish heads fell to the ground. Ouch! Sanya, what are you hitting me? Sister Arya, what do you stop? Sanya, don't imitate me. Sister Arya, I didn't learn you to speak. The two little rascals fell to the ground. But instead of getting up, they started chatting first, which was very interesting. Sorry. Let the noble people laugh. The villagers quickly apologized and ran over to help the two small radish heads. Daddy has something to do. Hurry up and play. Oh! The two little rascals climbed up, turned around and looked at Chen Shui and the others curiously, and found that Lord Chen was also looking at them. They were immediately scared as if they were caught, and hid behind the villagers, with only their two little heads showing. Little boy, do you want some candy? Chen Shui took out a few candies from the space, walked to the two little kids, squatted down, and handed them to them. The little radish didn't seem to have seen sugar, and his big eyes were full of doubts. And then he grabbed her father's clothes and looked up at him. Just take what the nobleman gave you. And why don't you thank him? The villagers know that the two are not ordinary people. Several sugar is precious for themselves, but it is nothing to noble people. Chen Shui handed over the candy, and took the opportunity to touch little radish's head. The two small radish reached out to pick up the candy, and then thanked it very politely, and handed it to her father. The villagers asked the two little kids to go into the house quickly, and then their eyes towards Chen Shui and the others were less wary and more favorable. We happened to be passing by and saw that you had 2 cows at home, so we wanted to ask if you had any plans. Lord Chen said this but paused and did not utter the word, but he believed that the villagers knew what he meant. Sure enough, when he heard Master Chen's words, the villagers immediately changed their faces, and even a little panicked. Noble people laughed. How can this cow? We? Not. The court is forbidden. The villagers were scared and incoherent, and obviously knew that the consequences of buying and selling cattle were very serious. So even if they had a good opinion of Chen Shui, they refused without hesitation. Master Chen knew his concerns and quickly persuaded. Don't worry. We have already avoided other people when we came here, and we will leave immediately. We will not stay here, and no one will be able to find us. Noble people need to say more. This matter is just a bit of silver for noble people, but for us, it is the consequences that cannot be assumed. As if he felt that the refusal was too blunt and would offend the two, the villager hurriedly explained. Our village chief will come from time to time. If he finds that a cow is missing from his home, we can't explain it clearly. Chen Shui became silent, and they suddenly understood that they thought too simple. So, Master Chen held his fists. It's our Tang Ting. When the villagers saw this, they immediately panicked and said, Sir, please don't say that. It's me who is to blame. That being the case, then we will leave. Although I really want to buy a cow, there is no way for the other party to buy them. And as the man said, what he paid was just silver. Of course, he is now a prisoner. So if the buying and selling cattle are exposed, the consequences are the same as the villagers. Light is sentenced to sentence, and the heavy exile. In short, they cannot destroy this family because of their own selfishness. Seeing the two were about to leave, the villagers remembered that Chen Shui had just given candy to their own children and had a good impression of the two. So they called them to stop. Although cattle are not allowed. If you don't mind, I have a few lambs at home. Would you like them? Chen Shui was a little disappointed. But when she heard the villagers' words, she suddenly stunned. And then she showed joy. Lamb? You can eat mutton hot pot. And sheep oil can also make hot pot base. The most important thing is goat milk. You can drink milk every day in previous lives. But there are no milk here. Or there are. But it is yellow milk. Not milk. In short, if you have a ewe, you can drink goat's milk every day. Goat's milk is more nutritious than cow's milk. And even if you drink it for a long time, it will not make you fat. You know, the past life is known as the king of milk, which can explain its value. This is pure natural. No additive milk. Besides, even if you can't finish it, you can use it to wash your face. Or if you're more extravagant, you can use it to take a goat milk bath. After all, which woman doesn't love beauty? Not only that, the wool from sheep can also be made into wool sweaters and wool scarves. After all, wool is very warm. Chen Shui did not expect that Niu didn't buy it. And there was even this unexpected harvest. The sheep in the family just gave birth to a few lambs. But because the winter is coming, the villain can't afford so many lambs. If the noble person needs it, it can be cheaper to the nobleman, the rough villager said, and quickly ran into the sheep rack next to him. Caught a few lambs out. How many are you going to sell? Looking at a few lambs, Qin Shui happily said. The villagers hesitated for a moment, and said, 3. I can only leave 1 lamb. Okay. I'll buy all 3. By the way, help me pick a male and 1 mother. Qin Shui has planned to get it. Let a few lambs enter the space, and then let them eat and drink, and regenerate a bunch of lambs. She can drink goat milk every day, and even wash her face with goat milk. Chapter 63. Why does this sound so familiar? In the end, the villagers gave Qin Shui a ram, a ewe, and the second daughter-in-law. This sheep was the peak of the sheep. Originally, the 3-headed lamb villagers were priced at 900 SAs. That is to say, a lamb 300 articles. But Qin Shui knew that the price was too low, and the two gave 2 or 2 silver. After all, the 2 of them are not short of money. But for the villagers, even a penny may mean 1 more meal. Qin Shui was from the rural area in her previous life, so she knew very well how important money was to rural farmers, and how hard it was to earn it. I worked so hard to grow dozens of kilograms of sweet potatoes. The cost of buying fertilizer and taking care of them alone was more than a few hundred yuan. But in the end, I only sold them for 1 yuan per kilogram. They are not saints, but they are not heartless either. They will naturally help those who are in need, and those they see helping each other if they can. More importantly, the villagers did not give them a high price to the villagers. Instead, they sold them at a low price, which was enough to make them feel good. The 2 finally left amid the villagers' tears of gratitude. And before leaving, the villagers gave them some local specialties, such as dried sweet potatoes, dried mushrooms, and other dry goods. If it weren't for the 2 of them strongly refused, the villagers would plan to take out the dry goods in the house. Although I didn't buy a cow, it was also good to buy a lamb for 3 days. Qin Shui smiled. Lord Chen nodded. But he was thinking in his heart how to buy the cow safely without harming himself or others. He didn't want to, because he bought a cow, causing others to be sentenced or exiled, so that he would be uneasy in his life. But because he worked in the household department, he saw too much and handled many people who had corrupted the law. They used various means to get the beef, and then gave it to the family. Although he did not do illegal things, it was okay to be flexible. Of course, he has not thought of a good way, hidden the idea of getting a few cows in his heart. Master Chen took Qin Shui to the city and walked to the no one, and Qin Shui put the lamb in the space. The 2 returned to the city and took out the list. Grain species, vegetable species, hot pot seasonings, have been bought. All of these. See what else has you not bought? Buy some buckets. Master Chen thought contemplative. There are many people under our family. 2 carriages can't be squeezed, and they have no place to hide. There are buckets and clothes to hide. Qin Shui naturally had no opinion and followed her father to the store. The shop's IO saw that the 2 bought a lot of buckets, and they were very happy. The 2 are planning to step on autumn. Although the Double Ninth Festival has passed for some time, people's enthusiasm for autumn outings remains unabated. He has seen many people coming to buy things for the autumn outings. If you plan to spend the night in the wild, you can take a look at the flint and steel. After all, it is inconvenient to live in the wild. And Xiegong's clogs, which are essential for mountain climbing and are not easy to slip. The shop was enthusiastically introduced, and it seemed that they really thought that the 2 were traveling in autumn. But the key? Qin Shui and the other person looked at each other, not knowing what to say. If they honestly told the waiter that they were not going on an autumn trip but an exile, they wondered if the waiter would be so enthusiastic, or if he would immediately turn around and run to the county government to report to the authorities. Although he talked in his heart, the 2 were still very interested in what was introduced by the shop, especially Qin Shui. She knew that the southern barbarians were similar to the tropical regions in her previous life, and it was very humid there. Moreover, in the wild life, in the era of no lighter, firestone is the most convenient, and the so-called Xiegong Xian is a shoe that is climbing. Although it is not used now, there is a chance in the future. As a result, the 2 bought a lot of things under the enthusiasm of the shop, and spent 12 silver. Next, you should buy it. Before Lord Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Shui. Although Xiao Dai was a good cook, she could not cook without rice, and there were still not enough dishes in the space. More importantly, Qin Shui had never eaten the delicacies in this world. Although she had memories of her previous life, she had not experienced them personally. Mr. Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let's buy some delicious food for your mother. However, as they were walking, Lord Chen suddenly turned back and looked at Qin Shui somewhat awkwardly. Ahem. Xiaoxue. Dad has spent all the money he has. As he said this, Lord Chen felt a little embarrassed, because a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Sure enough, Lord Chen is really penniless. Moreover, it always feels weird to ask my daughter for money. But the money is safe only in her space. Qin Shui also had a strange feeling, as if she was the rich old father, and her father was the child who needed pocket money. I have to say, the food from the other world has a unique flavor. Autumn pear paste, dragon beard cake, sheepskin silk. After a while, Qin Shui came over with bags full of things, and Lord Chen was a little stunned. How long has it been? Ahem. Xiaoxue. We are in exile, not traveling. It's not good for you to bring so many things. If they bring back so many delicious foods, I'm afraid the entire exile team will go crazy. And then, their entire Chen family will become the target of public criticism. Dad, have you forgotten that I have space? Master Chen slapped his head and said, Look at my memory. Say it. He turned and left. Dad, where are you going? Buy something for your mother. I like a hairpin and plan to buy it for her. Also, buy her a few kilograms of sweet-scented osmanthus cake that your mother loves to eat. Also, after a while, Qin Shui stared in amazement at her father coming back with a bag full of things, and was speechless. Dad, didn't you just say that we are in exile? Not traveling? Isn't it good to buy so many things? Isn't there room for this? Lord Chen said without hesitation. Qin Shui. That makes sense. But why does this sentence feel so familiar? The two of them were walking down the street with bags of all kinds, and they didn't look like exiled prisoners at all. What a pity. Your mother didn't come out with us, Lord Chen said regretfully. Shopping as a family of 3 is the real family happiness. However, Captain Sun and his men would never agree to let the family of 3 go into the city. If they ran away, where would he find them? If he catches the person, it's fine. But if he doesn't find the person, he will be punished. Therefore, he had to keep a hostage in the team. Lord Chen knew this, so he did not take his servants into the city, but instead asked them to stay with his wife to protect her. Where on earth did the people go? Hateful. Qin Shui and her companion were walking on the road when they suddenly heard 2 complaints. They turned around and saw that they were the Yamen runners in the team, and they were also the ones who had followed them before. However, the 2 of them seemed to have not found themselves yet. Puff. Qin Shui couldn't help laughing when she saw 2 Yamen runners passing by without noticing her. What are you laughing at? The bailiff was angry. When he heard someone laughing, he turned around and glared at Qin Shui. Qin Shui immediately opened her mouth and pointed at her mouth, indicating that she was mute. What bad luck. The bailiff cursed and turned away, obviously not matching them with Qin Shui. After all, after putting on makeup, Qin Shui looked like a completely different person. She also changed her clothes and her hairstyle into 2 small buns. She looked completely different, and even her mother couldn't recognize her. Watching the 2 Yamen runners walk away, Qin Shui and Lord Chen looked at each other and burst into laughter. Chapter 64 Noble. Chapter 64. 2 hours later, the 2 changed back into their original clothes and came to Wanjia banquet. Before they entered, they saw Su Tian hurriedly coming. Master Chen. Su Tian greeted them and took the 2 of them in, obviously planning to have lunch. Master Chen. I will be the host this time. It's a rare opportunity to treat you to a meal. I should be the one treating this time. Our family is indebted to you for your help, so I should be the one to thank you. Master Chen. This is my duty. You are my idol. And Master Yang and the others asked me to take good care of you. The 2 of them kept making excuses. Qin Shui coughed and said helplessly, How about each of you pay half? Also, good idea. The 3 of them didn't order too many dishes, because Qin Shui and the other 2 had actually been full for a long time. They wanted to try any delicious food they saw on the street to see if it tasted good, and they ended up eating their fill. However, Lord Chen was full, but his daughter seemed hungry again. He touched his stomach and felt that it was fake. Sir Chen, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Su Tian had been paying attention to Sir Chen's condition, seeing that he didn't even move his chopsticks. He thought that Sir Chen didn't like the dishes. No, I was just distracted. Lord Chen shook his head and symbolically picked up some food. Seeing this, Su Tian quickly stood up and used his chopsticks to pick up a full handful of food for Lord Chen. Master Chen, eat this. It's good for your health. I heard from the waiter that it has the effect of strengthening the kidneys. Poof. Qin Shui was eating happily. When she heard this, she looked up and saw Su Tian picking up some food for her father. She immediately spat out the rice in her mouth. There was nothing we could do. It was Su Tian's fault that she was too enthusiastic. She picked up food for Lord Chen like a good wife and mother, and even said something about it being good for strengthening the kidneys and boosting yang. How could Qin Shui, who had experienced the impact of the internet, not start to have wild thoughts? Actually, it was possible. After all, from the very beginning, Su Tian only had his father in his eyes, and he always said that he was an idol. It's normal to like idols. It's not unheard of to have a man on top of another man. But the key point is, Lord Chen is her father. If her father really obeys, will he be worthy of her mother? Although she had just traveled through time, she had been very nice to Chen's mother during the few days she had known her. She had already accepted the existence of her parents. If the relationship between the two was, thinking of this, she became anxious and said with some resentment, Dad, are you going to abandon Mom? What do you mean by abandoning your mother? Don't talk nonsense. Lord Chen glared at him. Why are you saying this for no reason? As he spoke, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Recalling Su Tian's words, he looked down at his bowl full of food and looked at Su Tian in horror. He immediately understood why his daughter had misunderstood, and quickly explained, Xiaoshu, don't say anything nonsense. My feelings for your mother are known to all. I have only lived with your mother in this life. If I tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. I also think that Lord Chen is not such a person. Although Su Tian didn't know why Lord Chen swore so inexplicably, he knew that helping Lord Chen was the right thing to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shui and Lord Chen turned their heads at the same time, glared at him, and yelled, Shut up. Su Tian was so scared that he fell into his chair, not daring to speak and trembling. After that, Su Tian didn't dare to speak anymore, nor did he dare to pick up food for Lord Chen. He just ate his food in silence. Mr. Chen took the opportunity to give Qin Shui a thumbs up, praising her for saving him in time. Qin Shui rolled her eyes and said, Dad, I'm not just saving you. I'm just telling the truth. If you dare to betray Mom, I won't agree. I don't know how much time had passed, but after they had eaten and drunk their fill, they decided to leave. Su Tian dared to speak. Master Chen, do you want me to pack some for Madam Chen to take back? Qin Shui and her friend had considered taking the food away, but the food in this restaurant was not tasty, and was not as good as what they bought on the roadside. Now that Su Tian has proposed it, if he refuses, word will spread that they are having a disagreement. Then pack one. After saying this, Lord Chen felt around and found that he had run out of silver, so he had to turn his gaze to his daughter. Qin Shui silently took out the silver from the space and handed it over. This scene was also seen by Su Tian, who was immediately moved. Sure enough, the previous rumor that Lord Chen was penniless was indeed true. So he rushed to pay. But Qin Shui and the other man glared at him, and he didn't dare to speak. The three of them left the restaurant and headed towards the exiled team. After all, Lord Chen was worried that his wife was starving, so he was anxious to go back and feed her. On the way, Su Tian saw that the two were carrying so many things, so he quickly found someone to rent a car to help them deliver the things. Qin Shui and the other person suddenly realized what was going on, so they bought some more things. After all, these things were food for the servants, and they were also for the sake of appearance. At least in the future, when they take things out of the space, they can explain that they were bought from the city. When the cart driver saw Qin Shui and her friend fill a cart with things, he was not angry but even happier. After all, it's rare to meet a few noble people. Seeing how generous they are when buying things, they will definitely not treat themselves badly. After all, the two of them bought so many things and had yamen runners as guards when they traveled, so their identities were definitely not simple. The group returned to the team and everyone was still resting when they saw Su Tian and Qin Shui coming back with a cart of goods. They were immediately filled with envy and jealousy. Bah! Corrupt officials must die a miserable death. Some people cursed in jealousy, while some prisoners wanted to rush over to grab it, but they did not dare to do anything when they saw the yamen runners next to them. The two men returned to their own carriage and asked the servants to load the things onto the carriage. The man pulling the carriage was dumbfounded when he saw the shackled prisoners carrying things and calling Qin Shui and the others master and lady. No. So you are actually exiled prisoners? At first, he thought that the two were nobles traveling. Who knows? How much money could an exiled prisoner have? Even if he had some, it would have been taken away by the yamen runners long ago. The cart driver immediately felt that he had been at a disadvantage. Even though he saw Qin Shui and the other person buying a cart of things just now, he thought they were buying them for the yamen runners. However, when Master Qin gave him 1 or 2 silver, his teeth almost laughed. And he always said to thank the nobles. Thank you for giving. And forgot the vomiting in his heart. Because Captain Sun and his companions are still having fun in the city. The team cannot set out yet, and it seems that they will have to rest here today. However, no one complained about this, but instead felt happy. Why are you so happy? Mother Qin came over. What good things have you bought? It is worth laughing like this. Qin Shui smiled and drilled into the carriage immediately, and planned to share good things for her mother. But after getting into the carriage, she always felt less person. For a moment, she remembered the little father who was standing outside the carriage and pulled her in. She has clumsy hands and can't make hot pot base without Xiaodia's cooking skills. She also bought a lot of delicious food and wanted to share it with Xiao Dai. Chapter 65 Division of Labor and Cooperation. They actually came back? Following Qin Shui, the two of them returned after them, and saw that they entered the carriage. And they were dumbfounded. When they were in the city, they suddenly lost Qin Shui and found the entire county. They did not find Qin Shui. Instead, they saw Zhao Guang, who had lost his soul and walked on the street. The two searched for a long time, but finally gave up and decided to have some fun in the county town before going back. However, when they thought about losing Qin Shui and the other person, and how the captain would punish them when he found out, they became absent-minded and had no mood to relax. So the two returned. After returning, one of them opened their brains, and to their companions, maybe the two of them had returned. My companions came over to check it out with some doubt, and found that it was true. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They actually came back? However, the two of them still breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know how Qin Shui and the others disappeared and came back right under their noses, they did not fail to complete the mission. The big deal told the captain that Qin Yuan did not encounter any danger. Thinking of this, the two left. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Captain Sun to return, and he found the two of them as soon as possible. The two had long thought about the countermeasures, and frankly that Qin Yuan's two did not encounter any danger, so they did not shoot. After saying that, they didn't dare to breathe, waiting for the captain to speak. Sure enough, after Captain Sun listened, his face sank. What kind of ghost Zhao Guang was doing? And such a good opportunity, did he not do it? Where is Zhao Guang? Captain Sun looked up and asked the two men. Have you seen Zhao Guang? The two of them heard the words, and couldn't help but look at it. Sure enough, Zhao Guang sent the captain into the city. Yes. Captain Sun frowned. What do I mean by Zhao Guang? With such a good opportunity, why didn't he kill Qin Yuan? He is an idiot. The two were speechless for a while. They really didn't know what Zhao Guang was doing. After thinking about it, they answered honestly. When we saw Zhao Guang, he seemed to lose his soul and walk alone on the street. Captain Sun heard that he thought more about his heart. Can't Zhao Guang shot? But he failed. But was threatened by finding the handle? He wanted to ask more about the situation, but he was afraid of exposing his thoughts. But the two mages concealed what Qin Shui disappeared, so he didn't know what the captain wanted to ask Zhao Guang what was doing by Qin Yuan. Several people didn't talk like this. Waste. After listening to it, Captain Sun couldn't help scolding. Not only scolding Zhao Guang, but also Guo Chang, who was scolding in the capital. He wanted to kill Qin Yuan and send Zhao Guang as a waste. The two mages did not know that the captain was scolding Zhao Guang, thinking that he was scolding himself. And he hurriedly explained. Captain, it really doesn't matter our business. But that Qin Yuan really did not encounter danger. We dare not score. Afraid that the captain's plan. Captain Sun heard that he knew that his men had misunderstood, but he did not explain. But the money next to him took the opportunity. That's it. Then you must be atonement. Brother Wei. How can we atone for our sins? Qian Yinchi smiled. That's the danger that Qin Yuan didn't encounter danger. Then you can let him encounter danger. The two yamen runners were stunned, and then looked at Captain Sunday. Captain Sun did not say anything, turned around and left. but his expression showed that he agreed with what Yamen runner Qian said. The two gritted their teeth. Okay. I tried to find someone to play bandits tonight and attack them. Then it depends on your performance. Qianibu patted their shoulders and left happily. And finally didn't have to do it by itself. The Qin family parked the two carriages under a big tree. And the servants built a fire nearby to cook. I don't know when it started. But the masters and their family no longer eat the food they cook. So they just need to cook their own meals. Although Master Chen asked them to cook rice from the carriage by themselves. They did not take a lot of money. But they were considered good. Even if they knew that there was a carriage material. It would save money. When the next person cooks, Qin Shui also entered the space. The first time she was bought in the city. She made her mother and Xiaodai taste it. You guys. Mother Chen looked at the big bag and ate. And couldn't help but glance at them. You are really not a family who don't know what is the preciousness of chai oil and salt. What to buy so many things? Mother. This is the heart of Dad. Qin Shui ran over, holding Qian's arm and shaking. Mother. You see? This is your favorite osmanthus cake. Dad bought you a few pounds. I'm not a pig. What can I buy so much? Where can I eat it? Mother Chen was so angry and funny. Before she could finish her words, Qin Shui pinched a piece of osmanthus cake and fed it to her. Mother Chen chewed it subconsciously, and then had to swallow it. Mother. Is it delicious? Qin Shui glared at her eyes. Her face was simply curious. It's delicious. Mother Chen retreated subconsciously, and then reached out and ordered Qin Shui's forehead. You girl. Mother. You eat more if you are delicious. If you eat it like this, I will become a fat man. Qin Mu said nothing. Who could think that the exile was only a few days old? But she didn't feel a little fat. If this is past, who will believe it? But it is a fact. Qin Shui heard the words and touched his stomach subconsciously. Also, you can't eat too much. Don't exercise if you eat full meals. It's not weird. Let's just walk most of the time. And take a carriage when we get tired. Qian's mother and the other person muttered to each other. And started discussing how to lose weight in the exile team. Of course. They also said privately that they did not dare to say outside that if other prisoners knew, they would definitely tear them up. Everyone else can't bear it anymore. So hungry is as thin as firewood. But they still have to lose weight? Whoever hears it will be unbalanced in my heart and will crazy. These things quickly put it. Otherwise I couldn't care about it for a while. Mother Chen urged Master Chen to put away the delicious food. That mother. I'm going to work. I also help. I can't lose weight without activity. What do you need to do? Qin Shui thought about it. First of all, chop pepper. Make chili sauce. And then make a hot pot base. By the way, there is a seed to buy it. First of all, it seems that there are many things. Mother Chen thought about it. And said, then I can help chop the pepper. It really feels that only this can be done. She had never made chili sauce. Had never even heard of hot pot base. And had never, tried farming. I'll go to plant fields. Master Chen turned around and walked towards the ground. Then I go to Xiaodai to make a hot pot base. Several people started to work. And began to work. Chapter 66. Farming on the road to exile. To be honest, Qin Shui, the bottom of the hot pot, has never done it. In the past, I wanted to eat a bag of ready-made. However, fortunately, when I was closed, I saw the hot pot base. So I would a little. And then gave everything I knew to Xiaodai. However, some details are still not very clear. So you can only rely on Xiaodai to explore itself. But Xiaodai did not complain. But groped silently. And even poured out a little attempt every time. The mouth was hot and red. And he didn't stop. Qin Shui took out the fruit. Gave her the spicy taste. And told her not to worry. Take it slowly. It would not be good a day. 2 days and 3 days. 10 days and a half months. No problem. But Xiaodai refused to listen, and said that she must complete the task assigned to her to be worthy of herself. Qin Shui had no choice but to follow her. And then went to her mother's place to help make chili sauce. In addition to making chili sauce, she also wants to dry the pepper. Chili sauce is a condiment for meals, while dried chilies are an indispensable condiment for cooking. However, there is no sun in the space, and the peppers cannot be dried. Of course, she can also take it out to expose it. Such as the roof of the carriage. But everyone next to them is exiled. If they are dry, they look like having a big meal. Isn't this hate? These vegetable fields need to be expanded. Lord Chen came over carrying a hoe. his body and face covered in mud. Since it is planted, there are a variety of more. Master Chen pointed out the vegetable land. There are 10 pieces of vegetables now, and the fields of less than 1 acre, although there are food in the space. We must consider that if we are in Nano, we have not harvested enough food. At that time, if you did not harvest enough grain to hand it in, you would be punished. And the most important thing is that they submit grain not by household, but by number of people. Of course, they can also choose to pay 2/3 of the output. In other words, if we calculate it by family, and each family pays 10 kilograms, then if we calculate it per person, each person pays 10 kilograms, which would be several hundred kilograms. The problem is that there are wastelands over there that have not yet been reclaimed, and the grain output in the first year is not high. Even if we calculate it at 300 kilograms, each person needs to pay 10 kilograms, and for more than a dozen people, that would be several hundred kilograms. Of course, some people may say that this problem can be avoided by simply handing over 2/3 of the output. In this case, even if the output is only 10 kilograms, only about 6 kilograms will be needed. However, the Yamen runners over there will not be so easy to talk to. The 2/3 they mentioned refers to the 2/3 according to the standard they set, which is 2/3 of 300 kilograms. In other words, no matter which one they choose, they will have to hand over several hundred kilograms of grain in the end. Therefore, if they did not gain in the first year, they could only find a way to make up for it through other means. What Lord Shen was thinking was to plant more food in the space. If there was no harvest, he could use the food grown in the space to make up for it, thus avoiding punishment. Moreover, it will take at least half a year to reach the southern barbarians, which means that by the time we reach the southern barbarians, they will have already harvested a crop of grain. Once the southern barbarians start farming, we can continue to plant the second crop here in the space. In this way, there will be no shortage of food, and we can also avoid the trouble caused by insufficient submission. So, from now on, all of us have to come and farm at night. Lord Chen looked at Qin Shui and the other seriously. Ah. Qin Shui opened her mouth wide. It was okay to plant a little bit, but planting dozens of acres would be really tiring, especially since she had hardly been to the field since she grew up. So it was very difficult to bear. Dad, we're all exiled now, so we might as well enjoy ourselves. Qin Shui wanted to act coquettishly, but was interrupted by Master Chen. You said it before. We have been exiled, so we must make all kinds of preparations. Now our lives are not in our own hands. Besides, even if we don't prepare for the exile to the southern barbarians, we should prepare for other things. If we encounter an irresistible crisis, this will be our last refuge. Also, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? Lord Chen said, glaring at them. Farming is the most effective way to lose weight. You dare to stare at me? Mother Chen stared back. Mr. Chen's domineering words disappeared instantly, and he smiled and said, I was staring at Xiaoxue. How dare you stare at my daughter? Not me. Master Chen was about to explain, but was interrupted by Mother Chen. Okay, let's plan it later. I don't know much about how to farm, so it's necessary to make some preparations. With her parents saying so, Qin Shui had nothing to say. Although she had only been in this world for less than a month, she wanted to enjoy her status as a rich lady. But who knew? Who knew I would be exiled? I finally had some space to enjoy my exiled life. But who knew? I still couldn't get rid of farming. In my previous life, I had been farming since I was young. I studied hard just to avoid farming. I worked hard to make money, and gave up enjoying life just to have a better life in the future. Unfortunately, I traveled through time before I had the chance to enjoy it. However, in this life, it is also good to meet parents who love you. The night fell, and everyone fell asleep. The Qin family's servants were guarding the carriage, while Qin Shui's family was still farming in the space, working hard. At this time, a dark shadow emerged from the woods and moved towards the carriage where the Qin family was. At this time, the servant of the Qin family was leaning against the side and fell asleep. Unaware of the approaching danger, he stared at the Qin family's carriage, wondering which one to burn. If he could, he would burn them all. After all, why are they all exiled? But they are so free and easy, with food and drink, and carriages to ride in, and they were exposed to the wind, sun and rain every day. When they were thirsty, they had no water to drink, and when they were hungry, they could only eat book covers. Even when the Yamen runners distributed food, it was only hard steamed buns and coarse cakes, which were not suitable for human consumption at all. Although Qin Yuan did not commit corruption and was not the mastermind, he was exiled. He should be treated the same as them. It's a pity that other people didn't dare to come and didn't dare to take action against the Qin family. He was the only one who could have burned all the carriages before being caught by the Qin family. Forget it. Don't think about it. We should burn as many cars as possible now. If we can't have a good life, they won't have an easy life either. Hatred appeared in the man's eyes. He squatted down, picked up a small stone, and threw it towards the Qin family. Bang! The sound was very crisp in the quiet night. One of the Qin family servants seemed to hear the noise and moved. The man in the dark was so scared that he immediately shrank into a ball and hid in the bushes. For a moment, the Qin family who watched the Qin family just turned over, and suddenly relieved, but just shocked. The man breathed a sigh of relief, then walked over quietly and took out a burning stick from the fire next to him. Then he walked towards the carriage where Qin Shui and others were, and threw the torch in his hand towards the carriage. Although there was no kerosene, the carriage could be burned to ashes quickly by lighting the curtains. The man smiled smugly. Chapter 67. The mastermind escaped. He grabbed the torch and was about to throw it at the carriage Qin Shui was sitting in. Chiu! The cry of an eagle resounded through the sky, which was very abrupt in the quiet night and woke many people up. The same is true of the Qin family. After they woke up, they saw Xuqing's dive from the carriage. When everyone's eyes were flowers, they saw a person falling to the ground and screamed. The Qin family servants knew that someone was planning a sneak attack, so they immediately became anxious. Hurry up and protect the master and his wife. The servants quickly surrounded the carriage where Qin Shui was, and then stared ahead vigilantly. In front, Xiaoqing grabbed the man's arm with her sharp claws. The man screamed in pain and even hit Xiaoqing with his hand. Get out of here, you beast! Xiaoqing quickly flapped its wings to avoid the man's attack, and then its sharp claws attacked the man's face. The man subconsciously used his other arm to cover his face, but was instantly scratched, and the blood made him scream in pain again. Brute! He scolded. So he didn't dare to stay. After all, the mission had failed. And who could have thought that there was an eagle here? Besides, all the servants of the Qin family were awake, and he didn't want to risk his own life. Don't even think about running. How could the Qin family servants let him get away? They quickly picked up wooden sticks on the ground and used them as weapons to stop the man. Get lost! The man roared angrily and rushed forward, trying to rush out. But the servants of the Qin family hit him madly with wooden sticks, and Xiaoqing from behind attacked him from time to time, scratching his back until it was a bloody mess. Help! Life-saving! The Qin family was killed. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the man suddenly shouted with an idea. The people nearby were awakened by Xiaoqing's cry, and now they can't sleep even when they hear men. The timid ones subconsciously stayed away from here, while the brave ones came over to join in the fun. The Zhang family was one of them. Stop! What are you doing? Several Yamen runners rushed over and yelled at the Qin family servants, trying to stop them from taking action. Xiaoqing was also very smart. When she saw the Yamen runner appear with a knife, she knew he was not someone to be trifled with. So she did not continue to attack. The servants of the Qin family did the same and did not take any action. Seeing this, the man quickly hid behind the bailiff. One of the Qin family's servants came out. His name was Qin Yi. He had been loyal to the Qin family since his grandfather's generation. My lords, this man was planning to attack our lord, but we caught him red-handed. Nonsense! The man suddenly interrupted Qin Yi and argued. It was obviously you who started it first. I was just passing by here, and who knew that the eagle you raised would suddenly attack me? And then you all attacked me together. Seeing the man confused right and wrong, the servants of the Qin family were furious. You are talking nonsense. Have you ever seen a passerby go to someone else's house? If the lady's pet hadn't discovered it, I'm afraid you would have already set the fire. Qin Yi had seen the torch under the man's feet before, so he knew what the man wanted to do, and was naturally very angry. You just wanted to set fire to our carriage and harm our master. Now that we have caught you, you want to make trouble. The man didn't expect to be discovered by Qin's servants. He was very panicked, but he refused to admit it. I said I was just passing by. What evidence do you have? Qinda and others suddenly said. At this time, Yang Xiaohua suddenly came out. I have a medicine. After taking it, I will say the truth when I ask others. Do you dare to try it? Although she was young, she was very brave at this time. She was very grateful to Qin Shui for saving her. So she naturally remembered her kindness, and now she was thinking of a way. As for the medicine just mentioned, She had no use for it at all. But she knew that the man was just talking too hard. So she didn't dare to really try it. Sure enough, the man panicked when he heard it. Nonsense. There is no such medicine in the world. Since you don't believe it, do you dare to give it a try? Yang Xiaohua raised her little face and stared at the man. The man looked very unhappy. How could he dare to try? So he looked at the Yamen runner next to him and winked at him. Didn't you say that I would help you and save me when things go wrong? Help me now. Seeing this, the Yamen runner also said, All right, let's end this matter here. We will take him away. We will find out if he wants to kill someone. If it is us, we will not let him go. After saying this, the bailiff turned around and prepared to take the man away. However, the Chen family looked at Chen Yi, and Chen Yi gritted his teeth. Let's not say that they would take them away like this and let their Chen family's face be placed. The most important thing is how the man handles it, not what they say, the master said. So, he and other servants of the Chen family stopped the bailiffs. No! He wants to harm our master. How can we let him go so easily? At least we have to wait for our master's consent. What are you? Roll. Originally they wanted to make amends. So they tricked a prisoner into attacking the Chen family. However, who knew that he was such a loser that not only did he fail to accomplish his mission, he was also arrested. How could they keep the person here? Wouldn't they be handing them over to someone else? So they were very angry, and naturally were not polite to Chen Yi. Chen Yi's face darkened. And after thinking about it, he returned to the carriage. After all, he had no say in this matter. Master, he called out respectfully, but got no response. His heart sank, wondering if something had happened to the master. After all, there was such a big commotion just now. But the master didn't come out? However, he was worried that the master was just asleep. So he was not awakened. While they were hesitating, the two bailiffs had already taken the man away. Seeing this, the other prisoners became anxious. Chen Yi, what should I do? Chen Yi thought for a moment and said, Let them leave. They are Yamen runners after all. It's better not to offend them too much. It will be bad for the master. And his mind was not here. He was worried about Lord Chen. After thinking about it, he knocked on the carriage again, and his voice became a little louder. Master, something happened outside. However, there is still no movement inside. Chen's face was very ugly. He wanted to open the curtain, but without the order of the master. He did it. He had heard before that in other mansions. If one violated the rules, the punishment would be a fine at the very least and beating to death at the worst. Do not care. If Master Chen was not dangerous, he would kill him. If there is danger, but because of his own reasons, the master has an accident, and his life will not even forgive himself in his life. Just as he was about to lift the curtain, a figure rushed over from not far away. It was Qian Qian's service. He was originally watching the show in the dark, but he noticed Chen Yi's actions and saw him shout something at the carriage, but got no response. Seeing that he wanted to lift the curtain, but didn't dare, he immediately felt something was wrong. The first thing that came to Qian Yi's mind was that Chen Yuan had run away. So at this moment, he ignored his previous oath and anything else, and rushed over quickly, pushed Chen Yi away, and then lifted the curtain. As expected, there was no one in the carriage. Boom! Qianqi was stunned in place if he was thundered. Really running? The next second, he panicked. Chen Yuan was the mastermind. If he ran away, the entire Exile team might be beheaded. He doesn't want to die. Someone come! He suddenly panicked and shouted in a hurry. And soon a lot of officers ran over. Qianqi pointed at the Chen family and shouted, staring at them, Don't let them run away. Afterwards, he immediately ran to Captain Sun and said, Captain, something bad has happened. The Chen family has escaped. What? Chapter 68 The Disappearance of the Chen Family. Captain, the Chen family ran away. Captain Sun was drinking, and when he heard this, he immediately spit out the wine and looked at him in shock. What did you say? The Chen family ran away. Qian Yi repeated it again, and this time Captain Sun finally reacted. What on earth is going on? Tell me, when did they run away? The Yamen servant Qian gave a brief explanation. After listening to it, Captain Sun frowned and asked, Are you sure the carriage is empty? Sure. Where is the other carriage? Qianqi rose suddenly, and he really didn't confirm the other. It was a panic for a while. Should this damn Chen family deliberately pit himself? Seeing this, Captain Sun didn't understand. Frowning, You take someone to confirm again. Qian, the Yamen runner, did not dare to refute and left quickly, fearing that he had made a mistake. Then Captain Sun called the other men over and said, "Gather all the prisoners together and count their number." Chunda, what should we do? When the Qin family servants saw this, they were suddenly a little panicked. Not only because they were surrounded by Yamen runners, but also because of what the Yamen runner Qian had just said, that the master had run away. Several of them were aggressive. Why did they not know when they ran away? You know, they saw with their own eyes the master and the young lady enter the carriage, and they never came out. So how could the master run away? They have been guarding outside the carriage. If the master and his men came out, how could they not know? However, it seemed that the Yamen runner Qian said that the master had run away only after he lifted the curtain, which means that the master was not in the carriage. How can this be? So, several people were confused and panicked, and didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, Chunda was calm, and he didn't know why they disappeared in the master in the carriage. But he was very clear that he had to delay time. Maybe, when the time comes, the master and the others will reappear. Therefore, Chindali found Yang Xiao painting. Is there any medicine that can instantly make people coma, or make people unable to act? Yang Xiaohua was very smart, and immediately knew what they were going to do. She could only help Qin Shui, so she naturally would not refuse. Yes, but I can't make it without the herbs. This, Chinda also frowned. Now these Yamen runners were staring at them. If they dared to leave, this group of people would kill them. And even if they can leave, they will not find the need for medicinal materials for a while. And it takes time to make. Not long after, Qian Yai came back with a group of people. He went straight towards another carriage, because the carriage had been seen just now. No one, seeing the carriage of Qian Qianqi to install the material. The Qin family did not agree. What are you doing? Do you want to make a rebellion? Qian Qianqi's hand was angry. Guanya, what's the matter? Chunda still had irrational and respectful inquiries. We have always been honest, not doing something wrong. However, Qian Yai ignored him and waved his hand to his men. Go check the carriage to see if there is anyone there. Stop! Stop! Lord to died. At this time, the Qin family did not hesitate to worry about any discharge. In their hearts, the Qin family was the boss. And the most important thing, even the emperor, in their hearts, did not have much status. You are rebelling. Qian Qianqi pumped his knife directly to the Qin family, and the people quickly dodged. But because of the shackles, they were inconvenient, and they were cut. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Chun Lu. The others hurried over to help him up, then glared at Qian the Yamen runner, and even picked up branches and various other things on the ground and threw them at him. But Qian Yai and others didn't care. After all, they couldn't be hurt, except that they could smell a strange smell. They raised their weapons and started hacking around, forcing the Qin family's servants away. As long as they didn't kill them, there would be no problem. Besides, if the Qin family really ran away, these people would die. Even if they killed, it didn't matter. More and more of the matage came over, and then blocked the Qin family. Qian Qianqi put away the weapons and opened the curtain of the carriage. Sure enough, no one inside. Not only that, it is also full of supplies. In the past, he would have wanted to snatch it away. But now, he just wanted to confirm whether the Qin family had run away. Go to the captain. The Qin family ran. Qian Qianqi greeted his men, and then looked at the first carriage. He wanted to confirm again to prevent himself from seeing it wrong. Asshole. The Qin family was very angry, but were stopped by armed Yamen runners. Bang! Suddenly someone seemed to be stabilizing, or for other reasons, suddenly fell to the ground. Other Ye also felt a little uncomfortable, and even Qian Qianqi was a little uncomfortable. Seeing this, the Qin family retreated for more than 10 steps and guarded by the carriage. So he pant. Although Yang Xiaohua didn't have this kind of medicine before, she asked her father for it. They used it for self-defense. Although it can't kill people, it can make people feel weak. However, because of the wind, the effect is not so good. But the macarons seemed to be scared. What happened? Qian Yuka's face. Is it the retribution of the Qin family's fake kunshin caught? But shouldn't that retribution on the Qin family? Why is the Qin family okay? They are not right. What did you do? Qian Qianqi responded quickly, thinking that it was the ghost of the Qin family. What? What did we do? Qin Da's face was aggressive. and he didn't seem to understand his words. Qian said coldly, learning clever, and did not step forward. Let Qin Yuan come down. Otherwise we will sue the court and say that your Qin family intends to escape. But it will not be exile at that time. But the 9 people, you, Qin De and others changed their faces. And Qian really did this. The result may really be the same as what he said. But the key is that they don't know where the master is gone? They were sure that the master was in the carriage and did not leave. But Qian said that the master was not there before. Therefore, how dare they ask the master? And even dare to lift the curtain? If the master is really not there, wouldn't it be exposed? Anyway, what they can do now is to delay time. Chenda did not hesitate to reject. Our master has fallen asleep. How can we bother without the order of the master? Snort. I think he runs away. Qian snorted coldly. If you think clearly, Qin Yuan ran away. You are just a dead ghost. He has abandoned you. Do you still have to cover him? If you tell us his whereabouts and help us catch him, you can make a contribution and maybe even be spared the death penalty. Qian seduced it. He believed that few people could stop such temptations. After all, they could live. Who would like to die? As long as the Qin family is not a fool. It must know how to choose the best choice. Chapter 69. Something happened. Captain. The Qin family ran away. Captain Sun heard that his face became very ugly. You go to search around. Now at night. They are not familiar with the surrounding environment. And they must not be far away. And you? Hurry up to the county town to find the county commander for help. Captain. It's not necessary. Because of a Qin family. I also invited Wenxian County to help. This? Rarely. Do you think it's just the Qin family? Captain Sun hummed coldly, but did not explain. Hurry up. The consequences are unimaginable. Although the counters did not know what would happen. They knew from the serious expression of Captain Sun. I am afraid it was really troublesome. Soon, Converse and others took whips, woke up the sleeping prisoners, and drove them together. Although the prisoners were dissatisfied, they did not dare to rage. They could only get up obediently and gather together. Some prisoners flickered, holding their fists tightly, and seemed to want to resist, but eventually endured it. Hurry up. Do you want to die? Snapped. Don't eat. Right. Do you want to enjoy a few whip and make you full, so as to have the strength? What stare? And dug your eyes. The macarons scolded the prisoners, gathered everyone in the open space, and then slowly counted the number of people. When Captain Sun came over, they had finished the count. Captain, there are 10 people. Why are there so many missing? Captain Sun was immediately furious and kicked the bailiff to the ground. Are you useless? So many people ran away at once. There was no pain in the maidage. The captain he went into the city and took some people to leave. And Zhao Guang. Su Tian also left. In the Exile team, the offerings were almost half less. There are more than a dozen of the councils, where they can see hundreds of prisoners. Even if they keep patrols, there will be loopholes. However, he didn't dare to say these. But he was just training. Watch them. If anyone dares to run, break their legs first, Captain Sun said coldly. Also, if anyone can tell me the whereabouts of the escaped people, I can make the decision and let you have enough food and drink in the next few days. Captain Sun's voice was very loud, and the other saying was repeated several times. The entire Exile team heard it clearly. Those who originally didn't know what was going on suddenly understood. And some people seemed to see hope. Captain Sun ignored them and turned away. Come on. Take me to the Qin family. He wanted to confirm whether the Qin family really ran away. Girl. Is this okay? After failing countless times, Xiao Dai finally succeeded in making it. The red oil was filled with various peppers and spices. In fact, Qin Shui didn't know whether this could be considered a success. But seeing Xiao Dai struggling for so long, she couldn't bear to disappoint her. Yeah. Sure. Once it's cold, it'll be done. Xiao Dai is awesome. Hearing Chen Shui's compliment, Xiao Dai lowered his head embarrassedly. It's all the guidance of the lady. Otherwise the slaves are at a loss. I just said that it was about you. And it was you all? And how much you put? You explored it. Okay. You two stop bragging. Jen's mother came over with dirt on her face and hands. Xiao Dai. I've seen how hard you've worked these days. If we hadn't gotten you into trouble, you could have left the Qin family and become a free person. Madam. Xiao Dai suddenly knelt down. Xiao Dai grew up in the Qin mansion. I am a member of the Qin mansion in life and a ghost of the Chen mansion in death. It was my own decision to follow Madam and Miss. And it was not because of the Chen mansion's involvement. Well, don't kneel without moving. Qin Shui quickly helped Xiao Dai. Now we have been exiled. Many rewards are not necessary to achieve it. In the future, you follow us. As long as we have a bite, we will never be hungry. Mother Qin's words can be regarded as a real recognition of Xiao Dai. Before Qin Shui took the butterflies, she did not say anything, did not oppose, and did not agree. Now it is considered to be a small butterfly and treats her as a family. You can hold these 2 silvers. Although there are not many. You know today. Mother Qin took out a silver coin from her sleeve and handed it to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was a little flattered. Madam, just accept it. Qin Shui interrupted her and snatched the silver from her mother's hand and put it into Xiaodia's hand. Survey private money. Buy what you see in the future. Thank you. Ma'am. Thank you. Miss. Xiao Dai bowed and thanked them. She was very moved and tears came to her eyes. She obviously knew that they treated her as a family. Cough, cough, cough. That? Are you talking enough? Lord Chen came over covered in mud and wanted to complain. But the 3 women all looked at him. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva and swallowed his complaints. This acre of land has not been plowed yet. If we finish it as soon as possible, we can rest early. What's the hurry? Chen's mother was chatting happily. When she heard this, she glared at her. Didn't Xiaoxue say that we have to wait until the seedlings grow before we can plant them? If we finish today, we won't be able to plant tomorrow. That being said, in fact, Chen's mother just wanted to be lazy. She had never farmed before. And if she suddenly did such tiring work, her back and waist would ache all of a sudden. Without a break. She felt that she would be paralyzed in the ground and couldn't get up. And then she was shameful in front of her daughter. She was shy. Everyone was working. But her daughter didn't complain about being tired. If she complained about being tired, it would be 2. So, when she saw her daughter and Xiao Dai making excuses, she came over. On the one hand, she wanted to take a break. But on the other hand, she really wanted to comfort Xiao Dai and treat her as a family member. Qin Shui actually knew that her mother was very tired. But she just never said it out loud. And unlike herself, who was blatantly lazy, her mother and her husband were working non-stop. So, she naturally spoke up for her mother. That's right, Dad. It will take several days for the seedlings to grow. And we still need fertilizer. It was her negligence. She forgot about the fertilizer. Unlike the previous life, there are no chemical fertilizers. Only organic fertilizers. But you need to make it yourself and cannot buy it. After hearing this, Chen's father realized that farming was not that simple. Although he was curious about why his daughter knew so much about farming, he did not ask. Chen's mother also had the same expression. She looked at Chen's father and felt a little worried. They originally wanted to train their daughter to be a rich lady. Although she didn't have to be proficient in everything, she had to at least know a little. But now, my daughter seems to have gone astray. It doesn't seem like she has learned much in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. But she is quite good at farming, raising chickens, chopping wood and cooking. If this continues, will my daughter be able to find a good family and marry out? Chapter 70 Riot. After knowing these situations, Lord Chen was no longer in a hurry and planned to do it slowly. It was his first time farming, and he reclaimed an acre of land right away. His back and waist were already sore at this time. But he just wanted to plant and harvest earlier so that he could have an easier time when his wife and daughter arrived in Nanman. However, the seedlings have not grown yet, and he will not be planted for a long time after reclamation. And the most important thing is that he is also tired. Then I'll go change my clothes. Master Chen walked towards the screen not far away. Qin Shui moved his family out. The screen did not leave. And their wardrobe also accepted. We need to build a few houses in the space when we have time. Lord Chen suddenly turned around and said to his wife and daughter, without houses, it would be inconvenient for them to rest. Although there is a bed, it feels like sleeping in the open air. In addition, it is not convenient to take a bath and other things. Qin Shui nodded. Dad, will you build a house? She won't anyway. Lord Chen was choked for a moment. This was a problem. He didn't know how to build a house either. Some people know about it, but it is impossible to call him into the space. After all, it is about the secrets of his daughter, and more people cannot know. I'll learn how to build a bamboo house when I have time. Bamboo houses are simpler and easier to build, and they only require bamboo and not too many other materials. Then we must find a way to get more bamboo. Qin Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. She had seen many movies in her previous life. In a certain valley, there stood a small bamboo hut, with gurgling water beside it, and small fish swimming happily. The dense bamboo forests shade each other, and a bluestone path extends from the bamboo house, through the bamboo forest and across the stream. Next to the blue sun, the colorful flowers are full of colorful flowers, butterfly flying bee dances, and a beautiful beauty. In previous lives, this hidden world has also been fantasized, like a fairy. But it is impossible. I did not expect to cross the world. But there was a chance. Although it is exiled now, there is room for being in hand. Who said that it cannot be better in the future? Therefore, she said her thoughts to her parents, and Mother Chen was also interested. Then we must plan well. Several people talked about their interest again, and they didn't have to leave the space at all, and didn't even know it all. The outside of them had been boiling because of their disappearance. Outside world. Captain Sun brought people to the carriage where the Chen family was, and he wanted to confirm whether the Chen family really ran away. Moreover, he sent someone to search around. Even if the Chen family ran away, he couldn't run far. Open the carriage. Captain Sun's words fell, and some of them walked towards the carriage. As soon as the Chen family rushed over, he was forced by a knife. Chenny even ignored the injuries, and he wanted to stop them with his life. But the matage was split on his leg, making his leg soft, and he fell to the ground with one knee kneeled on one knee. Other matage took the opportunity to run towards the carriage, ready to open the carriage curtain where Qin Shui and others were located. Bang! Suddenly, there was a noisy sound around, and soon the sound became more and more loud, and there was a fire around. The crowd turned back, shocked and curious. At this time a matage ran over, and his face was frightened. Captain! A criminal riot. Many people run. Damn it! Captain Sun couldn't help but yell. Although he had expected, this scene still happened. Compared to checking if the Chen family escaped, it was the most important thing to suppress the riots. After all, if all the prisoners ran away, he had 10 heads of his head. Kill whoever dares to run. Just kill who? Captain Sun drew the knife from his waist and shouted angrily to the people around him. Don't hold back. Kill anyone who runs away. I will be responsible for the consequences. Hearing the other matage, he was not afraid of his hands. When he saw the prisoner who wanted to escape, he raised his knife and killed it. Killing them. Killing these matages. We will be liberated. A small man pointed at the dungeon and roared. Think about how they bully us on weekdays. They beat and scold us. They eat well, but give them pig food. How long have we walked now? They are treating us like this. Exile south. And for a few months, we may not be able to get to death by them. Do you still have to endure it? Don't think about yourself. And think about your children. They are still so young. You really want them to desert your youth on the road of exile, throw their lives on the exile, and abandon their life system on the south? Now our chance has come. If we kill these bailiffs, we can escape and be free. The man's words made the prisoners, who were hesitant, suddenly firmly confident that they were already high officials. It only took them a moment to fall from heaven to H.L. So they couldn't accept it for a while. The arrogance in their bodies and minds did not disappear, but was just hidden. In the face of the scolding of the matage they have been enduring, now they see the riots of everyone. And when they hear this, the resentment in the hearts of everyone's hearts is released instantly. Kill! Killing this damn matage. That's right. We have hundreds of people. They are only a dozen people. Don't have to be afraid of them at all. The prisoners roared, picked up the stones, picked up the wooden stick, and killed them towards the macarons. When the short man saw this scene, a smug look appeared in his eyes. He hid in the crowd and secretly left in another direction with his men. Obviously, he just said that thing just now, just to incite the prisoners to fight against the matage and drag them, so that he can have the opportunity to leave. The prisoners did not notice the situation. They were excited and could not care about other. They just wanted to retaliate against these bullying their own service. Court death, he snorted coldly, and he couldn't rush to the front of the person to cut to death. Then picked out the big knife, and the blood sprayed the ground. When the prisoners behind him saw this, they shivered. Many of them are officials. Who has seen this scene? There are some people who are still calm. After all, when the noon door beheaded, they did not go to see the excitement. Some people seem to have a good relationship with the killed person. Seeing this scene, They were immediately stirred. Dogs, come to life. Looking at the crazy prisoners. Even if they had knives. They defeated. After all, there were too many people. What to do? Captain, we can't stop it. The counters returned to Captain Sun, watching the dense crowd in front of them, and could not help swallowing. They had not experienced a riot before, so they were a little overwhelmed. But even if Captain Sun had experienced it, they couldn't think of any good way. You have to know, the Sun team shouted. In the general heaven. Can you go to the King Earth? Where can you go? Can you hide in the mountains for a lifetime? What is the difference between the saying? What is the difference between it? If you escape, you are a dead end. Exiled to Nan Man. And there is a living path. If you work hard, you can restore the household registration and even re-enter the career. You think clearly. Now let go of the weapon and stay aside honestly. I can never blame the things just now. And it does not happen in front of it. Chapter 71 Humiliation. Many people were shaken after hearing Captain Sun's words. After all, what he said made a lot of sense. Escaping from the exile team would result in death. And although the team that stayed in exile, although it has been bullied by the matage, they really dare not kill themselves easily, and even protect them in some cases. After all, the number of exile teams has indicators. If people who send them to Nan Man do not meet the standards, they will be punished. Therefore, staying in the exile team can still survive. And the team that leaves the exile will be wanted by the whole world. Unless they are hiding in the old mountains. They will be arrested as soon as they enter the city. But as Captain Sun said, hiding in the mountains and forests all the time is no different from being a savage. At one time, many people laid down their weapons. And some people saw the scene. And they were in a hurry. They had enough anger and never wanted to experience it again. Are you crazy? Do you think they will really let you go? They are just lying to you. After this incident, they will calculate the account sooner or later. And we have already done this. Do you really want to give up? Only this time. We will not have any more if you miss it. The people who were originally shaken by Captain Sun were shaken again. And many people picked up the wooden stick as a weapon. But there are still some people who have been hesitating. Kill! Seeing this, those people are not talking about it. But they are the first to kill Captain Sun and others. Team leader. The counters were a little scared. And Captain Sun did not have time to control whether the Chen family had escaped at this time. And now it is more important to save lives. Let's go back first. Retreat? Where can they retreat? This group of prisoners is simply crazy. Didn't they know the end of the escape? If no one is encouraged, it is absolutely impossible for them to make trouble. It must be the Chen family. Captain Sun gritted his teeth. It must be them. After they escaped, they left the slaves, confused, and even flickered these prisoners to riot, in order to drag us and create the opportunity to escape for them. Others nodded and felt very reasonable. The crowd scolded the Chen family, and then retreated smoothly. In the face of the riot prisoners, they could not stop them at all. Kill! Killing that lead. A man pointed at the Sun team's long-term shouting. And the crowd naturally knew Captain Sun, and also knew the truth of capturing the king first. Captain Sun hurt his eyes. His eyes narrowed, and he stared at the man. If his eyes could kill, the man didn't know how many times he died. Get lost. Although the prisoners were handcuffed, they had a lot of them, and picked up the stone, desperately throwing it away to Captain Sun. Bang! There was a stone of his head hit by a stone, and his blood was suddenly flowing. He quickly covered his head with his hands, and gave up the attack. Seeing this, the prisoners immediately rushed up, and smashed into the matage with a wooden stick. The prisoners were immediately stirred up, and turned their goals to others. Kill! The prisoners yelled, and the roar rushed straight to the clouds, hugging, and killed Captain Sun and others. The fell down was trampled by the offenders' relentlessness, becoming a mud, making Captain Sun and others chill. Captain, we can't stop it. The other tactics were scared on the face, and their companions died in front of them very much. Captain Sun was also a little afraid. Not fear of prisoners, but the number of people who were afraid of him. Many ants can kill an elephant. Captain Sun ran away, and others followed closely. However, the prisoners were pursuing pursuit. Obviously, they saw the mouse that had bullied themselves and high, and now, like a mouse who fled, made them feel very comfortable and even very happy. Compared to their happiness, Captain Sun and others are very ugly, and they have nowhere to hide. There were prisoners everywhere. We shouldn't be killed like this. There was a timid kinetic swallowing, and his voice trembled. Nonsense! The other tadpoles were suddenly anxious. And some were anxious. We are in charge. They are prisoners. Just like we are cats. They are mice. However, they couldn't say that they couldn't say. After all, there are more mice, and can bite cats. Captain, what should I do? The grandfather looked at Captain Sun, hoping that he could come up with a way to save his life. You ask me. Who do I ask? Captain Sun was sweating at this time, and he was no longer calm. Although he had not experienced the riot of prisoners before, he was not as big as this time. Before, I could live easily, and then suppress the riots, but this time it was not doing, and was surrounded by prisoners. He thought about all kinds of words, but found that he couldn't let him go away from the predicament, and he was a little discouraged. Is it going to die here? Hateful. If you can survive, you will never let the Chin family bastard, and you have to pay the price, and will never let them die easily. Ha ha ha. You can't run anymore. The prisoners were very happy, but they did not immediately do it. The prisoner who seemed to be in the leading leader came forward to ridicule. You didn't expect it. Feng Shui will take turns. As long as you knelt down and hoe your head for mercy, maybe we will let you go, the man said, turned his head to look at everyone. Do you say yes? That's right. That is, we will let you go. We let you go. Seeing the opportunity to humiliate and retaliate against these matages, the prisoners will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. And they have ridiculed. Well, this is not enough. Let them go from our crotch. We will let them go. Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. However, they dared to be angry or not, holding the big knife in their hands. And all prisoners who dared to rush up would chop death mercilessly. What do you think about? The man looked at Captain Sun's eyes, squinting his eyes. But he thought that the master should escape. The delay time is enough. After the resolution of these courses, you can go to the master to meet. Thinking of this, the man's face suddenly showed a ruthless color. I have dozens of voices. If you haven't made a choice yet, don't blame us for ruthlessness. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. Before the word dropped, everyone felt the earth trembling, as if the earthquake suddenly changed her face. What happened? What happens? Not good. Look at there. Some prisoners pointed at the distance, and they were shocked and scared. And the same is true of others. And their legs trembled. Captain Sun and others showed great joy. Chapter 72, Destroying the Carriage. What do you want to do? After seeing Captain Sun and others left, Chen Yi and others were relieved, but saw other prisoners taking the opportunity to come over. And they suddenly became vigilant. What do we want to do? One of the bald men sneered. Guess what we are going to do? Isn't your Chin family very amazing? Can you still do a carriage when you are exiled? Can you still eat and drink well? Now I want to see. Who can protect you? Why are you all exile? You can be so chic. We can only blow the wind. Beaten and scolded. And we are hungry, the man said. Turned his head to look at the others. You said, is this unfair? Yes. It's not fair. The other prisoners roared. Obviously they were very jealous of the Chen family. Even though Chen Shui and others did not openly take out the delicious food to eat. But just sitting in the carriage made them unhappy. They were also high-ranking officials before. Although their official positions were not as high as Chen Yuan's, they were hundreds of times stronger than the Yamen runners. In the past, even if Captain Sun's matage, they would not look at it. But now they have to look at their faces. If everyone is treated the same, they will not be upset. But the Chen family will take a carriage. Although they bought them by themselves, they couldn't buy them. If they can't buy what they want, they won't return the money. Even though they know that the people have money, they will find all kinds of opportunities and excuses to blackmail them. In any case, they are very jealous of the Chen family's carriage and can't wait to destroy the Chen family's carriage. Now there is finally a chance. How can they not seize it? Superior, the bald man headed by him shouted. And then everyone rushed towards the Chen's carriage. The first thing that rushed was the carriage containing materials. After all, they were close to them. They withdrew the curtains and then dragged the contents inside. Food such as cakes, nuts and other foods fell to the ground. The prisoners have never been full, and they eat hard steamed buns. Now seeing these foods, they suddenly look light and grabbing them. Asshole! Do you stop? Seeing this, the Chen family was furious and rushed to stop. But how could the Miss worked hard to bring them back from the city? How could it make them ruin? Get lost. If you want to die, you will be all you. The prisoners were beaten directly at the Chen family. And then, they scrambled to fight for the materials inside. Even moved everything out. Sprinkled the clothes. And even stepped on it as a garbage. The people of the Chen family suddenly cracked. But fell to the ground. And they couldn't get up for a while. Although Chen Yi was angry, he had not left. He had to keep the carriage behind him. After all, Miss was still in the car. And he had to protect them. There is still one. A fire burned that car. One of the men shouted suddenly. And everyone saw it. But found that Zhang Yichuan was Zhang Yichuan. After he yelled, he found that everyone's sight immediately retracted back to the crowd. And everyone ignored him. They looked at the carriage behind Chen. And they were suddenly fierce. Yes. They had to burn the carriage. When the words were falling, someone ran away from the fire and picked up a burning wooden stick. Rushed towards the carriage behind Chen Yi's. Apparently burning the carriage. They didn't care if there were anyone in it. But they knew that they burned the carriage so that they would be fair. Xiu. When the man rushed towards the carriage where Chen Shui was holding the torch, there was a sudden eagle cry in the sky. And then everyone saw a dark shadow flashed. Later, everyone heard the screams. And saw the man holding the torch fell to the ground. A scratch appeared on the arms. And blood flowed out. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help taking a bite of air. Because they did not see what was attacked. Unknown things are horrible. Don't be afraid. It's just an eagle. Zhang Yichuan yelled. Obviously knew that Chen Shui had collected an eagle-sitting pet. After all, I was close to it before. And he was very concerned about the actions of the Chen family. So it was very clear. Besides, the Exile team can't eat enough. There is no effort. And the mood to keep pets. Except for the wonderful work of the Chen family. When everyone heard that it was an eagle, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The bald man snorted coldly. Let's do it together. There are so many of us. It's just a beast. How can it stop so many of us? As long as one of us burns the carriage, we will succeed. Everyone heard the words. And his eyes lighted up immediately. That's right. How smart the beasts can be. They have many people. They do it separately. No matter how powerful the beasts are, there is no way. As a result, everyone rushed up and took a burning wooden stick from the fire, and planned to rush towards the Chen family. Zhang Yichuan was also mixed in it, holding a torch, showing a fierce color in his eyes, and gritting his teeth. Chen Yuan. Ah, Chen Yuan. I asked you to sell the carriage to me, but you refused. I can't ride in the carriage, so you can forget about it. Call out. Before everyone took a few steps, they felt a flower in front of them, and the flames on the wooden stick were extinguished, and a tingling came from the whole person's arm. Zhang Yichuan was also the same. Capture on his arms and blood were dripping, and it was not easy to be afraid. Hiss. Everyone took a breath, covering her arms quickly and retreating quickly. It hurt so much. Marvelous. Chen Yi was still worried about how to deal with it, but saw Xu Qing's actions and could not help but like it in his heart. Hateful. The bald man was very smart. He just hid in the crowd and gave orders, but did not take the initiative to attack. So he was not injured at all. But seeing other people lost, I was a little angry. Everyone goes together. The more people, the better. There is only one beast. We have dozens of people. It is fundamental. Xiu. Before the bald man's words were finished, he heard a cry, and suddenly squatted subconsciously. In the next second, he hurried his scalp. Fortunately, his heart was not easy. But fortunately he hit quickly. Otherwise his head would bloom. But soon, he hurriedly didn't work. His head was wet. He reached out and took a look at it. Obviously, although Xiaoqing did not let his head bloom, he made him bald into a cracked melon. Ah! The bald man screamed immediately, apparently feeling pain now, and then covered his head and ran towards other places, obviously afraid of Xiuqing's attack. When Zhang Yichuan next to him saw this, he couldn't help swallowing, and then he wiped the oil under his feet, and immediately slipped. When others saw this, they looked at each other in confusion. What should they do? What else can I do? Run! The leader has run away. Are they still waiting for the new year? Seeing that these prisoners left, Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the carriage worried. With such a big movement, even if the master fell asleep, I am afraid it should be awakened. However, there is no movement in the carriage. He was worried whether something had happened to the master. Chapter 73 Kill. Chen Yi. What should we do? The injured servant climbed up from the ground, with a bruised face and nose. Do we want to run away? This is a great opportunity. No. Chen-Yi refused without hesitation. But he was clear about the consequences of escaping. Besides, the master had no words. How could they make a decision? And it was still such a big deal. The master didn't talk. How can we be qualified to make a decision? And we must wait for the master to come out. After Chen-Yi finished speaking, no matter what others thought, he said, hurry up the carriage quickly. Let's pull the carriage into the forest to hide. Holding the carriage, Chen-Yi watched the carriage worriedly, praying in his heart. Master! Master! Come out! We can't hold it. Duh. Immediately after the sound of the ground was a series of horseshoe sounds. Everyone looked at a group of people not far away. He was headed by a general wearing armor with a long gun. Behind him, a group of armed soldiers followed. Not far from the crowd, the group of soldiers shouted in unison. Hold your heads and squat down. Surrender your weapons, and we won't kill you. The roar was like thunder, reaching the sky. The prisoners, who were nearby, were so frightened that they fell to the ground with a thump. The same is true of other prisoners. Looking at this group of murderousness, and with the thunderous roar, it was also scared. Run! After a few seconds of silence, watching the group of soldiers surround them, the prisoners did not know who shouted, and many people turned into birds and beasts. Swish, swish, swish. However, the people had not yet ran away, and everyone saw a few sharp arrows fall from the sky, penetrating the people, and died tragically in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, there was a yelling roar. Flee! Kill! Seeing this scene, there was a hint of cold in his heart, and he never dared to move. Some timid people, and those women and children, squatted down for the first time, fearing to enter the end of those people. Duh. The soldiers surrounded everyone with spears in hand, and anyone who dared to resist or escape was killed without exception. With this group of soldiers expressionless, it seemed as if he did not treat people's life at all, as if killing people like killing chickens. Seeing this, no one dared to hope. Although the previous Yamen runners could kill people, they were not so fierce, and they would even get scared after killing someone. But this group of soldiers were not at all surprised. Moreover, these soldiers are fully armed. How can they resist? Even the group of people who had just been very arrogant just now, and the most popular people who made the most likely, immediately shrink into the crowd. They did consider taking Captain Sun and others hostage to threaten him. But after seeing the actions of this group of people, they gave up. After all, with these people's indifference, these soldiers will not care about Captain Sun's life or death. At that time, they may shoot Captain Sun together with them. But, if we don't find a solution, that guy surnamed Sun will definitely settle the score later. The faces of several people were very ugly. But the leading man snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Didn't we prepare for death when we stayed here? As long as the master can escape, we will be worth even dead. The others heard the words, but they didn't say anything, but sighed, obviously unwilling. I don't care. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it is better to fight. A man showed a ruthless color. Anyway, they are dead, and they still have vitality. The others suddenly understood what was going on. And then, they saw Captain Sun rush out when their encirclement disappeared, and he was about to leave. Kill! Several people roared, and Captain Sun and others rushed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Really? The group of soldiers raised their bow and arrows without hesitation. The countless arrows fell from the sky, and they didn't care whether they would hurt other innocent prisoners or martial arts. In an instant, those people were shot into sieves. Hateful. These bastards. Captain Sun couldn't help scolding. Not because the man dared to attack himself at this time, but because the group of soldiers didn't care about his life. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the arrow would have hit him in the forehead. Fortunately, the soldiers did not shoot randomly, but aimed at the prisoners. Only 1 or 2 arrows missed the target, which made Captain Sun feel relieved. After seeing those who were shot and killed, Captain Sun could not lose his temper and took the opportunity to run near the group of soldiers. The headed general ignored him, and even soldiers were the same, and they quickly gathered all prisoners. Then, the general looked at Captain Sun and said, "Let your people count the number of people." Captain Sun knew that the group of people was ruthless, dare not refute, and did not dare to resist. More than half is missing. Before he finished counting, Captain Sun's face turned ugly. General, all those who escaped have been captured. Suddenly, A few soldiers ran away not far away to report the situation. And then everyone saw a group of soldiers pressing a group of people. Obviously, the prisoners who had escaped before were arrested. Count again. See if there are few. The head of the head nodded. And then looked at Captain Sun again. Captain Sun and others quickly counted the number again. There are still a dozen people. He fell. And the soldiers reported before suddenly said, pointing to the group of soldiers. Oh! There are a few there. Captain Sun followed the direction that the group of soldiers also made a very cooperative way to open a way. Revealing the later situation. Captain Sun looked at the prisoner of the hedgehog and could not swallow. In order to grab these escaped people as soon as possible, I would deterrorize them with a little means. The soldier shrugged and said helplessly, a little? Captain Sun's mouth was pumped. Is this a little bit? Several prisoners became hedgehogs. Several prisoners were incomplete. Is this means a little bit? How many more people are missing? The leading general asked impatiently. What's going on with the other thing? How do you do things? You can't even keep an eye on a prisoner. And you let them cause trouble? After hearing the general's question, Captain Sun was angry, but did not dare to refute him. He hated these prisoners to die. Especially for the men headed before. Unfortunately, they were shot and killed. And they were too cheap. I have already thought of hundreds of ways to torture them. Wrong. These people have no way to revenge. And the Chen family. The Chen family is the main ambassador behind the scenes. And now these people are definitely Chen Yuan's family. It's the Chen family. Captain Sun suddenly looked up and said to the leading general. All of this was instigated by the Chen family. This riot was planned by the Chen family. And the Chen family has already run away. So, those people who ran away are from the Chen family? Asked the leading general. And it was hard to tell whether his tone was angry or calm. That's right. Captain Sun nodded. And then thought of something. The Chen family is still there. From their mouths, they will be able to ask the whereabouts of the Chen family. But they have a hard mouth. Read the road? The general expression was exposed on the face of the general. When Captain Sun saw this, he immediately showed his joy and said, Chen Yuan. Ah Chen Yuan. You can't run away. I will make you pay the price. Chapter 74. Stupid fruit on the stupid tree. Stop! Together with armed soldiers stopped Chen Yi and others. Watching this group of sudden emergence. And his face was murderous. It seemed that as long as they had a movement, they would kill people. And Chen Yi and others dared not move. Seeing them so interesting. This group of soldiers did not shot. Just guarding and not letting them leave. However, they looked at the carriage behind Chen Yi a few times and murmured in their hearts. Which big man is this? After all, in their impression, in the Exile team, there are big characters who can take a carriage without exception. Or Exile. Although they are ruthless, they are just for those prisoners. For big people, they still have brains and will not offend. Therefore, they are just around. And there are no other actions. But they send someone to notify the generals. But before notified, the general came over with a group of people. Captain Sun saw that the Chen family and the carriage were all there. And they were happy and pointed at the front. It is they and that carriage. Oh! You raised his eyebrows. Are they the slaves of the Chen family behind the scenes? That's right. Captain Sun gritted his teeth. The Chen family was hiding in the carriage. All of which are not inside now. Moreover, after they disappear, the Exile team has a riot. How can there be such a coincidence? The general nodded. According to this guess is reasonable. What if the general caught the Chen family? Captain Sun was a little curious. The general glanced at Captain Sun. How? Do you want to help them ask for mercy? No. No. It's a little curious. Captain Sun waved his hand quickly. What jokes? Would he help the Chen family for pleasure? He now can't wait to peel the crowd of the Chen family. This time, the Chen family instigated the riots. Although it was suppressed, he would still be held accountable afterwards. As the captain of the Exile team, this matter is definitely the primary responsibility. If he is deprived of the position of the captain, it is okay to keep at least one life. If the riots were not suppressed, he would definitely be sentenced to death for malfeasance. Therefore, he is grateful. And the more he is, the more he hates the Chen family. After all, this time is good and close to the county seat. So support can come in time. In addition, he responded quickly and sought support in advance to suppress this turmoil. If you change the place and change the opportunity, I am afraid he will not wait for the support at all. or he will be killed by the angry prisoner before supporting. Su had suppressed the riots. The general's attitude was much better. And he explained, if you catch them, kill it naturally. Whether it's running away or inciting a riot. Both are capital crimes. Add the two together. Each of their heads won't be enough to be chopped off. Hearing this, Captain Sun was satisfied. Grab them over. Knock out some of their teeth first. And then interrupt their legs. I want to see if they are really hard. The general gave a glance at the Chen family and didn't care. Captain Sun next to him heard that he was trembling subconsciously. He thought he was cruel enough. But in comparison with him, he was a family. Thinking of this, he showed his joy. Maybe this could really make the Chen family servants reveal the Chen family's escape route. However, he was a little worried. General, the Chen family has left for a few hours. I worry. Don't worry. Even if they fled to the end of the world, I could find them. The general showed his cold eyes. As they were talking, they looked ahead and saw many soldiers walking towards Chen Yi and others. However, before they approached, they saw that the curtains on the carriage were suddenly opened. And then a figure came out from the inside. Not only that, the man also complained, what's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? The person who saw it, Chen, stunned. Those soldiers also stunned. The general also stunned. Captain Sun opened his eyes wide, looking as if he had seen a ghost. The person who came out was Lord Chen. When he saw that he was surrounded by a group of fully armed soldiers, he was stunned. The air at this moment seemed to freeze, and everyone turned into sculptures. Finally, it was Lord Chen who reacted, crawled behind the curtain, and crawled out again. Impossible. Next to Captain Sun, the Yamen runner Qian screamed even more. He had slowly lifted the curtain and looked inside, and there was no one inside. How could Chen Yuan come out from inside? What is going on? The general turned around and asked, and it sounded a little angry. Didn't you say that the Chen family ran away? Captain Sun spoke for a while, turned his head to glance at Qian Yiku, gritted his teeth. Ask you, what's going on? Qian Yibu saw the two bosses staring at himself, with sweat on his forehead, panicked in his heart, and trembling. Will the Chen family run back after we leave? Fart. Captain Sun scolded subconsciously that the Chen family was not an idiot. How could he escape and ran back? Qian Yiku was aggrieved. It is impossible for them to be in the carriage. Maybe you saw it wrong? Captain Sun glared at it, then realized that he had said something wrong, and quickly changed his words. It must be that the Chen family realized that they couldn't escape, so they fled back. Even if Qian Chichi was wrong, Captain Sun couldn't let him admit that after all. If this was admitted, it was their fault, and it was determined that the Chen family escaped and returned. That was the fault of the Chen family, and they were still punished. Then, the general ignored their conversation and intervened. How many people do they have? Qian Qianchi heard the words, and his eyes lighted up immediately. Yes, the family of Chen's family. Now only Chen Yuan appeared, which shows that others ran away. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, there are two people. His wife and daughter must escape. Before the words were finished, they heard a crispy voice like a yellow cricket. Dad, what happened outside? Immediately afterwards, when everyone looked at it, they saw that Chen Yuan's daughter also opened the curtain and revealed. Qian Qianchi almost bit his tongue. A look of a ghost. There is another person. Qian Qianchi gritted his teeth. He determined that Chen Yuan must stay here intentionally, and then sent his wife away. Maybe, after the turmoil, everyone may forget his wife, so that no one remembered his wife's escape. His wife. Master, why is it so noisy outside? If another one interrupted Qian Qianchi, then everyone saw Chen Yuan walking off the carriage, and then his daughter came down. After that, a woman came out of the carriage. It was Chen Yuan's wife, Qian Chichi. Captain Sun. The Chen Yuan family who thought they had escaped suddenly came out again, which made Captain Sun and others aggressive. This general. I don't know what happened to us. Master Chen came over, obviously very confused about the general. They didn't know what happened outside. Only after coming out of the space, they were surrounded by a group of soldiers outside. Chapter 75 Life and death are not in your own hands. What happened to you guys? Master Chen saw that people's nose was swollen and frowned. Are you alright? Fine. Rest assured. We are so good. Seeing that Chen Yuan pretended to be innocent and confused, he also asked them what happened, and even chatted with his subordinates to ignore them. What do you ask us? Hee hee. I want to ask you. What is the crime of inciting prisoners to riot with the intention of escaping? Pooh! Don't spray people, Chin Yi suddenly said in anger. Our master has been resting on the carriage, and he has hardly left. How can he incite the prisoners? That is, don't think you can be nonsense if you are a captain. Righteous and wrong. Qin Yuan looked at the unwanted general. This general, please also preside over the fairness for us. Nature. The general nodded. Obviously very polite. Completely different from the indifferent attitude towards Captain Sun. Captain Sun saw this scene and almost shocked his chin. What's the situation? Am I dreaming? So the general was so polite to Qin Yuan? Why? Where is your backbone? What about your arrogance just now? When Captain Sun talked in his heart, the general turned to leave. But he didn't go far, but came to all the prisoners. The prisoners had gathered together, watching this group of armed forces, and even some soldiers with blood on their hands. And everyone lowered their heads and shrunk into a ball. The general looked at the men next to him, and his men immediately reacted, grabbing a few prisoners and came out. It was the most happy person they saw before. Some people were directly shot into seas, and some people were just arrows on their bodies and did not die. The soldiers directly pressed the prisoners in front of everyone, kicked them on their legs, and let them kneel on the ground. Say, the general came to one of the prisoners. Who instructed you to launch the riots? Or who tells you? Today the riots were launched. The prisoner clenched his teeth and looked straight ahead, as if he didn't hear the general's question. The general was not angry. He looked at the prisoners and said, You are very brave, but it is time to pay the price for your courage. After saying this, the general looked at the soldier next to him, who immediately said, The exiles who escaped and started a riot shall be executed according to the law. After speaking, the soldier took out the big knife around his waist and killed the prisoner in front of everyone. Ah! Many people have seen this kind of scene, especially women and children, and they are scared to cover their eyes and scream. Others were also scared and pale, without blood. Don't look. Master Chen was stopped in front of his wife and daughter for the first time, trying to avoid letting them see the bloody scene. But it was a little late. Ugh. Qin Shui's legs were soft. His hands were supported on the ground, and he was retching. The peaceful world in the past life has not undergone such a bloody and cruel scene at all, and she will accept it for a while. Of course, many people in this world cannot accept this. Xiaoxue. Okay. Mother Chen was also pale, but she was much less response than Qin Shui. She squatted down and supported Qin Shui. Qin Shui took a sigh of relief and kept psychologically suggesting himself, and then recalled the classic scenes of comedy film seen in previous lives, so that he had shifted his attention. You guys go back to the carriage and have a rest first. Lord Chen came over and felt a little distressed when he saw the looks on their faces. Dad? No. I'm okay. Qin Shui quickly adjusted her mentality and said firmly, If I can't resist this difficulty, when it comes to Nan Man, we have to experience more and more hardships. At that time, I didn't want to drag my legs. She is very clear that this is the cruel side of ancient times, or in the different world, and the power of life and killing is under the extremely affiliated to the imperial power. Life and death are not in our control. The scene in front of this made some of her thoughts of her previous life shattered. She knew that she had to change her ideas. This was not the original world. This world is more cruel and more unfair. If you want to survive and live a better life, you must make yourself strong and have your own power. To be honest, she has space and an exchange system. As long as she spends some time in Namman, she can definitely create a paradise. If I have a little ambition, I can even establish a country. At that time, my destiny will truly be in my own hands. Her thoughts were very simple before. After arriving at Nanman, I found a better way and more comfortable. However, after experiencing cooperation with Captain Sun, he immediately turned his face and did not recognize others. He had seen his face's face and experienced the beheading scene in front of him. She knew that what she wanted to do must be based on a strong strength. This strength can be absolute money. If she controls more than 50% of funds across the country, then the court wants to use the consequences of economic collapse. Or maybe she has absolute rights. But this is obviously unlikely. In this feudal world, the highest right is the imperial power. Their family has been exiled, and the center of power has been proposed. Or, she establishes a powerful force. So she dares not to provoke the entire court. She can only soothe. Of course. Now I can only think about it. and the specific future plans still need to be discussed with their parents. When Qinshuehu thought about it, the general looked at other prisoners on the ground. The prisoner's face was covered in blood, obviously because he was too close and was splashed with blood by the dead prisoner. At this moment, the general's gaze suddenly shook, and immediately cried, I said, it was Lu family. Lu Wei told me. Lu Wei was a minor official, and not many people knew him. After being exiled, he was unwilling to accept his fate, and kept looking for opportunities to escape. So, in fact, they had been planning this for a long time. And the reason they launched it today was because the team happened to be resting here, and many Yamen runners had gone into the city. Originally, they wanted to escape during the day, but there was no place to run at all during the day, and there was no place to hide when they ran. They could see their escape from hundreds of meters away. So, after thinking about it, they decided to wait until the evening. Although Captain Sun will come back in the evening, they have been chic a day, and it is definitely the most relaxed time. The trigger was the Qin family's escape. The Yamen runners gathered them together. Lu Wei was worried that the Yamen runners would guard them more strictly because of the Qin family's escape, so he incited others to start a riot. So, the mastermind behind this is Lu Wei, and he has already escaped? The general asked in an unspeakable tone. Yes. The prisoner didn't dare to look at the general. He lowered his head and admitted honestly, I have confessed everything. Please let me go. Puff. Before the words were finished, he was beheaded by a soldier next to him. The general sneered and looked at the criminals who watched. This is the end of the escape. The crowd suddenly shivered. Chapter 76. The fisherman gains benefit. Then, the general looked at other prisoners again. You, say, who incite you to initiate the riots? If you lie, the first two are your end. The prisoner who was kneeling on the ground shook, and quickly poured everything like an inverted bean. The situation was just as the prisoner had said before. The one who instigated the prisoners to riot was Lu Wei, and he might have escaped now. The truth soon came to light. The so-called behind-the-scenes instructions were the Qin family's claims. Captain Sun suddenly felt a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at the general, for fear that he would take his anger out on him. Thank you, General, for clearing me of suspicion. Lord Qin quickly bowed to express his gratitude to the general. If he were really blamed for inciting the riots, his whole family would be doomed. Although he has been accused of being the mastermind behind the disaster relief grain embezzlement case, he doesn't want to be blamed again. The general nodded and did not explain. He just did it. He didn't know Qin Yuan, but he could see that this person was not easy. Maybe he can recover in the future. So he gives him a good relationship. Maybe he can have a good gain, even if he did not get up in the future. It didn't matter. He had no loss. The next thing will be given to you. The general looked at Captain Sunday. After saying a word, he turned over and left his men. This group of soldiers came quickly and went fast. Wait, there's more. Pa. 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 Captain Sun quickly caught up and wanted to say what he wanted to say, but he ate a mouthful of dust. Seeing that this group of soldiers left so simple, Captain Sun's face became very ugly. They left. What should I do? These criminals have just launched riots. Don't you worry that after leaving, do they start again? How can these people block them? Can't stop it before, let alone now. They die. Wounds. However, what Captain Sun was relieved was that these prisoners did not move. Obviously, the severe means of the general had shocked them before. The key is that there is another most important problem. That is, the behind-the-scenes ambassador of inciting prisoners fled, and it has not been caught. If you do not catch the behind-the-scenes instructions, even if the riots are suppressed, he cannot offset the crime he needs to bear. However, he can't leave now. After all, it will be chaotic if he takes some people to leave. Will this give this group of prisoners a chance to riot? He also had to hurry and send the remaining prisoners to Namman, because many prisoners had died in the riots. This was just the beginning, and there was still a long way to go. If the number of people who sent the past could not reach the reservation, the responsibility would be greater. And more importantly, he wants to stay away from here as soon as possible. And when Nanman, the Emperor of Heaven, is far away, he does not have to care about the court's order. At that time, even if the court wants his life, he can escape and find a place to live in a place. Of course, there was still a hint of expectations in his heart, and he hoped that the general, who had just left, would send troops to arrest Lu Wei. No, you can't wait. Captain Sun thought for a while, and sent his hand to remind the county order again. After all, this is his site, and the prisoner riots are also responsible. If he does not send someone to arrest Lu Wei behind the scenes, the court will also investigate his responsibility. General, do we go back? Don't catch Lu Wei? One of the soldiers followed the general and looked at the direction the general was taking them away. Suddenly, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you catch him?" The general snorted. "What is our task? Suppressing riots," the soldier replied honestly, "and the county magistrate conveyed an exile right before, allowing them to suppress them as soon as possible." "Then we have already done it?" The general leaned his lips. "That Lu Wei, who knows where to run? If it is okay, it is not possible to catch it. But we are responsible for us. This is the matter of the maidage. Why do we wipe the ass for them? And why do we do such a hard work? For his own men." The general's attitude is not so indifferent, and explained very patiently. "Let them worry about this kind of thing. Why should we ask ourselves to eat hard? We escaped?" Lu Wei and one of his men looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Although his wife and daughter were still in the exile team, he didn't care. He could remarry, and have another child without his wife and daughter, as long as he survives. "Lu Qi, quickly find a way to remove the handcuffs on me." Lu Wei looked at his men. The wooden board had been smashed, but the chains on their hands and feet could still be removed. "If you run at all, you may have chasing troops behind you." "Okay, master. I smash with stones. See if I can open it." Lu Wei nodded. And then the man went to find stones. But there were trees weed everywhere in the forest. After waiting for a while, Lu Wei did not see the servant come back. He frowned and his heart skipped a beat. "Damn it, bastard Lu Qi. If you dare to run, see if I don't take your skin." He rushed into the woods, and as a result, he froze and looked at the front. A fierce man stubborn Lu Qi's neck, and Lu Qi struggled desperately, could not break away, and he couldn't say a word in his mouth. Lu Wei froze for a while. His face became pale the next second. He turned and ran, but the handcuffs on his feet were entangled by the grass on the ground, and suddenly tripped him. Bang! The man smashed Lu Wei and Lu Wei. But because of the poor head, he was a little worse and did not hit him. Instead, he let Lu Qi smash on the tree and fell in front of Lu Wei. Watching Lu Qi hit the tree, breaking a large hole, the blood poured out like a spring water, and Lu Wei immediately swallowed subconsciously. Just before he swallowed his saliva, he felt that he flew up. No, he was not flying, but he was mentioned. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Lu Wei quickly struggled desperately and begging for mercy. "Are you a prisoner in the exile group?" The man grabbed Lu Wei and held it like catching the chicken. After looking at him, he asked. Lu Wei stunned and hesitated what he meant, but felt the pressure on the neck, and he immediately answered honestly, "Yes, I am. So why is there only two of you?" We escape." "Oh." When the man heard the words, his eyes were bright, and he seemed to be very interested in this topic. "You are lucky. Meet me." Speaking, Dahan walked towards a distance. Could you please put me down?" Lu Wei was struggling for a long time, and he couldn't break the hand from his neck, and finally gave up and agreed. However, the big man ignored him, grabbed Lu Wei's back neck, and left him quickly. "Where are we going?" Lu Wei saw that the Han did not answer, and did not give up. "Go to see our boss," the big man said with a good mood. He was one of the Black Mountain thieves, and was sent to explore the drainage team. Chapter 77 Preparing for the Attack. I don't know how long in the past. Lu Wei fainted long ago. When he woke up, he saw a group of big men surround himself, and immediately shrunk into a group. "Boss, he is the prisoner of the exile team. I just escaped. I must know that Chen's affairs." When Lu Wei heard this, he pricked up his ears, and then immediately raised his hand and shouted, I know that Chen family." Obviously, he feels that as long as he has the news that these people want, he can use this to keep his life. "Oh, that boss," the so-called black brother, raised an eyebrow, but did not expect such a gain. He sent his hands to explore the discharge team before, but he did not expect that he would bring back a prisoner. No one is better than the prisoners in the exile team. Talk about the exile team. Black brother did not ask the Chen family's information, but paid attention to the exile team, which made Lu Wei, who was waiting for bargaining. Seeing that Lu Wei did not respond, Black brother glanced at his men, and walked directly to Lu Wei's body and stepped on his instep. With a click, the bones on his feet were broken. Ah! The severe pain made Lu Wei screaming. He covered his feet and rolled painfully. The bandits next to them were holding their arms, watching Lu Wei rolling on the ground quietly, and even showing a happy smile. For a moment, the black brother snorted coldly. If you don't want to be interrupted again, you should shut me up. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, a bandit drew out a big knife and seemed to be really going to attack. Lu Wei stopped howling immediately, but the bulging blue veins on his forehead showed the pain he was enduring. Can you tell me now? Hei's expression said. If you don't tell me, I'll beat you up. Lu Wei was so scared that he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Before, he was just hesitating for a moment to consider whether to use this opportunity to bargain. But this group of brutal bandits ended up breaking his leg bones. If he hesitated, I am afraid he would really break his legs. Anyway, he has escaped the Exile team, which has nothing to do with himself. There is no need to keep secret. After hearing what Lu Wei said, Hei Ge was a little surprised. So, now all the prisoners in the Exile team have escaped? Should not. Lu Wei thought for a moment and said, when I leave, tell my men to incite the prisoners to attack the Yamen runners. Delay the time as much as possible, and then reunite with me. But they didn't show up. And obviously they didn't leave. If they didn't leave, it's even more impossible for the other prisoners to escape. However, it's impossible that all the prisoners escaped. Maybe only some of them escaped. There are really not many prisoners who can run away. The bandits that Lu Wei caught back interjected. When I rushed over, I saw a group of armed soldiers facing there. If there was no accident, it would suppress the riots. With that group of soldiers taking action, the prisoners who escaped will be caught soon. Not many will be able to escape. After saying that, the bandits looked at Lu Wei with a look of good luck. Lu Wei was also very grateful that he ran fast. Otherwise, no. I escaped the wolf nest and entered the tiger's mouth. He was annoyed in his heart, but heard the voice of Black Brother. What's the matter with that Chen family? I need to know all their news. When Lu Wei seemed shocked, he came. The most concerned thing about this group of bandits was that if he could, but the pain in his feet told him not to have such an idea. Otherwise he would die a very ugly death. So he said bitterly, several good guys. I can tell you all the things you want to know. Can you let go and leave? Tell me what you know first. Brother Hei neither agreed nor refused, which made Lu Wei look very ugly. But seeing a bandit has started to grind the knife, Lu Wei dared to hesitate. After all, will they let go of themselves and do not know afterwards? But if they do and say they do and say, they will definitely die. Chen family. Lu Wei confessed everything he knew about the Chen family. In fact, he didn't know much. Just that the Chen family rode in a carriage and the Yamen runners took good care of him. Is this person Chen Yuan? Suddenly, Black Brother took out a picture and opened in front of Lu Wei. Lu Wei stunned. Why did this group of bandits have Chen Yuan's paintings? Although curious, he still nodded honestly. Yes, Chen Yuan. By the way, you said just now, Chen Yuan has a daughter? Suddenly a bandit interjected, showing a wretched smile. Isn't it beautiful? How can Lu Wei understand his thoughts? But he nodded. Beautiful. Not just beautiful. It is definitely the most beautiful I have ever seen. As soon as the words came out, the bandits suddenly showed saliva. Then they asked some information they wanted to ask. And they stopped until they didn't want to ask. And Lu Wei endured the pain on his feet, looking forward to looking at them. Tentatively. That? Can you? Puff. Before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest, and then looked down. But a big knife stabbed from behind him. He could see the sharp sword and the blood on it. Then, nothing. Lu Wei fell to the ground unwillingly. He regretted it, knew that he would not escape, and he could still live in the Exile team honestly. Now, I escaped from the Exile team, but it was planted in the hands of the bandits. Clean the corpse. We go to the valley in front of the valley, and wait for the Exile team to come. The fourth. You go to find out what the Exile team is. The bandit called the fourth child is the person who brought Lu Wei back. Let's talk about our plan now. Black Brother glanced around. Kill the Chen Yuan first, then cut off his head, and then find a chance to contact us. What about his daughter? The fourth old couldn't help licking his lips, knowing that Chen Yuan's daughter was beautiful. But he was looking forward to it. If she's really beautiful, then bring her back to play with. Brother Hei also showed a lewd smile, but then quickly restrained it. kill all the other members of the Chen family. In addition, the third child. You take the opportunity to collect money, and collect all the money in the Exile team. Black brother. What about the maidage? A bandit couldn't help asking. Isn't that Lu Wei said? The losses must be heavy this time. It is definitely impossible to be our opponent. So it will be killed by the officers. After this riots, will they be more vigilant? The bandit said again. And the fourth child also said that there was a group of soldiers who used to suppress the riots to escort the Exile team together. So I let the fourth child go to the situation. Hey Gu said. Generally, it will not be said to escort unless it is very important prisoner. After these soldiers suppress the riots, they will leave. We will ambush in the valley in front. By then, the soldiers leave. And this group of maidage has experienced riots and will not expect ambush at all. So it is the most relaxed when they are. Chapter 78 Ambition. Captain Sun didn't know that the general did not intend to help him arrest Lu Wei. And he didn't dare to stay here. In fact, such a big thing must be reported to the court immediately. But to be honest, Captain Sun is just a small captain, and it is difficult for him to get his report to the emperor. Therefore, he could only report it through the memorial to the Wing County magistrate. So he had to bribe the county magistrate to speak well of him. Afterwards, he did not stay with his team to wait for the court's reply, but left with his team first. He was afraid that the court would blame him. So he immediately sent people to capture him and behead him, and then replaced him with a new captain. Because of the riot last night, after the suppression, it was dawn. So Captain Sun did not even rest, and urged the prisoner to continue the road. He is not worried about such persecution. And the prisoner will riot again, because this time has made them deeply memorized. I believe that as long as they are not fools, they will not be committed again. And now he has changed his mind, and will continue to discipline these prisoners. Now their pride has not been worn out, and they have not yet recognized reality. As long as they do not let them be full, they will not support it, and they will not make trouble. Captain Sun left in a hurry without even paying attention to the Chen family, let alone apologizing to them. The Chen family also knew that it was impossible to get Captain Sun to apologize, so they could only make note of the incident. Then, they looked at their servants. Some of them were covered in blood and looked very scary. Qin Shui also knew that they stopped fighting and helped them delay time. Otherwise, they would have exposed the existence of space. After all, just when Qian Qianqi saw that no one was in the carriage, it can be said that it was dazzling. But if Captain Sun opened the curtain in front of everyone, let everyone see that there was no one in the carriage, then they could not explain it. Therefore, Qin Shui will not be embarrassed for the loyal subordinates, and divide them the previously redeemed healing cream. With the ointment, their wounds stopped blood. Although they were a little surprised, they also knew the magic of the girl, so they quickly recovered. Specifically, what's going on? Fortunately, Qin's heart was worried that he had been worried about the situation that he suddenly ran over several times before. But it had not happened, so it relaxed his vigilance. I did not expect that there was an error last night. Fortunately, he was tired and came out after changing his clothes to avoid exposure. Be sure to stay outside next time, Master Chen secretly thought, and then felt that he could only let Qin Shui show outside that he had to change to anyone else. Even if he knew there was something outside, he couldn't enter the space to call them out. Xiaoqing is awesome. Qin Shui heard Xiaoqing's help to repel those prisoners, and immediately praised. And Xiaoqing flew to Qin Shui, stood on her shoulder, and rubbed Qin Shui's head with her head. Soon they knew the original committee, and all the fuses were the prisoner who attacked the carriage. However, because of riots, the prisoner didn't know whether he was dead or hid in the crowd. After this incident, their relationship with Captain Sun was even worse. Maybe the carriage burning the carriage before was secretly instructed by Captain Sun. Even if it wasn't, Captain Sun lost his face this time, and he would definitely take them out. If it was otherwise, it was okay. They could seduce them by intimidation. However, Captain Sun did not enter the oil and water, which was very difficult to deal with. It is very difficult to catch his handle threatening him. As for the use of benefits, I am afraid that they will turn their faces and kick them away the next day. Dad, do I think we want to get a few soft armor? After all, it is easy to hide by a bright gun, and the dark arrow is difficult to prevent. Anyway, the system redeems soft armor, which is 5,000 points. And now she already has 20,000 to 30,000 contribution. Go. We will discuss on the carriage. Master Chen did not answer, and then greeted his daughter on the carriage. And Xiaoqing flew on his wings to the high altitude and continued to soar. Back in the car, everyone was emotional. Life? Hey! In just one night, dozens of people died, and many of them knew many of them. Without corruption, they will definitely be promoted in the future. Even if they are not promoted, they will also meet officials who want to bow their heads in Beijing. Today, it is so hasty, and Master Chen was afraid of it. If they came out late, the generals of the general found that there were no people in the carriage. And the consequences? Maybe all the Chen family will be killed, and the carriage will be taken away. It may also be destroyed by the carriage. And then, they can still come out of the space. Or maybe, they can come out. But after coming out, what do those prisoners, and even those soldiers think of them? A person who suddenly appears may be regarded as a god or a monster. If they are in awe, if they are not awesome, they will get up greedy. Then their family will probably be a miserable ending. Thinking of this, several people were terrified. Master Chen immediately discussed with his wife and daughter. In the future, Chen Shui sat outside, and then he entered the space every time to avoid such problems. There is another question? Chen Shui suddenly became serious, and then stared at her father. Daddy, those who had wanted to kill us several times before. But we were blocked by various reasons. But what if they insist on killing us next time? Chen Shui's words stunned Lord Chen. They were already prisoners at this time, and the bailiffs wanted to kill them, and they could not escape at all. But would he sit still? Will not. At least he will not let his wife and daughter die. So even if he fights for his old life, he will protect them. Then, once the wife and daughter escape, they will face the hopes of the court and the hunting of the whole world. Therefore, how to let his wife and daughter live is also a problem. He also considered before that his daughter's space was considered their last asylum. But he didn't want to take this step, because at this step, they just stayed in the space and could not enter the city at all. It is always impossible for his wife and daughter to hide in the space forever. It's still not strong enough. You can't protect your wife and daughter. Master Chen was annoyed, and Long knew that he should not get sick at the time. Even if it is sick, go to the dynasty, so that they will not be pitied by them. And they are framed as the mastermind of the corruption case of disaster relief grain. However, now back to that question just now. Chen Shui continued. Even if we can escape the shot of the matage next time, what if we meet the bandits? What if the court wants to deal with us? That Shui mean? Master Chen seemed to know his daughter had his own ideas. So he asked. Chen Shui's eyes flickered. I think we should make ourselves strong. Not just money and power. Master Chen did not expect that her daughter's thoughts were so amazing. Although many cannot be realized now. It can be achieved when man can be achieved. But if it is realized, there is no need to worry about it. Don't worry about who will attack his family next time. Chapter 79 Brainstorming. If Chen Shui and others really built a city in Nanju, and even built a country, the court may not be able to sit. Or maybe they will change. After all, Nanxi has countless aliens. If someone really built a city there, this is simply helping the court to attract firepower. At that time, when you see a city, how can you not lift up the meaning of the plunder? And the people who want to plunder the southern barbarians will naturally refuse to build the city. So they must resist. In this way, the imperial court will not fight them, and may even support them. Of course, the premise is that they just build a city, and do not have the premise that they have not established a country. Of course, Chen Shui is actually not so ambitious. She just wants to build a powerful force to protect her family. If one day, her space is exposed, and if there is no strength, how can she protect the space? You know, once the space is exposed, the entire court is the whole court. It can be said that it is the enemy of the whole world. However, these are still too far away. What she is going to do now is to collect as much contribution points as much as possible to prepare from time to time. You know, there are all kinds of things in the system. This is a smoke bomb, an incendiary bomb. Chen Shui listed the things that could be exchanged in the system and asked their parents to reference. After all, one person was long and the two were short. With the advice of parents, the three of them discussed to maximize the contribution. Moreover, considering the danger recently, Chen Shui took the lead to list the weapon column. Smoke bomb. After throwing it out, it will make the surroundings permeate and let everyone's attention. Then we can't see it? Mother Chen stunned. How did this feel to kill the enemy 1,000 and damage 800? Chen Shui helpless. Actually, this smoke bomb with infrared glasses is better. But it is too expensive. Anyway, she can't exchange it with her current contribution value. However, we can exchange a crossbow. Qin Shui thought about it. Like what dagger? Long sword. In her modern person. Still not very good. Therefore, long-range weapons and modern weapons are the first choice. But modern weapons are too expensive. After thinking about it, only the crossbow is a bit cheaper. But the pit system is too savvy. A crossbow is only equipped with 10 arrows. I want more. I can only spend money to buy. And 1 contribution. This can be available. Master Chen heard the words. Nodded without hesitation. When I enter the space at night, I will learn the crossbow so that I can protect you. By the way, said Master Chen, suddenly stunned, and seemed to think of something. Xiaoxu. Had there any arrows in his sleeves? Things like crossbows are still a bit large and cannot be carried around on normal occasions, as they are easily exposed. On the miscellaneous books he had read before, he had seen a hidden weapon in the rivers and lakes, with arrows in his sleeves. Qin Shui stunned. Let me see. She immediately closed her eyes, and the list of the system saw the arrow in the sleeve. But the price was very expensive, and 15,000 points contributed. Although it is expensive, I have to say that this thing is very practical. It can be launched at any time, and you don't have to worry about exposure. It is definitely a home trip. It's still too lacking in contribution value. Qin Shui couldn't help sighing. Master Chen heard the words and couldn't help but say, What are the contributions you said? Can we help? Qin Shui couldn't tell them the system, and it was a bit difficult to understand the system with the ancient people's thinking. She explained before that she was able to trade with the god of wealth. So she briefly explained that the contribution value was the currency of her and god of wealth. The acquisition channel is to recover some resources. By the way, the system. There are points for buying things before. Should we have it? Qin Shui suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking for inquiries, but did not have much hope. The host does not consume 100 contribution value and can return 1 point of contribution. So little? Qin Shui's eyes widened. What a profiteer. Wait! She suddenly reacted. I spent 10,000 before. So why did the contribution value not increase? The host did not open this feature. You didn't say it. Qin Shui was angry and speechless. The host didn't ask. Okay. Now I ask you. What else? Gone. Qin Shui opened her eyes and heard her dad sound. No wonder you have to pull up before. No. Mother Chen doubted. Didn't you say that the other party is the god of wealth? How can we want weeds? What kind of god of wealth is this? Never seen weeds? Forehead. Qin Shui broke out in a sweat and suddenly regretted making up this excuse. One lie would require thousands of lies to cover it up. Maybe the god of wealth is in the sky. So I have never seen weeds on the ground. That makes sense. So, as long as we collect enough resources, we can get enough contribution value. And then we can exchange more resources? Lord Chen fell into deep thought. Although his words sounded a bit difficult to understand, the others quickly understood them. That's right. Master Chen nodded and asked. So you asked to cooperate with Sun Yao to do the medicinal materials business just to gain contribution points? Yes. Qin Shui nodded. And she didn't expose her before. So she didn't say it. And her father didn't ask. So, how do we focus on our contribution value now? Master Chen finished. Frowned. Qin Shui sighed. I am also troubled this. The first time the medicinal materials recovered were high. And it was very cheap. Mr. Chen pondered. You said before that it's okay to recycle valuable resources. But are there any restrictions? Qin Shui shook her head. In fact, the system was not limited. Because this world is a new world for the system. When Master Chen heard the words, his eyes lighted up immediately. That's not easy to do. There is no limit. Then we have articles to do. Master Chen laughed. There are many valuable resources. Whether it is so-called medicinal materials or flowers, trees, birds and beasts. There are also gold, silver, jewelry, and even handicrafts, works of art, various technologies, and so on. Qin Shui heard her words, and her eyes lighted up. Yes. Why didn't I think that it was too narrow before? When her father reminded her of this, she suddenly realized that there were countless ways and channels to increase contribution value. With the contribution value, they can exchange more things. If they establish forces, they can not only exchange weapons, but also exchange some strategic materials, such as essence sugar, fine salt. These things are very cheap in previous lives. but they are very expensive here. And many of the materials in the system are at the price of previous lives. So a contribution value can be exchanged for a pound of salt. And it is fine salt. If these fine salts are taken out, they will definitely make many people work for them. Chapter 80 Search-Un. This is really not possible. In this world, especially in the southern region, life is difficult, unattractive, and not warm. And there is a crisis of life at any time. As long as they can make people full and make people wear warm, someone will follow. Furthermore, even if the imperial court would not sit idly by and watch the power she and her friends had established grow and become a hegemon, and sent troops to suppress it, Qin Shui also had a backup option. That is to build sects. For people in the feudal world, this method is very effective. Many of the people here are not full, and they are not warm. So they hope to have a spiritual sustenance. Even those wealthy businessmen who have enough to eat will seek spiritual sustenance. If she really founded a sect, she would definitely be able to win over a lot of people. And this way of forming forces is safer and more secure than before. As long as the doctrine is established and then loyal believers are recruited. These believers will automatically spread the doctrine through each level, so that you can hide in the dark. And unless the court eliminates the people in the world, it is impossible to eliminate her sects unless even the teachings are eliminated. But doctrine such things, even if they burn out the text, can be passed on, so it is difficult to stop it all. However, for the establishment of a sect, this method is good, but it is a double-edged sword. It can protect yourself and not be good. After all, some believers are crazy, but they don't care. Cough, cough, cough. In short, Qin Shui already has several plans to form a force to protect herself. What she needs to do now is to stockpile supplies and earn more contribution points. Now that they want to collect more resources, it is very difficult to rely on themselves. Actually, the fastest way is to form a chamber of commerce. Lord Qin said that if a chamber of commerce was established and it grew stronger, they would have enough influence. This coincides with Qin Shui's thoughts before. Similarly, the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce is also the fastest way to collect resources. It can be said that this is two things only. Qin Shui sighed and looked around. We are all in exile. I want to form a Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid, if Master Qin is still a minister of the household, then she wants to organize the Chamber of Commerce. But now, they are all difficult to guarantee. And they have formed a Chamber of Commerce. Isn't this a joke? Yes. Mother Qin nodded. Even if we want to do a small business that sells down, the captain of the grandson will not ignore it. Several people were silent. Captain Sun was definitely their biggest stumbling block. This time he almost caused the Qin family to be killed by the general. Lord Qin was terrified and hated Captain Sun very much, and wished to kill him. Captain Sun. They are an obstacle after all. Master Qin sighed and changed to make this idea. But several times, these macarons wanted to deal with him. It is okay to deal with him, but he can't bully his wife and daughter. And the honesty people are afraid of himself. Of course, he just thought about it. It was impossible to kill Captain Sunday. It was impossible. Once he couldn't do it. Secondly, killing Captain Sun may not be able to change the status quo. What if the court sent other captains? What would that person more cruel than Captain Sun? He can't come one. Kill one. This is trouble. Qin Shui also frowned. Unless we can find someone to replace him. Or make Captain Sun lose power. Change a person as the captain. Then they don't have to worry about anything. But this is impossible at all. After all, the captain of the Exile was appointed by the court. Even if Master Qin was not exiled, it was impossible to have the right to appoint. Let alone now. As for the loss of Captain Sun, this can be planned. Perhaps, we can support Su Tian. When his power grows, he can resist Captain Sun. Chen Mu said. Yes. Qin Shui slapped. This idea is good. Etc.? What about Su Tian? Qin Shui suddenly thought of something. His face changed. Shouldn't he happen? Su Tian would run over in the past to confirm her dad. Now that the riots have such a big thing, it is reasonable to say that Su Tian will come over. Even if there is no time to suppress the prisoner at the time. There is no time. But now the riots have subsided. He has time. Therefore, what Qin Shui and others can think of is that Su Tian had an accident. After all, other prisoners were very disgusted with the service, and even had killed several mages during the riots. Go and ask if Su Tian is in trouble. Lord Qin immediately lifted the curtain and gave instructions to Qin Yi. Master Qin. As soon as his words fell, Several people heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he saw a gauze on Su Tian's head, and he could see the bloody stains infiltrated in it. Master Chen, are you okay? Su Tian limped to run over, and asked with some worries, even regardless of others, and looked at Master Chen's hand. Master Chen quickly pulled back his hand. I'm fine. It's you. It seems that I have been hurt. Is it strict? After hearing Master Chen's care, Su Tian was moved. It's okay. Just hurt. If it wasn't for the coma at the time, I would have come to find Master Chen. He said that he was lucky. As soon as the riot, he fainted. Say he is lucky, because he had fallen into the place at the time. He was not trampled by the prisoner, and he was fainted at the time, and he was not injured. Master Chen glanced around. Chen Yi and others immediately led the gods and dispersed, confirming that no one would be overheard. Then, he stood on the carriage and looked at Su Tian. Su Tian, do you want to be the captain? Su Tian, team leader? Master Chen, what are you talking about? What captain? I don't seem to be the captain. Master Chen also understood that Su Tian was too upright, and he didn't have so many flowers, and his expression management was not in place. Many times, he could see what he thought through his expression. This is also because there is Yang and others behind him. But the results did not enter the court. In the court, even if it is a dare to speak out, it is not a tendon. He also knows that he changes, and he will look at His Majesty. Of course, except for individual truly upright officials. This kind of rarely, and unless you encounter a very virtuous majesty, you can always be in front of the court. Nothing. Just test it. And Master Chen didn't say much, but shifted the topic. You said, if we want to do business, do you think it is possible? Do business? Su Tian is even more aggressive. Shouldn't Chen determine to return to Chaoang? How do you have a plan to change your career? Master Chen was the first champion decades ago. He was such a talented person, and was exiled. It was already a loss of the court. Now he has to change his career? No. How could Lord Chen change his career? How could the court lose Lord Chen? Su Tian suddenly became anxious. No. Master Chen. This really won't work. Mr. Chen. If you do it work, you see and do it. Why is it so excited? I seem to have done something sorry for you.